Chapter 1. Lewdness as a Heritage. In the bustling capital of Huaxia, Yanlong City, the vibrant pedestrian street was teeming with people. An eccentric old man, sporting a peculiar outfit and a goatee, scanned the crowd with keen eyes, seemingly in search of a specific target. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a somewhat rough-skinned, lackluster young woman. However, at that moment, he paid little attention to her appearance. Rather, he was captivated by the resplendent gold jewelry adorning her from head to toe, unmistakably marking her as a quintessential nouveau riche. The old Taoist's earlier assertions about her health were indeed grounded in truth, for he had not fabricated them out of thin air. He had discreetly taken her pulse and rendered his diagnosis. Had he boldly declared her illness outright, she might have swiftly slapped him in the face. By employing a blend of superstition and medical expertise, he appeared more convincing, particularly to someone of her ostentatious background. In reality, the talisman was a mere placebo, while the old Taoist's true profession lay in traditional Chinese medicine, with his charlatan antics merely a side venture. As the adage goes, to cultivate flowers with intent yields no blooms, while unintentional willow plantings flourish. Although a master in the art of medicine, his lack of a medical license forced him to rely on his secondary trade for sustenance, a lifestyle he rather enjoyed. Upon hearing that she had a remedy, the young woman's face brightened with gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough, master. Please name your price." Her generous offer invigorated the old man, who replied with a solemn demeanor, "Ah, there are laws of the land and rules of conduct. If it were not for our fateful connection, no amount of money could sway me. Since Buddhism teaches us to aid those destined for salvation, I shall only charge you for my costs merely 50,000 Huaxia coins." The young woman, thrilled by this revelation, immediately rummaged through her handbag, searching in vain for her wallet. After a thorough search of her person, she looked at the old man in dismay. "Master, it seems I've forgotten my wallet at home." The old man nearly collapsed in disbelief. After all this effort, she had come without money? In his moment of despair, he caught sight of the thick gold chain that adorned her neck, reminiscent of an infant's finger. He then kindly advised, "Miss, it is unwise to wear such a valuable necklace in public. Please do exercise caution." Seemingly oblivious to his warning, she slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I be so forgetful? Perhaps I should call someone to bring me the money. Master, would you mind waiting?" Fearing exposure, the old man hastily declined. "That would not be appropriate. We Taoists hold the concept of fate in high regard. Should this connection be disrupted, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. This matter must remain confidential, though not divulge it to anyone." The old man continued to scrutinize the necklace around her neck, but she showed no inclination to exchange it. Mustering his courage, he remarked, "Heaven bestows kindness. If you possess no money, perhaps we could barter with other items? That necklace seems to possess a special connection to me." After a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly replied, "Master, do you truly believe this necklace and you share a bond? Though it has been passed down through my family for centuries, if it could aid my husband in continuing our lineage, I would not hesitate to gift it to you. However, would exchanging it not seem lacking in sincerity and diminish its efficacy?" The old man assessed the necklace. If it were pure gold, it would be worth at least 70,000 to 80,000, significantly more than his earlier demand of 50,000. He quickly reassured her, "Not at all. Money is but a worldly possession. I believe that using the necklace would convey greater sincerity, and heaven will surely bless you." The old Taoist abode lay on the outskirts of Yanlong City, and soon he returned home to find his adopted son, Mo Fuyang, engrossed in a book while reclining on the sofa. Well, look at you, my mischievous lad, actually reading a professional book for once." If not for the bold letters spelling surgery on the cover, the old man might have mistaken it for an anatomy book. Noticing Mo Fuyang's inquisitive gaze, the old Taoist, wary of revealing the gold necklace, carefully concealed it in his pocket and made his way to the bathroom. Mo Fuyang, with a sly grin, tucked away his book on surgery. "Hey, old man, how many did you swindle today?" The banter between the two was a delightful spectacle. The elder referred to the younger as a little rascal, while the younger playfully called the elder an old fool. Their camaraderie was evident. Mo Fuyang had been discovered by the old Taoist in a bustling garden, and the old man, well-versed in celestial phenomena and geomancy, believed that the boy had entered a fortuitous phase in life, destined for greatness. Thus, he adopted him. However, living amidst blossoms of romance, Mo Fiyang was bound to attract attention from the opposite sex. As a result, the old Taoist, Hua Qingfeng, imposed strict regulations on Mo Fiyang's education in matters of love while allowing leniency in other areas. He had always discouraged excessive interaction with girls. Yet, the more he restricted him, the more curious Mo Fiyang became. By the age of 3, he had shamelessly pursued the neighbor girl, Xia Yifei, insisting on bathing together. At 5, he penned love letters to girls in kindergarten, and by primary school, he had mastered the art of flirting. By middle school, he had begun emulating the old Taoist, pretending to tell fortunes and proclaiming ominous signs referring to bras. Currently enrolled in the Yamlong City Medical College, Mo Fiyang was nearing the end of his internship and preparing to embark on his professional journey. Despite his lewd antics, he had absorbed the essence of Hua Qingfeng's teachings, excelling in both traditional Chinese medicine and surgery, thus becoming an accomplished surgeon albeit with questionable ethics. During his studies, he often used the pretext of treating female classmates to take advantage of them. Hua Qingfeng had a peculiar habit. After each successful con, the first thing he did upon returning home was take a shower. Thus, Mo Fiyang deduced that his father had reaped a considerable reward that day. Stealthily, he approached the bathroom door and cautiously cracked it open. Hua Qingfeng had a tendency to leave the door ajar while showering, and Mo Fiyang often justified this by claiming it was an influence from the old man. Peering inside, Mo Fiyang was taken aback to see Hua Qingfeng reclining in the bathtub, basking in sheer bliss. Suddenly, he noticed something astonishing. The gold necklace, thick as a baby's little finger, was floating effortlessly on the water's surface. Chapter 2. QQ, let's go pick up chicks. No wonder the old man had returned home with an air of secrecy. He had swindled such a hefty gold chain. However, it appeared that the old man had been duped, as the chain was clearly a counterfeit, and a poorly made one at that. Witnessing the necklace floating on the water, Mo Fiyang could no longer contain his laughter, nearly choking on his breakfast from the morning. Huh, a gold necklace floating on water. Old man, you've met your match today. Aren't you always preaching about the importance of having a discerning eye when swindling? How could you have misjudged this one? I must say, your reputation has taken a hit. Hua Qingfeng, reclining in the bathtub with his eyes closed, had been contemplating how to spend the money from selling the necklace when he was suddenly jolted awake by Mo Fiyang's boisterous laughter. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of the pure gold necklace bobbing on the water, swaying with the ripples. What infuriated Hua Qingfeng even more was the mocking grin plastered on Mo Fiyang's face. Thus, he maintained his composure and retorted, "Little rascal, who told you this is a gold necklace? This is a family heirloom, steeped in history for centuries. Its material is quite unique though heavy in hand. It floats on water. It is far more precious than gold. Learn from this, and do not treat a treasure as mere trash." Mo Fiyang, choosing not to expose Hua Qingfeng's deception, stifled his laughter and flatteringly replied, "No way, old man. You still have tricks up your sleeve? Why haven't you shared such profound skills with me? It seems that age brings wisdom. I'm impressed." Hua Qingfeng was not swayed by his flattery. "Enough! You little rascal, I know your tricks. Every time you compliment me, you have an ulterior motive. Speak quickly if there's no benefit. I shan't entertain your request." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mo Fiyang sheepishly traced circles on his chest with his finger, feigning innocence. Tomorrow is my last day of internship. Could I possibly borrow your newly purchased QQ to take a girl out?" Before Mo Fiyang could finish a sentence, Hua Qingfeng sprang from the bathtub, his excitement evident, causing his lower half to sway. "No, absolutely not. You dare ask to borrow my car? Just mentioning it makes me furious. Do you know why I now drive this shabby QQ instead of a Mercedes?" Without a second thought, Mo Fiyang blurted out, "Because you're such a stingy old miser." Realizing his blunder, he quickly amended, "Oh no, I meant to say you were just too frugal." Hua Qingfeng retorted, "Bah, am I a low-key person? Frugal? My underwear is LV. Have you ever seen such a miserly person? Don't play coy with me. You took my Mercedes for a spin to woo girls, and you wrecked it, damaging a door in the process." The most infuriating part is that you replace the emblem with a Jianghuai car badge. I was so careless that I didn't even notice it, and I was laughed at when I drove it out. Mo Feiyang muttered under his breath. What could I do? The repair shop didn't have a Mercedes badge, so I had to settle for a similar-looking one. Hua Qingfeng continued. Moreover, after I switched to a BMW, you audaciously lent my car to Widow's son next door while I was away. How generous of you! Yet, my BMW, which I had barely driven for half a year, was stolen. Fine, I decided to adopt a more low-key approach and purchased an Audi, but within days, a scandal involving a car that bore the exact same license plate as mine erupted online. I can't help but wonder if this little mischief was your doing. To avoid any misunderstandings, I reluctantly settled for a Buick, but before I could even use it for 6 months, you pilfered it for a joyride, leaving me too intimidated to buy any vehicle. Now, the only car I dare to acquire is a QQ, and you still won't let me be. Mo Feiyang could not help but sigh inwardly. This old fellow had an impressive memory, recalling events from 3 years prior with remarkable clarity. With tomorrow marking the final day of his internship, and driven by a desire to make an impression on the girl he had long admired, Mo Feiyang was resolute in his determination to borrow the old man's QQ to assist her with her luggage. Was I not just too young and naive at that time? Your lessons have left a lasting impression on me. I still remember them vividly. I promise to be doubly cautious this time and ensure no mistakes occur. Just lend me the car for a day. Mo Feiyang pleaded, attempting to curry favor. However, Hua Qingfeng was completely dismissive, stating, no way, this time absolutely not. In a show of my sincerity, how about I wash your underwear for a week? Since washing machines made the task effortless, he reasoned that it would not be a burden, and even if it stretched to 10 days or more, it would be inconsequential. Mo Feiyang smiled slyly as he proposed this. If you don't lend me the car, I will wash your underwear for 10 days. Hua Qingfeng remained steadfast and unyielding. Mo Feiyang chuckled. You know full well that I have never had the habit of wearing underwear. Damn it. Ultimately, after Mo Feiyang offered a widow's phone number as a bargaining chip, he finally secured the keys to Hua Qingfeng's QQ. After dinner, Hua Qingfeng retired early to his room, a habit he had maintained for many years, ensuring he was asleep before 10 o'clock. Before Hua Qingfeng succumbed to slumber, Mo Feiyang, with his silver tongue, managed to deceive him into parting with a counterfeit gold chain. Mo Feiyang felt that adorning himself with such a bold, golden chain would surely make him stand out. Though somewhat garish, he recognized that many in contemporary society were indeed drawn to ostentatious items. Upon acquiring the necklace, he discovered it was not as lightweight as he had imagined, nor was it crafted from plastic. He was certain it was made of some kind of metal, but undoubtedly not gold. Once he draped the chain around his neck, an intriguing sensation washed over him, as if his very soul were being stirred, granting him a transcendent feeling of liberation from the shackles of life and death. The following day marked the conclusion of Mo Feiyang's internship. After composing his internship summary and a comprehensive medical record, he lay in bed, engrossed in a book that, despite its cover of surgical literature, was an anatomical illustration. The golden chain flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer, vanishing almost instantaneously. Before long, Mo Feiyang drifted into a deep slumber, where he dreamt of a peculiar world, a place of pristine mountains and clear waters, suffused with an ethereal aura. The inhabitants were clad in garments reminiscent of ancient Huaxia, and he encountered numerous women of breathtaking beauty. At the break of dawn, Missouri Feiyang rose to prepare breakfast. Upon completing the meal and going to summon Hua Qingfeng, he discovered that the old man had already left. Hua Qingfeng operated a Chinese medicine clinic in the bustling district of Yanlong City, albeit without a business license. Despite his miraculous healing abilities, the clinic's business often remained lackluster. In times of financial strain, Hua Qingfeng had diversified his endeavors. He would consult at the clinic when business was good, but would close up and venture out to engage in fortune-telling when times were tough or if inspections were imminent. Hua Qingfeng often casually mentioned in Mo Feiyang's presence that he was a descendant of the legendary healer Hua Ta. In his youth, Mo Feiyang had wholeheartedly believed this, fervently learning the art of medicine from him. However, as he matured, it became increasingly apparent that the old man resembled more of a charlatan than a doctor, leading him to dismiss the notion that Hua Qingfeng was indeed a legitimate heir to the legacy of a divine physician. After breakfast, Mo Feiyang deliberately donned a low-cut t-shirt to showcase the ostentatious gold chain adorning his neck. He gazed at himself in the mirror, proclaiming, "Absolutely dashing," before setting out in Hua Qingfeng's flamboyant red QQ. As he passed the entrance of the community, Mo Feiyang playfully honked the horn at the dozing security guard, exclaiming, "Good morning." He intentionally rolled down the window to flaunt the counterfeit treasure around his neck. "Good morning." The security guard, upon seeing someone leave, greeted him with a broad smile and opened the electronic gate. However, as Mo Feiyang's QQ drove away, the guard scoffed disdainfully, muttering, "Seriously? Do the wealthy now relish in such pretentious displays? Living in a multi-million villa complex, yet driving a decrepit Q-cow, utterly ridiculous." Chapter 3. A shocking scene. Mo Feiyang cranked up the volume of the car's speakers to the maximum, nodding his head to the upbeat tunes as he drove towards the first affiliated hospital of Yanlong City University. Before him stood a towering white outpatient building, over 30 stories high. Although it was still 10 minutes shy of the official start of the workday, a steady stream of people had already gathered at the entrance. After parking his car, Mo Feiyang cast a glance around, his heart sinking slightly at the absence of any beautiful women. Just as he was about to enter the outpatient building, an ambulance from an external hospital arrived, escorted by police cars, causing an immediate stir among the crowd, who flocked to observe the commotion. The ambulance halted at the entrance, and 2 emergency doctors swiftly unloaded a stretcher, entering the hospital under the watchful eye of 4 police officers. Out of curiosity, Mo Feiyang followed them inside. He watched as the 2 emergency doctors pushed the stretcher towards the cardiothoracic emergency operating room. A nurse, who had been on night duty, was summoned inside by the emergency doctors. Director Zhang Hongwan of the cardiothoracic department, holding a teacup and ready to brew tea, was about to enter when a police officer called out to him. Mo Feiyang's final internship had been in the cardiothoracic department, and he quickly changed into scrubs, preparing to enter the operating room. However, as he approached the door, he overheard the police officer speaking to Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, there's no need for you to personally attend to this minor injury. It would be better to give the younger doctor some opportunities to hone their skills while you enjoy your tea. Besides, Director Zhao will be coming over shortly. He mentioned he has been experiencing severe chest pains lately." Initially, Director Zhang intended to decline, but the police officer discreetly slipped him a thick envelope, prompting him to change his tune. "What you say makes perfect sense, officer. The young doctors indeed lack practical experience. Let's allow them this opportunity. We shall wait for your Director Zhao's arrival. Come, officers, please join me for a cup of tea." Although Zhang Hongwan suspected there was more to this situation than met the eye, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns now that the police had made their intentions clear, so he led the 4 officers to his office for tea. Mo Feiyang sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. There had to be some underlying scheme at play. It was unusual for police officers to impede doctors from providing care, hinting at something more significant. During his internship in the cardiothoracic department, he felt he had not gained much from it. He believed that if he were to perform the surgeries that Director Zhang could, he would achieve far better results. Since the officers were preventing Zhang from entering, he resolved to take a look himself. Upon entering the operating room, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s lying unconscious on the operating table. The nurses had already prepared the oxygen, and the heart monitor beeped steadily. 2 attending doctors were diligently making preoperative preparations. After successfully anesthetizing the patient, one of the attending doctors, wearing glasses, began to disinfect the area with iodine, instructing, "Xiaoyang, establish dual venous access for blood transfusion and fluid replacement." "Understood, Dr. Huang," the nurse replied, promptly executing his orders. After finishing the disinfection, Dr. Huang turned to another nurse, saying, "Xiao Wu, please check if Director Zhang is ready. Inform him that our preparations are nearly complete. If he is unavailable, we can proceed with the surgery ourselves." Before the nurse could exit the operating room, Mo Feiyang interjected, "No need to go. Director Zhang won't be coming. He said for you to perform the surgery." As he has to attend to the director, Dr. Huang glanced up at Mo Feiyang, smiled and nodded. "All right then, we shall handle it ourselves." Another doctor, somewhat portly, glared at Mo Feiyang and asked, "Who are you? Who allowed you in here? Show some decorum and get out." Mo Feiyang was about to retort when Dr. Huang interjected, "Dr. Zhang, he is one of our interns. It's beneficial for young people to learn. Once Dr. Zhang had donned his surgical attire, he asserted, Dr. Huang, I will be the lead surgeon, and you will assist. Dr. Huang was taken aback, having always been responsible for cardiac surgeries, while Dr. Zhang typically handled lung procedures. He hesitated, suggesting, Dr. Zhang, this patient is in critical condition, and given his unique circumstances, I believe it would be more appropriate for me to lead the surgery. Dr. Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Jiawei and nephew to the department head Zhang Hongwen, had a reputation for being arrogant and domineering within the department. Hearing Dr. Huang's doubt, he retorted, Dr. Huang, are you questioning my capabilities? You know the patient's situation is delicate. If anything were to go wrong, could you bear the responsibility? Enough talk. Let us commence. Dr. Huang sighed helplessly. After all, Zhang was the nephew of the department head. Nonetheless, he felt reassured that he could guide the procedure from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Mo Feiyang felt a surge of frustration. It was humiliating to be in the same hospital as such an incompetent doctor. Zhang's arrogance, bolstered by his uncle's influence, was intolerable. His medical skills were inadequate even for veterinary practice, yet here he was, eager to operate on a patient, causing Mo Feiyang to worry for the man's safety. The surgical instruments were prepared, and as Mo Feiyang chose to refrain from watching the surgery, he moved to the monitor and examined the patient's medical history. It turned out the man suffered from coronary atherosclerotic heart disease, compounded by soft tissue contusions on his chest. It appeared he had been assaulted, leading to symptoms of myocardial infarction due to delayed rescue, which could potentially result in sudden death if not addressed swiftly. As more doctors and interns arrived for their shifts, 3 additional interns entered the operating room, a male and 2 females. The male and one of the females instinctively positioned themselves behind the surgical team to observe. A tall and curvaceous female in turn approached Mo Feiyang, exchanging glances that conveyed a silent greeting. She glanced at the medical records, then at Mo Feiyang, seemingly piecing something together. He nodded in affirmation. Despite their silence, the two understood each other through their shared gaze. Ever since the female in turn had entered the operating room, Mo Feiyang's eyes had not strayed from her. She sensed his lingering gaze, which was both unsettling and intense, prompting her to shoot him an incredulous look before moving towards the surgical table. Had they not been in the operating room, she might have confronted him directly. That moment, Dr. Huang cautioned Dr. Zhang, when separating the muscle layer, it's best not to use scissors. There are numerous blood vessels and nerves beneath. If you hit a major artery, we could be in serious trouble. Dr. Zhang halted and retorted sarcastically. Dr. Huang, what nonsense are you spouting? Never judge others by your own abilities. Do you think everyone is as incompetent as you? It's laughable. Today, I will demonstrate how to separate with scissors. Snip. As Dr. Zhang made the first incision, a jet of bright red blood shot up over a meter into the air, splattering the petite female in turn. Having rarely encountered such an event, she let out a terrified scream. Others were equally shocked. Dr. Zhang stood frozen in fear, trembling, and in his panic, mistook the scissors for hemostatic clamps as he scrambled to locate the severed blood vessel. In this urgent moment, Mo Feiyang could no longer hold back. Exclaiming, quick, use gauze to apply pressure and stem the bleeding. Dr. Huang, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed Mo Feiyang's advice, applying gauze to the bleeding site. The spurting blood was finally subdued, but they needed to locate and suture the severed vessel urgently, or the patient would be in grave danger. I'll go fetch my uncle, Dr. Zhang blurted, rushing out of the operating room without even setting down the scissors. He simply wanted to escape the scene, knowing that once outside, his uncle would take charge. If the patient faced any complications, he could easily shift the blame onto Dr. Huang. Without an assistant, Dr. Huang felt the weight of the situation bearing down on him. The contracting muscles would make it nearly impossible for one person to locate the severed vessel. The room was filled with interns, who typically lacked the qualifications to participate in such a significant surgery. Moreover, it appeared that the blood vessel cut by Zhang was substantial. Dr. Huang pressed down tightly with gauze over the general area of bleeding, but he still could not locate the vessel as blood continued to seep out. Staining the white gauze rapidly, Mo Feiyang could no longer bear to watch. He turned to one of the bewildered nurses and said, "Quick, hand me a surgical gown. I will give it a try." He then proceeded to scrub up. The anesthesiologist, having witnessed similar situations before, remained relatively calm and reassured. "Hold on, don't act rashly. Point one of you go fetch the chief." He is the leading surgeon in our hospital and will surely handle this without issue. Upon returning from washing his hands, Mo Feiyong donned the surgical gown and declared, "There isn't time. If we delay, the blood will coagulate, and the consequences will be dire. I've encountered a similar situation before. Let me give it a go." After the nurse helped Mo Feiyong into his surgical attire, she inquired, "What size gloves do you need?" Mo Feiyong declared, 7.5. Several individuals gazed at him with expressions akin to that of monsters. Pondering how an intern could boast so grandly without fearing ridicule, is heart surgery a task that just anyone can undertake? Even in a top-tier hospital, not every surgeon dares to perform such procedures, especially given the current predicament. Undeterred by the skeptical glances of others, Mo Feiyong donned his gloves and walked directly to the other side of the operating table. "Nurse Wu, could you please adjust the lighting?" "Oh, certainly." Nurse Wu instinctively moved to comply with Mo Feiyong's request, momentarily forgetting he was merely an intern. His demeanor exuded more composure and professionalism than many seasoned surgeons, causing her own tense heart to gradually ease. Mo Feiyong nodded encouragingly at Dr. Huang before continuing, "Dr. Huang, please use the tissue forceps to gently lift the muscle." Upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Mo Feiyong's eyes and his adept movements, Dr. Huang felt a surge of reassurance, a sensation he had only experienced when operating alongside the chief surgeon. Such formidable confidence is not easily acquired. It is akin to the battle-hardened aura of a general, forged through countless encounters. Everyone held their breath, intently observing Mo Feiyong's every action. Even the anesthesiologist couldn't help but silently commend his deftness and precision, noting that this young intern was indeed remarkable. The two female interns were equally astounded. Was this the same Mo Feiyong, often labeled as a lecherous and incompetent doctor by his peers? How could he now appear as a seasoned and accomplished surgeon? The tall, voluptuous girl silently cursed. "Humph, you little brat. If not for today's incident, I might have been deceived by your looks." She thought about how she would deal with him later. Mo Feiyong hurriedly searched for the severed blood vessel within the muscle, occasionally feeling around with his hands and meticulously wiping away blood with gauze. Unbeknownst to him, he was in a state of extreme concentration, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, he located one end of the blood vessel and promptly clamped it with the hemostatic forceps. "I found one end," Dr. Huang exclaimed excitedly to the others. Observing Mo Feiyong drenched in sweat, the attentive nurse Wu approached, saying, "Dr. Mo, let me help you wipe off some sweat." "Thank you," Mo Feiyong replied, turning his head to allow the nurse to assist him. Before immediately resuming his search for the other end of the vessel. 2 minutes later, he successfully located the other end and carefully clamped it with the hemostatic forceps. Only then did the onlookers, who had been holding their breath, completely relax, casting looks of admiration and respect towards Mo Feiyong. Chapter 4. Crossing over. Though the blood vessel had been found, the anastomosis of the vessel required great skill. Without hesitation, Dr. Huang designated Mo Feiyong as the lead surgeon, assuming the role of his assistant. He believed that Mo Feiyong would undoubtedly execute the procedure more flawlessly than himself. Mo Feiyong performed the anastomosis with a thread thinner than a hair. The door to the operating room was gently pushed open, revealing the dean, the vice dean, the head of surgery, and the pallid Zhang Jiawei. The dean silently approached Mo Feiyong from behind, carefully observing his work. Initially frowning, he gradually relaxed, occasionally smiling and nodding in approval. Zhang Jiawei whispered a few words into Zhang Hongwen's ear, causing the latter's expression to shift. He quietly moved behind Vice Dean Chen Jianjun and whispered something to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianjun's face flushed with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Mo Feiyong, ready to voice his objections. However, he was interrupted by the dean, Xia Zhengwo, who signaled him with a glance to remain silent. Chen Jianjun, infuriated yet powerless, could not comprehend why the dean consistently shielded this infamous intern. What could a mere youth possibly understand about vessel anastomosis? Clearly, he was treating a patient's life as a trivial matter. He had often heard of this intern's notorious behavior towards women, and today was a clear demonstration of his audacity, daring to take on such a significant surgery. Mo Feiyong had long anticipated the arrival of this group in the operating room, but he could not afford to be distracted. After more than 10 minutes, the vessel was successfully anastomosed, his suturing technique remarkably unique. So much so that even Xia Zhengwo, renowned as the leader of surgery, had never witnessed such a method. The tension that had gripped everyone finally dissipated, and they all exhaled in relief. However, Qian Jianjun suddenly shouted at Mo Feiyang, "This is utter nonsense. Who allowed you to step onto the operating table? Do you possess a medical license? You are breaking the law and endangering lives." Mo Feiyang, filled with indignation, thought it absurd that they would not express gratitude for his help and instead blamed him. Had he not been present, the fool Zhang Jiawei might have cost a life. Endangering lives? He scoffed. Everyone present knew who was truly reckless. Rather than investigating the truth, you smear my name. I suspect you have an unusual relationship with certain individuals. Clearly indicating a cover-up, Mo Feiyang remarked disdainfully. The tall female in turn continuously exchanged glances with Xia Zhengwo, who subtly nodded. He then addressed Vice Dean Chen Jianjun. "Enough. Let us maintain decorum. This is an operating room, not a debate hall. Now that the danger has passed, let Dr. Huang complete the remaining procedure. Everyone else, please follow me." Except for those involved in the surgery, everyone else followed Xia Zhengwo into a small conference room. Upon entering, Chen Jianjun continued to argue vehemently, pointing at Mo Feiyang. "Do you understand the gravity of a life? This is a human being, not some animal that can be replaced if it fails. Do you realize the repercussions a medical accident could have on our hospital?" Xia Zhengwo interrupted. "Chen Jianjun, watch your words and actions." The situation was critical. If it weren't for Mo's presence, we might have faced a grave error. As the saying goes, great skill breeds boldness. If he did not possess full confidence, he would not have dared to proceed with the surgery. Our focus now is not on his presence in the operating room, but rather on uncovering what truly transpired. I expect a clear explanation. Xia Zhengwo's incisive point redirected the discussion to the crux of the matter, causing Zhang Jiawei to panic. "I initially performed the surgery well, but Dr. Huang suggested I use scissors to separate the muscle layers. Out of respect for my senior, I followed his advice. However, during the process, he inadvertently touched my hand, which led to this unfortunate incident. I beg for the dean's mercy." In the presence of so many witnesses, Zhang Jiawei's shameless excuse was truly astonishing point. One couldn't help but admire his audacity. The villain cried out first, completely disregarding the existence of the interns. Chen Jianjun chimed in. "Dr. Huang has 5 or 6 years of experience. How could he make such a mistake? What if he had punctured the heart? The consequences would have been dire. It appears that thoracic surgery is not suited for him." Mo Feiyang glanced at the other interns. The pair of interns lowered their heads, unwilling to speak, while the tall girl whispered something to the dean. Unable to remain silent any longer, Mo Feiyang interjected. "That is not how it happened at all. Dr. Huang explicitly advised him not to use scissors for separation. Yet, Zhang Jiawei insisted on showcasing his skills, leading to this tragedy." Zhang Hongwen pointed at Mo Feiyang. "What business is it of yours? Do not speak out of turn. You are slandering Dr. Zhang. He has not been in thoracic surgery for a day or two. How could he possibly be ignorant of fundamental knowledge? Are you accusing him out of some bias towards Dr. Huang?" Xia Zhengwo slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. I will ask one last time. What exactly transpired? Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is commendable. Obstinacy will only lead to deeper trouble." Zhang Jiawei was startled by the dean's authoritative tone, nearly revealing the truth, but Zhang Hongwen and Chen Jianjun repeatedly signaled him to remain silent. "Very well. Since you refuse to speak, I will have to present evidence. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Xia Zhengwo picked up the conference room phone and dialed. "Hello, Xiaoma? Please copy the footage from the operating room's electronic surveillance for me." Zhang Jiawei and his cohorts were instantly infuriated, realizing that this cunning old fox had already anticipated the situation and had a backup plan in place. Faced with imminent exposure, Zhang Jiawei immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "Dean, I truly did not do it on purpose. Please grant me a chance to amend my ways. I do not want to go to prison. If that happens, I will never be able to continue as a doctor." Chen Jianjun quickly added, "Yes, Dean, every young person makes mistakes. Moreover, there has not been a significant accident. Let us resolve it internally without escalating it. Apologies, but it is too late. I have already informed the higher-ups. As for how you will be punished, that is for you to figure out." Xia Zhengwo replied, turning to Mo Feiyang. "Mo, please accompany me to my office." Once the dean left, the other 2 interns also exited the small conference room, and the tall girl followed Mo Feiyang and Xia Zhengwo toward the office. Watching Xia Zhengwo's retreating figure, Zhang Hongwen and Chen Jianjun ground their teeth in frustration. They belonged to opposing factions and were unwilling to expose their own vulnerabilities. Yet today, they had inadvertently handed him an advantage. It seemed imminent that personnel changes would soon occur within the hospital. With a resounding slap, Zhang Hongwen struck his nephew across the face. "You incompetent fool. You are even less capable than an intern." After returning to the office, Xia Zhengwo addressed Mo Feiyong and the tall girl, saying, "Please, have a seat. The hospital has produced such a rogue, and I bear some responsibility for it." "Grandfather, what does this have to do with you?" The tall girl pouted. "Clearly, they have been too oppressive. We were all present at the time, and Zhang Jiawei even had the audacity to lie with his eyes wide open." "It infuriates me," Mo Feiyong interjected. "I find this situation rather peculiar. Logically, Director Zhang Hongwen should have performed the surgery, yet he was in the office drinking tea with several police officers. Moreover, the patient sustained soft tissue injuries to the chest." Xia Zhengwo nodded, remaining silent as if everything was within his expectations. After taking a sip of water, he smiled at Mo Feiyong, saying, "Young Mo, I never imagined you would possess such remarkable medical skills at such a young age. It seems your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of your esteemed father." This time, it was Mo Feiyong who was taken aback. "Director, you know my master? Haha, it seems you've forgotten. When you were little, you insisted on bathing with our Fei. Have you forgotten we were once neighbors? Were it not for your master's guidance, I would not have achieved my current success. I owe him a debt of gratitude for his mentorship." Xia Zhengwo remarked, his words laced with nostalgia. "I see now why this girl appears increasingly enchanting. She is Xia Fei. They say a girl transforms every 18 years, and indeed, I scarcely recognized her upon our reunion. What a small world. The girl I had hoped to court turns out to be my childhood companion." Mo Feiyong mused silently. Xia Fei, slightly embarrassed by her grandfather's reminiscences, shot a wide-eyed glance at Mo Feiyong, as if reproaching him for his past indiscretions. Xia Zhengwo then inquired of Mo Feiyong, "By the way, young Mo, I am quite curious about the suturing technique you employed earlier. It seems to be unlike any method currently known." Mo Feiyong smiled faintly. "Ah, this is a technique I developed myself, which I have named the double-cross stitch method. Haha, splendid. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. Your skills could warrant a national patent. If this suturing technique were to be presented at a World Health Organization conference, it could potentially astonish the global community," Xia Zhengwo said, his gaze intensifying with excitement as if he were the one who had invented it. Xia Yifei began to regard Mo Feiyong with newfound admiration. Was this truly the mischievous rascal from her childhood? He seemed far more handsome now, with a chiseled face perpetually adorned with a mischievous smile. His cropped hair lent him an invigorating appearance. Causing Xia Yifei's heart to flutter, Mo Feiyong found the admiration somewhat exaggerated, for his aspirations were not lofty. He merely wished to be a doctor who occasionally dabbled in fortune-telling, leading a carefree life. "Grandfather Xia, if you are interested, I could teach you," Mo Feiyong proposed, moving to the desk to illustrate his self-created double-cross stitch method through diagrams. Xia Zhengwo examined the drawings with great care and, after a moment, exclaimed, "Marvelous. It is truly ingenious. Although it appears exceedingly complex, mastering its key points would simplify the process significantly. I doubt the average person could glean much from the diagrams." Xia Yifei approached her grandfather, exclaiming, "I want to learn too. I refuse to believe I cannot master it." Mo Feiyong found himself entangled in a nostalgic conversation with the two, ultimately attending to his discharge formalities. Thanks to Director Xia's support, his evaluations across various departments were impeccable. Otherwise, he would never have received such commendations from his instructors. As he departed, the director reminded him to be cautious on the road, mentioning that the individual who lay on the operating table was a crucial witness in a major case. Some shadowy figures, wielding immense power, sought to prolong the witness's hospital stay to prevent him from testifying. However, Mo Feiyong's actions that day had thwarted their plans, and he might face retaliation. Unfazed, Mo Feiyong thanked the director and departed. By the time he left the hospital, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The object of his affections turned out to be his childhood companion, leaving him momentarily flustered. Eventually, he drove home in his QQ. As he navigated a secluded mountain road on the outskirts, Mo Feiyong caught sight of a red BMW X6 in his rearview mirror, seemingly driven by a girl. He slowed down, eager to glimpse her beauty. Suddenly, two Hummers raced towards him, and he initially thought they were engaging in a street race. However, as they drew closer, he realized one of the Hummers was directly aiming for his QQ. The girl in the red BMW shouted, "Mo Feiyang, watch out!" It was none other than Xia Yifei, who, upon returning to the office after a brief restroom break, had noticed Mo Feiyang's absence and, in her anger, pursued him in her BMW. Mo Feiyang attempted to evade the oncoming threat. But it was too late. Despite his efforts to accelerate, he could not shake off the pursuing Hummer. The impact was tremendous, crumpling the QQ, and he found himself unable to escape as the vehicle spun out of control. Careening towards the mountainside, crimson blood streamed down his forehead, yet astonishingly, it was absorbed by the golden imitation necklace around his neck. Witnessing the horrific scene, Xia Yifei's heart shattered, in a moment of desperation. She drove her car straight towards the Hummer, but the occupants were far more skilled than she, executing sharp turns and disappearing into the dust of the mountain path, with tears cascading down her cheeks. Xia Yifei hastily exited her vehicle, dialing for help before sliding down the mountainside. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never endured such hardship. Her delicate skin was scraped, yet she felt no pain as she desperately made her way to Mo Feiyang's car. Just as she reached it, a blinding light enveloped them, and they vanished into thin air. When Mo Feiyang opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a bed as he attempted to rise. A jolt of pain shot through his chest, causing him to involuntarily grunt. Suddenly, a girl of about 15 or 16 appeared before him. Her raven hair was elegantly styled atop her head, and her delicate features, adorned with sorrow, were marred only by her youthful innocence. "Senior brother, you are awake? How wonderful! You have finally awakened," the girl exclaimed, embracing Mo Feiyang and weeping with joy, her tears evoking a sense of sympathy. For an entire day and night, she had refrained from tears. Convinced that this sole family member would not abandon her, Mo Feiyang gazed at the girl clad in coarse linen, noting that despite her youth, she had developed splendidly, standing on the cusp of womanhood. Swallowing hard, he muttered, "Who are you? Where am I? Surely, this cannot be a dream. How could such a beautiful young girl be by my bedside?" The girl ceased her tears, wiping her face and looking at Mo Feiyang with concern. "Senior brother, have you injured your head? Do you not recognize me? I am your junior sister, Qin Yuan. Yesterday, you went into the mountains to gather herbs and were injured by a bear, tumbling into a valley. I searched for you for a day and a night before finally finding you. With the help of the villagers, I managed to rescue you. Do you not remember? Bears? Aren't they all kept in zoos?" Mo Feiyang pondered. Did she just call me senior brother? As he scrutinized the girl's attire, an ominous premonition washed over him. He had traversed into another realm. Lifting the covers, he confirmed that he was, indeed, not wearing his usual clothing, though beneath the sheets he found himself as he would typically be while sleeping. It seemed this displaced individual shared similar predilections. "Junior sister, it seems I may have suffered a head injury and forgotten certain details. Could you enlighten me? For instance, what kind of world do we inhabit? What is my role here? Are there individuals in red trousers soaring through the skies?" Embracing his new reality, he sought to understand his surroundings, pondering whether he might find a favorable position in a historical era he recognized. However, Mo Feiyang felt somewhat uncomfortable referring to a lovely 15 or 16-year-old girl as his junior sister. Qin Yuan pouted, visibly astonished. "Senior brother, do you not remember me, or our master?" Mo Feiyang found it difficult to deceive such an adorable girl by claiming he did not recognize her. Yet, he genuinely had no recollection of her. So he resorted to a benign fib. "Of course, I remember. You are my junior sister, and what else? Is that all you remember?" Qin Yuan seemed dissatisfied with Mo Feiyang's response. However, upon witnessing his bewildered expression, she realized he had indeed forgotten. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze and softly added, "Before our master passed, he said he would betroth me to you. Oh yes, I remember." "I recall that now," Mo Feiyang shamelessly exclaimed. Even without Qin Yuan's prompting, he would have found an opportunity to bring up the topic eventually. Qin Yuan sighed in relief, thinking, "Thank goodness senior brother remembers. Otherwise, how could a girl like me have the audacity to bring it up? Since you do not recall other matters, allow me to provide a brief overview. Our world is called the Star Source Continent. and we currently reside in a remote mountain village within the territory of the Chu Kingdom. Both you and I are orphans taken in by our master, who was a skilled physician. From a young age, he instructed us in the art of medicine. Yesterday, Qin Yuan, who was injured while gathering herbs on the mountain, sat by the bedside, tirelessly answering the myriad of questions posed by Mo Feiyang. Through Qin Yuan's explanations, Mo Feiyang began to grasp a portion of understanding about this world and the body he now inhabited. The original owner of this body shared the same name as him and was the sole heir of the village's only physician. However, not long ago, the old physician passed away, leaving Mo Feiyang as the village's sole doctor. According to Qin Yuan, the Star Origin continent is vast, filled with numerous nations of all sizes. It is divided into 5 major regions based on geographical orientation: Eastern Land, Southern Frontier, Western Domain, Northern Plain, and the Heavenly Palace, which serves as the central hub connecting the other 4 regions. The Heavenly Palace is home to the most wondrous city on the continent, suspended in the air due to some mysterious force. It is also the largest capital in the otherworld, stretching hundreds of miles between its eastern and western boundaries. The area surrounding the Heavenly Palace is rich in spiritual energy, shrouded in a misty aura. Many cultivators take pride in having a place to practice within the city, but to enter, one must at least attain the rank of a Taiyin warrior. The ranks of cultivators in this otherworld are sequentially categorized as the 7 stages of martial artists, followed by Taiyin warriors, Sun warriors, Wuqing practitioners, Tanlang practitioners, Pejuan practitioners, and Yaoguang practitioners. These were all things Qin Yuan had learned from her late master, and she had never left the small mountain village she had lived in for over a decade. Mo Feiyang felt a stirring within him. Regardless of the time or place, men inherently desire power, albeit expressed in different forms. On Earth, wealth signifies capability, while in this other world, martial prowess represents power. Noticing the yearning look in Mo Feiyang's eyes, Qin Yuan remarked, "Senior brother, weren't you dismissive of those cultivators before? You even said they were simple-minded and physically strong, and our master once mentioned that you cannot cultivate without a spiritual root." Mo Feiyang had never believed in fate. The previous Mo Feiyang's limitations did not dictate his own potential. How could he ascertain whether or not he possessed a spiritual root? Each year, the government sends officials to test children under 18 in various villages for spiritual roots. If one is found to have a spiritual root, they are sent to prestigious sects for training. This year's testing period had long passed, so he would have to wait until next year or visit a sect for assessment. By the way, 30 miles from our village, there is a mountain called the Falling Immortal Mountain, home to a sect known as the Wujimen. When our master was alive, he once treated their elder. Qin Yuan continued, "If you wish to verify whether you have a spiritual root, you could seek wisdom there. However, they only accept disciples at the beginning of each month, and with the new month just passing, they may not allow you inside. Once you recover from your injuries, I will accompany you next month. Then we shall wait until next month. Why injuries are not severe. A few days of rest will suffice." Suddenly, Mo Feiyang felt a pressing urgency to relieve himself. He lifted the blanket to get out of bed, only to hear Qin Yuan exclaim, "Ah!" Upon seeing Mo Feiyang's bare form, her face flushed crimson as she quickly turned away, covering her eyes with her hands, whispering, "How shameful! Senior brother, why are you getting out of bed without wearing any pants?" Mo Feiyang chuckled nonchalantly and covered himself with the blanket, saying, "Then please bring me a pair of pants. I need to use the restroom." Qin Yuan fetched a pair of pants from the wardrobe and tossed them to Mo Feiyang from a distance before swiftly leaving the room. Mo Feiyang thought to himself that this little girl was overly shy. It was merely a glimpse of her senior brother's private parts. After dressing and attending to his needs, Mo Feiyang wandered to the backyard, where herbs were laid out to dry. Qin Yuan was busy preparing medicine, and the familiar scent of herbal concoctions wafted through the air. If he was not mistaken, these herbs possessed similar properties to traditional Chinese medicine on Earth, primarily for invigorating blood circulation, with scarcely any difference in aroma. Observing the humble abode and the simplicity of Qin Yuan, Mo Feiyang felt a pang of sorrow. Was being a doctor in this other world truly so disheartening? "Senior brother, quickly return inside. Your body has just begun to recover. Be careful not to catch a chill," Qin Yuan said, her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the hearth as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her worry evident, Mo Feiyang understood that aside from the injury on his chest, he was otherwise well. Is it true that very few people came to see our master when he was alive? Not at all. People came to seek his help daily. Are you wondering why they sought him despite our difficult circumstances? In truth, we are not as destitute as you might think. Rather, our master was quite affluent. He taught us that we must live frugally according to our ancestral teachings, which is why our surroundings appear as they do. Qin Yuan explained, and I see, Mo Feiyang reflected, somewhat concerned that being a doctor in this world might not be as esteemed as he had hoped. What a pity it would be to waste his medical skills. It seemed that the other world lacked surgery. If he were to establish a comprehensive hospital in this bustling capital, he wondered if cultivators would seek treatment. If that were the case, perhaps he could charge not in coin, but in elixirs, magical artifacts, or cultivation manuals. What a delightful prospect that would be. Chapter 6. News from the Imperial City. Request for gold bricks. Mo Feiyang strolled around the house, noting the stark simplicity of the furnishings. Aside from a cabinet filled with medical texts in the study, everything else appeared rather barren. He pondered how the master had spent his earnings during his lifetime. Upon entering the main room, he was taken aback to find the spirit tablet inscribed with the name Hua Qingfeng. In that moment, he felt as though struck by lightning, standing there in a daze, recalling the old man. Could this so-called master be as lecherous as that old fellow? When Qin Yuan came in with the prepared medicine and saw Mo Feiyang staring at the spirit tablet, she assumed he was reminiscing about their master and offered consolation. Senior brother, we cannot bring the dead back to life. Our master has passed. Do not dwell on your sorrow. Mo Feiyang turned to her, inquiring about the kind of person their master had been, his medical skills, character, and so forth. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled as she replied, our master's medical skills were exceptional. Many cultivators sought him out. He even treated the emperor. As for his character, he was exceedingly kind to us. Perhaps even more so than some parents are to their biological children. Yet, there are those who speak ill of him behind his back, calling him a quack and questioning his morals. Quickly drink your medicine, or it will cool, Qin Yuan urged gently, bringing the bowl of medicine to Mo Feiyang's side. Mo Feiyang was well acquainted with the taste of traditional Chinese medicine, having consumed it like tea since childhood without finding it bitter. He downed the concoction in a single gulp. Qin Yuan watched in astonishment as he finished the medicine. Wasn't senior brother always terrified of taking medicine? Why do you seem unfazed now? Could it be a result of your head injury? Senior sister, as long as the medicine is brewed by you, even poison would taste delightful. Why would I complain? Mo Feiyang teased, glancing at the blushing girl. Qin Yuan's cheeks flushed deeper. Senior brother seems different from before. You used to be so dull-witted, and now you are quite the smooth talker. Haha. I'll go prepare a meal for you now. If you are well, do take a stroll outside, she said, turning to leave. Mo Feiyang, intrigued by her suggestion, was about to venture out to explore the village when an elderly man rushed toward him. The old man's face was kind and gentle, dressed in attire not much better than Mo Feiyang's. And he held a brocade box in his hands. Feiyang, you are awake. How wonderful. I thought you would need several days to recuperate. I didn't expect you to be up and about so soon. Come, I have good news. The imperial city has sent word that the emperor has once again summoned all physicians of Chu Kingdom to the palace. After a selection process, 10 of the most skilled physicians will be chosen to treat the princess, who has been in a coma for 10 years. You are the only physician from our village, so you must seize this opportunity. Mo Feiyang vaguely recalled the old man. He was the village chief of Wulong village, a kind-hearted elder. The news he brought filled Mo Feiyang with delight. If he were to cure the princess, surely the reward would be substantial. He wondered if the emperor might, in a fit of joy, elevate him to a high-ranking official. Village chief, do you think the emperor will offer me any benefits if I heal the princess? Mo Feiyang seldom engaged in actions without expecting rewards. It was a principle he adhered to, even when dealing with the emperor. While others might eagerly present themselves before the emperor at the chance of recognition, Mo Feiyang, the oddball, was indifferent. The village chief's lips twitched in disbelief. This lad, once so honest and straightforward, now seemed to have transformed entirely. Observing Mo Feiyang's mischievous grin, the village chief sighed. You dare speak such rebellious words? It is difficult for others to even catch a glimpse of the emperor. And here you are, reluctant to seize an opportunity to showcase your talents. Although the competition will be fierce, remember that your master once treated the emperor. You cannot tarnish his legacy, nor can you bring shame to Wulong village. Mo Feiyang, however, was unmoved. He adamantly refused to engage in any endeavor that offered no reward. Does the emperor not pay for his medical treatment? We survive through our skills. If everyone were like the emperor, expecting free treatment, what use would I have for my skills as a physician? The village chief could only shake his head in resignation. When had this boy become so shameless? Presenting the golden-hued brocade letter. The current emperor is not the person you might envision. Take a look at what is inscribed upon it. Mo Feiyong received the brocade letter handed to him by the village chief. The script upon it bore a resemblance to the characters of the ancient Huaxia civilization, yet was far more intricate and difficult to decipher. He could only count on 10 fingers the characters he recognized. Village chief, could you read it aloud for me? There are a few characters I do not understand. The village chief glanced at Mo Feiyong with a hint of sympathy. It seemed the lad had truly suffered a blow to his head. Typically, he was the most literate person in the village, yet now he could scarcely recognize these few characters. With a sigh, he took the brocade letter and began. Whoever can cure the princess shall receive a reward of 10,000 taels of gold, along with the title of a 6th-rank official and the honorific of divine physician. The latter part was less significant. Merely the reward of 10,000 taels of gold was enough to make Mo Feiyong's heart race. Village chief, when can we set off for the imperial city of Chu? Mo Feiyong was eager to reach the royal city and heal the princess's ailment, so he could indulge in extravagant spending. The village chief did not anticipate such a stark contrast in Mo Feiyong's demeanor. Why the haste, young man? While curing the princess may indeed lead to elevated status and wealth, let us not forget the old adage. Serving the emperor is akin to courting danger. Have you considered the potential consequences should you fail to heal the princess? Indeed, if he were unable to cure the princess, would he face execution? This was not Huaxia. In an era where life was as fragile as grass, inciting the emperor's wrath could very well jeopardize one's existence. Wealth is undoubtedly precious, yet life holds an even greater value. Mo Feiyong sighed. Well, given the substantial risks, I shall refrain from going. Money can be earned gradually, but life is singular. Although he had confidence in his medical skills, without a clear understanding of the princess's ailment, he could not guarantee success. The village chief playfully tapped Mo Feiyong on the head. You are calculating too shrewdly. Is it within our power as common folk to defy the emperor's decree? If you do not go, your demise is all but certain. In my view, you must proceed. You have assessed the princess's condition, and while the law may not hold the masses accountable, the emperor, despite being a figure of great authority, cannot execute every physician. Exercise caution. In 3 days, a special envoy would arrive to escort him to the imperial city. He should prepare himself accordingly. Qin Yuan placed the dishes she had prepared on the dining table and, noticing Mo Feiyong conversing with the village chief at the door, inquired, Grandpa village chief, what have you asked my senior brother to prepare? The village chief, smiling affectionately at Qin Yuan, replied, Your senior brother is preparing to visit the imperial city to attend to the princess's health. You two are no longer children. It is a pity your master is absent. Once he returns, I shall take it upon myself to arrange for your marriage. Instantly, a blush crept across Qin Yuan's cheeks. Grandpa village chief, we are still young. Mo Feiyong, however, wished to expedite such matters. The customs here were far more conservative than those of his earthly life, where cohabitation among the unmarried was commonplace. Here, such occurrences could lead to severe repercussions. The little girl is shy. Nevertheless, it is settled. When Feiyong returns victorious, it shall be the day of your marriage. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will return in 3 days to inform you. With that, the village chief departed. Chapter 7. Wulong Mountain, please critique. Mo Feiyong had scarcely spent a day in this world when he received the news that he was to journey to the imperial city. His heart was a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He certainly wished to experience the imperial city, yet felt this was not the right time as for matters of cultivation. He was currently in the dark. In this society that revered martial prowess, he felt akin to a person utterly defenseless. Moreover, with his rather unseemly appearance, he could only imagine the trouble he might encounter should he cross paths with a beautiful woman. While he was adept with a scalpel, wielding a sword was an entirely different matter. Upon hearing that Mo Feiyong was to visit the imperial city, Qin Yuan's eyes flickered with a mix of reluctance and yearning. In the past, their companionship rarely evoked such sentiments. She had regarded him as family. However, Since his awakening today, he seemed a different person, shedding his former rigidity and decorum. Qin Yuan found herself genuinely drawn to the new Mo Feiyang. Stealing a glance at him, she sweetly remarked, "Senior brother, you must be hungry. Come, let us eat together." Qin Yuan ladled a generous portion of fragrant rice into a bowl and offered it to Mo Feiyang. "Please, eat up." Mo Feiyang was taken aback. Qin Yuan had filled her bowl to overflowing, while his was scarcely enough to feed a cat. "Silly girl, I cannot consume so much. Do you think I am Zhu Beiji?" He promptly took her bowl, filled it with rice from his own, ensuring both bowls were equally full, and added a few helpings of vegetables for her. "All right, let us eat." Tears glimmered in Qin Yuan's eyes as she gazed at him, murmuring, "Senior brother, you are so kind to me." Mo Feiyang felt that his little junior sister was easily pleased. If he were to employ his charm from Earth, she would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude. However, considering the conservative customs akin to those of ancient Huaxia, he understood the deeply ingrained societal notions regarding gender roles and expectations. Their meal was filled with sweetness, punctuated by Mo Feiyang's playful glances at Qin Yuan, which made her shyly lower her gaze, unable to meet his fervent eyes. Were she not so young, he might have felt an overwhelming urge to act on his impulses. After their meal, as dusk approached, Qin Yuan led Mo Feiyang on a stroll around the village. Wulong village comprised merely 100 households, with a population of about 500. Everyone they encountered greeted Mo Feiyang warmly, inquiring about his health, allowing him to deeply appreciate the rustic charm of the community. At the village's entrance, the path leading out was flanked by a modest mountain. The village nestled at the foot of this mountain, beside a flowing stream. From a high vantage point, it resembled a great dragon coiled in slumber. Though Wulong village was of considerable antiquity, no one could recall the origin of its name. Unintentionally, Mo Feiyang and Qin Yuan found themselves walking towards the base of Wulong Mountain. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm orange glow upon the earth, as if draping it in a veil of sunset. "Senior brother, let us ascend the mountain to watch the sunset." Qin Yuan, like a child, tugged at Mo Feiyang's sleeve, eagerly requesting. Without hesitation, Mo Feiyang grasped her hand, shamelessly declaring, "Very well. I shall accompany you to watch the sunset, and in the future, I shall also join you for sunrises. How about we make it a daily affair?" Qin Yuan's face flushed crimson, startled by his boldness. She attempted to withdraw her hand, yet found it firmly held. After glancing around to ensure they were alone, she felt a mix of shyness and a subtle sweetness bloom within her heart. "Yes, senior brother, you must keep your word. You cannot go back on it. You must accompany me every day." Mo Feiyang playfully entwined his little finger with her delicate one, grinning mischievously, "As you wish. Once you mature a bit more, I shall ensure we spend every day together, as long as it pleases you." Seeing Mo Feiyang's beaming smile, albeit with a hint of mischief, Qin Yuan felt an overwhelming joy. Hand in hand, they slowly ascended the mountain, soon reaching the summit of the modest Wulong Mountain. Mo Feiyang found a flat patch of grass for them to sit upon. "Wow, the sunset is breathtaking," she exclaimed, gazing at the western sky. The orange sun, having lost its midday glare, now radiated a gentle, serene light that enveloped them in warmth, especially in the company of someone cherished. The sweetness of the moment was ineffable. Qin Yuan could not help but express her delight. Mo Feiyang gazed intently at Qin Yuan's delicate features, captivated. He leaned in slowly, lips poised to meet hers. Upon sensing his approach, Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then thought, in time, "I shall belong to him in every way. Why not yield?" She shut her eyes, heart racing in anticipation. Mo Feiyang instinctively closed his eyes, preparing to bestow upon her the first kiss of his new life. He could sense the fragrant breath escaping from Qin Yuan, which only heightened his excitement. Just as their lips were mere millimeters apart, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted. "Ahem, you young man. How can you be so brazen with such a young girl?" Mo Feiyang, nearly beside himself with frustration at this untimely interruption, instinctively searched for a sizable rock to wield as a weapon, exclaiming, "Who dares show themselves?" Yet, after scanning the surroundings, he found no one present. "What the devil? Am I imagining things?" Qin Yuan, observing Mo Feiyang's peculiar behavior, stood up in confusion, asking, "Senior brother, what is the matter?" Mo Feiyang turned to her. Did you not hear an old pervert's voice just now? Qin Yuan shook her head. Senior brother, you must have misheard. I did not hear anything at all. Perhaps your head injury has not yet healed, causing you to see illusions? At that moment, the aged, deep voice resonated once more in Mo Feiyang's mind. Young man, speak with more respect. My esteemed name is not to be tarnished by your tongue. And do not bark so. Others cannot hear our conversation. I reside within your necklace. It is truly unexpected that the starry sky chain has reappeared in this realm. Fate has favored me, faced with such an enigmatic occurrence. Mo Feiyang felt a shiver run down his spine, muttering to himself, this is absurd. What manner of being is this old fellow? I am neither human nor ghost. What are you prattling on about? But rest assured, I shall not harm you, provided you allow me to recuperate peacefully within this necklace. The ancient voice resonated once more. Chapter 8. The Azure Dragon King Mo Feiyang was rendered speechless, for the thoughts he harbored within his mind seemed to be audible to the entity. However, it appeared to have some desire for his assistance and, therefore, was unlikely to endanger him. With the reassurance of his safety, Mo Feiyang gradually regained his composure, yet he remained perplexed as to why this being, neither human nor ghost, had manifested within his necklace. Child, cease your futile speculation. I shall elucidate matters now to spare you from incessant pondering that disturbs my cultivation. The ancient voice continued, do you see this mountain? It is, in fact, a manifestation of my true form. What? This mountain is your true form? This is utterly astonishing, Mo Feiyang exclaimed, overwhelmed. The legendary dragon, a being of supreme exaltation, now stood before him, albeit only in spiritual essence, leaving him utterly awestruck. The old dragon paid no heed to Mo Feiyang's astonishment and proceeded, 38,000 years ago, I engaged in a fierce battle with humans that lasted for half a month before a victor was determined. Though I ultimately triumphed over my adversary, I sustained grave injuries. Upon discovering this place, rich in spiritual energy, I transformed into a mountain to conceal my dragon aura and heal my wounds. It was only today that I sensed a familiar aura and awakened. It emanates from the starry chain you wear, which I recognize as once belonging to a powerful being. Stunned, Mo Feiyang was once again taken aback by the old dragon's revelation. The mountain he had deemed a mere trinket possessed such an illustrious history. The dragon's voice seemed to grow increasingly somber. I had long been perplexed as to why this starry chain appeared upon you, but now I understand. It seems you are indeed of divine bone. Are you suggesting that I, too, can cultivate the source energy? Mo Feiyang's heart raced. He had previously felt despondent upon hearing from Qin Yuan that he lacked the celestial root necessary to cultivate source energy. The old dragon sighed. The path of cultivation is not so easily traversed. First, you must activate your Dantian, but your constitution is unique, and the source energy required for this activation is vast. Furthermore, it cannot be achieved through external means. You must rely solely upon yourself and certain special elixirs to gradually cultivate your abilities. Yet those are rare and hard to come by. Mo Feiyang remained undeterred, for as a physician, he had once come across texts on alchemy in the old man's study, which he had found fascinating enough to commit to memory. He held a degree of confidence in his ability to concoct medicines. Senior, with diligent effort, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. I have my methods. Could you teach me how to cultivate? Mo Feiyang asked politely, a rare display of courtesy. The old dragon paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating, perhaps feeling that residing within the necklace warranted a gesture of assistance. He replied, though I am not human, I possess knowledge of certain fundamental cultivation techniques. I shall imprint the incantation into your consciousness for you to study. Child, you are not yet worthy of calling me senior. Henceforth, refer to me as the Azure Dragon King. I am weary now. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Senior, please don't leave. I have more questions, Mo Feiyang called out, but received no response, as the Azure Dragon King appeared to have fallen into slumber. However, since it was healing within his necklace, it would likely remain for a year or so, providing ample opportunity for future inquiries. Mo Feiyang shamelessly mused. Qin Yuan observed Mo Feiyang conversing with the air. Looking utterly bewildered, she quickly reached out to check his forehead, fearing he might be feverish. Senior brother, what are you talking about to yourself? She inquired with concern. Mo Feiyang deemed it best to keep the matter to himself. Scaring this adorable junior sister would be a grave misstep. It's nothing. Let us return. By the time they returned to the village, the moon was already high in the sky. After freshening up, Mo Feiyong promptly retreated to his room to meditate, diligently memorizing the incantation imparted to him. Initially, he worried he might struggle to comprehend it, but to his astonishment, the incantation transmitted by the Azure Dragon King was in traditional characters, which he found as familiar as simplified ones. His mentor had insisted he learn traditional characters since childhood, and all the prescriptions were written in that script. Suddenly, 3 characters glowing with golden light appeared in his mind. Kai Yuan Jing. Following that, rows of intricate small characters materialized. Although he recognized them, they were challenging to comprehend. He could only grasp the general meaning of the initial phrases, which spoke of the limitless potential of the human body. Once this potential reaches a certain threshold, a bottleneck may arise. Surpassing that bottleneck would elevate one to a higher plane of existence, a cycle that could repeat over countless ages before reaching the pinnacle. At present, Mo Feiyong had yet to even activate his Dantian, let alone reach the pinnacle, so he diligently followed the incantation from the Kai Yuan Jing to gradually attempt to unlock his Dantian. Time passed, and Mo Feiyong was filled with elation as he finally sensed a faint, imperceptible flow of energy coursing through his body's meridians, gathering gradually from all parts and converging towards the most prominent meridian in his chest before surging into his Dantian. This ability to absorb energy from the heavens and the earth was referred to as star source in the celestial realm, signifying the transformation of the vast cosmic energy into one's personal reservoir. Mo Feiyong had attempted to gather star source and impact his Dantian 8 times. Yet each time it felt as though it sank into the abyss, leaving his Dantian unresponsive. However, compared to the initial attempt, the process of star source entering the Dantian felt considerably easier, and the speed of entry had slightly increased. As dawn broke on the horizon, Mo Feiyong continued his efforts without success in opening his Dantian. The star source gathered there, but he felt no discouragement. He persisted in gathering star source and guiding it toward his Dantian repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, his body was drenched in sweat. Although he had not succeeded in opening his Dantian after an entire night of cultivation, he had not left empty-handed. His sweat contained dark impurities resembling tofu dregs, a clear indication of the detoxification process following his practice of the Kai Yuan Jing. Moreover, his previous injuries had completely healed, and his physical prowess had undoubtedly increased manifold. It was not until Qin Yuan knocked on his door that Mo Feiyong emerged from his meditative state. Upon opening his eyes and seeing his drenched clothes, he was momentarily startled, but a brief explanation alleviated Qin Yuan's concerns. Feeling utterly drained, he indulged in a hot bath before devouring a breakfast that was nearly 3 times his usual portion, then returned to his room to continue his cultivation. He did not awaken from his meditation again until evening, yet this time he felt invigorated rather than drained, his body brimming with boundless energy. For 3 consecutive days, Mo Feiyong had remained sequestered, entrapped in this cycle of frenzied cultivation. Before acquiring the method for cultivating star source, he had felt little urgency, yet now he was consumed by an ardent desire and determination to unlock his Dantian. However, 3 days had passed, and he had yet to achieve this goal. His lower abdomen remained a chaotic void, dark and indistinct. Qin Yuan, lost in thought, prepared a meal consisting of Mo Feiyong's favorite dishes. The thought of their impending separation filled her with reluctance. She wished nothing more than to remain by his side without leaving his vicinity. After finishing their meal, Qin Yuan produced a small sachet. "Senior brother, this is a parting gift for you. Please take care of it and don't lose it. Losing money is trivial, but I worry you might go hungry if you encounter any nefarious individuals. Do not engage in reckless bravado. I would be heartbroken if you were harmed." Though only 15, Qin Yuan exuded the tender concern of a wife devotedly caring for her husband. Chapter 9. The journey to the imperial city. Although Mo Feiyong was an orphan, his inherently optimistic disposition seldom allowed him to dwell in sadness. Yet, at that moment, as he felt Qin Yuan's affectionate concern, he could not help but feel his eyes moisten, on the verge of tears. Gazing at this adorable and considerate junior sister, he felt a pang of reluctance despite their brief acquaintance. He embraced her tightly, pressing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Take good care of yourself in my absence. Though our teachings urge us to be frugal, do not be overly harsh on yourself. Wait for my return." Mo Feiyang said, cradling Qin Yuan's face in his hands. In that instant, he could not help but harbor resentment towards the emperor and princess of the Chu kingdom. Damn it, you a princess, why must you remain in a comatose state? The entire realm of physicians must compete to heal you, and there lies the risk of losing one's life. Coughing, the village chief, who stood outside, felt his cheeks flush upon witnessing this scene. The audacity of the youth in broad daylight, engaging in such scandalous behavior within the confines of their home, was shocking. One must not witness such impropriety. He muttered, turning away to feign a cough. Qin Yuan hastily extricated herself from Mo Feiyang's embrace, turning away to wipe the remnants of her tears. The societal norms of this world had not yet evolved to the point where public displays of affection were acceptable. Even within the privacy of one's home, Mo Feiyang, however, was unperturbed. He thought nothing of a simple kiss, and had he had the opportunity, he might have indulged in even bolder actions. But he had yet to find the chance to do so. And he remained an inexperienced novice. Having recently turned 20, Mo Feiyang found himself appearing as a mere 18-year-old in the celestial realm, rendering him even more susceptible to the surges of youthful hormones. Dressed in the white robe that Qin Yuan had prepared for him, his long, cascading black hair added to his strikingly handsome appearance, reminiscent of a quintessential artistic youth on earth. Only then did the village chief enter. Feiyang, are you all prepared? The imperial guard responsible for escorting had already awaited at the village entrance. If you are prepared, we shall accompany you there. Qin Yuan had made all the necessary arrangements for Mo Feiyang the day prior. During the 3 days of Mo Feiyang's cultivation, Qin Yuan had tirelessly stitched 2 new outfits overnight. Mo Feiyang took the bundle from Qin Yuan's hands and set off. Most of the villagers had come out to bid farewell to Mo Feiyang, believing that being summoned to the palace by the emperor to attend to the princess was indeed a momentous occasion. The village chief's wife, an elderly woman past her 50s, pressed warm eggs into Mo Feiyang's hands, saying, Feiyang, your master is no longer with us. We elders have watched you grow up and have never regarded you as outsiders. Take these eggs to eat on your journey. Grandma, please keep the eggs for yourself and enjoy them with the village elder. You both should nourish your health. We young ones are in good shape. Mo Feiyang learned some local customs through Qin Yuan, addressing older women as Ama. The guards at the village entrance stood with arms crossed, observing the crowd as they engaged in lively conversation with Mo Feiyang, showing no signs of urgency. However, Mo Feiyang began to feel a twinge of embarrassment for making them wait. Ultimately, after Qin Yuan's tender reminders, he reluctantly departed with the guards. Why apologies for keeping you waiting, Mo Feiyang remarked, following closely behind the guard. The guard, slender and somewhat abstract in appearance, stood in stark contrast to Mo Feiyang, who was like a vibrant flower among withered leaves. Suddenly, the guard halted, his ears twitching slightly, and turned to say, It seems someone is calling for you, Dr. Mo. Turning back, Mo Feiyang indeed saw Qin Yuan waving to him from the summit of Wulong Mountain, the very place where they had once watched the sunset together. Senior brother, safe travels. I shall await your return. Child, return home. I will come back as soon as I have attended to the princess. Mo Feiyang replied. Take care of yourself, and if you encounter any insurmountable issues, seek out the village chief. He noticed Qin Yuan's shoulders trembling, evoking a deep sense of compassion within him. Until Mo Feiyang vanished from view at the village's edge, Qin Yuan remained reluctant to leave, occasionally rising on her toes to gaze into the distance, only returning when she could no longer see him. After conversing with the guards, Mo Feiyang learned that the guard was named Zhu Ba. The head of the palace guards. Mo Feiyang felt honored to be personally escorted by the chief guard, primarily due to his master, Qin Feiyang, having once treated the emperor. This visit to Wulong village was also an attempt by the emperor to seek out Hua Qingfeng. But fate had other plans, as Hua Qingfeng had recently passed. Brother Zhu, I heard there are many doctors heading to the imperial city this time. I wonder how they will be selected. Mo Feiyang, naturally affable, inquired with a familiar tone. Zhu Ba, invigorated by the conversation, replied proudly, Dr. Mo, you may not know, but not everyone possesses the miraculous healing skills of your master. Some unscrupulous quacks manage to deceive their way into the palace for a life of luxury. So there will be several rounds of selection to identify truly skilled doctors. Mo Feiyang nodded in understanding, noticing the long sword hanging at Zhu Ba's waist, indicative of his martial prowess. since he had risen to the position of chief guard. His abilities must be commendable. Thus, he asked, "Brother Zhu, may I seek your counsel on something?" Zhu Ba readily agreed. "I shall honor you by calling you little brother." "What queries do you have?" Mo Feiyang inquired about unlocking his Dantian, saying, "You move with such grace and agility. You must have attained a high level of star source cultivation, right?" Zhu Ba, without a hint of modesty, responded, "Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't hold the position of chief guard. After over a decade of cultivation, I have reached the 5th rank of martial artist. Is the 5th rank considered high?" Mo Feiyang asked, realizing there were many ranks beyond that. If a mere 5th rank martial artist could serve as chief guard, reaching an even higher level of cultivation would surely lead to rapid success. Impressive. I never anticipated that Brother Zhu would achieve such heights at a young age, an accomplishment most could only dream of. Mo Feiyang thought it somewhat shameless to flatter so liberally. Zhu Ba, appreciating Mo Feiyang's demeanor, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Little brother, I have high hopes for you. Such talents are essential for serving the emperor." "Certainly, Brother Zhu. Do you think someone like me can cultivate the star source? How long does it typically take to open the Dantian?" Mo Feiyang asked. Zhu Ba paused. "Haven't you tested your celestial roots? If you possess them, you can certainly cultivate the star source. As for opening the Dantian, those with lesser qualifications take longer. I managed to do it in just a day, of course. Some special physiques may find it difficult to open their Dantian, but their cultivation speed is also slower. However, their strength is formidable, often rendering them almost invincible among their peers and allowing them to compete against stronger opponents." "What are the characteristics of these special physiques?" "I am not entirely certain," Zhu Ba admitted with a hint of embarrassment. By noon, Mo Feiyang followed Zhu Ba to the nearest town, Yijizan. Upon hearing the name, he nearly burst into laughter. After boarding a carriage, they set off towards Danyu City, the second largest city in the Chu Kingdom. Once there, they would switch to another carriage and travel for 2 days to reach the imperial city. Chapter 10. The Might of Divine Bones. 3 hours later, the carriage carrying Mo Feiyang and Zhu Ba arrived at Danyu City. Despite its modest population of only 600,000, the city thrived with vitality, its streets lined with bustling shops, and the vibrant sounds of vendors filled the air. The ancient architecture was a sight to behold. After changing carriages at the inn, Zhu Ba hurried towards the imperial city, leaving Mo Feiyang, who had just come from the mountains, little time to admire the city. Mo Feiyang relaxed in the carriage, feeling no sense of urgency. Yet, his mind was occupied with thoughts on how to make a remarkable impression. His purpose in the imperial city extended beyond merely saving the princess. While most people might never catch a glimpse of the emperor, Mo Feiyang intended to use this opportunity to get closer to him, establishing a foothold to initiate his plans for opening a medical clinic. Thus, he resolved to cure the comatose princess. Time flew, and a day passed swiftly. After resting for a night in a city along the way, Mo Feiyang and Zhu Ba set out once again, with less than a day's journey remaining to the imperial city. They should arrive before nightfall. During their travels, Mo Feiyang engaged in cultivation. Upon entering a meditative state, he was pleasantly surprised to observe the darkness at his Dantian gradually lightening, revealing a hint of golden hue within the black radiance. Could it be that he was on the verge of breaking through and unlocking his Dantian? Mo Feiyang mused. As he cultivated, the starry necklace continuously supplied energy akin to the star source into his body. Yet this unknown energy seemed far more potent. According to the Azure Dragon King, individuals like Mo Feiyang, possessing divine bone physiques, required vast amounts of star source energy to unlock their Dantian, an endeavor not achievable in just a day or two. However, the mysterious energy released by the starry necklace appeared to show signs of enabling Mo Feiyang's Dantian to open, highlighting the immense power of that enigmatic energy. After half a day's journey, Mo Feiyang suddenly felt a warm current surging through him, radiating a golden glow outward, though it quickly dissipated. Upon examining his Dantian again, he was overjoyed to find a golden sphere, irregularly shaped and the size of a mung bean, suspended within. Moments later, a burst of golden light enveloped his mind, and within it, a message imprinted itself. The 5 elements technique, divine wind palm. Swift as the wind, as if a deity descends. With mastery, mountains may be cleaved, rivers may be severed. Zhu Ba abruptly awakened from his meditation, gripping his sword cautiously. We may be being tracked by a powerful presence. I just sensed an overwhelming energy. If a confrontation arises, I will ensure your safety. Dr. Mo, you must flee first. Startled by Zhu Ba's words, Mo Feiyang snapped back to reality. Brother Zhu, I do not appreciate such talk. Am I the sort to flee when faced with danger? I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Mo Feiyang chuckled inwardly, realizing that just after unlocking his Dantian, Zhu Ba had sensed the aura of a formidable opponent. It seemed this divine bone physique was indeed extraordinary. Zhu Ba regarded Mo Feiyang with admiration, saying, Brother, don't be so sentimental. You are the one the Emperor wishes to summon. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety to the Imperial City. After passing through a valley, the Imperial City came into view. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted, causing the carriage to jolt violently, and the horses neighed in distress. Not good. We are under attack, Zhu Ba shouted, pulling Mo Feiyang from the carriage as they rolled to safety. The coachman lay lifeless, a horrific gaping wound in his chest, and the horses collapsed, motionless. Mo Feiyang spotted 3 masked figures standing before them. Who goes there? Have your eyes failed you? Not recognizing this as the royal carriage? You will be executed if you fail to take your own life before me, Zhu Ba exclaimed angrily, rising from the ground to confront one of the masked men. Those who served alongside the emperor were not easily intimidated, and Zhu Ba's fury was palpable. Mo Feiyang glanced at Zhu Ba, noting the commanding presence that came with being a royal aide. Yet, the masked figure remained unfazed, his gaze filled with disdain. Leave this young doctor, and you may depart unscathed. If you wish to cling to life, you may join him. We care not for an additional kill, the cloaked figure coldly declared. The words of Zhu Ba were utterly disregarded, without any consideration for his esteemed position by the emperor's side, as he brazenly sought to eliminate Mo Feiyang, despite the cold sweat trickling down his face. Mo Feiyang maintained an air of composure, his mind racing with thoughts. Having just departed from Wulong Mountain, he had no enmity with anyone. Why did these individuals wish to take his life? Was it due to his intent to enter the imperial city to rescue the princess? If this hypothesis held any truth, then the masters of these men were certainly no ordinary folk, and it was highly probable they were connected to those involved with the princess's unconscious state. Brother Zhu, since you possess such confidence, it must be a trivial matter for you to handle a few ruffians. I shall cheer you on from the sidelines. Do teach these little scoundrels a lesson on my behalf. Observing Zhu Ba's arrogance, Mo Feiyang was convinced that Zhu could easily deal with these adversaries. Zhu Ba's face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. His earlier intention had merely been to intimidate them. But he had not anticipated they would be unfazed. Rest assured, Brother Mo, I shall not allow these ungrateful wretches to harm you in the slightest. Mo Feiyang was overwhelmed with the urge to strike him. How could he be so arrogant despite his evident weakness? He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. The masked figure appeared unwilling to squander time. Swiftly advancing towards them in an instant, he stood merely 3 paces before Mo Feiyang and Zhu Ba. A formidable pressure enveloping them both. Zhu Ba was drenched in sweat as he discreetly signaled for help towards the imperial city. Mo Feiyang, who had previously fantasized about being a master, now realized the insignificance of his aspirations in the face of genuine strength. Yet, his indomitable spirit sustained him, preventing him from collapsing. Noticing Zhu Ba's signal, the masked figure furrowed his brow. I had initially intended to spare your life, but your foolish actions leave you with no hope today. Await your demise. As the masked figure unleashed a soft red glow from his hands, Zhu Ba felt a chill run down his spine. He was aware that energy colors varied with ranks. 1st to 3rd tier warriors emitted shades of blue, while only 4th tier warriors could manifest red energy. The masked individual's energy was a pale red, indicating he had just crossed into the 4th tier, definitely beyond Zhu Ba's capabilities. The pale red light surged toward their location, appearing casual yet harboring terrifying power. As the surrounding air contracted, Zhu Ba sensed an overwhelming crisis. Without hesitation, he pushed Mo Feiyang aside, but Mo Feiyang had already evaded the masked figure's attack. Zhu Ba hardly had time to be astonished before he narrowly dodged the masked figure's assault. The ground where they had stood moments earlier was reduced to a half-meter deep crater, illustrating the sheer force behind the attack. Had they been struck, it would have been a near-fatal encounter. Mo Feiyang harnessed his star source energy, the golden orb within his Dantian spinning wildly, prepared to evade the masked figure's next strike. "Run!" Zhu Ba shouted, noticing Mo Feiyang's momentary daze. The masked figure, taken aback by Mo Feiyang's agility, glared at him with intensified intent. "No one shall escape." Chapter 11. The battle suddenly, an immense pressure bore down on Mo Feiyang, causing the star source energy within him to surge anew. Resolute, he stood firm, feeling an inexhaustible strength surging through him. The masked figure wasted no time. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Mo Feiyang's chest. Should this blow land, it would likely pierce his very ribs. Zhu Ba, illuminating with blue light, rushed forward, channeling a deep blue energy into his palm. The clash of their fists echoed with a bone-cracking sound, as Zhu Ba's hand was shattered by the masked figure's might, forcing him to stagger back, blood dripping from his palm. Meanwhile, the masked figure remained unscathed, sneering, "You overestimate your worth. A firefly does not dare contest with the brilliance of the moon." He then turned to Mo Feiyang, coldly stating, "You shall not be so fortunate this time. Today, you will surely perish." Feigning anxiety, Mo Feiyang sought to deceive his opponent while awaiting an opportune moment, concentrating all his star source energy into his right hand. Suddenly, Zhu Ba gripped his sword tightly, unleashing a 2-meter deep blue sword aura aimed at the masked figure. The masked figure's expression shifted slightly. He retreated 3 steps while countering with a palm strike, red light coalescing into a colossal sword to meet the attack. The collision of their energies resulted in a violent explosion, propelling Zhu Ba 5 meters away. Upon landing, he coughed up blood, clutching his chest, and urged Mo Feiyang to flee before collapsing to the ground. The disparity in their ranks was starkly evident. Mo Feiyang was shaken. The person who had stood alive moments ago lay motionless now. The outcome uncertain. Though their bond was not profound, Zhu Ba had fought for his sake. But a wave of furious indignation surged within him, and he recalled the principles of the divine wind palm. His palms suddenly feeling light, as though he had merged with nature itself. "You have only yourself to blame for being a physician," the masked figure remarked. "In your next life, perhaps you should choose a more radiant path." With that, he casually struck towards Mo Feiyang. In response, Mo Feiyang moved with incredible swiftness, his body becoming ethereal, akin to a gust of wind. The masked figure's expression shifted to alarm as he sensed a lethal intent behind him. Realizing his earlier carelessness, without a moment to spare, he dove aside, but Mo Feiyang's divine wind palm left no room for reprieve. The overwhelming energy enveloped him, suffocating him with its might. The masked figure sensed an imminent threat and frantically attempted to escape the range of Mo Feiyang's attack. But alas, he was but a moment too late. With a resounding impact, Mo Feiyang, seemingly using a plain strike devoid of any energy color, sent the masked figure flying 3 to 4 meters away. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the foe expelled a mist of blood, indicating severe internal injury from Mo Feiyang's ambush. "Kid, how despicable of you," the masked figure gasped, turning to face Mo Feiyang with astonishment. "You have hidden your strength well. Even I was deceived. But such a trick shall not work again. I shall witness how you evade my next strike." Mo Feiyang was equally astonished, never expecting that his newly awakened divine bone physique would grant him such formidable power. His strength had multiplied exponentially, and his speed rivaled that of the masked figure. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying the divine bone physique would become at higher levels. However, the danger was far from over. And he dared not let his guard down, keenly observing the masked figure's every move, ready for another strike. Suddenly, the masked figure closed the distance, engaging in close combat. His movements, though slightly slower than before, were still beyond Mo Feiyang's capacity to withstand, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Mo Feiyang fortified his vital areas with star source energy, defending while searching for an opening. A blow struck his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. If this continued, he would surely succumb to the masked figure's relentless assault. Yet, the masked figure's close-quarters combat left Mo Feiyang no opportunity to unleash the divine wind palm. After contemplating, Mo Feiyang resolved to take a risk by exposing his chest to the masked figure, hoping to draw him in for a counterattack. The masked figure, seeing this vulnerability, couldn't suppress his delight. However, as he launched his attack, Mo Feiyang swiftly evaded, pivoting behind the masked figure and unleashing all his strength into a punch aimed at the wounded area. The sound of cracking ribs resonated as Mo Feiyang's fist struck true, causing the masked figure to stifle a gasp, afraid to draw a deep breath. The masked figure's expression grew increasingly grim as he faced the reality of being severely injured by someone he perceived as a mere insect. Now on the verge of defeat against this unremarkable individual, regret coursed through him for underestimating his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Feiyang pressed the attack, unleashing the divine wind palm once more, a torrent of energy crashing forth. The masked figure, panicked, attempted to sidestep but found himself cornered. With no escape, he was struck by Mo Feiyang's palm on his leg, collapsing to the ground. He had never imagined that a mere physician could best him, a fourth-tier warrior. Yet, Mo Feiyang's prowess indicated that he was far from an ordinary man. He was a deeply concealed master. "You underestimate the youth," Mo Feiyang proclaimed. "The one you deemed dead now stands unscathed before you. While you lie defeated, speak. Who sent you? I assure you, if you reveal the truth, I shall spare your life." One could imagine the fury on the masked figure's face, yet he remained silent. In the end, it is the victors who write history. I refuse to be humiliated by a despicable scoundrel. Should I encounter you again, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Mo Feiyang scoffed. "You, of all people, dare to call others despicable? If you seek to kill, you must be prepared to face death yourself. I shall say it once more. Reveal the identity of your employer, and I will guarantee your safety. Dream on. Even if you survive today, you shall never step foot outside the Imperial City. None of the physicians who enter shall leave unscathed." The masked figure's fervor grew as he spoke, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Mo Feiyang removed his mask, revealing a scarred face of a man in his 30s, marred by a ghastly wound, rendering his true appearance unrecognizable. A dark streak of blood trickled from his lips, indicating he had resorted to poison, ending his own life. It appears that this matter is not directed solely at oneself, but rather pertains to all physicians entering the Imperial City. Who possesses such audacity to openly defy the sovereign? Who is the true mastermind behind this, and what are their intentions? Mo Feiyang found himself utterly perplexed. Coughing, the prostrate Zhu Ba awoke and, upon seeing the masked figure on the ground, inquired, "How did he perish? Did our people come?" Naturally, Mo Feiyang would not disclose that he had defeated the individual, leading him to take poison in despair. Instead, he concocted a convenient explanation. "A formidable expert suddenly appeared to rescue me, defeating this masked man with a single move. Upon realizing he could not withstand such prowess, the masked individual chose to end his own life with poison. That expert vanished in the blink of an eye. However, before the masked man met his end, he uttered a foreboding statement, claiming that no physician entering the Imperial City would survive." Mo Feiyang remarked. Zhu Ba, startled, quickly rose, exclaiming, "What? This matter is indeed quite peculiar. I must hasten back to the Imperial City to report this to His Majesty. Let us depart." Chapter 12. A Contest of Physicians, Part 1. At noon, a magnificent city wall gradually came into view before Mo Feiyang. The city gates were bustling with a continuous flow of people. This journey to the Imperial City had, at last, been fraught with danger yet ultimately safe, and experiencing the reality of battle had instilled in Mo Feiyang a profound respect for the terrifying capabilities of cultivators. Had he not unexpectedly devastated that masked man, the consequences might have been dire. Before him lay the Imperial City. I must swiftly enter the palace to inform His Majesty. Zhu Ba, having finished speaking, quickened his pace towards the city gates. Upon reaching the gates, Mo Feiyang could not help but marvel at the exceptional craftsmanship of this world. The gray-blue city walls exuded an air of grandeur and antiquity, and the ironwood gates, towering over 10 meters, were immensely formidable. Such gates would be deemed top-tier in terms of defense. However, to a high-level cultivator, breaching them would be as effortless as a mere breath. "Welcome back, Lord Zhu." Two gate sentinels approached to pay their respects to Zhu Ba. He waved his hand, commanding, "Prepare horses swiftly. I have urgent matters to report to His Majesty. This is Dr. Mo. You must escort him to the Imperial Medical Pavilion in the west of the city, and bring additional personnel to ensure its protection. Should anything go awry, guard your own heads." Yes, we will not disappoint Lord Zhu," one soldier replied respectfully. Zhu Ba leaped onto his horse, tightened the reins, and turned to Mo Feiyang. saying, "Brother Imo, farewell." Suddenly, Imo Feiyang recalled a pressing issue. He had stealthily tucked away the traveling funds prepared by Qin Yuan into her clothing when he left, and now found himself without a single coin. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhu, will my accommodations and meals be covered by public funds?" Zhuba nodded. "Of course, you need not worry about that. The Imperial Medical Pavilion will host you well. What about visiting the pleasure houses? Is that covered as well?" Zhuba nearly fell from his horse. "In principle, that would not be permissible, but as long as you, Brother Imo, are pleased, the expenses shall be on me. There is no time to waste. I must enter the palace immediately. Farewell." Zhuba, fearing Imo Feiyang might continue to inquire, hastily took his leave, galloping towards the palace. "Dr. Imo, please mount." A soldier led forth a robust black steed, gesturing for Imo Feiyang to mount. He stepped into the stirrup and onto the horse's back, grasping the reins. Though he felt somewhat unsteady as it was his first time riding, he managed to keep his balance. Following the soldier, they rode for about 10 minutes before arriving at the Imperial Medical Pavilion. The Imperial City, stretching 30 li from north to south, was considered a vast metropolis in the realm of Tianjia, yet it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Tiangong City. Imo Feiyang called out to halt the horse. The black steed reared up, causing him to stumble and nearly fall flat on his face. The attendant at the entrance of the medical pavilion stifled a laugh, while the soldier rushed over to assist Imo Feiyang to his feet. Indeed, Dr. Imo is extraordinary. Even dismounting is performed in such an exceptional manner. The soldier, having observed Zhuba's camaraderie with Imo Feiyang, felt emboldened to flatter him. Imo Feiyang, brushing off the dust from his clothes, bowed slightly and smiled. "Not at all. I merely wished to study the quickest method of dismounting. What do you think?" The soldier continued to flatter him. "Quite impressive, indeed, very distinctive." Imo Feiyang suddenly perceived that this soldier was a master of shamelessness, yet he found it amusing. Under the soldier's guidance, he soon arrived at the Imperial Medical Pavilion. The pavilion was situated on a wide street close to the palace, and since it was not open to the public, it remained quiet. The courtyard of the pavilion was expansive, filled with racks drying various medicinal herbs. A middle-aged man in a blue robe, around 40 years old, held a prescription, intermittently lifting herbs to his nose to sniff. Upon seeing the soldier accompany Imo Feiyang, he expressed his displeasure, saying, "Captain Hu, do you not know the rules of our Imperial Medical Pavilion? Why have you brought an outsider here? If someone harbors ill intentions and tampered with our medicinal materials, the royal family would suffer consequences that no one could bear." Although Captain Zhang held a position as the head of the city guard, within the Imperial Medical Pavilion, he wielded no authority. The middle-aged man was Zhang Ji, the chief imperial physician of the palace, a figure of considerable rank. Captain Hu, somewhat apologetic, replied, "Lord Zhang, I am ordered to bring Dr. Imo here to take residence. I hope for your understanding." Zhang Ji's face bore a trace of disdain as he scoffed. A mere youth dares to call himself a doctor and come to the imperial city to treat the princess. Even if he has studied medicine since birth, he has merely a decade or so of experience. Every physician in our pavilion has devoted over 20 years to their craft and treated countless patients. When did it become the turn of a mere child to act recklessly? Having arrived in the realm of Tianjia, Imo Feiyang appeared considerably younger, presenting as a youthful lad of 17 or 18. Captain Hu glanced at Imo Feiyang and then at Zhang Ji, unsure of how to proceed. Imo Feiyang, unfazed, had encountered many such individuals. Those with a modicum of skill who became complacent, looking down upon others, were often not as formidable as they believed. With a smile still gracing his face, he asked, "Might I inquire how long you, esteemed sir, have been studying medicine?" Zhang Ji replied haughtily, "I have studied medicine for over 27 years. Having treated innumerable perplexing ailments, it has been my fortune to relieve the suffering of the royal family. Thanks to the emperor's discerning eye for talent, I serve as the chief physician in the Imperial Medical Pavilion." Impressive indeed, however. If you are so skilled, why have you not been able to cure the princess? The emperor has even proclaimed a summons for all physicians to enter the imperial city. Imo Feiyang's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. Zhang Ji, enraged, sputtered, "Ignorant youth. It is well known that the princess of Chu suffers from a rare affliction, one that is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. The emperor's proclamation is merely a hope to find a reclusive master." Imo Feiyang found it laughable. How could one who could not cure the princess boast so brazenly, presenting himself as unparalleled? How does Lord Zhang know that I am not a reclusive master? If you obstruct a potential healer of the princess's ailment out of your own selfishness, would that not jeopardize her life and disregard the emperor's decree? Mo Feiyang spoke passionately, his righteous indignation palpable. Captain Hu, overhearing, felt a cold sweat break out. This Dr. Mo was indeed extraordinary, capable of turning Zhang Ji's words against him with just a few remarks. Zhang Ji was left speechless, unable to refute Mo Feiyang's entirely reasonable argument. Who dares to speak so brazenly to my master? Do you realize the consequences of slandering the imperial physicians? A young man in white, appearing to be in his early 20s, stepped forward and demanded. Like father, like son, like master, like disciple, Mo Feiyang thought to himself, realizing that this disciple of Zhang Ji was not of good character either. He did not even bother to glance at the young man in white and addressed Zhang Ji. If I am able to cure the princess's ailment, what then? The young man in white, furious, felt his face twitch. He was about to speak when he saw his master raise a hand to stop him. So he stood indignantly to the side. Such audacity! Today, I intend to see what abilities you possess that grant you the courage to speak so arrogantly. Do you dare to compete with my disciple in medical skills? Should he lose, I will acknowledge you as a doctor. Should you lose, you shall kneel at the entrance of the Imperial Medical Pavilion for 3 days as an apology. Zhang Ji declared, confident in his stance. Chapter 13. A Contest of Physicians, Part 2. Mo Feiyang did not expect Zhang Ji to be so shameless. If they lost, they would merely have to acknowledge him as a doctor. While if he lost, he would have to publicly kneel in apology. I can accept your challenge, but I do not agree to your conditions. How about this? If I win, both you and your disciple shall kneel and offer me a cup of tea. If you win, I will acknowledge you as imperial physicians. How does that sound? Mo Feiyang proposed, finding it a fair arrangement. Preposterous. You are clearly being unreasonable. If you dare not accept the challenge, leave the Imperial Medical Pavilion immediately. We have no need for incompetent fools, Zhang Ji retorted angrily, asked the chief physician. He had never been so belittled. Seeing Mo Feiyang only fueled his ire. How could a mere country bumpkin even contemplate curing the princess? He had failed to identify her ailment for years, let alone cure it, and yet this youth believed he could succeed. You clearly lack the ability to accept this challenge. I see you are merely here to mooch off us. Zhang Ji's disciple interjected, attempting to defend his master. Master, do not let yourself be angered by such an ignorant individual. The young man in white sneered at Zhang Ji beside him, saying coldly. Mo Feiyang understood that they intended to provoke him, hoping to see him embarrassed before them. Although competing with such individuals would bring no sense of accomplishment, he felt compelled to accept the challenge. This was not only to vent his frustrations, but also to establish his reputation in the imperial city, ensuring that everyone recognized the presence of a young physician with extraordinary medical skills. Thus, his plans could unfold smoothly. I accept your challenge, but the losing party must apologize to the victor in front of all the imperial physicians. Mo Feiyang declared solemnly. Zhang Ji, equally incensed, disregarded any conditions, eager to see this young man bow his head in defeat. He readily agreed, saying, very well, since you wish to embarrass yourself, we will not impede you. The competition consists of 3 rounds. The first is the identification of herbs. The second, the prescription of remedies based on symptoms. The third, acupuncture techniques. For fairness, 3 esteemed elder physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau will adjudicate the outcomes. Do you have any objections? Mo Feiyang nodded. We may begin. Zhang Ji promptly instructed his servants to prepare the venue. Shortly thereafter, a young apprentice brought forth 3 elderly physicians in their 60s or 70s. Though each was frail, their complexions were rosy and vibrant, clearly indicating they were well cared for. It appeared that the Imperial Medical Bureau was not entirely without merit. They indeed practiced good health management. One of the elder physicians, the oldest among them, regarded Mo Feiyang with a disapproving gaze. Are you the arrogant and ignorant junior? He asked. Today, you shall witness what true medical skill entails. Of course, we will guarantee impartiality. If you truly manage to impress us, we will adjudicate fairly. Victory and defeat will depend on skill, not mere words. Zhang Ji approached the elder, saying, Elder Cheng, Elder Huang, Elder Xia, please take your seats. The young man competing against Mo Feiyang was Lu Xiang, another of Zhang Ji's disciples. Though only in his mid-20s, he had already gained a measure of fame within the Imperial Medical Bureau, and everyone was well aware of his capabilities. the three elder physicians settled at a table, where various herbs were laid before them. Elder Chung spoke, "The competition is quite simple. It involves identifying the herbs by scent and touch while blindfolded. The one who correctly identifies the most herbs wins." For fairness, Mo Feiyong and Lu Xiang were blindfolded and positioned at the table, with one identifying the herbs before rearranging them for the next contestant. "Are we all prepared? Who shall go first?" Zhang Ji inquired. Mo Feiyong replied, "Let him go first." Without hesitation, Lu Xiang declared, "Since you wish to concede early, I shall oblige." With that, he approached Elder Huang under the guidance of the apprentice and began identifying the herbs laid before him. Dragon's saliva, crow's gall, poria, balloon flower, firefly. Lu Xiang accurately named each herb, prompting nods of approval from Zhang Ji and the three elder physicians. In the end, Lu Xiang successfully identified all the herbs, removing his blindfold with a scoff. "Now it is your turn. However, the order will be rearranged. Even if you have a good memory, it will be of no use." He believed. Mo Feiyong stood silently, attempting to memorize the order of the herbs he had just named. However, Mo Feiyong, fully aware that the order would be altered and having not listened, merely dozed off in silence. Wiping the corner of his mouth and removing his blindfold, to everyone's astonishment, he said, "Have you all finished?" "Very well, I concede." Zhang Ji and the three physicians regarded Mo Feiyong with expressions of arrogance, while Lu Xiang approached him, saying, "You are wise to recognize your place. Since you concede voluntarily, kneel and apologize." Identifying herbs relies on years of accumulated experience, and Mo Feiyong was confident he could recognize 90%. However, having only recently arrived in this world, there were several herbs he had never even heard of, let alone recognize. Even if they were placed before him, he would not be able to identify them. This round required no skill. It was solely based on experience, and even someone without medical training could likely achieve results similar to Lu Xiang's through prolonged exposure to these herbs. With a best-of-3 format, Mo Feiyong had initially intended to forfeit the first round, aiming to defeat Lu Xiang in the next two. "Concede? I believe you have misunderstood. I merely stated that I forfeit this round. The next two are mine for the taking," Mo Feiyong asserted. Captain Hu, standing nearby, glanced at Mo Feiyong with concern but remained silent. "Very well, if you wish to lose thoroughly, I shall grant your wish." Lu Xiang replied, surprised that Mo Feiyong only intended to forfeit this round, and his earlier delight was quickly replaced by anger. Zhang Ji said, "Since you are so obstinate, let us proceed to the next round, which is to prescribe remedies. The three elder physicians will present 3 ailments, and you are to prescribe remedies based on those conditions. The one whose prescription is most suitable will emerge victorious." Regardless of the location, people are drawn to excitement, and upon learning of the competition, all the physicians in the bureau flocked to the venue, causing the courtyard to fill with spectators. "Boy, do you really believe you can defeat someone from the Imperial Medical Bureau? Return home and eat some more milk before you try again," one spectator remarked. "Did you not hear? He conceded the first round out of fear. With such meager abilities, he dares challenge our senior Lu Xiang." The crowd chattered, expressing their lack of faith in Mo Feiyong. The 3 elder physicians prepared the ailments, producing 2 copies of each of the 3 conditions, which were then given to Mo Feiyong and Lu Xiang. Upon receiving the ailments, both began to write their prescriptions, and Mo Feiyong swiftly scribbled on the paper, his brush strokes reminiscent of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. It wasn't long before he completed his work. Having been urged by the old man to memorize prescriptions and identify herbs from a young age, he found the task effortless. After finishing his prescription, Mo Feiyong rested his head on the table for a brief nap, while Lu Xiang continued to write diligently, producing 2 pages of prescriptions for each ailment, clearly having written far more than Mo Feiyong. Lu Xiang excitedly set down his brush, believing he had finished first. Upon seeing Mo Feiyong resting, he felt a surge of embarrassment, realizing that his opponent did not regard him as a threat. The apprentice presented both prescriptions to the 3 elder physicians, who reviewed them and exchanged opinions. After examining Mo Feiyong's prescription, they nodded in approval before regaining their composure. Elder Chung, who held a higher reputation among the 3, finally spoke. "I am here to announce the result. In this round, this young brother is the victor." Gasps erupted from the crowd, astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, had triumphed in this round. "How can this be?" Lu Xiang exclaimed, bewildered, believing they had made a mistake. However, After a prolonged silence with no retraction from the three elder physicians, he could not help but voice his confusion. Zhang Ji also appeared incredulous, approaching the three physicians to examine Lu Xiang's prescriptions. Elders, have you truly made an error? These prescriptions by Xiang are flawless. They perfectly correspond to the ailments and utilize exceptionally rare herbs. Elder Cheng, being the most esteemed among them, elaborated. It is precisely because the herbs Lu Xiang prescribed are so rare and precious that he lost this round. Pray tell, how can a patient in dire need of urgent treatment possibly gather such valuable herbs? Even high-ranking officials would require time to collect them. Who but the imperial palace possesses such capability? If one cannot even assemble the necessary herbs, how can they hope to treat the illness? Delays may lead to unfortunate consequences for the patient. Now, consider the young brother's prescription. All the herbs he utilized can be readily purchased at a pharmacy, and even ordinary individuals can afford them. Most importantly, he achieved maximum efficacy with the least amount of herbs. Each prescription can yield the same results as Lu Xiang's, yet the cost is but a fraction of his. After reviewing Mo Feiyang's prescription, Zhang Ji could not help but regard him with newfound respect, feeling disappointed in his own disciple's performance. However, with one final round remaining, he remained steadfast in his belief that his disciple would triumph. Lu Xiang, unwilling to concede, glanced at Mo Feiyang, thinking to himself that this was merely a momentary lapse. There was still one more round to go. Even if he won this round, it would only result in a tie. We shall see. The final round would be a competition of acupuncture techniques. Coincidentally, there was a certain Lord Wang at the Imperial Medical Bureau, who had recently resigned and was preparing to return to his hometown but had unexpectedly fallen ill and was unable to walk. You shall take turns administering needles on Lord Wang. Whoever achieves the better results shall be declared the winner. Zhang Ji announced the final round. Before long, the incapacitated Lord Wang was carefully carried out by 4 strong men. He was a man in his 60s, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not only was he paralyzed from the waist down, but his mouth also drooped, causing him to speak unclearly. Please, feel free to administer your needles on me. I hope you can work miracles, Lord Wang murmured. It seemed this elder was broad-minded and unperturbed by the details. Otherwise, few would dare allow needles to be thrust into their flesh. You may go first, Lu Xiang said to Mo Feiyang. His expertise lay in acupuncture, and he had often treated Lord Wang alongside Zhang Ji. Each time, Lord Wang's symptoms would temporarily alleviate, allowing him to perform simple movements. Yet he remained unable to stand or walk. Mo Feiyang did not respond to Lu Xiang, but instead turned to Lord Wang, asking, "May I inquire if these symptoms arose from an injury?" "Indeed, in my eagerness to return home, I was careless and fell, injuring my lower back. It wasn't long before I discovered that I could no longer move my legs," he replied. Lord Wang returned to the path, and Mo Feiyang nodded slightly, then turned to lie on the bed, saying, "Let me give it a try." He initially estimated that the esteemed Lord Wang had sustained nerve damage, leading to paralysis in his lower limbs. If he could activate the nerves controlling his legs, there was a possibility of restoring his ability to stand. With this thought in mind, Mo Feiyang eagerly took out the silver needles he always carried with him. Upon seeing the needles, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. What kind of silver needles are these? So long, they could easily cause injury. Mo Feiyang's needles were custom-made, an inch longer than those typically used. He set the needles aside and lifted Lord Wang's garment, beginning to massage his lower back. "How does it feel now?" This was no ordinary massage. Mo Feiyang employed the star source energy, a powerful stream continuously flowing into Lord Wang's waist, dispersing the stagnant blood and clearing the vessels before he prepared to insert the needles. Lord Wang began to feel a slight pressure, but soon a comforting warmth enveloped him. "It's quite soothing," he exclaimed with excitement. Disregarding the curious gazes of those around him, Mo Feiyang dipped the silver needles in wine and began to insert them into several acupoints on Lord Wang's body. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a third of the needle disappeared into Lord Wang's flesh. After inserting 2 needles, Mo Feiyang deftly maneuvered, twisting one needle while holding another steady. The 3 imperial physicians were taken aback, for Mo Feiyang was employing the long-lost 5 elements needle technique. "Lord Wang, what sensations are you experiencing now?" "My left side feels cool, while the right is warm. The contrasting temperatures flow along my meridians, finally intertwining within me." Lord Wang spoke with much more clarity than before. "Exactly. Mo Feiyang increased the pressure and drove the needle half an inch deeper into Lord Wang, infusing it with star source energy and twisting it. This method consumed considerable physical stamina, yet fortunately, Mo Feiyang had activated his Dantian. He suddenly realized that while administering the needles, his body was continuously absorbing the star source from the surrounding air. If this continued, wouldn't he be indirectly cultivating his own skills while treating others? Suddenly, Lord Wang's face lit up with joy. I feel something in my legs. Everyone present, including Zhang Ji and Lu Xiang, turned in unison to Mo Feiyang, astonished by the miraculous development. Lord Wang had been treated at the Imperial Physicians Bureau for nearly 10 days, and there had been no prior indication of feeling in his legs. Mo Feiyang swiftly withdrew the needles, declaring, "All done." Elder Cheng was the first to speak. This young brother indeed possesses extraordinary medical skills, having mastered the legendary 5 elements needle technique. However, if this merely restores Lord Wang's sensation, it may not guarantee a complete victory. It seems the technique is not as miraculous as we imagine. Mo Feiyang ignored Elder Cheng and addressed Lord Wang. "Now, please attempt to get out of bed and walk." With assistance from the two, Lord Wang surprisingly stood up and took a few tentative steps forward, his face brimming with astonishment. "Let go of my arms. I can manage on my own." 3 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps. Each step he took felt like a piercing stab to Lu Xiang's heart. It was evident that Mo Feiyang had created a miracle. Everyone was utterly stunned, and Lord Wang was as joyful as a child who had just learned to walk. When Lord Wang returned to his original position, the crowd snapped out of their shock, erupting in applause for Mo Feiyang. "Divine Physician. This young brother is truly a divine physician. May I ask your esteemed name?" Lord Wang bowed in gratitude towards Mo Feiyang. Mo Feiyang supported Lord Wang, saying, "This is but a trivial skill. Although you can walk now, you require meticulous care to achieve full recovery." He then prepared a prescription for Lord Wang, saying, "Follow this formula for 10 days, and you should be fine." Mo Feiyang's words were akin to a resounding slap to the faces of all present at the Imperial Physicians Bureau. If what he did could be regarded as trivial, then were they not all fools and good-for-nothings? Elder Cheng, not angered by Mo Feiyang's remarks, merely looked at him with a mix of disappointment and admiration. "I did not expect such profound medical knowledge from one so young." Well done, well done. We concede, and it is not unjust." Zhang Ji's expression fluctuated, while Lu Xiang seethed with rage, ultimately bowing deeply to Mo Feiyang, prompted by Elder Cheng's reminder, and said, "Please forgive me. I was mistaken." Mo Feiyang graciously waved his hand. "I bear no grudges against the young. Let this matter rest. One should not be overly ostentatious. It is better to remain humble, as I do." Just moments ago, the crowd had gazed at Mo Feiyang with admiration and respect. Now, they were struck by his brazen words. Lu Xiang's face flushed with indignation, but in the presence of his master and elders, he forced himself to maintain a facade of decorum, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Dr. Dotimo, Chapter 15. Purple moon. As the sun dipped low in the western sky, casting a rosy hue across the heavens, physicians from across the kingdom of Chu had entered the imperial city, marching towards the Imperial Physicians Bureau under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. After rigorous selection, only 400 to 500 among the thousands of physicians could make it to the capital. Mo Feiyang was an exception. Had it not been for his elusive master, perhaps no one would have ventured to Wulong Mountain. Mo Feiyang found it peculiar that the other physicians had not encountered any attacks. Why had the masked man made such statements? Did they know their whereabouts had been compromised and retreated into the shadows, or had the time and place of their attack changed? This batch of 400 to 500 physicians could be deemed the elite of the elite. Tomorrow, they would undergo another assessment, and only those who passed would be qualified to enter the palace to diagnose the princess. Tonight, they were to stay at the Imperial Physicians Bureau, which, fortunately, was vast, with hundreds of rooms available to accommodate all the physicians. As Mo Feiyang exited the Imperial Physicians Bureau, he encountered Zhu Ba, who was leading a couple of hundred men. He approached cheerfully, saying, "Oh, Brother Zhu, I didn't expect you to come personally to greet me. Such honor, such honor. By the way, where is the most famous brothel in the imperial city?" Zhu Ba was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Who came to greet you? It was merely a chance encounter." "However," he replied, cough, cough, "well, Brother Mo, don't make it hard on your elder brother. It's my turn to be on duty tonight." The emperor has decreed that we must ensure the safety of all physicians entering the city. Furthermore, a curfew is in effect tonight. No one is allowed to linger in the streets after the 3rd hour, or they will be imprisoned. Mo Feiyong patted Zhu Ba on the shoulder. I was just joking. I merely wanted to stroll around. Since that's the case, I shall return to the Imperial Physician's Bureau to rest. After saying this, he turned back towards the bureau. Mo Feiyong had initially intended to explore the majestic imperial city. But for safety's sake, he decided it was wiser to return. He would not want to inadvertently cause trouble. The thought of returning and having Qin Yuan, that little girl, find out would surely break her heart. Once back in his room, leaning against the bed, thoughts of Qin Yuan flooded his mind, and he suddenly felt nostalgic for that gentle and lovely junior sister. He wondered how she was faring in the village. Was she still being so hard on herself? A girl who could scarcely afford to eat much was wholly selfless towards him. Such a girl was certainly worthy of cherishing with his eyes closed. Mo Feiyong envisioned a blissful life spent with Qin Yuan, soaring through the skies together. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Knock, knock. Dr. Mo, are you in there? A youthful voice inquired. Recognizing it as the little apprentice from the Imperial Physician's Bureau, Mo Feiyong rose to open the door. Young one, what brings you here? My master has asked me to invite you. He has prepared a banquet to honor you. The young apprentice replied respectfully. Mo Feiyong patted his stomach. Having not eaten all day, he realized he wasn't particularly hungry, indicating the benefits of cultivating star source energy. However, he was puzzled as to why Zhang Ji, a man of such narrow-mindedness, would deign to lower himself to invite him. Could this be a ruse? Young one, is your master only inviting me? Who else will be attending? Mo Feiyong questioned the apprentice. He had no desire to share the table with a gaggle of elderly men feigning warmth as they dined. The little apprentice scratched his head and replied, besides your master, all the esteemed elders from our Imperial Physician's Bureau will be present, and there is also a very beautiful sister, a female physician, and a beauty, no less. Mo Feiyong's interest was piqued. He was eager to see how female physicians of this era differed from others. With a smile, he ruffled the little apprentice's hair. Young one, I'm feeling a bit hungry too. Since your master sent you on such an important mission to invite me, it shows he is quite sincere. Lead the way. Navigating through the maze-like corridors, Mo Feiyong followed the little apprentice to a small courtyard. A modest little house nestled at the edge of the yard was simple yet serene, making it an ideal place for a banquet. Inside, the room was filled with guests, not just the elderly he had imagined. Alongside Zhang Ji and the 3 old physicians from earlier, Lu Xiang and several unfamiliar young men were present. To everyone's surprise, seated in the distinguished guest area was a young lady clad in purple, who, despite her unadorned visage, exuded a captivating charm. Her expression remained inscrutable, yet she radiated an air of regal dignity. Even Mo Feiyong found it difficult to steal more than a few glances at her. While the purple-clad maiden observed him in return, their eyes met, but instead of igniting passionate sparks, there was merely a profound connection of souls. Though strangers, they experienced an instant understanding, both sensing a mutual appreciation akin to kindred spirits lamenting their late encounter. This enchanting maiden, known as Ziyue, was the sole disciple of the renowned physician Hua Fei, and her presence here was evidently summoned by the emperor of the Chu Kingdom. As the crowd noticed Ziyue's gaze drawn outside the room, they followed her line of sight to see Mo Feiyong approaching with a smile, making his way directly to her side. Greetings, he said. Ziyue responded with a subtle smile, her demeanor akin to a gentle spring breeze. As if her smile could melt the frost of millennia, she inclined her head and addressed him. I am honored to meet you, sir. Astonishment swept through the room, leaving the onlookers speechless. Those familiar with Ziyue knew that this ethereal beauty, who seemed untouched by earthly desires, had never smiled at anyone other than her master. A smile that could topple kingdoms was indeed a rare sight. All eyes were cast upon Mo Feiyong with a mixture of intrigue and envy, particularly from Lu Xiang and the other 2 cultured youths. Zhang Ji was the first to rise, exclaiming, Come, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is the extraordinary Mo Feiyong, a master of the Qian Kuan 5 Elements needle technique. He continued, You young men should engage with one another. It will be beneficial for all. Mo Feiyong. Ziyue silently repeated the name twice, etching it deeply into her heart. Meanwhile, the other young men also committed his name to memory. albeit placing him on their blacklist. Zhang Ji proceeded with further introductions. This young lady in purple is Ziyue, the esteemed disciple of the great physician Hua Fei, and this gentleman is Sun Yinhao, a descendant of the illustrious Sun family, known as the Medicine King. Lastly, this gentleman, Bian Qi, is no ordinary man. His ancestor was the revered sage of medicine for millennia ago, and no wonder, even the chief imperial physician treated them with utmost respect. They all hailed from remarkable lineages. Yet, why should one extend warmth to those who remained indifferent? Mo Feiyang replied coolly, I am honored to meet you. Old imperial physician Chang interjected, now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand. After his statement, a young apprentice brought forth a stack of papers detailing the princess's ailments, who had been in a coma for a decade. Once Mo Feiyang and the distinguished young men had perused the documents, Chang continued, it is truly an honor to have the young elites gathered here. I wonder if any of you have a remedy for the princess's condition? As Chapter 16, The Princess's Ailments, unfolded, Mo Feiyang, Ziyue, Sun Yinhao, and Bian Qi all wore grave expressions. Were it not for old Cheng's esteemed reputation and tenure as the princess's attending physician, the others might have doubted the veracity of the ailments they had just reviewed. The diagnosis revealed no peculiarities. It merely indicated a blockage in the princess's heart veins, yet the perplexing aspect was the gradual increase of this blockage over the years. Those present recognized that this was decidedly illogical. If it were merely a case of internal blood stagnation, it could be resolved within 1 to 3 months through acupuncture and medication. However, the princess had remained bedridden for a decade, with countless physicians attempting to cure her, many of whom had confidently asserted they could succeed, only to return empty-handed. Some even lost their heads for their audacity in promising a cure. Consequently, fewer and fewer doctors dared to treat the princess. Old Chang had followed her case for 10 years before making any headway, having developed a new remedy a year prior, which, although it did not eliminate the internal stagnation, managed to stabilize her condition, preventing it from worsening. Otherwise, the princess would eventually succumb to a complete blockage of her heart. Mo Feiyang suspected that the princess's ailment was not merely a case of heart vein blockage. If that were the case, her only symptom could not be a coma without any other indications. In a more advanced setting on Earth, various diagnostic instruments could be employed, but here, one had to rely solely on medical expertise. While he did not harbor illusions of guaranteeing a cure, he believed that if it were indeed a simple blockage, he could achieve a 50% chance of healing her through surgical intervention. Old Chang, has the princess displayed any symptoms beyond the blockage over the past 10 years? Ziyue inquired. Old Cheng nodded. Alas, my observations over the years have indeed revealed nothing beyond this singular ailment. Surprisingly, Ziyue's thoughts aligned with Mo Feiyang's, leading them to the same conclusion. Mo Feiyang acknowledged Ziyue with an appreciative nod before turning to Old Cheng with another question. Do you know the cause of the princess's coma a decade ago? Old Huang, seated beside Cheng, spoke up. I have some knowledge of that. A decade prior, when the princess was discovered in her coma, I was attending to another lady's ailment. It is said that she fell asleep after her usual meal and never awakened. The circumstances surrounding her coma are indeed strange. Subsequently, the princess's mother, the then empress, summoned Taoists to perform rituals, but to no avail. From that point, the empress herself fell ill and ultimately passed away, as a competent physician. One must not only heal but also discern the underlying truths of ailments. Though often labeled a quack, Mo Feiyang's expertise was undeniable. Given that the princess's condition did not stem from external injury, it must have originated from an internal source. While a practitioner of cosmic energy might induce temporary effects, it could not account for a decade-long coma. Yet, without having examined the princess personally, Mo Feiyang refrained from drawing any hasty conclusions. He could only speculate on possible factors. Bian Qi suddenly interjected, during your acupuncture treatments, did the princess display any expressions or bodily reactions? Given his ancestor's reputation as the sage of medicine, he was particularly interested in this aspect. Old Chang pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling previous treatments, then replied, I remember that during the first 3 treatments, the princess appeared to be in great distress, as if suffering immensely. However, in the subsequent years, she exhibited no response whatsoever. Bian Qi questioned, with your technique, that should not have been the case, should it? It is well known that as long as the needle is inserted at the correct acupoint, there should be no pain. Could it be that you inadvertently missed the acupoint? Old Huang, displeased, retorted. We are all well over 2 centuries old, having practiced medicine for decades. While we do not claim to be masters, we are certainly capable of correctly administering acupuncture. Although Cheng's technique may not rival the miraculous Qian Kuan 5 elements needle, it was still exceptional. Though typically reticent, old Huang could not abide the arrogance of the younger generation. Bian Qi's disrespectful tone and insinuations about their expertise were intolerable. Sun Yanhao chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Gentlemen, let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. Bian Qi is simply seeking clarity. After all, who among us can guarantee that they have never erred? He continued, let us focus our discussions on the princess's condition. Old Xia's face flushed with anger. Sun Yanhao's facade of diplomacy was transparent. As he was subtly suggesting that old Chang had erred in his treatment, Xia could hardly contain his outrage. You know nothing. When we treat patients, you were not even born. Zhang Ji rose to mediate. Old Cheng, old Huang, old Xia, they did not mean any disrespect. They merely seek to understand the truth. We undoubtedly trust old Cheng's skills. However, according to medical reasoning, pain should not occur if the acupoint is correctly targeted. The unusual reaction during the initial treatments led to this misunderstanding. Please, allow me to toast to everyone. I apologize for the oversight. Except for Bian Qi and Sun Yanhao, who drank, the others refrained from lifting their cups. Clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Ji's performance. While he had been groomed by the 3 esteemed physicians, his conduct today left much to be desired. Mo Feiyang found the so-called divine physician's descendants to be overly sensitive. The aim of acupuncture is to cure the patient, not merely to avoid causing pain. Naturally, alleviating the patient's suffering is the physician's responsibility as well. If, as old Cheng suggested, the princess's condition was indeed peculiar, then it raised further questions. Though he could not assert that old Cheng had not made mistakes, it was unlikely that such an experienced physician would repeatedly misplace acupoints. Why did the princess exhibit pain during the first 3 treatments, but none thereafter? This suggested a potential shift in the source of her ailment. Mo Feiyang voiced his thoughts. Though the term shifting of the disease was unfamiliar to the others, their medical knowledge allowed them to grasp the concept. The elderly physicians were impressed by Mo Feiyang's insights. He was not only exceptionally skilled but also refreshingly humble, unlike the other 2 youths who had only scratched the surface of their studies. Ziyue's eyes glimmered as she remarked, I share your view. Yet the specific cause remains to be determined through further examination of the princess's condition. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave after this toast. Ziyu raised her cup with both hands, her ruby lips parting slightly as she drank it down without any pretense. She then returned to her residence. Upon seeing that Ziyu had departed, Mo Feiyang lost interest in lingering and, after bidding farewell to the others, retreated to his room to meditate. However, he was soon roused from his concentration by a knock at the door. When he reluctantly opened it, he was taken aback to find Ziyu standing there, her hair damp and exuding the fragrance of a recent bath. Noticing Mo Feiyang's stunned expression, Ziyu remained unfazed and inquired, May I come in? Chapter 17. The beautiful visitor at night. Mo Feiyang, while appreciative of beautiful women, was not infatuated. He understood that a heavenly figure visiting him at night was not necessarily a romantic overture. Unlike her demeanor during the day, Ziyu's presence at that moment revealed a hint of vulnerability as she smiled and asked, What? Are you not going to invite me in for a seat? Naturally, Mo Feiyang welcomed the opportunity for her to enter his room. He tossed his long hair back and gestured invitingly. Ziyu, displaying remarkable confidence, walked straight into his room and took a seat. Completely unperturbed by the implications of a woman entering a single man's quarters at night. Having lived a secluded life in the mountains with her master, she was not overly concerned with such societal norms. Especially since her intentions were innocent. I heard that you had a splendid duel with Lu Xiang during the day and emerged victorious. I did not expect you to possess such extraordinary medical skills at such a young age. Ziyu's melodious voice rang out, sending a shiver of exhilaration through Mo Feiyang. It seemed she had come to gauge his medical expertise, revealing her own fervor for the art of healing. Mo Feiyang took a seat and poured her a cup of tea. Though be honest, if Ziyu had not mentioned the duel, he would have nearly forgotten about it, not due to his own prowess, but rather the weakness of his opponent. If he were to face someone of Ziyu's caliber, victory would not be guaranteed. He chuckled. I had hoped to keep a low profile, but it seems you have uncovered my little secret. However, compared to you, Miss Ziyu, my achievements pale in comparison. Surely, You did not come here solely to verify this matter, did you? Ziyu smiled gently. You possess a keen insight. Mo Gongzi, I observed your unique perspectives at the banquet, and they aligned with some of my own thoughts, which is why I took the liberty of disturbing you. If others were to learn that Ziyu had entered a man's room at night to seek medical counsel, it would surely astonish them, given her status as the sole disciple of a renowned physician. Though they lived in seclusion, the fame of her master, Hua Fei, and his apprentice, Ziyu, was well known among the populace. As they often ventured out to heal the sick and alleviate the suffering of the needy, Mo Fei Yang's heart felt an undeniable loneliness, not for a lack of people to miss, but because there were matters in this world he could not voice to it that moment. Seeing Ziyu's fervent thirst for knowledge stirred something within him, prompting him to share his thoughts. After reviewing the ailments documented by Elder Chung, I have indeed formed some hypotheses. You may find them absurd, but they cannot be entirely dismissed. Ziyu's curiosity was piqued, her fair hands cradling her teacup as she took a gentle sip. Pray, share your insights, Mo Gongzi. I suspect that the princess's coma is not merely due to stagnation in her heart meridians. Initially, I was baffled, but after hearing Elder Chung recount the princess's peculiar behavior during her previous acupuncture sessions, I began to have my doubts. Moreover, the degree of stagnation in her heart meridians has been increasingly severe over the years, which suggests that her condition is far from ordinary, Mo Feiyang explained. Ziyu's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded in agreement. Indeed. So, what do you believe is the true nature of the princess's affliction? While in Wulong village, Mo Feiyang had perused numerous contemporary medical texts and historical records. Out of curiosity, he had taken note of some arcane practices in the southern region of this otherworldly continent. There existed a sparsely populated tribe known for its ancient shamanistic practices, referred to locally as Gushu. Taking a deep breath, Mo Feiyang asserted, I believe the princess is not suffering from a chronic illness, but rather has fallen victim to Gushu. Ziyu's expression shifted to one of shock. What, are you suggesting that what you speak of is the witchcraft from the southern tribe? I cannot be certain, which is why only upon entering the palace tomorrow will the truth be unveiled. Mo Feiyang replied, You seem to have heard of the Gushu before. I once overheard my master mention it is said that the tribe has remained unyielding for centuries due to this powerful and mysterious witchcraft. However, I am not well versed in the specifics of their practices. Do you possess any corresponding methods, Mo Gongzi? Mo Feiyang felt at a loss. If it truly were Gushu, he believed that perhaps surgical intervention might work. Yet in this world, the mere mention of surgery would be met with incredulity. He shook his head. If the princess is indeed afflicted by Gushu, I have no assurance of success. Suddenly, Mo Feiyang heard a noise outside. He stealthily approached the door and flung it open, exclaiming, Who goes there? However, upon opening it, he found nothing but an elusive shadow vanishing into the night. Could it be a companion of that mysterious masked figure? Yet, that seemed implausible. The streets of the imperial city were teeming with patrolling guards, and the royal medical hall was heavily guarded. It could only be someone from within the royal medical hall. Although he recognized the silhouette as somewhat familiar, he could not ascertain the identity. Upon returning to his room, Ziyu prepared to take her leave. Hearing you speak is worth more than 10 years of study. Today, Mo Gongzi, you have truly opened my eyes. The hour is late, so I shall not disturb your rest. I hope to visit again on another day to seek your guidance. Farewell. After Ziyu departed, Mo Feiyang felt that something was amiss but could not pinpoint what exactly. Shaking his head, he closed the door and returned to his bed to meditate. Though Mo Feiyang had merely opened his dantian, he had already met the preliminary requirements of a martial artist. To achieve success in his cultivation journey, he knew he must persistently train. The path of martial arts demanded that sweat be proportional to strength. Each breakthrough in level would bring a significant enhancement in power, yet it required extraordinary perseverance and tenacity through relentless practice. Hence, Mo Feiyang dared not squander time and focused intently on his cultivation. He could distinctly sense that reaching the first level of martial artist necessitated an immense amount of star source energy. Although the assistance of the starry chain allowed him to absorb the natural star source energy significantly faster than others, his starting point was considerably lower, demanding even greater effort to achieve success. After a night of cultivation, Mo Feiyang's star source energy slowly accumulated within him, progressing bit by bit. Although his training speed lagged behind that of ordinary people, The power he could wield far exceeded theirs. Chapter 18. The palace of Chuamo Feiyong had scarcely awakened when the cacophony outside roused him. After donning his clothes, he stepped outside and recalled that today was the day of the physician selection. Due to his previous outstanding performance, he had been directly selected, allowing him to enter the palace alongside Ziyu and a few others. The selection process continued until noon, culminating in the selection of only 3 physicians by the 3 venerable seniors of the Royal Medical Hall. With the remainder being eliminated, Mo Feiyong could hardly believe the astonishing ratio. What surprised him even more was that among the 3 chosen physicians, only one was a man in his 60s, while the other 2 were both older than Mo Feiyong, in their 30s. After the selection concluded, under Zhang Ji's lead, the group gathered at the palace gates to await the summons of the Emperor of Chu. Standing at the entrance, Mo Feiyong marveled at the grandeur of the palace, with its golden walls adorned with mythical dragons, exuding an air of nobility. Before long, a sharp voice called out, "Please follow me. The Emperor requests your presence." "Thank you for your grace," Zhang Ji replied with a bow, while the others merely acknowledged with gestures of gratitude, and soon they were led into the palace. Not long after, guided by the eunuch, Mo Feiyong and his companions arrived in a courtyard deep within the palace, surrounded by pavilions and towers adorned with blue bricks and glazed tiles. The lotus pond danced with vibrant red koi. They navigated the winding corridors until they reached the princess's quarters. At the entrance stood Zhu Ba, who greeted Mo Feiyong with delight. "Brother Mo, you have arrived. Please, everyone, come in quickly. The Emperor is waiting for you." As it was not the time for pleasantries, Mo Feiyong merely nodded at Zhu Ba. Zhang Ji, feeling slighted as the chief physician, huffed in annoyance, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be sidelined, and led the group into the princess's chamber. In the center sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a yellow robe. Though his complexion was somewhat haggard, his demeanor was calm and devoid of any imposing authority. Beside him stood an elderly man whose age was indiscernible. Mo Feiyong was taken aback by the Emperor's amiability. Upon the arrival of the guests, the Emperor spoke, "Gentlemen, I presume you are all aware of the purpose of your summons. Thus, I shall not elaborate further. I simply wish to inquire how confident you are in curing the princess's ailment." Zhang Ji was the first to bow and said, "Your Majesty, I bring good news today." The Emperor waved his hand, urging, "My dear minister, do share the good tidings swiftly." The Emperor's face was alight with anticipation. As a ruler, he managed the affairs of state with utmost diligence, ensuring the nation prospered smoothly. Yet, as a father, he felt he had fallen short. Zhang Ji approached Ziyue and gestured towards them, saying, "These 3 are renowned heirs of medicine. This Miss Ziyue is a direct disciple of the reclusive divine healer Hua Fei. While these 2 gentlemen, Sun Yanhao and Bian Qi, are successors of the Medicine King and the Sage of Medicine, respectively. The others are young talents selected through rigorous assessments, and I believe their expertise can surely remedy the princess's ailment." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's countenance brightened with delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent." However, he disregarded Mo Feiyong and the other selected physicians entirely. "Without further ado, since everyone is present, I implore you to attend to my daughter." "Lan Ming," the Emperor said, somewhat impatiently, and then led everyone into the princess's private chamber. A serene girl of about 15 or 16 lay upon a spacious bed, her complexion slightly pale yet still captivating. The quilt rose and fell gently with her breaths. The group observed the princess's visage, hoping to discern some clue, but aside from noting her frail constitution, they could glean no further insights. Mo Feiyong scanned the surroundings of the chamber as if searching for something. A faint, delicate fragrance permeated the air, and aside from an unknown potted plant on the windowsill, he found nothing amiss. The Emperor, noticing the puzzled expressions on the physicians' faces, grew somewhat displeased and asked, "Have you discerned any clues?" "Esteemed healers?" The Emperor had encountered countless physicians, and the looks of confusion from these so-called divine healers mirrored those of the others he had previously met, indicating a lack of direction. Ziyue spoke softly. "Your Majesty, I have a few inquiries. How has the princess been nourished during her slumber?" She understood that someone in a coma could only be fed liquid sustenance, which, if prolonged, would lead to nutritional deficiencies. Yet, the princess appeared neither emaciated nor malnourished apart from her pale complexion. The Emperor glanced at the elder who had been closely attending him and replied, "Each day, she receives regular infusions of star essence." allowing her to maintain her current state. Bianchi then asked, "Might I take the princess's pulse?" In the realm of mortals, the emperor was a figure of utmost authority, yet among reclusive sages and practitioners, the ruler commanded little reverence. Thus, Bianchi spoke to the emperor with a certain informality. The emperor paid no heed to Bianchi's lack of decorum and nodded, "If you can restore my daughter to health, I shall reward you handsomely." Bianchi approached the bed, calmly taking the princess's pulse. Moments later, he remarked, "Strangely, the princess's condition does not seem to be a common ailment. It appears as if she has fallen victim to some form of sorcery." "What, could my daughter have been wronged?" the emperor exclaimed in astonishment, never imagining that someone would dare to endanger his daughter in such a manner. Sun Yanhao, after taking the princess's pulse as well, concurred, "Dr. Bien is correct. The princess's symptoms resemble those caused by a southern sorcery." After the emperor's initial fury, his gaze filled with hope. These renowned heirs of medicine truly lived up to their reputation. Previous physicians had either shaken their heads or made empty promises, but now it seemed each could potentially heal the princess. His foremost concern was not who had cast the spell, but rather whether they could cure her. "Esteemed physicians, do you possess any remedies to treat my daughter?" Mo Feiyang found the situation peculiar. Could merely taking a pulse reveal that the princess had been afflicted with sorcery? They had never mentioned such a thing before. And he had only shared this thought with Ziyue the previous night. Could it be mere coincidence? Mo Feiyang found it hard to believe. He unconsciously glanced at Ziyue, who, however, consistently averted her gaze, seemingly unable to meet his eyes, which only deepened his suspicions. Bianchi and Sun Yanhao both shook their heads, and finally, Ziyue spoke. "I have heard my master mention this southern sorcery. It is notoriously difficult to dispel." The emperor, feeling anxious, inquired, "Has your master mentioned any methods to break this sorcery?" Ziyue shook her head. "My master has only heard of this sorcery. He has not discovered a means to counter it." The emperor turned his hopeful gaze towards Bianchi and Sun Yanhao, seeking answers from them, but they too shook their heads in silence. That moment, an elder physician among the selected candidates suddenly spoke. "I once heard of a remedy for this sorcery from a local healer during my travels in the southern region, but the materials required to break it are exceedingly rare." Chapter 19. Dragon Pill. Upon hearing that there was hope for the princess's recovery, the emperor's expression brightened. "Quickly, tell me what materials are needed. I shall mobilize the entire nation to procure them," the elder physician replied slowly. "The foremost among them is the legendary Dragon Pill. Additionally, the essence of the ancient divine beast Phoenix's blood is required. Both of these treasures are incredibly scarce. If we can gather them, the princess's affliction may be lifted." Mo Feiyang felt even more perplexed. Who was this physician, that while the other so-called divine healers remained ignorant of the method to dispel the sorcery, he alone possessed such knowledge? While the world teemed with extraordinary individuals, it seemed too coincidental for this physician to mention it at this juncture. What baffled him further was that the two materials he spoke of were treasures sought after by practitioners. Either one would be a rare gem for them. The dragon pill, in particular, was said to be formed only when a dragon takes human form, making it a coveted treasure even for top-tier practitioners like the Yaoguang cultivators. Mo Feiyang felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if an invisible force was drawing him into a vast trap. Within a grand mansion on the Imperial Street, an elder reclined on a rattan chair in his study, lightly closing his eyes to rest. A dashing young man in white, around 20 to 25 years of age, stood beside him. The Imperial Street was known to all within the Imperial City. Only royal relatives, or those who had rendered significant service to the state, were entitled to reside there. Yet the expansive estate where the elder resided was exceedingly rare. "Zhan Lang, have all matters been arranged?" The elder suddenly opened his eyes and inquired of the young man beside him. The young man respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, grandfather. The people I arranged have successfully infiltrated the palace. The emperor, desperate to save his beloved daughter, will undoubtedly act upon their counsel to procure the royal treasures to rescue the princess." That moment, "We shall execute a clever switch and frame that unknown boy. You need only await the good news, grandfather. I shall not disappoint you." The elder remained calm and replied, "Your plan is commendable, and the layout is flawless. Yet do you truly believe the emperor will willingly part with the royal treasures? If he refuses to yield the dragon pill, all our efforts will be in vain. The Qi family has never engaged in ventures without certainty. It seems you have underestimated your opponent. Return and reflect on this matter carefully. The young man grew anxious, pleading, "Grandfather, I beg you to grant me another chance. I will surely do better." He knelt on the ground. Imploring, however, the elder remained indifferent, saying coolly, "Leave now. I have given you an opportunity. If you failed to seize it, do not blame anyone else." The young man stood, bowing. "I understand my mistake, and I will reflect on it." After he departed, another young man, somewhat resembling him but dressed in green, emerged from behind the bookshelf. The elder, without turning, inquired, "Fongner, if you were to handle this matter, how confident would you be?" A confident smile crossed the young man's face as he replied, "If it were up to me, I would have at least 3 times the assurance compared to my brother. After all, the Princess Lan Ming is the one I hold dear, and my heart remains unyielding. Moreover, the most crucial point is that he is too compassionate." The elder sighed. "It seems your brother indeed pales in comparison. Though you are 5 years younger, you exhibit more cunning in your endeavors. I do not wish to witness this venture fail. You should understand how rare this opportunity is. Securing the dragon pill would grant us the eligibility to present a gift to the Yaoguang cultivator. And with their support, how could we not achieve great things? Grandfather, I have one question. Is the Yaoguang cultivator truly as formidable as you say? Can a single Yaoguang cultivator contend with an army?" The young man asked. The elder did not answer directly, instead posing another question. "What level of cultivation have you reached?" "If I were to face ordinary soldiers, I am confident I could withstand the attacks of 100 at once." The young man replied, somewhat sheepishly. The elder nodded. "You, as a third-stage warrior, can already match 100. Do you realize that each advancement in rank leads to exponential increases in strength? Should you reach the 4th stage, you could contend with 1,000. Only after the 7th stage do you enter the realm of warriors, and beyond that lies the domain of practitioners, which is further divided into 4 levels. Now calculate how much your power would amplify upon reaching the Yaoguang level. Surveying the entirety of the Chu kingdom, it is indeed a formidable challenge to find even the most rudimentary of Wutsu practitioners, let alone a master of the Yaoguang." The expression of the youth clad in green turned grave as he realized his error. He had not anticipated the sheer terror embodied by a Yaoguang practitioner, capable of contending with an entire nation's military. The elder shook his head. It is far from merely that. The prowess of a Yaoguang practitioner is profound and unfathomable, seldom traversing the mortal realm, thus leaving the populace with a limited understanding of their capabilities. I have heard esteemed individuals speak of the terrifying aspects of Yaoguang practitioners. It is said they possess the ability to turn rivers and seas, traversing the void with neither trace nor shadow. Moreover, their lifespans far exceed those of ordinary humans. I have heard that some Yaoguang practitioners can live for over 1,000 years. The green-clad youth was utterly astonished. His usual arrogance diminished to a state of profound dismay. "Grandfather, have I been too myopic in my perspective?" The elder chuckled. "You possess many admirable traits, yet your pride is excessive. My intention in sharing this with you is not to undermine your confidence, but to enlighten you that there are always greater talents beyond our ken. Should we acquire the dragon elixir, we may forge a connection with the Yaoguang practitioners, paving a path to limitless potential." The youth clasped his hands in respect. "I shall not disturb your rest any longer, grandfather. I will attend to this matter with utmost diligence, and certainly not disappoint your expectations." The elder remained silent, closing his eyes as he reclined in his chair. It was only after the youth exited the room that he murmured, "To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every endeavor. Thorough preparation is never amiss." Outside the palace, the emperor wore a solemn expression, pacing restlessly, seemingly lost in thought. Mo Feiyang approached the princess's bedside. Checking her pulse, he realized that merely feeling her pulse revealed no signs of her being afflicted by a curse. Why then had they been so certain of the princess's condition? Could it be that their intentions were not purely to heal her, but rather to obtain the dragon elixir and phoenix blood essence? Mo Feiyang attempted to channel the star source energy into the princess's body, and as it coursed through her meridians, he suddenly felt a resistance at her heart, obstructing the flow of the star source energy. After several attempts, he declared, "I have found it." All eyes turned to him. The emperor, interrupted from his contemplation, initially intended to express his ire but could not suppress his curiosity. "What have you discovered? Speak swiftly," Mo Feiyang rose, surveying the assembly before addressing the emperor. The princess is indeed afflicted by a curse, as previously mentioned, but the remedy does not require the so-called dragon elixir and phoenix blood essence they spoke of. The elderly physician selected for the task scoffed, "Your words are untrustworthy. How dare you question the 3 esteemed physicians? Even if you doubt my words, surely theirs cannot be mere fabrications." The emperor appeared increasingly intrigued by Mo Feiyang's assertions. "Oh, then enlighten us on how to treat this curse." Chapter 20. A unique approach. Mo Feiyang paid no heed to the elderly physician's disparaging remarks, stepping closer to the emperor. In essence, the curse is a result of specially cultivated insects implanted within the body. The most straightforward method to dispel the curse would be to summon the practitioner of the curse to extract the insects. However, that seems improbable at this moment. Thus, our only remaining option is to utilize specific methods to locate the cursed insects within the princess's body. The emperor had initially regarded Mo Feiyang as merely an assistant to the physician, but was now impressed by his unique insights. He inquired, "What is your confidence level in successfully treating the princess?" Mo Feiyang replied, "Without external interference, I believe I have a 70% chance of success. However, I fear that those with ulterior motives may hinder my efforts, which would significantly reduce the likelihood of success. My method is rather unconventional, and I wonder if you would be amenable to such treatment? Pray tell, what miraculous method do you propose?" The emperor, astonished by Mo Feiyang's confidence, awaited his explanation. Mo Feiyang smiled lightly. "The procedure involves making a small incision on the princess's body to extract the cursed insect. Rest assured, this will not endanger her life, only leaving a minor scar." The emperor and all present were perplexed by the notion of surgery. However, the emperor, as the sovereign, hesitated to inquire further. Noticing the emperor's confusion, an elderly, stooped man beside him quickly asked, "What do you mean by surgery?" Mo Feiyang thought that even if he explained, they might not comprehend. So he simply stated, "It entails using a specially crafted surgical knife to make a small incision on the princess's body to extract the cursed insect and eliminate it, followed by suturing the incision." Aside from Ziyue, who had witnessed similar medical practices with her master, the others were unfamiliar with such methods. The elderly physician's face flushed with indignation, exclaiming, "Absurd! Utterly outrageous! You dare to treat the princess's life as a joke? Who has ever pierced the skin of a living person? I have practiced medicine for decades and have never heard of such bizarre techniques. This is a farce." Bianqi added mockingly, "The princess is a precious being. How dare you act so recklessly? Moreover, the surgical method you describe is unknown to all the physicians present. Do you claim to have invented it?" The emperor, who had previously admired Mo Feiyang, was startled by the suggestion of cutting open his daughter's body. However, as a ruler, he pondered the matter deeply without scolding Mo Feiyang, merely asking, "Have you ever performed such a procedure before?" Mo Feiyang smirked inwardly, thinking how many things these incompetent fools had yet to witness. "Once I heal the princess, let us see what they have to say." With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Your Majesty, I have performed several similar surgeries, and I can assure their safety if you trust me. I will prepare the necessary tools at once." The prince did not respond immediately, but fell into deep thought. Bianqi and Sun Yinhao exchanged glances with the other 2 young physicians. One of the physicians in his 30s discreetly nodded and spoke to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. Mo Feiyang's method is too shocking, and it is merely his word. If some individuals harbor ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire." The emperor's expression grew grave. He was not concerned that Mo Feiyang might harm his daughter. He trusted the elderly man beside him to ensure her safety. His greatest worry was whether Mo Feiyang could indeed heal the princess. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally sighed and spoke in a deep voice, "I shall trust you this once, but do not disappoint me. Should you harbor ill intentions towards my daughter, I shall ensure your entire lineage is eradicated." For reasons unknown, Zhang Ji, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, had been standing silently by the side, and only now did he step forward to say, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. This matter is fraught with danger. Even if Mo Feiyang possesses remarkable medical skills, what he proposes is utterly nonsensical. A knife is an instrument of death. How can it be used to heal?" Ziyue's eyes sparkled as she slowly responded, "Lord Zhang, I believe what Mo Feiyang suggests is not as absurd as it seems. My master has employed similar methods to treat patients with significant success. although he does not possess the suturing technique Mo Feiyang speaks of. Bian Qi and Sun Yinhao were taken aback by Ziyue's defense of Mo Feiyang, silently urging her not to speak. Yet Ziyue seemed resolute in standing with Mo Feiyang. The assembled physicians split into two factions, arguing fervently, Mo Feiyang and Ziyue on one side, and all the other physicians on the opposing side. After much debate, neither side could claim victory, while Mo Feiyang's pointed criticisms left the others infuriated. The emperor suddenly interjected, "Enough. Stop this dispute. My mind is made up. Mo Feiyang, prepare yourself diligently. Should you require anything, feel free to inform me." Though Mo Feiyang's proposed treatment was somewhat outlandish in comparison to the other physicians' methods, it was far simpler and, more importantly, did not rely on the rare dragon elixir and phoenix blood essence. The emperor possessed both treasured heirlooms passed down through the royal family, yet their significance to the imperial lineage made their use questionable. Rather than resorting to those items to save his daughter, it seemed more prudent to allow Mo Feiyang a chance. Mo Feiyang, meanwhile, was contemplating another matter. How had Bian Qi and Sun Yinhao discerned that the princess had been cursed? Others were entirely ignorant of what a curse entailed, and Ziyue only had a vague impression from last night's conversation with Mo Feiyang. Yet today, Sun Yinhao and Bian Qi appear to be well versed in the subject. Unless they had overheard the conversation between Mo Feiyang and Ziyue, the only other possibility was that Ziyue had shared Mo Feiyang's insights with them. However, lacking evidence, Mo Feiyang chose not to expose them. It seemed that if he succeeded in healing the princess, numerous complications would inevitably arise. Mo Feiyang bowed to the emperor. "I shall take my leave now to prepare for the necessary surgical instruments. But I respectfully request that your majesty assign me an assistant." "What sort of assistant do you require?" the emperor inquired. Mo Feiyang gestured towards Ziyue. "I would like this young lady, as a physician herself. She would be more convenient to assist during the procedure." Ziyue cast a glance at Mo Feiyang, remaining silent, merely nodding slightly. The emperor responded, "I agree. Since Dr. Mo has appointed you as his assistant, you shall accompany him. I will send people to protect you both, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Now, that will be all for today. You may all leave." Once the emperor departed, the crowd exited the palace in a flurry. Under the guidance of Zhu Ba, Mo Feiyang ransacked the armory, procuring a piece of exceptionally high-quality Xian iron, roughly the size of 2 fists, which sufficed for his needs, and he left the palace contentedly. Realizing that someone was covertly trailing him, Mo Feiyang led Ziyue through a series of twists and turns to elude their pursuer, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a blacksmith's shop on the eastern edge of the imperial city. Chapter 21. Forging the blade. Ziyue looked at the blacksmith's shop, somewhat puzzled. "Master Mo, did you not mention needing supplies for surgery? Why then have we come to this blacksmith's?" Mo Feiyang grinned mischievously, taking her hand as they stepped inside. Within, a burly man with a muscular physique was vigorously hammering a piece of iron on the forge. Upon seeing Mo Feiyang and Ziyue enter, he chuckled at their intimate hand-holding and greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. My humble shop lacks seating. Please forgive the inconvenience." Ziyue's face flushed at the blacksmith's teasing, and she chastised, "Master Mo, please release me." Mo Feiyang, taken aback by Ziyue's politeness even in a moment of fluster, couldn't help but tease, "Oh, when did you begin holding my hand, Miss Ziyue? I wondered why it felt so soft and warm. It turns out you were holding on, since you enjoy holding my hand. Feel free to do so more. I shan't hold it against you for being a lady." Ziyue thought to herself how Mo Feiyang, who had been so gentlemanly just moments ago, now spoke so shamelessly. She attempted to withdraw her hand multiple times, but found it firmly grasped by him, unable to budge an inch. It wasn't until Mo Feiyang sensed her genuine irritation that he finally released her delicate hand. Feigning nonchalance as he addressed the blacksmith, "Good sir, can you forge a blade here?" The blacksmith, a tan man in his 30s, replied with mild irritation, "Young man, what a question! If my shop does not forge swords and blades, then what purpose does it serve? Pray tell, what kind of blade do you wish to create? How long and wide? I assure you, I will ensure your satisfaction." Mo Feiyang produced a meticulously drawn blueprint for a surgical knife from his robes and presented it to the blacksmith. "Good sir, do you believe this blade can be forged?" The blacksmith examined the diagram, scoffing, "What is this? Is this truly the blade you wish to create? You appear to be about 7 or 8 years of age. Yet you wish to play with such a small knife." Ziyue stifled a laugh at the blacksmith's remark, and curiously approached to examine the model on the blueprint. To her surprise, she discovered that despite its small size, the knife was intricately designed, requiring exceptional skill to forge. Is this what you call a surgical knife? Ziyue asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on Mo Feiyang. Indeed, do not underestimate this seemingly small surgical knife. Its significance is profound, and you will understand in due course. Mo Feiyang turned to the blacksmith. Good sir, if you consider this mere play, can you indeed forge it? The blacksmith pondered the blueprint for a moment and replied, very well, it can be done. However, to create such a delicate blade, we will require top-grade meteorite iron. Mo Feiyang grinned widely, retrieving the Xian iron he had found in the palace. Blacksmith, would this suffice? If not, I shall seek out something even better. The blacksmith could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief as he inspected the Xian iron, exclaiming, by heavens, this is indeed Xian iron. I, Niu Laosan, have never encountered such a sizable piece in my lifetime. You, young man, are truly squandering a treasure. Such exquisite Xian iron for a mere small blade. Despite the blacksmith's internal chastisement, Mo Feiyang remained unfazed, chuckling, good sir, should you successfully forge the knife according to my blueprint, I shall consider the excess Xian iron as your payment. What say you? The blacksmith's spirits soared at this proposition. Excellent. But do ensure you do not go back on your word. I, Niu Laosan, will do my utmost to forge this little item for you. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare to melt the iron and forge the blade. Mo Feiyang stopped the blacksmith. Ah, and can you also forge this? He produced another blueprint, depicting a curved needle for suturing wounds. The blacksmith examined the diagram and replied, very well, that should not pose a problem. I shall forge both for you. With that, the blacksmith returned to his shop, placing the Xian iron into the furnace, where it began to melt under the intense heat. Ziyue, a prodigious talent in medicine, had studied under her master, Hua Fei, for over a decade, acquiring considerable skills. Yet, witnessing Mo Feiyang's performance today filled her with profound frustration. Her master was renowned as a miraculous physician, frequently traveling the Star Source continent to treat numerous difficult ailments. They had only recently settled in the state of Chu after learning of the princess's condition. Thus, Ziyue had come at her master's behest to treat the princess. Yet upon learning of the princess's affliction, she found herself utterly at a loss. Meeting the eccentric Mo Feiyang only deepened her feelings of inadequacy, and she found herself admiring his talents and creativity. Master Mo, I did not expect you to possess such extensive knowledge at such a young age, and your imaginative ideas are unlike anything I have ever encountered. Your master must be an esteemed recluse, Ziyue remarked with curiosity. Mo Feiyang initially intended to say he was self-taught, but recalled the old curmudgeon, Hua Qingfeng, and felt a twinge of guilt. I learned medicine from my master. Though he has since passed away, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Ziyue's gaze, and with a hint of regret, she said, I'm sorry. I did not know your master had passed. Mo Feiyang smiled gently. It is of no consequence. However, I do have a question for you. How did Sun Yinhao and Bianqi discover that the princess was afflicted by poison? Ziyue was taken aback, her expression flustered. Avoiding Mo Feiyang's gaze as she mumbled, I informed them. Her voice trembled slightly. I hope you can trust me. I would never harm you. I simply have my reasons, and if given the chance, I will explain and make amends. Recognizing her reluctance to disclose more, Mo Feiyang assured her, I believe you. I merely inquired out of curiosity, not to place blame. If you have your reasons, do share. Perhaps I can assist you in some way. We are friends, are we not? Friends, a term she had nearly forgotten, echoed in her mind. Thank you. From this day forth, we shall be friends, Ziyue said, a hint of self-deprecation mingled with gratitude in her voice. Unbeknownst to them, they had conversed for 2 hours, during which Mo Feiyang learned more about Ziyue's background. She was an orphan taken in by her master, and although cared for, she had traveled extensively with him, forming few connections and thus having almost no friends. Mo Feiyang felt a surge of sympathy and fondness for this seemingly strong girl, who shared a loneliness akin to his own. Young man, come quickly, the blacksmith called excitedly, beckoning Mo Feiyang over. Seemingly having completed the item he desired, Mo Feiyang approached to find the blacksmith holding a pair of tongs that grasped the freshly forged surgical knife, which he plunged into water, creating a hissing sound. Once cooled, the blacksmith handed the surgical knife and blade to Mo Feiyang. Young man, does this meet your approval? Mo Feiyong accepted the surgical knife, attaching the blade and weighing it in his hand. Very good. The shape is nearly identical, though it is heavier than I had anticipated. He then examined the curved needle and was equally pleased, a long-lost feeling of excitement welling within him. He had thought it would be challenging to find opportunities for surgery in this world. Yet here he was, soon to operate on a princess. After the blacksmith's initial excitement, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Alas, I am uncertain if you are prepared for this. The Xian iron was used up entirely. Not a fragment to spare. Mo Feiyong chuckled. Fear not, good sir. Since the Xian iron has been exhausted, I shall double your payment. However, as he searched his pockets, he suddenly remembered he was without funds. The blacksmith's heart raced with apprehension, thinking, surely, this lad does not intend to have me work for free. Ziyue, catching sight of Mo Feiyong's predicament, chuckled softly and produced a gold ingot, offering it to him. Here, quickly give this to him. Mo Feiyong, though not particularly concerned with money, understood that a gold ingot would suffice for payment. As he accepted it from Ziyue, their hands brushed, causing her to instinctively withdraw her soft hand, as if shocked. Good sir, is this sufficient? Mo Feiyong presented a gold ingot to the blacksmith. Initially, the blacksmith lamented the loss of the mysterious iron stone, yet upon sighting the gold, his eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted it. Fearing they might change their minds, it is worth noting that an ordinary family's annual expenses amount to but a few silver coins. This truly constitutes a substantial fortune. Mo Feiyong, content, tucked away his surgical knife and curved needles, and, accompanied by Ziyue, returned to the Imperial Medical Hall. Chapter 22. The nature of the malicious physician within a grand and magnificent estate along the royal street, adorned with pavilions, towers, and artificial hills with fish ponds. An elderly gentleman of advanced years sat by the pond, engaged in fishing, while two maidservants gently fanned him with palm leaves, in the distance. A youth clad in azure, with starry brows and piercing eyes, approached gracefully, exuding an aura of strength that clearly indicated he was a practitioner of the star source. The young man wore a faint smile upon his face. Upon reaching the old man, the blue-clad youth waved off the maidservants. Once they had distanced themselves, he clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Grandfather, it seems matters are not proceeding as smoothly as anticipated. Although I harbor doubts regarding my elder brother's abilities, I never imagined he would fail even in this endeavor. Not only has he failed to obtain the dragon pill, but I have also heard whispers that the princess may be cured by someone else." Oh? The old man turned his head, disbelief etched upon his features. Has the divine physician Hua Fei truly come to the imperial city? Has he forgotten his solemn vow to never set foot in the imperial city unless summoned? It appears he has forgotten the agony of his family's ruin. Had it not been for that vow, I would never have allowed him to remain among the living. The youth gently massaged the old man's shoulders and smiled faintly. Grandfather, please refrain from anger. Hua Fei has not come to the imperial city. Rather, his direct disciple has arrived. However, the one capable of healing the princess may not even be his disciple, but rather an unknown rogue who has surfaced from nowhere. It is said that he is quite sinister, showing no respect even to the emperor, and his medical skills seem rather peculiar. I have dispatched someone to investigate. We should have results shortly. The old man's expression calmed slightly as he nodded. Xiao Yun, I have complete faith in your endeavors, but do not underestimate any adversary. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own, and even if you can navigate the imperial city and the state of Chu unimpeded, it matters little. Our star source continent is not devoid of prodigious talents. Only by becoming stronger will you earn respect. The state of Chu is merely a stepping stone. How high and far you leap depends solely on your own efforts. I shall heed your teachings, grandfather, replied the youth, referred to as Xiao Yun, with utmost respect. The old man patted the young man's shoulder. I know you speak these words, yet your heart may harbor doubts. You have often questioned why our Qi family has remained so restrained before that foolish monarch, Chu Xian, have you not? Though you reached the 4th tier of martial prowess by the age of 20 and are hailed as a genius, do you not realize that across the vast star source continent, few have even begun to tread the path of martial arts? It is common knowledge that 7th tier martial artists are near invincible. But that is only in comparison to ordinary folk, in the realm of cultivation. Only upon reaching the Taiyin martial artist stage does one truly unlock the door to true cultivation. While we have been fortunate enough to befriend a Taiyin master, do you think that Chu Xian's court is devoid of experts of that caliber? The reason for your restraint is to ensure that you do not expose your capabilities until you are sufficiently strong. Though this was not the first time Qi Xiaoyun had heard of Taiyin martial artists, he had always considered them to be distant and rare beings. He had not expected his grandfather to suggest that Taiyin martial artists were merely the initial step into true cultivation. His prideful heart was subdued in that moment. What other formidable figures exist in this world? Do those legendary beings capable of apocalyptic destruction truly exist? The thought of such individuals filled Qi Xiaoyun with trepidation. If they were real, their power would be unimaginable. My desire for the dragon pill is driven by the hope of forging connections with even greater figures. If I could ally myself with a supreme expert like a Wuqiu cultivator, even if he does not intervene directly, his mere reputation would be enough to intimidate those Taiyin and Taiyang level martial artists who might seek to aid the emperor. The means to acquire the dragon pill rests upon you. My elder brother has disappointed me gravely. You may go now. The old man resumed his fishing with focused determination. Yes, I take my leave. Qi Xiaoyun bowed respectfully before departing. Upon their return to the Imperial Medical Hall, Mo Feiyang and Ziyue were met with scornful and derisive glances. Someone had spread the word about Mo Feiyang's audacious claim to perform surgery on the princess within the palace, and onlookers regarded him as a fool. Unfazed by the opinions of others, Mo Feiyang resolved to pursue his ambitions, regardless of the obstacles in his path. Conversely, if he were to be asked to undertake something he did not wish to do, even the King of Heaven himself would be met with indifference. As long as he and his loved ones found joy, the opinions of others held no significance. However, having never experienced a complete family life in either of his lives, the presence of the young girl Qin Yuan had instilled a sense of home within him. Thus, he longed to heal the princess swiftly so he could return to carefree days with Qin Yuan, which epitomized Mo Feiyang's mischievous nature. Not far into his departure, he overheard others discussing him, mocking his earlier boast of being able to heal the princess after his fortuitous victory over Lu Xiang in a medical contest. They scoffed at his arrogance, questioning how a mere 17 or 18-year-old could possibly possess the skills to cure the princess when the esteemed doctors of the Imperial Medical Hall had been rendered helpless against her ailment. Indeed, I heard he intends to perform surgery on the princess. How utterly absurd! If he fails, he may as well prepare for the annihilation of his entire clan. One individual gleefully remarked. Ziyue, having caught wind of their disparagement, offered her reassurance. Mo Feiyang, to be honest, I was not entirely convinced of your abilities before, but now I hold unwavering faith in you. Mo Feiyang chuckled lightly. Why is that? Others consider my claims to be mere fantasies. Yet you believe in me so readily? Surely it cannot be based solely on my handsome appearance. Because we are friends. While others see only your flamboyant and unruly exterior, I perceive the earnestness within you. You would never undertake a task without confidence, nor would you gamble with another's life. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I sense you are not as callous as you appear, Ziyue asserted with conviction. The first time she laid eyes on Mo Feiyang, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, later realizing he was a physician with skills surpassing her own. Perhaps their shared profession fostered a sense of kinship. Mo Feiyang was momentarily speechless. This girl was quite remarkable. Having discerned his essence after so little time, it seemed wise to maintain some distance, lest she discover his desire to pursue her romantically, which would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Well then, let us part ways here. I shall see you tomorrow. Upon arriving at his lodging, Mo Feiyang declared. His room was to the left, while Ziyue occupied the right courtyard. Ziyue nodded, preparing to bid farewell, when Mo Feiyang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, what is that over there?" As Ziyue turned her head to look, Mo Feiyang swiftly smacked her rear, the softness and elasticity of her form palpable beneath his hand. Ziyue was startled by the unexpected assault on her private area, letting out a shriek of indignation, her entire body flushed with embarrassment from her face to her neck. She turned, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, and stamped her foot in fury. Scoundrel! How shameless! In that moment, Mo Feiyang, having momentarily forgotten the vastly different customs of this world compared to his previous life, realized he had crossed a line. He quickly attempted to explain. You misunderstand. In my homeland, It is customary for close friends to part in this manner. Chapter 23. The nature of the malicious physician, continued, coughed. At that moment, old Cheng appeared, oblivious to Mo Feiyang's earlier antics, and approached slowly. Seeing someone else present, Ziyue felt it inappropriate to continue her confrontation with Mo Feiyang. With a final glare at him, she departed. Mo Feiyang greeted old Cheng with a facade of propriety, saying, "Old Cheng, do you require my assistance? You seem to be in high spirits, even finding time for flirtation. I heard you boldly claimed before the emperor that you could heal the princess. Have you considered the consequences should you fail?" Old Cheng admonished sternly. In his eyes, Mo Feiyang was a promising medical talent he wished to recruit. Yet this audacious claim left him exasperated. Mo Feiyang held a favorable impression of the seemingly serious yet kind-hearted old Cheng. "Old Cheng, do you truly believe I am the type to make grandiose claims? I, Mo Feiyang, have never undertaken ventures without assurance. Even if I were foolish, I would not risk my life and future. Simply await the good news I shall deliver. I will ensure the Imperial Medical Hall receives due credit for my success. Were it not for your support, I doubt I would have even crossed the threshold of the Imperial Medical Hall, let alone have the opportunity to treat the princess. Do you truly possess such confidence?" Old Cheng inquired, a mix of astonishment and excitement evident in his demeanor. For a decade, he had racked his brain for a solution to the princess's ailment, yet had achieved no success. Before him stood a young man, even younger than his own grandson, confidently asserting his ability to cure the princess. Old Cheng did not feel that this youth's medical skills overshadowed his own, bringing him shame. Rather, he was in awe of the remarkable talents possessed by Mo Feiyang. Mo Feiyang recounted his treatment methods, yet old Cheng's expression was one of perplexity. It was only after several explanations from Mo Feiyang that old Cheng began to grasp the essence of the matter. As Mo Feiyang took his leave, old Cheng could not help but praise him as an extraordinary genius. In the past few days, Mo Feiyang had scarcely found a moment's respite, leaving him with little time to cultivate his skills. He had just begun to sense signs of a breakthrough within himself. If he were to push further, he might soon achieve the realm of a first-tier martial artist. Although his divine bone constitution resulted in a notably slow cultivation progress, the benefits bestowed upon him by the Starry Chain and the Azure Dragon King within him were immeasurable. While others with a divine bone constitution might require months to make a breakthrough, he had managed to progress in merely 7 or 8 days, highlighting the prowess of the Starry Chain. After hastily finishing dinner, Mo Feiyang was about to retreat to his room for cultivation when he was intercepted by Zhang Ji, accompanied by the senior physician Yi Fei from the selection committee. Dr. Mo, I was just about to seek you out. I didn't expect to find you here." Zhang Ji approached with a smile. While Yi Fei wore a gloomy expression, Mo Feiyang harbored no fondness for Zhang Ji, who had barred him from entering the Imperial Medical Hall on his first day. If it weren't for the 3 elder physicians, Zhang Ji likely wouldn't be treating him so courteously now. "Does Lord Zhang have business with me?" Mo Feiyang inquired, halting in his tracks. Zhang Ji sighed. "The matter is as follows. We recognize that although you are quite young, your medical skills are exceptional. However, the princess's ailment has stumped even the esteemed elders of our hall, and you merely suspect that she has been cursed. What if the situation is not as you have conjectured? While I, Zhang, may lack talent, I cherish those who possess it. A prodigy like you is a pillar of our nation. Should impulsiveness lead to unforeseen consequences, it would be a loss for the country. Thus, I earnestly request that you refrain from treating the princess. I will rally some friends in the official circle to persuade the emperor to rescind his orders. In that case, you may only endure some minor injuries, with no threat to your life." Yi Fei arrogantly looked down at Mo Feiyang. "Lord Zhang has gone to great lengths to devise this plan to protect you. You should thank him at once." "You little brat." Mo Feiyang found Yi Fei's demeanor reminiscent of a brigand, his stout figure and brutish visage far from that of a physician, resembling more of a butcher. "I appreciate Lord Zhang's goodwill, but perhaps you are unaware that I, Mo Feiyang, adhere to a principle. Once I resolve to undertake something, I shall not waver, regardless of the consequences I must bear. Thus, I fear I may disappoint you." The more they attempted to obstruct him, the more resolute Mo Feiyang became about pursuing his course of action. Zhang Ji's anger flared, his face twitching as he forced a smile. "Dr. Mo, I am only concerned for your safety. I implore you to reconsider. You may regret it when it is too late." Wei Fei was more blunt. You ungrateful wretch. Do you truly believe your meager skills are sufficient to heal the princess? Cease your fanciful thinking. If you persist in your obstinacy, you may find consequences you cannot bear. Do not say I did not warn you. Mo Feiyang was unfazed by threats. Furrowing his brow, he retorted. Do you not find your words amusing? If you possess true skill, why would the emperor seek me out instead of you for the princess's treatment? This indicates your inferiority. I have come to realize that in this world, age does not necessarily equate to strength. Would you not agree, you insolent wretch, who thinks himself clever with a mere modicum of skill? We shall see. Yi Fei seethed, his beard trembling with rage, nearly choking on his fury. Mo Feiyang had a particular aversion to being called wretch. Were Yi Fei not well past his prime, Mo Feiyang would have struck him already. However, having been insulted, he could not remain indifferent. With a flick of his finger, Mo Feiyang unleashed a beam of golden light that shot past Yi Fei's head, piercing through the brick wall behind him, creating a resounding crash. Zhang Ji stood aghast. Though he was 3 steps away from Yi Fei, he distinctly felt the rush of energy, akin to a frigid winter wind assaulting his face. He had never expected Mo Feiyang to possess not only superb medical skills, but also to be a master of star energy. Leaving him feeling a twinge of fear at Yi Fei, sensing something rush past his head, turned to see a small hole left in the wall by Mo Feiyang's strike, trembling in terror. Had that force struck him, he would have met his demise multiple times over. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Yi Fei realized he had urinated himself in fright. Mo Feiyang coldly smiled. One should speak according to their strength. If you lack sufficient power, refrain from threatening others with consequences. This is a warning. Should there be a next time, you may seek the king of hell below. Zhang Ji and Yi Fei felt a surreal sensation. Was this truly the same Mo Feiyang, previously exuding a roguish demeanor? He now seemed like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. All individuals possess a line that should not be crossed. While this was not Mo Feiyang's ultimate limit, he had a particular aversion to being called wretch. Those who dared utter that term in his presence had invariably paid a steep price. Mo Feiyang was never one to shy away from trouble. Nor did he fear being provoked, but he adhered to a simple principle. If you harm me, I shall retaliate with equal force. This is the essence of the rogue physician, Mo Feiyang, one who savors vengeance and distinguishes clearly between enmity and kindness. Chapter 24. Breakthrough. Upon returning to his room, Mo Feiyang sat in meditation. As he entered a state of tranquility, he sensed subtle changes in his dantian, though they were not immediately discernible. His meridians felt slightly more robust, and the energy required for his circulatory cycles had significantly increased. Moreover, his understanding of the divine wind palm deepened. What had once seemed profound and inscrutable was gradually becoming clearer through recent insights. The divine wind palm consisted of 7 layers, yet he had yet to reach even the first tier. Recalling his encounter with the masked individual of the 3rd-tier martial artist realm upon his arrival in the imperial city, it became evident how formidable this martial art was. On a moonlit night, a gallant steed galloped through the streets of the imperial city, soon arriving at the gates of the Qi residence. Inside, a spacious room was aglow with light, where Qi Shaoyun was engrossed in a weathered tome when a knock at the door interrupted him. Knock, knock, young master. It's me, Qi San, a middle-aged voice called out. With a smile, Qi Shaoyun calmly set down his book. The door is unlocked. Come in. How did it go? Did you uncover Mo Feiyang's background? Qi Shaoyun inquired as he poured himself a cup of tea at the round table. Qi San grinned slyly. Young master, this fellow is merely a commoner, hailing from a small village on the border of Chu. He was adopted by an old physician who has since passed, and now he has a stunningly beautiful junior sister in the village. Hee, but soon she will belong to someone else, oh? Why is that? Qi Shaoyun asked, intrigued. The old man mentioned a dragon elixir to be offered to a significant figure. That figure's sect, the Wujiman, is not far from the village where this lad resides. I heard that the young master of that sect once passed through the village and was smitten with the beauty of that girl. Despite his efforts to woo her, she remains unmoved. If it were me, I would have taken her already, Qi San remarked with a lascivious grin. Qi Shaoyun fell into contemplation, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table before declaring, very well, since he refuses to heed our hospitality. Should he insist on treating the princess tomorrow, he shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. You may leave now, and make sure to inform Yi Fei to relay this matter to Mo Feiyang. Yes, I take my leave, and will not disturb the young master's rest, Qi San replied. Now, Qi Shaoyun had devised another plan. Should he fail to obtain the dragon elixir, he could offer Mo Feiyang's junior sister to the young master of Wujimen, which might yield results comparable to presenting the elixir itself. Resolute in his intent, Qi Shaoyun returned to his cultivation. Suddenly, Mo Feiyang felt a dull ache in his heart. What could be the cause? Was there an issue with his cultivation? Yet the pain quickly dissipated. Returning his focus to his training, he was startled when the golden sphere in his dantian began to whirl vigorously, drawing the star energy from the surrounding air towards his body. A powerful current surged around him, ultimately converging within his dantian. With a resounding crash, it felt as though something had shattered, and a wave of warmth flooded through him, leaving him feeling utterly rejuvenated. A sensation coursed through Mo Feiyang, as if the fine hairs on his body were breathing, and his awareness of the surroundings had significantly heightened. He could distinctly hear the rustling of leaves 100 paces away. He had broken through. Finally, he had surmounted the bottleneck, and his heart brimmed with joy. He had ascended to the first tier of the martial realm, although his cultivation was merely at the first tier. The strength he could unleash was undoubtedly comparable to that of a third-tier martial artist. Suddenly, he heard the ancient voice resonate once more. Young one, I am astounded by your potential. I had no intention of awakening, but your progress brings me immense joy, albeit with a tinge of sorrow. It is rare to witness someone break through their limits so swiftly. However, the difficulty of your divine bone constitution lies in the fact that the further you progress, the more arduous the cultivation becomes. Only once you attain sufficient strength will I be able to restore my true form, at which point I will bestow upon you unexpected benefits. In the dead of night. The sudden emergence of the elderly voice startled Mo Feiyang, but upon realizing it was the Qinglong King who had awakened, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qinglong King, esteemed elder. Has your body recovered? That is splendid news. I have matters I wish to consult with you. Ah, you are too naive, young lad. Do you think recovering is so simple for an old man like me? I merely awakened to inform you that your breakthrough is a good beginning, yet it is also the onset of a nightmare. From now on, you must exert more effort and sweat than others to achieve the same realm. Though your level may align with others, your strength should at least exceed theirs by 2 tiers. Moreover, no matter the circumstances, your resolve must remain unwavering. Should you succumb to demonic influence, the consequences would be unimaginable, potentially bringing calamity to the entire 3 realms, the Qinglong King admonished. What? The 3 realms? Mo Feiyang, hearing such terminology for the first time, couldn't help but inquire curiously. The Qinglong King explained as if enlightening a child. The realm you currently inhabit, the Xingyuan continent, is merely one of the 3 realms, known as the human realm. In addition to the human realm, there are the divine realm and the nether realm. As your cultivation progresses, you will gradually come to understand these realms. For now, all you need to know is that in any realm, possessing sufficient strength is essential to avoid being bullied. Mo Feiyang was once again awestruck. Arriving in this vast Xingyuan continent had already been astonishing enough, but now the Qinglong King spoke of 2 additional realms. What sort of existence could those realms possibly embody? He wondered. The Qinglong King seemed reluctant to elaborate further, stating that they were not fundamentally different from the human realm. It was merely the inhabitants of each world that varied. The nether realm was ferocious and warlike, with formidable beings, while the divine realm, though not prone to initiating conflict, often meddled in others' affairs, imposing their moral standards upon them. Despite the human realm being the weakest, its numbers were the greatest, and thus it did not belong to the other 2 realms. Yet, the human realm produced the most superlative experts, which is why I hold high hopes for you. Having lived 2 lives, Mo Feiyang was not particularly interested in such matters. He saw through them and merely wished to lead a carefree existence with his dear junior sister. Qin Yuan, esteemed Qinglong King, I have little interest in those affairs, nor do they concern me. As for my cultivation, I will steadily grow stronger, enough to protect those I cherish from any upheaval. The Qinglong King was somewhat displeased by Mo Feiyang's remarks, retorting, nonsense. What do you mean it is not your concern? If a great war erupts among the 3 realms, how will you protect yourself and those you love, if you cannot even preserve your own life? How can you speak of safeguarding others? What, a war among the three realms? Are you suggesting that conflict will arise? Mo Feiyang could scarcely believe his ears. The Qinglong king, with irritation, replied, "Eons ago, a cataclysmic battle ravaged the three realms, where the human and divine realms united to fend off an invasion from the Nether realm. Ultimately, they sealed the passage between the Nether realm and the other two realms. However, a conflict ensued between the divine and human realms, culminating in their defeat at the hands of the human king Ling Zhantian. Yet, the human realm suffered grievously, resulting in a dearth of experts, all recuperating from their wounds. Although the passages between the realms are sealed, once those former superlative beings restore their strength after eons, another battle is inevitable, perhaps even more ferocious than the last. Thus, to protect those you hold dear, you must ascend to the pinnacle of power." This revelation was the most shocking news Mo Feiyang had encountered since arriving in the Xingyuan continent. He had never anticipated such circumstances. It seemed that even a carefree life was out of reach. "Never delay your cultivation. I shall conduct monthly assessments of your strength. Do take care of yourself." With that, the Qinglong king returned to the starry chain to continue his cultivation. Mo Feiyang's heart remained tumultuous, stirred by the exhilarating imagery he had just heard. "The human king, I must become an existence that surpasses yours." Mo Feiyang set a lofty goal within his heart. Chapter 25. The princess awakens. The sky began to blush with dawn, and the morning star radiated its most brilliant light. Mo Feiyang emerged from his night of cultivation, feeling invigorated and imbued with power. Not long after he rose, he spotted Zhu Ba rushing towards him. "Brother Mo, you truly astonish me. Among thousands, you stand alone as a prodigious talent. The emperor has sent me to escort you. Everything has been arranged as you instructed, and we await your arrival to treat the princess. Come, let us hasten, for the palanquin awaits outside." "Zhu brother, your accomplishments are commendable as well that at your age. You have already become a favored figure beside the emperor. In the future, you shall surely soar to great heights. Just remember your brother when you attain high office and riches," Mo Feiyang replied. Zhu Ba, sweetened by Mo Feiyang's praise, beamed, "Oh, not at all. If you can cure the princess, the emperor will surely reward you greatly. I will be the one to benefit from your glory." Mo Feiyang summoned Ziyu and exited the imperial medical hall, where Zhu Ba rode ahead with 200 elite guards, encircling the palanquin that carried Mo Feiyang and Ziyu as they made their way to the royal palace. Those within the imperial medical hall could only envy Mo Feiyang's treatment, some even relishing the prospect of seeing him fail to cure the princess and facing the emperor's wrath. Zhang Ji and Yi Fei, who had been thoroughly frightened by Mo Feiyang the previous day, remained in bed, afraid to rise early, lest they encounter that sinister physician. Today, the defenses at the city gates were particularly stringent, allowing only egress but no ingress. With soldiers patrolling every few steps, at the palace gate, second-tier martial artists stood guard. Zhu Ba dismounted upon arrival, brandishing his token for passage, and Mo Feiyang and Ziyu alighted from the palanquin, following Zhu Ba into the palace. The emperor had arrived early at the princess's chambers, accompanied by a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the princess, adorned in resplendent attire that exuded nobility. She sat beside the emperor, her face alight with anticipation. Behind the emperor stood an elderly man, stooped and motionless. As Zhu Ba approached the entrance to the princess's chambers, the gatekeeper announced, "Dr. Mo is here." Guided by Zhu Ba, Mo Feiyang and Ziyu entered the chambers. Zhu Ba knelt and clasped his hands, addressing the emperor. "I pay my respects to your majesty. I have brought Dr. Mo and Miss Ziyu." "Greetings, your majesty," Mo Feiyang offered, disregarding the formalities of court etiquette, instead merely bowing in acknowledgement. Ziyu had already witnessed Mo Feiyang's audacity and complied with the custom, kneeling before the emperor and softly saying, "This humble girl pays her respects to your majesty and the empress." The emperor waved his hand. "Enough, rise. Dr. Mo, are you prepared? I have not anticipated something with such eagerness in a long time." Mo Feiyang nodded and replied, "I am ready, your majesty. We can begin now, but I require that no one disturb us during the treatment." Zhu Ba had already followed Mo Feiyang's instructions, clearing out all items from a side room in the princess's chambers, leaving only a bed and a table, and had even cleaned the room with strong liquor. The emperor and empress, while curious, remained silent, waiting outside for the safety of their daughter. once the princess was carried into the designated room. For palace maids exited, standing guard outside as Mo Feiyong directed. Bring the liquor. Mo Feiyong commanded. In this world, there was no antiseptic, so he resorted to using strong liquor for disinfection. Ziyu, with skepticism, slowly began to remove the princess's upper garments, revealing her delicate form to Mo Feiyong. However, he did not linger to admire, instead applying the liquor to cleanse her skin before placing his hand on her pulse, releasing Xingyuan energy to probe for the location of the parasitic worm. At last, Mo Feiyong discovered the worm nestled beneath the princess's right breast, slightly lower. He employed the Xingyuan energy to create a circular shield, encapsulating the worm within. I am about to operate on the princess. You only need to assist me by wiping away the sweat, Mo Feiyong declared, then deftly made a precise incision just below the princess's breast, his movements fluid and instinctive. Yet, no matter how skilled Mo Feiyong was, he could not eliminate the pain. In this world, there was no anesthesia. Fortunately, the princess was in a deep coma and did not exhibit any reactions. Ziyu watched in awe, never having imagined that one could wield a blade upon another with such elegance. Many aspects surpassed her understanding. Mo Feiyong meticulously separated the subcutaneous tissues, and suddenly, he spotted a small protrusion, the size of a finger, slowly writhing. At last, I have found it, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the protruding part began to writhe towards the edge of the energy shield, its speed increasing rapidly, yet it could not breach the energy barrier that Mo Feiyong had conjured. Mo Feiyong pressed down on the insect to prevent its escape. Then, with his other hand, slowly peeled away the tissue. Abruptly, a dark red, caterpillar-like creature emerged, bizarre in appearance, with a head resembling that of a fierce tiger and menacing crimson fangs. In that moment of distraction, the creature viciously bit Mo Feiyong's left hand. Upon seeing the creature's visage, Ziyu gasped in shock. Mo Feiyong gritted his teeth against the pain and swiftly severed the insect in two. Yet it did not perish. Each half began to move independently. Mo Feiyong grasped the tail end and crushed it, but the head portion was inexplicably drawn away by some strange force, vanishing from sight, leaving Mo Feiyong unable to pursue. Ziyu suddenly cried out, "What has happened to your hand?" Mo Feiyong felt no pain in his left hand, only a peculiar numbness. He then noticed the color of his hand changing, starting from the fingertips, where a dark hue gradually spread outward. "This is bad. I have been poisoned," he said to Ziyu. "Quickly prepare the needle and thread. I must stitch the princess before my left hand loses all sensation." Mo Feiyong took the needle and thread that Ziyu had prepared and began to sew the princess. As he completed the final stitch, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 26. The Princess Awakens. Mo Feiyong. "What has happened to you? Wake up." Ziyu rushed to Mo Feiyong's side. Shaking his shoulders, she then checked his pulse and thought, "This is terrible, such potent poison." The emperor and empress, who had been waiting outside, rushed in upon hearing Ziyu's scream. They were met with the sight of the princess lying there bare-chested. The emperor's fury ignited. "What nonsense is this? Must one undress to treat the sick? Guards, seize this shameless scoundrel and throw him into the dungeons." The empress approached Princess Chuyu's bedside and suddenly noticed a faint incision on her chest, adorned with fine black threads. Without hesitation, she helped the princess don her clothing. Ziyu stepped forward, spreading her arms before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." While Mo Feiyong's actions may have been inappropriate, they were all for the safety of the princess. "I dare to inquire, what is more important, the life of the princess or her innocence? Moreover, Dr. Mo acted out of necessity. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. If you insist on punishing him, I shall willingly share in his fate." As two palace guards entered, they overheard these audacious words. One guard, eager to curry favor, declared, "How dare you? The emperor is the supreme ruler. His words are law, and you shall not defy them." The emperor, incensed by the guard's remark, thundered, "Preposterous! I have never rescinded my words. Since you are so obstinate, you shall join him in the dungeons." "Wait." The empress, her expression agitated, looked at the princess and seemed to sense something amiss. She leaned in close to Princess Chuyu's lips and suddenly heard her murmur, "Thirsty. I want water." Chuyu's voice was barely audible, but the empress caught every word. Tears of joy streamed down the empress's face as she exclaimed, You are speaking Quickly, fetch water. Almost everyone, including Ziyue, could hardly believe that the princess, who had been in a coma for 10 years, was showing signs of awakening. The two guards stood there, dumbfounded, while the emperor's eyes glistened with moisture, his body trembling with emotion as he rushed to the bedside. Water! I want water! Chiyue's faint voice rang out again, this time clear and distinct. Ziyue believed wholeheartedly that Imo Feiyong would cure the princess, yet she had not anticipated such a swift awakening. If the princess had indeed regained consciousness, the emperor would certainly not hold Imo Feiyong accountable. The thought filled Ziyue with joy. The emperor turned to the guards, bellowing, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch water for my Yuer. If you delay, it will cost you your heads." The guards dashed out at breakneck speed. Just then, an enigmatic elder, who had been by the emperor's side, entered with a bowl of water. The emperor personally took the bowl and, positioning himself at the princess's side, gently lifted her head to feed her. The princess drank as if it were nectar, fearful of wasting even a drop, and soon consumed the entire bowl. Suddenly, Princess Chiyue blinked several times before slowly opening her eyes, gazing upon her father and mother. A smile mixed with tears gracing her face. "Mother, why are you and father crying? How embarrassing. Even I, so small, do not cry, yet you both do. Shame on you." The smiles on the emperor and empress's faces faded. Although the princess had awakened, her demeanor seemed to reflect that of a child, as if she remained at the age of 8 or 9 prior to her coma. Nevertheless, the fact that Chiyue was awake brought them immense joy. The emperor, having no sons, cherished the few daughters he had, and among them, Chiyue was his most beloved. "Yuer, my dear, your father and mother are simply overjoyed for you," the empress said, wiping her tears. The emperor, seated beside the bed, tenderly stroked Chiyue's head. "I swear, from this day forth, I shall ensure you suffer no harm. I will hunt down that despicable fiend who dared to lay a hand on my precious daughter." Ziyue did not linger on the princess any longer but checked Imo Feiyong's pulse again, her expression turning anxious. "Your Majesty, Dr. Imo was bitten by the insect while treating the princess. I implore you to allow me to take him for medical attention. If we delay, it may be too late. Mother, who is that brother lying on the ground? He looks so pitiful, his face is all black." Princess Chiyue asked curiously, glancing at the unconscious Imo Feiyong. The emperor turned, uncertain whether to reward or punish Imo Feiyong. However, the empress spoke up, "What are you two still doing? Hurry and carry this esteemed doctor away for treatment. If anything should happen to him, I shall hold you accountable." Yes, yes, my lady, do not be angry. I shall take the esteemed doctor to the royal physician's quarters at once." One of the guards quickly lifted Imo Feiyong onto his back and headed towards the princess's chamber. The emperor appeared to have come to a decision. Since Imo Feiyong's condition was critical, he would first be taken to the emperor's study. "Summon Zhang Ji to attend to me immediately." Another guard knelt and acknowledged. "I obey your command." After bowing, Ziyue followed the guard carrying Imo Feiyong towards the emperor's study. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. The poison affecting Imo Feiyong was unlike anything she had ever seen, and she could not think of a suitable remedy. However, his situation was dire, and if the toxicity spread unchecked, he might not survive the next half hour. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ziyue's mind. She recalled her master had once given her a pill, claiming it could cure all poisons, and instructed her to take it, stating that it would render her immune to toxins. If that were true, could her own blood also possess the same properties? A bold thought emerged within her. They soon arrived at the emperor's study, where a steward eyed the guard carrying Imo Feiyong, declaring, "How dare you? Who is bold enough to intrude upon the emperor's study? Do you wish to court death? This is no place for you." Before the guard could respond, Ziyue hastily interjected, "It is the emperor who has sent us to the study. I implore you to grant us passage." "Preposterous! Who do you think you are? The emperor would not summon you to the study. If you take another step forward, I shall call for guards to deal with you." The steward waved his feather duster dismissively, speaking with disdain. The guard, now desperate, realized that if Imo Feiyong's treatment was delayed, the emperor and empress would hold him responsible, and he boldly retorted, "How Gonggong, do you not trust this young lady? Do you not even believe my words? She is the esteemed doctor who has cured the princess. If anything were to happen to him, could you bear the consequences?" The steward scoffed, "How laughable! The princess's ailment has remained unresolved for 10 years. You think this half-dead, scruffy fellow can cure her? You are clearly up to no good. The guard, incensed, strode up to the steward and kicked him aside, exclaiming, "You blind fool! If you delay this esteemed doctor's treatment, you can expect to lose your head." The frail steward stumbled back 3 paces, terrified into silence. Once inside the emperor's study, the guard laid Mo Feiyong on a bed reserved for the attendants. "Miss Ziyue, if you have any further instructions, please do not hesitate to command." Chapter 27. Turmoil in the Imperial City. Thank you, good sir. I hope you can guard the entrance and prevent anyone from interrupting my treatment of Dr. Mo. Ziyue requested of the guard. The guard nodded. "Do not mention it, Miss Ziyue. Rest assured, the Emperor has made it clear that if anything were to happen to Dr. Mo, I shall bear the brunt of his wrath. I will ensure no one disturbs you." Once the guard exited, Ziyue first used silver needles to seal several of Mo Feiyong's acupoints to prevent the spread of the poison, though this would only serve to delay the inevitable. After several attempts to extract the deadly poison from Mo Feiyong's body using silver needles, no effect was observed. Black veins had spread across the entirety of his left palm, and if effective treatment were not administered soon, he might lose the hand entirely. Although Ziyue had known Mo Feiyong for a short time, she was deeply impressed by his extraordinary medical skills. Her determination to save him stemmed from a profound respect and admiration that one doctor holds for another. Ziyue placed a porcelain bowl on the table and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a delicate dagger. Gritting her teeth, she made a small incision at the tip of her middle finger, allowing crimson droplets of blood to fall into the bowl. Unhappy with the slow pace of the bloodletting, she squeezed her middle finger with her right hand, causing the blood to flow more rapidly. As the warmth drained from her face, she felt herself becoming faint. In a short while, the bowl was half filled with her blood. With no time to bandage her wound, Ziyue hurried to Mo Feiyong's bedside, prepared to administer her blood to him, but found his mouth firmly shut. Time was of the essence. Not only was Mo Feiyong's hand in jeopardy, but his very life was at stake. Ziyue ultimately made the harrowing decision to feed him her blood with her own mouth. As she kissed him, a sensation unlike any other coursed through her body, a pain more profound than when Mo Feiyong had touched his own hand. Yet, the urgency of the situation forced her to focus. With a gentle push of her tongue, she pried open his lips and squeezed the blood into his mouth. This method proved far more efficient, and soon she had administered the majority of the bowl's contents. Ziyue remained by his side, anxiously observing the effects. Moments later, she noticed that the black veins on Mo Feiyong's hand had ceased to spread, indicating that her blood was indeed effective. Overjoyed, she checked his pulse. While the poison's advance had halted, a considerable amount still lingered within him. "Thank goodness my blood is effective. Otherwise, such a genius would be lost to the world. However, it seems this poison cannot be eradicated in just a day or two." Ziyue murmured to herself. In the Chifu on the royal street of the imperial city, Qi's reported to Qi Shioyan, "Young master, spies from within the palace have just relayed news that the lad named Mo has been bitten by the soul-eating goo from the northern border and has fallen into a deep coma. It seems he may not survive." With his hands clasped behind him, Qi Shioyan gazed at the red koi in the lotus pond, responding coolly, "Good, very good." The carefully laid plans nearly fell to ruin due to this reckless youth. Fortunately, the northern border's soul-eating goo intervened. Qi Zhen hesitated before speaking again. "Young master, there is something else I am uncertain whether to mention. Qi Zhen, have we not known each other for years? Do you not understand my nature? I detest procrastination. Speak your mind, and I assure you, I shall not hold it against you." Qi Shioyan turned to fix a piercing gaze upon Qi Zhen. Lowering his head, Qi Zhen replied, "Yes, young master. I shall keep your words close to heart. That lad managed to cure Princess Chuiwe before losing consciousness. It is said she has now awakened." "What?" Qi Shioyan's expression darkened as he struck Qi Zhen's face with force. His voice laced with fury. "What did you say? Repeat that." Though his face burned from the slap, Qi Zhen felt wronged, recalling how Qi Shioyan had just promised not to blame him. Did Princess Chuiwe say anything upon awakening? Qi Shioyan pressed urgently. Fearing another slap, Qi Zhen stepped back cautiously. "Not that I know of, however. I heard from the spies that Princess Chuiwe seems to be acting as if her thoughts and actions are still at the level they were before her coma." Letting out a sigh of relief, Qi Shioyan remarked, "It seems our plans must be expedited." Notify everyone. Action will commence in 3 days. As noon passed, the citizens of the imperial city erupted in excitement upon reading the astonishing news on the imperial edict. Similar proclamations adorned all 4 city gates, announcing that the 10-year comatose Princess Chuiwe had been revived by a miraculous doctor. A national amnesty was declared. The entire Chu kingdom would be exempt from taxes for 3 months, and celebrations would ensue. Upon hearing the news, people rushed home to spread the word, while throngs of residents took to the streets, beating drums in jubilation. The imperial city was ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Chifu was somber. With the sound of shattered cups echoing through the halls, in just 3 days, the news had reached every corner of the Chu kingdom. The villagers of Wulong, upon hearing the announcement, were filled with exhilaration, as their entire village had received commendations and a 3-year tax exemption. The villagers knew that this was undoubtedly due to Mo Feiyong's miraculous healing of the princess. Otherwise, they would not have received such preferential treatment. However, amidst the joy, concerns arose. If Mo Feiyong were to return and discover that Qin Yuan had been abducted, one could only imagine the heartache that would ensue. After confirming that her blood could save Mo Feiyong, Ziyue immediately requested to resign from the emperor's service, disappearing with Mo Feiyong. No one knew where they had gone. The emperor, wishing to reward him, found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he issued a decree promising a reward of 1,000 taels of gold to anyone who could provide information on Mo Feiyong's whereabouts. Regrettably, 10 days passed with no leads on Mo Feiyong or Ziyue, while they found themselves on an unnamed mountain in the Chu kingdom. The mountain, though not particularly high, was imposing, stretching for miles. It was known as Shengyang Mountain, said to have formed after a duel between 2 masters of the highest caliber. This was also where Ziyue and her master resided. Mo Feiyong's poison had been largely purged, yet he remained unconscious. "Master, it has been over 10 days. Why has he shown no signs of awakening?" Ziyue inquired of a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. This man was none other than the renowned healer Hua Fei. Clad in a black robe, his complexion healthy and exuding an air of righteousness, it is the will of heaven. One must not defy destiny. Although this young man has suffered from a potent poison, whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. His awakening relies on his own fortune. The soul-eating goo is one of the most formidable poisons in existence, comparable to the Samoyed flower of the netherworld. If it reaches the heart, even the great Emperor Ziyue would be unable to save him, Hua Fei stated gravely. "What? The poison from the soul-eating goo is comparable to that of the Samoyed flower?" Ziyue was taken aback. "Master, I am but a foolish apprentice. Could this dreadful poison possibly bring forth a blessing?" Hua Fei gazed at the sky and slowly responded. As the saying goes, fortune lies within calamity, and calamity hides within fortune. Though the soul-eating goo is merely a small insect, it rarely bites. Instead, it devours the vital energy within a person until their demise. There is a secret even the one who administered the poison may not comprehend. If a soul-eating goo breaks free and actively bites a person, it signifies that the individual is destined for greatness. If this young man can endure, he shall embark on the true path of cultivation. However, with great power comes great responsibility. He will undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges and unknown dangers. Ziyue was stunned. She had only known Mo Feiyong as a skilled physician dedicated to saving lives, never realizing he was also a cultivator of vital energy, destined to become a figure of great reverence. "Master, although I am currently at the 4th level, I should be able to sense the presence of a cultivator. Yet, why do I feel no fluctuations of vital energy from him?" Ziyue, a martial artist of the 4th level, had concealed her abilities. Unlike Mo Feiyong, whose prowess was difficult to detect unless he revealed it, only those above the rank of Taiyin warriors could perceive his true strength. It took me 3 days of contemplation to realize that this young man possesses a divine bone constitution. Hua Fei declared, astonished. Such a physique has not been seen in this world for nearly 10,000 years. Those who once bore the divine bone constitution were the dragons and phoenixes among men. But they faced trials and tribulations far greater than ordinary cultivators. Ziyue was left speechless, overwhelmed by the continuous revelations Mo Feiyong brought forth, uncertain of what further astonishing events might unfold. "Child, do not constantly worry about others. Take a look at yourself, how thin you have become. Though I have made strides in alchemy, I cannot withstand your daily bloodletting to save others. Be honest with me. Have you developed feelings for this young man? Hua Fei suddenly shifted the conversation toward Ziyue. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced. No, master. You are overthinking why life was given by you. Without your rescue, I would have perished long ago. Thus, I have vowed to care for you for a lifetime. My dear child, although I saved you, I consider you as my own, like a granddaughter as you grow. So too should your own life. If you have someone you desire, I shall not keep you against your will. It is apparent that you harbor deep feelings for this young man, sacrificing your own well-being to provide him with your blood for detoxification day after day. Hua Fei gazed at Ziyu with a tinge of concern. To claim that Ziyu harbored no feelings for Mo Fei Yang would be a falsehood. However, her affection was not as fervent as Hua Fei had imagined. At present, her sentiments towards Mo Fei Yang were primarily rooted in admiration, and her desire to assist him stemmed from a wish to gain a deeper understanding of his remarkable medical prowess. Master, it's getting late. I shall go and check on young Master Mo. Ziyu excused herself. Hua Fei shook his head as he watched her retreating figure, sighing, "Oh, foolish girl, how could a man of divine physique not captivate a woman? I can only hope that the lad does not mistreat you in the days to come." At this moment, Mo Fei Yang remained in a state of unconsciousness, appearing tranquil yet beset by peril. Within him, a swirling vortex of black energy clashed against a golden aura, each vying for dominance. At times, the golden star source energy would force the mysterious black presence back, while at other moments, the dark current would retaliate, catching the golden energy off guard. Although Mo Fei Yang's consciousness was alert, he found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the internal struggle. Each time the star source energy seemed on the verge of capitulating to the enigmatic black force, he felt a salty liquid surge up his throat, as if the black energy were retreating in fear. Eventually, Mo Fei Yang attempted to use his will to control the golden star source energy to assault the dark force. Each exertion left him feeling as though his body might tear apart. Yet the results were minimal. Nonetheless, he persevered, determined to persist daily. To his astonishment, since he had begun to command the golden energy against the black force, the latter had consistently suffered more defeats than victories, gradually dissipating over time. After half a month, the star source energy within him had thickened and intensified, while the black energy dwindled, posing no further threat. Ultimately, it seemed to vanish entirely, as for several consecutive days, Mo Fei Yang no longer perceived the mysterious dark current. The temperature on the mountain was relatively cool. Thus, when the first rays of sunlight streamed in, they imparted a gentle warmth. Ziyu had remained by Mo Fei Yang's side throughout the night, having overheard his murmurs, believing he was on the verge of awakening. Eventually, she dozed off beside his bed. "Isn't that Miss Ziyu? Why is she asleep at my bedside?" Upon awakening, Mo Fei Yang's first instinct was to throw off the covers and check if his attire was intact. If he found himself unclothed, it would imply everything was fine. However, if he was still dressed, that would raise suspicions. After an entire month of unconsciousness, Mo Fei Yang had finally stirred, and his soft exclamation jolted Ziyu from her slumber. Sunlight illuminated Ziyu's exquisite visage, resembling a celestial being amidst the dawn as she groggily opened her eyes and beheld Mo Fei Yang. An indescribable joy flooded her heart. "You're awake?" Mo Fei Yang then noticed her pallid complexion, devoid of color, and her emaciated form, which lacked her former noble demeanor. He had no desire to jest with her at that moment, as a sudden memory struck him. She had been present when he was bitten by that cursed insect. Instantly, he surmised that her gaunt appearance must be directly related to his own predicament. "Are you all right? You've lost so much weight. Where are we? And by the way, has the princess awakened?" Mo Fei Yang glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings and inquired. Ziyu gently shook her head. "I'm fine. This is where my master and I reside. You recovered the same day you treated the princess. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you," she said, rising to her feet. Yet, upon standing, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, and her vision blurred, nearly causing her to collapse. Quick to react, Mo Fei Yang leapt from the bed and caught her. Observing her increasingly pale face, "Are you all right? Let go of me." "I'm fine," Ziyu exclaimed, her voice firm. Fei Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to hold her a moment longer when an extremely furious voice echoed from outside the door. Chapter 29. Rebirth, you scoundrel. If you don't release Zier this instant, I shall flay your skin. Hua Fei, witnessing Mo Fei Yong embracing Ziyu while clad only in his undergarments, erupted in furious reprimands. Mo Fei Yong quickly released Ziyu and dove back into the covers, feeling indignant. What kind of world was this? It was one thing to be seen by a girl, but now he had been spied upon by a man. Ziyu felt utterly embarrassed. Although she understood her master's intentions were well-meaning, she couldn't help but explain, "Master, it was not his fault. I nearly fainted, and he merely caught me." "Yes, yes." Just as Ziyu stated, Mo Fei Yong chimed in, "I presume this esteemed and distinguished physician is none other than your master, revered for his talents. I have long heard of your legendary name, and it is indeed an honor to meet you today." He clasped his hands in greeting, though sitting there bare-chested felt rather inappropriate. Ignoring Mo Fei Yong, Hua Fei addressed Ziyu. "Zier, step outside. I must give this shameless rascal a proper lesson. Let us see if he dares to bully you again," concerned that her master might truly become violent. Ziyu hesitated, for while he was known as the divine physician, few were aware that Hua Fei was also a martial artist of the 7th tier, an extraordinary master. "Master, I understand. You may leave now." Without allowing her to finish, Hua Fei interrupted. Once Ziyu exited, Hua Fei turned to Mo Fei Yong and said, "You have quite the audacity. In broad daylight, you dare to tease my disciple. Do you not realize that a woman's purity is more precious than life itself? How could she ever marry after such intimate contact with you? Come on, it's not that serious. I merely embraced her. I didn't even touch her backside when we were in the royal city." Mo Fei Yong thought to himself, could you turn around, please? I need to put on my clothes." He raised the blanket to cover his chest. Hua Fei, unfazed, replied, "Now you're concerned about modesty. Why didn't you feel embarrassed earlier? Enough of your hesitation. Don't act like a coward. I'll be waiting for you outside. So dress quickly and come out." Once clothed, Mo Fei Yong strode out with an air of nonchalance. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that he was atop a picturesque mountain, surrounded by lush greenery and distant majestic peaks, with an abundance of star source energy that invigorated the spirit in the courtyard. A stone table stood prominently, and Hua Fei was seated on a stone bench, savoring tea. Mo Fei Yong approached and sat across from him, attempting to divert the conversation. "Uncle, the environment here is quite pleasant." Hua Fei sputtered, nearly spitting out his tea at Mo Fei Yong's address. "Uncle? You dare call me that? I have lived for 138 springs and autumns." "Wait, you're 138 years old?" Mo Fei Yong was taken aback, unable to fathom that this middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s, was actually over a century old. "Though you think I would lie to a mere child?" Hua Fei retorted. "Now, let us address the matter at hand. How do you intend to rectify the situation regarding my disciple's purity that you so brazenly compromised?" Mo Fei Yong, no stranger to accountability, found himself ensnared in Hua Fei's narrative, which framed the situation as a violation of Ziyu's purity. "Senior, I apologize once more for my earlier actions. However, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion that I have tarnished Miss Ziyu's honor." Hua Fei, not wishing to dwell on the matter, merely sought to protect Ziyu and used this opportunity to bind them together. "Whether you agree or not, once Ziyu's health is restored, I shall take the liberty of arranging your marriage." "Marriage? Senior, you must be jesting. Besides, I already have a fiancé. Perhaps you should reconsider." Mo Fei Yong hastily declined a tea that moment. Ziyu, having prepared breakfast, approached just in time to hear her master's declaration about arranging their marriage, which filled her with a hint of delight. Yet, Mo Fei Yong's refusal struck her with an unshakable pain. Was she truly so unworthy? Hua Fei, undeterred, declared, "You have two choices. Either you wed Zier once she recovers, or we engage in a duel. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of a joss stick burn, I shall allow you to leave this mountain." Mo Fei Yong, not lacking admiration for the beautiful Ziyu, was simply averse to being coerced. Had he fallen for her willingly, no obstacle would deter him. Yet, the current circumstances were quite the opposite, so without hesitation, he chose the latter option. "I choose the second option." Hua Fei was not surprised by his choice. "Very well, after breakfast, we shall duel. If within a month you can achieve what I just mentioned, it will be considered valid. If you fail to do so, you shall prepare for your marriage with Ziyu." "Agreed," Mo Fei Yong asserted firmly. After their meal, Hua Fei led Mo Fei Yong to the back mountain, a place where he had once trained. and found a spacious clearing to ignite the incense. Let us begin. You may employ any means to attack or defend. The time begins now. Since cultivating the star source energy, Mo Fei Yong had only fought once on his journey to the royal city. So he was now invigorated, channeling all his star source energy into motion. Suddenly, as he faced Hua Fei, he observed the elder's hair standing on end without a breeze, followed by an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Suddenly, Mo Fei Yong felt as though he were bearing the weight of an immense mountain, rendering him breathless. He began to bend under the pressure, yet the indomitable spirit within him gradually surged forth. Gritting his teeth, Mo Fei Yong bellowed, his entire being flushed crimson, yet he ultimately stood upright with unwavering resolve. Hua Fei, observing this, could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, this young man was a prodigy, truly deserving of the title Godly Bone. Though he had only exerted a mere third of his strength to apply pressure, it was crucial to note that Mo Fei Yong had only just entered the first tier of the martial artist realm, while Hua Fei was at the pinnacle of the seventh tier. An immense disparity in power. Kid, I advise you to concede. At this rate, you will inevitably be unable to endure, Hua Fei remarked, gazing at Mo Fei Yong, whose eyes were now bloodshot from the strain. Mo Fei Yong's meridians swelled as his clothes were drenched in sweat in mere moments, a testament to the immense pressure he was enduring. The notion of surrender did not even register in Mo Fei Yong's mind. He clenched his jaw and declared, "Impossible. As long as I draw breath, I shall never bow my head." After several breaths, however, Mo Fei Yong could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing to the ground while maintaining his standing posture. It was not that he had surrendered, but rather that his body had reached its limits. Gasping for air on the ground, he gradually regained his strength and immediately entered a meditative state to recover his star source energy. Once restored, he promptly challenged Hua Fei again, repeating this cycle of falling and rising in training. Over the course of a single day, Mo Fei Yong fell over 300 times, yet each time he rose, he managed to endure longer than before. Regardless of the number, Mo Fei Yong made daily progress, compelling Hua Fei to incrementally increase the intensity of his pressure to ensure Mo Fei Yong could not withstand it for more than a single incense stick's duration. After 10 days of this relentless training, Mo Fei Yong was able to endure Hua Fei's 8th tier strength for half an incense stick's time, astonishing even Hua Fei with his rapid advancement. Mo Fei Yong hardly paused in his training, enduring Hua Fei's torment by day and practicing fervently by night. He ultimately achieved the ability to walk slowly under Hua Fei's pressure after half a month, a remarkable qualitative leap. As long as there was progress, there was hope. Later, Hua Fei instructed Mo Fei Yong to immerse himself in a medicinal cauldron each night for training. Another half-month passed, and Mo Fei Yong broke through, reaching the second tier of the martial artist realm, simultaneously establishing a connection with the starry sky chain. As Mo Fei Yong's oil lamp flickered out, the boundless star source energy within the starry sky chain gradually flowed into his body. On the final day of the 1-month limit, Mo Fei Yong finally passed Hua Fei's test. Ziyue understood that Mo Fei Yong's fervent desire to pass his master's test stemmed from his longing to reunite with his beloved, and her heart sank with an unbearable ache, feeling a tearing pain. Yet she was moved by Mo Fei Yong's unwavering devotion. The more Hua Fei observed Mo Fei Yong, the more he felt this young man was truly exceptional, demonstrating remarkable progress and astonishing perseverance, even contemplating taking him as a disciple. However, Mo Fei Yong politely declined, and in the end, Hua Fei imparted a single piece of wisdom. Do not seek to do good for the world, but rather seek to be at peace with your own conscience. With that, Mo Fei Yong departed, bearing a letter from Hua Fei as he left the nameless mountain, headed towards Wulong Mountain on the border of the Chu Kingdom. Chapter 30. The Wujiman, Welcome to Critique. Mo Fei Yong, with a heart full of longing, rode tirelessly for 10 days, finally catching sight of Wulong Mountain not far ahead. He flicked the reins, urging his steed to gallop forward with the swiftness of the wind. The village and trance gradually came into view, and upon entering, Mo Fei Yong was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of belonging, and no matter how splendid other places might be, without Qin Yuan's companionship, solitude lingered. The mountain village in the morning was still shrouded in mist. After entering the village, Mo Fei Yong went unnoticed. He rode straight to the door of his long-awaited home, only to find it tightly shut and locked. Panic surged within him. He knew that apart from himself, Qin Yuan had no other family in this world. making it impossible for her to be away visiting relatives. Could it be that the young girl had gone out to gather herbs? Mo Feiyang speculated anxiously. Isn't that Feiyang? Has he truly returned? A villager, preparing to head out for work, spotted Mo Feiyang and exclaimed in surprise. And Mo Feiyang forced a smile. Uncle, it's me. I'm back. The villager, shouldering a hoe, immediately shouted, Everyone, come out. Feiyang has returned. Our divine doctor is back. Village chief, Feiyang is back. The tranquil and harmonious mountain village quickly became lively, and the village chief approached amidst a throng of villagers, their faces alight with joy yet tinged with a hint of reluctance to meet Mo Feiyang's gaze. Grandfather, I've returned. Do you know where Qin Yuan has gone? Mo Feiyang dismounted and asked the village chief earnestly. Upon hearing Mo Feiyang's inquiry, some villagers turned their heads away while others lowered their gazes. Unable to meet his eyes, the village chief, looking dejected, sighed, Alas, Feiyang, it is our village chief's fault for not being able to look after Qin Yuan properly. Just the day after the imperial edict announced the princess had been cured, a group of martial artists stormed into the village. They were brazen and arrogant, and they forcibly took Qin Yuan away in a carriage. All the men in the village tried to stop them, but it was futile. Those people were all highly skilled, capable of overcoming us with a mere finger. We could only watch helplessly as they abducted her. Hearing the village chief's words, Mo Feiyang clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously as fury surged within him. Mo Feiyang was thoroughly enraged. He had never harbored such hatred for anyone since arriving in this world, even when he faced the masked man who sought to kill him. His anger had not been this intense in an instant. Mo Feiyang's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression cold as he gritted his teeth and demanded, Who were they? Where have they taken Qin Yuan? At that moment, he had resolved to eliminate those responsible, regardless of who they were or how powerful and influential they might be. Their ultimate fate was death. If he could not kill them today, he would do so in a month. If not in a month, then in a year. In any case, once Mo Feiyang made a decision, he would go to any lengths to see it through. The villagers had never witnessed such a frigid demeanor from Mo Feiyang. Usually jovial in the village, it was evident how furious he was, prompting many kind-hearted villagers to offer their counsel. Feiyang, you must remain calm. Those people are not to be trifled with. Yes, Feiyang, you did cure the princess's ailment. If you were to seek the emperor's help, there might be a glimmer of hope. You are but one person, and you would be powerless against them alone. It would only lead to your demise. Tell me who they are. Mo Feiyang's icy voice rang out again, sending shivers down their spines. The village chief glanced at Mo Feiyang and replied, I heard them say they intended to take Yuan girl to the Wujiman to serve as a concubine for their sect leader's son. It is said that the Wujiman possesses immense power, to the extent that even the imperial palace dares not interfere with them. I know how deep your feelings for Yuan girl run, so I did not intend to stop you. I only hope you will know your limits. If it proves too difficult, do not force yourself. A gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Mo Feiyang took a deep breath and said, Grandfather village chief, I will not treat my life lightly. I merely wish to understand the truth of the matter before making a decision. Do you know where the Wujiman is located? Mo Feiyang had heard Qin Yuan mention the Wujiman, but he was unaware of its precise location. Travel 30 miles south of the village, and you will find the Luoxian mountain. The Wujiman is situated upon it. Though the distance is not great, outsiders cannot enter the Wujiman even if they reach Luoxian mountain. They have sealed the mountain with star source energy, allowing only those within to traverse freely. The village has seen much, so we have some knowledge of the Wujiman. Thank you, village chief, Mo Feiyang said, mounting his horse and galloping away from the village. Upon exiting the village, he turned his steed southward. For an ordinary person, 30 miles might take half a day to traverse, but for those with formidable martial prowess, it was a fleeting moment. Mo Feiyang had yet to reach the realm of flying through the air, so he could only ride. After 2 hours, he beheld a mist-laden mountain peak, its steep cliffs looming high, with only a winding stone staircase leading to the summit. Looking up, he saw that half the mountain was shrouded in clouds. As if reaching for the heavens, dismounting, he sprinted up the stone steps. With Mo Feiyang's second-tier martial artist prowess, climbing such a mountain would take little time and would not leave him fatigued. Half an hour later, Mo Feiyang reached the mountainside, where the altitude was approximately 3,000 meters. The summit appeared close at hand, yet it conveyed an elusive feeling. Suddenly, Mo Feiyong felt as though he had hit an invisible wall. Despite there being nothing to obstruct him. Could this be the so-called seal? Mo Feiyong murmured to himself. He attempted to push forward with his hand, only to encounter a powerful resistance. Gathering the star source energy into his right fist, he struck forcefully at the barrier. Boom! Mo Feiyong was propelled 3 meters away by the tremendous recoil. Undeterred, he swung his fist again at the invisible wall, yet the result was the same. He was repelled once more. Wujiman, come out. Are you all a bunch of cowardly turtles? Is this what you call the behavior of a righteous and noble sect? Mo Feiyong raised his voice towards the mountain summit, when suddenly a streak of brilliance sliced through the air, revealing a figure hovering above him. The person appeared to be only slightly older than Mo Feiyong, around 21 or 22 years of age, clad in a long robe of black and white, with their hair coiled elegantly atop their head. With an air of cold arrogance, they spoke. Who dares to create a ruckus here? Are you not aware that this is the territory of my Wuji sect? If you seek to become a disciple, return at the beginning of the month. Chapter 31. A single move to defeat the enemy. Mo Feiyong glared upwards in fury. We bear no enmity with your Wuji sect. So why have you kidnapped my junior sister? The youth suspended in the air thought to himself. So this brat is the elder brother of that beauty. However, he is hardly qualified to compete with our young master for a woman. The young man descended gracefully, raising his head to declare. What nonsense are you spouting? How could our esteemed Wuji sect engage in such despicable acts? You must be mistaken. This is not a place for you. Return at once. The young man, named Song Qian, was a close ally of the young master of Wuji sect. He often sought to curry favor and had been waiting for an opportunity to defend his master. Those of their ilk, who act like harlots while erecting a facade of propriety, seemed to naturally disbelieve his words. Mo Feiyong retorted. The people of our village witnessed this with their own eyes. I believe further explanation is unnecessary. If you are truly guiltless, why shut the door against others? Song Qian, who possessed mediocre talent as a third-generation disciple of Wuji sect, had often suffered bullying from his seniors. Now, seeing a nameless nobody like Mo Feiyong daring to shout at him, he was filled with indignation. Wuji sect is not a place that someone of your lowly status can simply enter. Even if we had indeed kidnapped your junior sister, what of it? Know your own worth. If you do not leave, do not blame me, Song Qian, for being merciless. It seemed that everywhere operated under the same principle. Strength is the ultimate logic, and one must be beaten into submission to accept the truth. If a mere disciple of Wuji sect could be so arrogant, one could only imagine how haughty those in higher positions must be. Mo Feiyong scoffed. So you admit to having kidnapped my junior sister, do you? Very well. Engaging in such vile and shameless acts while claiming to be a prestigious sect, are you not afraid of ridicule? I intend to confront your sect leader and demand an explanation. How laughable. You think you can meet our sect leader? You wish for an explanation, do you? Then allow me to provide one. As Song Qian's words fell, he charged towards Mo Feiyong. Reaching him in an instant, he swung his hand, emanating a faint blue light, aiming a strike at Mo Feiyong's face. Empty air? Song Qian, brimming with confidence, found that his slap had inexplicably missed its target. Despite having initiated the attack, even among peers of the same rank, it was challenging to evade such a blow. Yet, this nameless individual had managed to do so. Song Qian was utterly oblivious to how Mo Feiyong had evaded him. As in his eyes, Mo Feiyong hadn't moved at all. It seems the skills of your Wuji sect are rather lacking, Mo Feiyong taunted. This time, Song Qian was truly enraged, shouting, You seek death. He swiftly formed a seal with both hands, summoning a faint blue light that transformed above him into a colossal sword. Wuji sect technique, blue spirit sword, descend. The gigantic sword in the air flared, releasing a blinding light, and as Song Qian shouted the word descend, the sword spun thrice before cleaving down towards Mo Feiyong. Even before reaching the first rank of martial artist, Mo Feiyong had managed to defeat a third-rank martial artist, thanks to the assistance of the Azure Dragon King. However, his own strength was not to be underestimated. Now that he had reached the second rank of martial artist, the Azure Dragon King had once mentioned that Mo Feiyong's unique constitution rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Divine Wind Palm, Mo Feiyong roared, as the space around him warped, and golden gusts of energy shot forth like meteors, colliding with the blue sword light. A tremendous explosion echoed, obliterating the blue sword light, while Mo Feiyang's golden energy continued unabated towards Song Qian's body. Song Qian stood in shock, his mind blank, unable to comprehend that this seemingly insignificant youth possessed the strength of a 7th-rank martial artist. In his understanding, only those with 7th-rank martial prowess could wield Golden Star Source energy. With a thud, Song Qian was sent flying 3 meters away. As he struggled to rise, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Clutching his chest, disbelief clouded his eyes as he stammered, What kind of sorcery is this?" Though he had never fought a 7th-rank martial artist, he recognized that Mo Feiyang's displayed strength was far beyond that level. Otherwise, he would have long since met his end. "What technique I wield is not for you to know. Now, where is my junior sister?" Mo Feiyang stepped forward, pressing for an answer. Should Song Qian remain obstinate, Mo Feiyang would not hesitate to subdue him and use him as leverage to retrieve his junior sister. "I don't know." Song Qian retreated slowly, having lost all will to resist. The youth before him was simply too formidable. With a single punch, he had been defeated. Even in the face of a 3rd-rank martial artist among his seniors, he had never been so thoroughly bested. Mo Feiyang swiftly approached Song Qian, placing a few fingers on him to seal his acupoints. Confidently, he stood up, knowing that in this world, the concept of acupoints was unknown, and thus no one could undo his seals. "You refuse to speak? Then I shall take you with me to Wuji sect, claiming you unsealed me to gain entrance. I wonder how your young master will react to that?" Mo Feiyang smiled. Song Qian was well aware of his young master's temperament, narrow-minded and vengeful. If he learned that Song Qian had opened the mountain gate for Mo Feiyang, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Facing certain death, he resolved to divulge the whereabouts of Mo Feiyang's junior sister, planning to feign injury and unconsciousness to escape blame later. Resolutely, Song Qian said, "Your junior sister is quite well. She resides at the Skyward Cliff, where our female disciples stay, and is attended to by dedicated caretakers. That is all I know." Mo Feiyang nodded. "How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? You shall accompany me." He seized Song Qian and proceeded inward into Wuji sect, where, under Song Qian's reluctant guidance, he successfully breached the inner sanctum. Upon entering, Mo Feiyang was surprised to find that Wuji sect was not as grand as he had envisioned. Only 3 peaks stood tall at the mountain's summit. "What is the name of your young master, and what is his level of cultivation?" Mo Feiyang inquired. Song Qian, unable to withhold the truth, replied, "The young master is named Li Qing, a 25-year-old 3rd-rank martial artist. He is arrogant and disdainful of his fellow disciples, yet among Wuji sect, his strength is merely average, with many more talented individuals surpassing him. And how does he treat you?" Mo Feiyang asked, somewhat perplexed. Though Song Qian had his own questions, he dared not ask them. He simply answered honestly. "He summons me at will and dismisses me just as easily. A slight dissatisfaction leads to a barrage of fists and kicks." Mo Feiyang nodded, remaining silent as he continued ascending towards the peak with Song Qian. Suddenly, 2 youths dressed similarly to Song Qian approached them. Chapter 32. Defying the odds. One of the older youths, seeing Song Qian leading a stranger, questioned, "Song junior brother, why have you brought an outsider up here instead of guarding the gate properly? Do you not realize that today is not the day for mountain opening and accepting disciples?" Upon seeing his fellow disciples, Song Qian began to blink rapidly at them. Once they understood his signal, he responded, "Brothers, this is my friend. I wish to bring him to the mountain to seek our master for acceptance as a disciple." Mo Feiyang stifled a chuckle, pretending not to notice their silent communication as he continued to follow Song Qian. Just as they brushed past each other, Mo Feiyang suddenly felt a powerful force strike from behind. Anticipating the attack, he swiftly sidestepped to evade the powerful blow. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian dashed to his 2 senior brothers and pitifully exclaimed, "Brother Yang, Brother Su, you must avenge me. This scoundrel just gave me a beating." The one referred to as Brother Yang by Song Qian replied confidently, "Do not worry, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Wuji sect is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please." He turned to Mo Feiyang, declaring, "I care not who you are. Once you enter Wuji sect, whether you are a tiger or a dragon, you must obey. You have the audacity to assault my junior brother and trespass into our sacred grounds. Today, I shall make you pay. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Do you not even consider who struck first? You, who are inferior in skill, resort to overwhelming numbers. Is this the extent of Wuji sect's capacity? Mo Feiyang replied coldly. Who are you calling inferior? Had you not secretly employed sorcery to launch a sneak attack, would I have lost to you? Song Qian shamelessly retorted. Brother Su, astonished, exclaimed, this brat managed to defeat you? Brother Yang shot an incredulous glare at Song Qian. Enough with the nonsense. Are you not embarrassed enough already? I will teach this arrogant little fool a lesson. In the future, if you wish to cause trouble, ensure you are prepared. The art of the infinite borrowing method, employed by Brother Yang from the Infinite Sect, utilizes the sect's unique and unparalleled skill, the Binding Spirit technique. Although he is only capable of unleashing the rudimentary version of this technique, it suffices to hinder the movements of a martial artist of equal standing. Mo Feiyang initially believed it to be a formidable martial art, yet he felt no discomfort. He immediately retreated a step to create distance. Unleashing the divine wind palm toward Brother Yang, a flash of golden light dazzled the opponent, leaving him astonished and profoundly fearful. Brother Yang could hardly fathom that not only had Mo Feiyang's movements not been impeded, but he also showcased a speed that surpassed his OW and, make matters worse, the seemingly inconspicuous youth's star source energy was unexpectedly golden. Brother Yang hastily evaded Mo Feiyang's assault, but was still a moment too late. Suffering a painful blow to his calf, however, he secretly rejoiced that the injury was merely a sharp pain and not a severed limb. Had he faced a 7th-tier martial artist, his leg might well have been rendered useless. Song Qian cautioned, brother, do not fall for his ruse. He is not a 7th-tier martial artist. He merely employs deceptive techniques to mislead others into believing he possesses such prowess. Upon hearing this, Brother Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suppressing the pain in his leg, he charged toward Mo Feiyang, transforming his palm into a claw aimed at Mo Feiyang's throat. This was a vicious maneuver. Should he accidentally be caught, survival would be a slim chance. Mo Feiyang lowered his stance, raising his fist to block Brother Yang's claw. Subsequently, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Yang's brow. You show no mercy, so neither shall I, Mo Feiyang thought, recognizing the lethal intent behind Yang's opening move. Brother Yang, using his footwork to change direction, narrowly evaded Mo Feiyang's forceful strike. Undeterred, Mo Feiyang advanced, delivering a powerful knife-hand strike toward Brother Yang's neck. That moment, Brother Su, who had been watching from the sidelines, seized the opportunity to launch a dart at Mo Feiyang. Fortunately, Mo Feiyang's keen senses had locked onto them prior to the onset of battle. He was acutely aware of their every move. After dodging the dart, Mo Feiyang unleashed the divine wind palm once more, this time with even greater force, manifesting a colossal golden light resembling a human hand descending from the sky. Brother Yang hastily sidestepped, but the ground where he had just stood was indented by a massive palm print, sinking several inches into the earth. Had he been struck, he would have surely been flattened. Suddenly, Brother Yang discerned a crucial detail. Mo Feiyang appeared to lack the ability to soar through the air. Seizing the moment, he leaped into the air, looking down from a position of superiority at Mo Feiyang. You were so imposing a moment ago. Let us see how you escape this. Mo Feiyang, unable to fly, had merely not yet practiced the relevant techniques. Nevertheless, his attacks could reach the height at which Brother Yang hovered as he gathered his star source energy into a massive sword, cleaving toward Brother Yang. Brother Yang, reveling in his aerial advantage, was taken aback by the relentless ingenuity of Mo Feiyang's techniques. He immediately attempted to evade, but alas, Mo Feiyang would not grant him such an opportunity, consecutively unleashing 3 imprints of power. Brother Yang found himself with no means of escape. With a resounding thud, Brother Yang plummeted from the sky. Mo Feiyang scoffed, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. You seek death. Now I shall entertain myself with you. Do not rejoice too soon. I was merely warming up, Brother Yang growled as he rose. Drawing a silver longsword, he infused it with star source energy, resulting in the blade being enveloped in a deep blue glow. Clearly, this was no ordinary sword. It bore engravings that amplified its power significantly. Weapons inscribed with profound markings could even elevate the user's capabilities. With a swift motion, Brother Yang leveled the sword towards Mo Feiyang, who sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, the pressure escalating dramatically in response. Mo Feiyang activated his connection to the starry sky chain, a warm current flooding into his body, akin to much-needed rain after a long drought. The vast star source energy within the chain was inexhaustible and always available to bolster Mo Feiyang's abilities, granting him confidence even against a third-tier master. With a flourish of his hands, Mo Feiyang unleashed a golden blade of energy toward the deep blue glow, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the two titanic forces collided in midair, neither gaining the upper hand. "Brother, do not hold back," Song Qian shouted. Brother Yang, feeling like a mute eating bitter gourd, lamented his predicament. He was exerting all his strength, yet could not shake Mo Feiyang. The latter displayed no signs of fatigue. Brother Su also brandished his weapon, joining the fray. "Master brother, let us subdue this brat together." At this moment, Brother Yang cast aside his pride. He would not hesitate to overwhelm Mo Feiyang, even if it meant resorting to numbers. Both men formed hand seals, channeling their power into their engraved weapons. Slash, two beams of deep blue light surged toward Mo Feiyang. Faced with the simultaneous assault of two third-tier martial artists, Mo Feiyang felt the pressure intensify. An overwhelming aura of danger closing in, he countered with the divine wind palm, managing to deflect one attack, but the second struck him squarely in the chest. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through him as a deep gash was carved into his chest, blood staining his garments. "Now, let us see how you contend with us," Brother Yang proclaimed, sensing victory as Mo Feiyang appeared to be on the brink of collapse. "How merciful you are, Master Brother," Su Su chimed in. "This brat ought to have his limbs severed and be cast to the back mountains to fend for himself." Observing Mo Feiyang clutching his chest in agony, Yang Fong brazenly approached, grinning. "Heaven's mercy is upon you. If you sever your own legs, I shall spare your life. The Infinite Sect has always believed in virtue. You were unjust first. Had you been from another sect, you would surely be dead by now." Mo Feiyang remained still, silently absorbing the star source energy from the starry sky chain. Once he had gathered sufficient strength, he suddenly surged forth, launching an unexpected assault on Yang Fong. "Brother, be careful," Song Qian and Su Su cried out in unison. Yang Fong retreated hastily, but his speed could not match that of Mo Feiyang's divine physique. After retreating 5 meters, Mo Feiyang seized his arm, yanking him forcefully, followed by a punch that struck the elbow joint. Crack! The chilling sound of bone breaking echoed through the air. "Ah!" Yang Fong screamed, writhing in agony. Su Su, both frightened and astonished, raised his engraved weapon to strike Mo Feiyang. However, Mo Feiyang seized the weapon from Yang Fong's grasp, delivering a kick that knocked him unconscious before turning his attention to Su Su. "Infinite borrowing method." Slash! Su Su roared, realizing that the one he had deemed an insignificant insect had just rendered his master brother's arm useless. The humiliation was unbearable. He knew he would soon face repercussions, and it would be better to take the initiative. Starry slash! Kill! Mo Feiyang gripped his sword tightly, swinging it fiercely towards Su Su, a blade of energy extending like a mountain-splitting cleaver. Howling as it approached Su Su's body, if unimpeded, it would surely sever him in two. At that critical moment, an elderly figure descended from the sky, effortlessly dissipating Mo Feiyang's attack with a flick of his fingers. "Halt!" A green light enveloped Mo Feiyang's strike, neutralizing it effortlessly. "Elder Lai Feng, please save us." Song Qian rushed to the elder, pleading. Su Su, drenched in cold sweat, realized that had Elder Lai Feng not arrived in time, he would have faced certain death. Looking at the elder now, Su Su felt an appreciation he had never felt before. "Impudent child, why do you harm my disciple?" Elder Lai Feng inquired, hovering in the air. Casting a lofty gaze upon Mo Feiyang, Feiyang retorted with a cold smirk, "You allow your disciples to act with impunity and dare to question others. I merely sought someone from the Infinite Sect. They all threatened to cripple my legs or kill me. Is it wrong for me to fight back?" Elder Lai Feng, known for his severity within the Infinite Sect, was protective of his disciples but did not condone their transgressions. Sensing something amiss, he questioned, "Seeking someone? Who are you looking for?" Mo Feiyang replied nonchalantly, "My junior sister was abducted by your young master. Although I understand that I am currently of lesser significance than an ant in the eyes of the Infinite Sect, I cannot abandon my kin." Upon hearing this, Elder Lai Feng nodded. "Ah, so you refer to that matter. You are indeed the junior brother of that girl, correct? I believe you have misunderstood. She was indeed taken. But our young master has rescued her. Mo Feiyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Elder, is my junior sister on the mountain? I wish to see her. Elder Li Feng descended, sighing. Had you arrived 10 days earlier? Perhaps you could have seen her 10 days ago. Our infinite sect sent representatives to recruit disciples from various subordinate sections. Your junior sister was chosen due to her unique physique and has been taken to the main sect. What? Taken to the infinite sect? Elder, where is the infinite sect? Mo Feiyang was once again taken aback, realizing that the infinite sect was merely a subsidiary sect, and that Qin Yuan had been brought to the main sect, where she should be safe. Nevertheless, he yearned to see her with his own eyes to be at ease. Elder Li Feng inquired, What? Do you still wish to go to the infinite sect? Those who gain entry into the Wuzhizong are not merely exceptional talents. They are the elite handpicked from various subordinate sects, thus qualifying them for the honor of being sent to Wuzhizong. It is truly remarkable luck for your junior sister to have been selected. However, your physique is quite peculiar, and if you so desire, the Wujiman would be willing to accept you. Mo Feiyang, undeterred, thinks that Wuzhizong can act with impunity and forcibly take people away. Is this not akin to the actions of bandits? I care not whether you are from Wujiman or Wuzhizong. One day, I shall ensure you experience the same fate. Li Feng, with a fiery temperament, was incensed by Mo Feiyang's insult towards the revered Wuzhizong. How audacious! To be chosen for Wuzhizong is a fortune that one could earn in several lifetimes, an opportunity that others might seek through fervent prayers, yet you approach it with disdain. Today, I shall educate you on behalf of your uncouth parents. Su Su stepped forward, saying, Elder Li Feng, please quell your anger. Allow me to discipline this insolent youth. You may take a moment to cool down. Should he resort to any underhanded tactics, he will surely fall under your discerning gaze. And you may remind me then, he wished to demonstrate before the elder while simultaneously fearing repercussions from Mo Feiyang, cleverly seeking Li Feng's assistance. Li Feng remained silent, tacitly accepting Su Su's request. Mo Feiyang, intending to use the divine wind palm, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. He had not anticipated that the old man had covertly suppressed his stellar energy. Su Su's attack was already upon him, and evasion was imperative to avoid grievous injury. Mo Feiyang crossed his hands, shifting through various ancient gestures, and soon a golden aura enveloped him. When the techniques emitted from Su Su's weapon struck the golden barrier surrounding Mo Feiyang, they were surprisingly repelled, and within that golden light, Mo Feiyang appeared as if a war god had descended, instilling a sense of invincibility in those who beheld him. Li Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, Heavens, is that the long-lost Xingang Tru Qi recorded in ancient texts, thought to be extinct for over 10,000 years? He had seen references to Xingang Tru Qi in ancient scriptures, and what Mo Feiyang had just unleashed was indeed the same. The other two were equally astonished. This unassuming youth was utterly extraordinary, possessing golden stellar energy without having reached the 7th tier, and wielding an esoteric protective art long thought to be lost. Li Feng's eyes narrowed with seriousness. This boy cannot be allowed to remain. He will surely bring untold calamity in the future. Today, I shall eradicate this root of disaster. With the great path's myriad forms, Wujiman employs the divine binding technique. However, Li Feng did not intend to kill Mo Feiyang outright. Instead, he sought to subjugate him and extract the cultivation method for Xingang Tru Qi. Mo Feiyang felt a jolt throughout his body, growing increasingly heavy. Previously, when Yang Feng had used the same technique, he had felt nothing. Now, under Li Feng's execution, the effect was markedly different. The golden light encasing Mo Feiyang began to wane, and suddenly he moved. Though it appeared slow, he was still capable of action, thrusting forth the Xingang Tru Qi as an assault against Li Feng. Well done, young man. I must reassess my opinion of you. If you are willing to become my disciple, I shall ensure your safety. Li Feng was astounded. If he could take Mo Feiyang as his apprentice, his status would undoubtedly soar, and he might even vie for the position of sect leader in the future. Dream on! Mo Feiyang swiftly dashed down the mountain, eager to escape this perilous place, knowing that Li Feng was at the 5th tier and he had no chance of victory. Chapter 34. The uproar at Wujiman. Yet Li Feng did not afford him the opportunity. He leaped into the air, soaring swiftly to block Mo Feiyang's path, reinforcing the seals of Mount Luoxian to prevent him from breaking through. waiting to catch him like a fish in a barrel. However, Li Feng underestimated Mo Feiyang's speed. Once Mo Feiyang broke free from his divine binding technique, he turned the tables and darted towards the depths of Wujimen like lightning. Quickly pursue. Li Feng urgently turned, racing towards the mountain's peak, while Song Qian and Su Su hurriedly carried Yang Feng back to the sect to report the incident. Li Feng zipped through the air, a streak of divine light, chasing after Mo Feiyang. Only those at the third tier could traverse the air. However, it was a tremendous drain on energy, limiting the distance they could cover. As a fifth-tier master, Li Feng could sustain flight for a short while, but the consumption of stellar energy during prolonged high-speed travel was beyond his capacity. Only those who crossed into the seventh tier and reached the Taiyin realm could traverse the skies at will. The further one advanced, the faster and longer one could fly. Upon reaching the legendary Emperor realm, one could even traverse time and space. Just as the legendary king of Min, Ling Zhantian, dared to venture into the realms of the dead and divine, relying on the terrifying ability to cross dimensions and epochs granted by the Emperor realm. Though catching Mo Feiyang did not require such power as that of a king, it was not something just anyone could achieve easily. Mo Feiyang exerted himself, fleeing desperately, soon spotting a palace-like complex atop the mountain, the central building being the most magnificent, with slightly less grand structures flanking the entrance of the courtyard. A disciple sweeping the ground suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind, swirling the leaves and dust he had gathered. Who was so lacking in virtue? The sweeping disciple muttered, glancing around but seeing no one. He knew that someone capable of such speed was not a mere novice like himself. So he resigned himself to sweeping again. Not long after Mo Feiyang entered the courtyard, the fierce wind pursued him, having consumed a third of Li Feng's stellar energy in just a short distance. As he flew over the courtyard, a powerful gust erupted, blowing the leaves once more into disarray, leaving the disciple on the verge of tears. What have I done to deserve this? Is sweeping such a vast area easy for me? The courtyard was divided into 3 layers, the outermost for novice disciples, the middle for second-generation disciples training and sparring, and the innermost for elders and the sect leaders' teachings. It was midday, and thus most elders were absent. Upon passing through the outer courtyard, Mo Feiyang suddenly found his path blocked in the middle courtyard by dozens engaged in sparring. In a fit of desperation, he took refuge in a nearby room, discovering it to be the quarters for Wujimen disciples. Rows of neatly stacked beds filled the space, suffused with an intoxicating fragrance. Li Feng arrived at the courtyard but lost sight of Mo Feiyang, promptly extending his senses to search but yielding no results. The disciples below, upon seeing Elder Li Feng, hastily bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Elder Feng." Li Feng hovered in the air, uncertain of what to do. He could not bear to lower himself to ring the alarm bell summoning all disciples. Fearing the ridicule if others learned that a distinguished elder could not catch a mere second-tier youth, Li Feng retracted his stellar energy and descended to inquire of the disciples, "Did any of you see an outsider enter just now?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had not seen anyone. It was not until Song Qian and Su Su returned with Yang Feng that Li Feng ordered them to ring the alarm bell. The melodious chime echoed thrice, summoning all members of Wujimen, including the sect leader, to the elder courtyard. An elder, appearing to be around 50, with an ethereal demeanor, inquired, "Elder Feng, what prompts the gathering of all disciples? Is there unrest in the rear mountains?" Li Feng clasped his hands, replying, "Respected sect leader, I overheard 2 third-generation disciples mention that someone intruded into Wujimen and severely injured one of our own. I deemed this matter of utmost importance, hence I called for the alarm bell to convene everyone for discussion. I hope for your understanding." The alarm bell was not to be rung lightly. Even elders could not summon it without cause. Typically, it was reserved for calamities or significant events threatening the entire sect. Another elder interjected, "Oh, who could be so bold as to trespass into Wujimen? Is it a foe seeking revenge?" Before Li Feng could respond, Su Su spoke up, "Sect leader, esteemed elders, it was a young man, perhaps 17 or 18 years old, whose cultivation was profound and techniques peculiar. After injuring the 3 of us, he encountered Elder Li Feng, who managed to subdue him, but that individual fled." The sect leader, irritated, questioned, "Are you suggesting that this youth, at best a 4th-tier cultivator, is what you deem profound? Truly a collection of ineptitude. I have implored you all to train diligently, yet a 2nd-tier and 2 third-tier disciples were bested by a mere boy. And you dare return? For such a trivial matter. You would ring the alarm bell? All of you shall face the wall for 6 months of training. Susu, intending to curry favor with elder Li Feng, found himself instead caught in a predicament, facing 6 months of wall-facing training. Moreover, Li Feng's dignity was also at stake. While the sect leader did not explicitly call him out, the implication was unmistakable. Having reached the 5th tier, Li Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th tier. Yet he allowed a mere 4th-tier youth to slip through their grasp. The sect leader's words were clear. The failure of the 3 third-generation disciples was one matter, but as an elder, his inability to capture the intruder and subsequently ring the alarm bell was a significant embarrassment. Li Feng's face reddened, and he explained, "Sect leader, please calm your anger. This cannot be entirely blamed on them. I clashed with that youth. He is exceedingly cunning, and his techniques are rather peculiar. The stellar energy he released was golden, yet his cultivation was merely at the 2nd tier. In the end, even Elder Li Feng felt somewhat embarrassed to speak out. A 5th-tier elder was bested by a mere 2nd-tier youth right beneath his nose. What was even more astonishing was that the assailant managed to escape unscathed. Had it not been for the mutual understanding of the Wuji sect, the sect leader might have suspected that Elder Li Feng was an infiltrator collaborating with outsiders. An elder, who usually clashed with Li Feng, scoffed. Elder Feng indeed acts in ways that defy expectations. Not only did he allow a mere child to intrude, but he also had the audacity to ring the warning bell to summon all disciples. When did our Wuji sect sink to such depths? Enough of the bickering. Since the warning bell has been rung, let us command all disciples to search the sect until that young rascal is found. I am eager to see what extraordinary abilities he possesses." Sect leader Li Jing thundered. At that moment, a youth, around 25 or 26 years of age, smirked and said, "Sect leader, there is no need to trouble Elder Li Feng with this matter. Given his advanced age, should he sustain serious injuries, he may very well spend the rest of his life bedridden. Let us, the younger generation, handle this." Li Qing, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting our capabilities? Even though I, too, am but a mere 4th-tier cultivator, I am confident that dealing with a mere 2nd-tier brat would be effortless. Well then, old man, I shall wait and see how effortlessly you defeat him. Elder Li Feng retorted angrily before soaring away in search of Mo Feiyang's whereabouts. "All disciples, heed my command. Led by Li Qing, we shall search the entire sect for the intruder. If he dares to resist, let him face immediate justice. Capture the intruder alive, and you shall be rewarded with a Wuji pill." Li Jing instructed the gathered disciples. In unison, the crowd responded, "Yes, we shall faithfully obey the sect leader's decree." Under Li Qing's direction, over 100 disciples divided into 10 teams, conducting a thorough search within the Wuji sect. Meanwhile, Mo Feiyang, hiding within a dormitory, sensed something amiss and soon realized he had inadvertently entered the female disciples' quarters. Oblivious to the need for escape, Mo Feiyang lay on a bed, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament when suddenly, the outside commotion intensified, as if someone were approaching. "Quickly, check inside. Perhaps that villain who dared to invade our Wuji sect is hiding here. If we capture him, it will be a great fortune, for the reward is a Wuji pill. A treasure reserved for the elders. Are you trying to get us killed? Keep your voice down. This is Sister Nie's chamber. If she finds out, we will surely be in trouble. Relax, senior brother. She is likely not inside at this moment. You go ahead. No man has ever entered Sister Nie's room before." With a creak, the bedroom doors swung open. The leading youth cautiously peered inside, and upon confirming the room was empty, began to search thoroughly. Leaving no stone unturned, he opened the wardrobe and meticulously examined its contents, lifting a woman's undergarment to his nose, inhaling deeply with an expression of utter delight. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Mo Feiyang quickly retreated into the innermost small room, only to discover it was a bathroom, the air thick with a delightful fragrance. Suddenly, a splash of water echoed from behind a screen, revealing a graceful, partially obscured figure, her flawless skin nearly radiant, watching her. Mo Feiyang's breath quickened. "Who is it?" the bathing woman exclaimed in surprise. Just as Mo Feiyang intended to rush forward and subdue the female disciple of the Wuji sect, someone at the door called out, "Sister Nie, it's us. We are here on the sect leader's orders to apprehend the villain. We apologize for intruding." The youth spoke nervously, clearly intimidated by the woman inside. Absurd. You dare to chase a thief into my room? Do you intend to search my bath as well? Do you think I would harbor a criminal? The woman retorted coldly. The youth outside hastily clarified. No, sister, you misunderstand. We only feared the villain might harm you. Since he is not here, we shall take our leave. Moments later, silence fell outside, suggesting the intruders had departed. Oh Fei-yong swiftly covered the woman's mouth, pressing his body against hers to prevent her from moving. Do not make a sound, I mean you no harm. I merely seek refuge here. It is all a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were bathing. Fearing her resistance, he quickly sealed her acupoints. However, an unexpected sharp pain shot through Mo Fei-yong's hand. The woman had bitten him, leaving a row of crimson teeth marks on his left hand. Her face flushed, whether from the warmth of the bath or embarrassment. Her almond eyes widened with a fierce determination. As if Mo Fei-yong had just slain her kin. The woman quietly channeled her energy but soon realized that the star source energy within her had vanished without a trace, leaving her in shock. What strange technique had this youth employed to seal her star source? If you do not wish for me to call for help, release me, she said calmly. Mo Fei-yong, taken aback by her cooperation, hesitated to let her go. He recalled a saying from Zhang Wuji's mother. The words of beautiful women are the least trustworthy. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful she becomes. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? If I release you, will you not scream for help? If they hear you, I would surely be doomed, Mo Fei-yong replied. The woman chuckled self-deprecatingly. Before I scream, you have the ability to kill me, don't you? I do not wish to die, nor can I afford to die. Is that not a sufficient reason? Mo Fei-yong nodded, loosening his grip as he inquired, how can I exit the Wuji sect, besides the sealed path down the mountain? Are there any alternative routes? Do you wish to continue conversing with me while I am unclothed? The woman retorted with a roll of her eyes. You seem remarkably calm, as if you were not afraid of me at all. Do I not appear to be a villain? Mo Fei-yong mused, gazing at her as if they were merely chatting casually. The woman replied coolly, why should I fear you? If your intent were to harm me, would my fear make a difference? If you wish to leave here, the only way is to cooperate with me. Mo Fei-yong was taken aback by such unexpected fortune. Perhaps heaven had not entirely forsaken him. Curiously, he asked, how shall we cooperate? You may take me hostage, compelling them to let you go. However, I have one condition. You must take me with you. This was indeed a clever proposal, but why must I take you along? Do you not wish to leave on your own? Mo Fei-yong queried, perplexed by her reasoning. The woman seemed to resonate with his confusion, stating, I do not want my marriage dictated by others, nor do I wish to be treated as a bargaining chip. I desire none of their so-called power or wealth. I seek only the freedom to live as an ordinary person. Moreover, I have blood debts to settle, and I must find my enemies to avenge my parents. I agree, Mo Fei-yong resolved, not wishing to delve deeper into her past. The 2 points she raised were more than sufficient. What could be more important than love and family, aside from the bonds of brotherhood? He was determined to help her escape. In the next chapter, titled Surrounded, the woman laughed at herself once more. To leave, that is but a dream. Here, I possess no freedom whatsoever. For their interests, the sect leader has already betrothed me to the young master of the Wuji sect. They are merely waiting for the opportune moment to take me as their bride. Upon hearing her words, Mo Fei-yong grew concerned for the safety of Qin Yuan. If the young master of the Wuji sect were a man captivated by beauty, then the charming and lovely Qin Yuan would undoubtedly attract his attention, placing her in potential danger. Do you know a girl named Qin Yuan? Mo Fei-yong asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. The woman regarded him. Why? Do you know her? She is my junior sister and my fiancée. Mo Fei-yong replied. The young woman nodded. I see. I suppose your intrusion into the Wuji sect was to inquire about her? However, you need not worry. Your junior sister was taken away by the female disciples of the Wuji sect. She should be safe. You see, the male and female disciples of the Wuji sect have always been at odds. And even the young master cannot intrude upon the territory of female disciples. Hearing this, Mo Fei-yong finally felt a sense of relief. I am glad to hear that. However, I will eventually confront the Wuji sect. Mo Fei-yong was unafraid of trouble, nor did he fear trouble seeking him out. Yet, his current strength was insufficient to storm the Wuji sect. Nevertheless, he would not forget this debt. My name is Nie Chiener. And you? The woman suddenly introduced herself, And Mo Feiyang pondered for a moment before responding truthfully, I am Mo Feiyang. Time is of the essence. We should take our leave. The entire Wuji sect was in disarray. Yet they still failed to locate Mo Feiyang. The ever-eager Lai Feng had even searched every restroom in his desperate pursuit. Just as the crowd was at a loss, Mo Feiyang appeared, holding Nie Qian'er hostage. Look, that villain has emerged, someone exclaimed. Wait, it seems Sister Nie has been taken captive by him. Two disciples gasped as they beheld Mo Feiyang's knife poised at Nie Qian'er's throat. All eyes turned toward Mo Feiyang as he approached with Nie Qian'er in tow. Li Qing sneered, So you are the wretch who dared to intrude upon my Wuji sect? Humph. Do you think that by taking an inconsequential person hostage, you can escape unscathed? Everyone, stand firm. Anyone daring to take a step forward will meet my ruthless blade. Mo Feiyang retorted fiercely. Upon learning of Nie Qian'er's background, Mo Feiyang felt that her safety should be of utmost importance to the Wuji sect. After all, Wuji sect was merely a subsidiary of Wuji clan, and they could not afford to disregard the safety of Nie Qian'er. Alas, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. An elder mocked, Kid, do you really think that having a hostage means we cannot act? What a ludicrous notion! My esteemed Wuji sect would never allow your escape simply because of a woman. Today, you shall pay with your life. The sect leader, Li Jing, remained silent, merely signaling to Li Qing to proceed as planned. Li Qing understood and addressed Mo Feiyang. Listen well. If you release your hostage, we can guarantee you a complete corpse. Mo Feiyang scoffed. Is that so? Who do you think you are? You are nothing without your father. Relying on your father's position as sect leader to bully others, you dare to speak arrogantly? What a farce! Li Qing was infuriated, his face turning crimson as he pointed at Mo Feiyang. Today, if I do not turn you into ashes, I shall not bear the surname Li. Bring forth the Wuji sword array. Instantly, 7 second-generation disciples brandished their swords and leaped forward, forming a sword array in the pattern of the Big Dipper. Sensing the ominous turn of events, Mo Feiyang began to retreat cautiously. Dio, they seem unconcerned about your life. Mo Feiyang whispered to Nie Qian'er. She wore a blank expression, taken aback by the apparent disregard for her life. Li Qing's actions were clear. He cared little for the safety of the hostage, willing to sacrifice Nie Qian'er if it meant capturing Mo Feiyang. Activate the 7 stars bewitching formation, Li Qing commanded. And the 7 disciples moved swiftly, creating a dizzying array of formations. This is your final chance, Li Qing warned. Surrender now, and I promise you a complete corpse. Mo Feiyang chuckled coldly. You dare touch the woman of the Wuji clan's young master? Are you not afraid of their wrath? Or perhaps the young master of Wuji sect desires to claim Miss Nie for himself? Li Qing gritted his teeth. And if so, you will be dead by day's end. And Wuji sect will remain oblivious to the truth. We will simply say that Sister Nie was harmed by you, and we eliminated you in the end. They may even thank us for avenging her. Ah, so you have long coveted Miss Nie for yourself, have you? Mo Feiyang laughed. Everyone present can hear this clearly. I shall certainly relay this to the young master of Wuji sect. Let us see how you will respond. Li Jing barked, Do not slander. You are far too inexperienced to play such tricks before me. Do you truly believe you will survive today? Seize him at once. The 7 stars sword array suddenly expanded, encircling Mo Feiyang. You shall meet your end this day. None who offend Wuji sect have lived to tell the tale. Caught off guard, Mo Feiyang unleashed a powerful divine wind palm toward the 7 disciples of Wuji sect. Upon seeing the golden aura, they were struck with terror, believing Mo Feiyang to be at the 7th tier of cultivation, and they scrambled to evade. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater, yet the power was still far from that of a true 7th tier practitioner. Do not be fooled. He merely possesses a unique constitution that releases golden star energy. He is not at the 7th tier, one of the elders cautioned. Had Mo Feiyang not been merely a 2nd-tier novice, he would have already retaliated. Now he merely advised caution. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Mo Feiyang secretly channeled his star essence, clutching Nie Qian'er tightly as he rapidly made for the mountaintop. Where do you think you are going? Lai Feng launched into the air, pursuing alongside the 7 disciples of the 7 stars array. Upon reaching the summit, Mo Feiyang found himself cornered, with only a bottomless cliff behind him. He pressed the knife firmly against Nie Qian'er's throat, declaring, If you dare take another step forward, I will not hesitate. Li Qing clapped his hands. Well done. Have you finished your little performance? What a pair of illicit lovers. I wondered how a mere second-tier wretch could breach the defenses of my Wuji sect. It appears you have conspired together for this charade. Li Qing had watched Mo Feiyong closely, noting that despite threats to harm Nie Qian'er, he had never truly inflicted any harm upon her. Thus, he suspected an alliance between them. Who would have thought that my life is worth less than that of a villain in your eyes? Nie Qian'er suddenly chuckled, surprised by the indifference of Li Jing and his son toward her life. Her father, once the leader of Wuji sect, had fallen victim to treachery, leading to Li Jing's ascension. Those who once flattered her now disregarded her very existence, causing her immense heartache. Li Qing dismissed her. Wuji sect is no longer what it once was. You are merely a pitiful orphan now. Your life holds no significance to us. Tears streamed silently down Nie Qian'er's face as she confessed. I have long suspected that your hands are stained with my father's blood, yet I wished to believe that my uncle, who once cared for me so deeply, would not betray my father. However, your actions today compel me to reconsider. One day, I will uncover the truth. If it is indeed your doing, I, Nie Qian'er, shall make you pay in blood. Li Jing's voice turned icy. I have always regarded you as my own, yet you dare to suspect me and my son? In that case, there is no need for further words. Kill. The seven masters wielded their emblematic weapons and attacked Mo Feiyong in unison. 7 beams of light slicing through the air, imbued with terrifying energy, aimed directly at Mo Feiyong and Nie Qian'er. Mo Feiyong realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly channeled his star essence, pushing his star energy to its limits. Had he been alone, he would have easily evaded the attack, but with Nie Qian'er before him, he could not abandon her, knowing she would be gravely injured if he fled. With 7 thunderous impacts echoing in the air, Mo Feiyong unleashed another divine wind palm. The elders and Li Jing were taken aback. Heavens! Is that the legendary divine wind palm of the Ziwei Emperor? Why does it appear in the hands of a mere second-tier novice? The 7 stars bewitching array suffered injury to one of its members. Lai Feng chuckled. Li young master, did you not say you would eliminate him? Why do you hesitate? Li Qing shouted. Everyone, retreat. I shall deal with him. Chapter 37. Forced to the abyss upon witnessing Mo Feiyong's divine wind palm, Li Jing abruptly intervened, cautioning his son Li Qing against acting impulsively. This child must not be killed. We shall spare his life for now. Li Qing, confused, queried, Father, what do you mean? Li Jing ignored his son's question and addressed Mo Feiyong. If you can teach me the heart method of that divine wind palm, I will grant you safe passage. For decades, no one has intruded upon my Wuji sect and lived to tell the tale. Even with a hostage in your grasp, we will not show mercy. Consider this carefully. It is your final opportunity. Though Li Jing claimed not to care for Nie Qian'er's life, if they truly disregarded her safety, those watching Mo Feiyong with malicious intent would have acted long ago. Their reluctance to strike revealed their underlying fear. Wuji sect had once been a small, insignificant sect, but after aligning with Wuji clan, it had gradually grown to its current size of several hundred members. Wuji clan was one of the 7 major sects of the Star Source continent, alongside Hundred Flowers Valley, Heartless Manor, Sky Kill Sect, Cursed Heaven Cult, Mystic Jade Pavilion, and Qian Kuren Palace. Thus, if the young master of Wuji clan desired a woman, they would ensure she was delivered without delay. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare harm Nie Qian'er. However, now that Li Jing had set his sights on Mo Feiyong's lost legendary skill, the Divine Wind Palm, he could not afford to let Mo Feiyong perish easily. When Mo Feiyong initially tapped into his Dantian, the heart method of the Divine Wind Palm inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Among the obscure and complex heart methods, he sensed that this Divine Wind Palm was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated it to be a long-lost, high-level technique of the Imperial Realm. Mo Feiyong was not foolish enough to believe that revealing the heart method would guarantee his safety. With the knife still poised at Nie Qian'er's throat, he threatened Wuji sect. Enough with the chatter. If you do not clear a path for me, I will not hesitate to take her life. Would you care to risk the consequences should Wuji clan come searching for her? Do not pretend you do not care about her fate. Even if you truly do not, are you willing to disregard Wuji clan's wrath? Li Jing suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha, splendid. You speak with undeniable truth. We indeed cannot and dare not harm Nie Qian'er. It appears I have underestimated you. However, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. While we may refrain from harming Nie Qian'er, you are an entirely different matter. Do you not think for a moment that it would be difficult for us to bring about your demise 1,000 times over? You, old scoundrel, still find amusement in this situation? Allow me to solemnly inform you. Nie Qian'er is currently in my grasp, and your actions will dictate her fate. Should you incite my wrath, I will have no choice but to let Miss Nie suffer. And when the young master of the Wuji sect becomes enraged, it will likely not be a simple matter of taking a few lives. Mo Feiyang threatened with a grin. Li Qing could no longer bear it. Retorting, "You little wretch, are you threatening us? Humph. While your words hold some merit, I must also inform you of one undeniable truth. The dead do not speak." With that, Li Qing swiftly launched a dart, its dark shaft exuding a foul odor, indicating it had been poisoned. The dart spiraled toward Mo Feiyang, who was half exposed behind Nie Qian'er. Mo Feiyang embraced Nie Qian'er, swiftly evading the venomous projectile. However, he was unprepared for the onslaught that followed, as not only Li Qing and the 7 disciples utilizing the 7-star soul-devouring array, but also several elders, under Li Jing's command, unleashed formidable attacks upon him. Li Jing's mindset was resolute. If he could not possess something, then neither should anyone else. Nie Qian'er had always been his favored choice for a daughter-in-law, yet now she had caught the eye of the young master of the Wuji sect, which irked him. However, due to the latter's power, he had to swallow his displeasure. Now, with Mo Feiyang wielding unparalleled skills, he was willing to sacrifice Nie Qian'er, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the sect. Mo Feiyang, while constantly dodging the barrage of attacks, retreated step by step, with the abyssal cliff now mere meters away. Indeed, this is the manner of grand sects, a cadre of inept elders accompanied by a throng of fledgling disciples to confront a solitary individual. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Mo Feiyang scorned as he defended himself. Enough of your nonsense. I am acting on behalf of divine justice. You, lecher, have kidnapped the young master's woman. What harm is there in killing you? An elder barked, losing all semblance of decorum. Divine wind palm, tempest, arise. A visible whirlwind accompanied by a fierce roar surged toward the elder. Mo Feiyang responded with action, executing the first form of the divine wind palm, which comprised 7 forms. Until now, he had only utilized the initial form. The power of the tempest form surpassed anything he had previously unleashed. Crack! The elder, unable to evade, was struck directly by Mo Feiyang's tempestuous force. His garments were reduced to tatters, and the area of his chest that had been hit caved in, fracturing his bones. Though his life was not in immediate danger, he was rendered incapable of movement, lying on the ground and coughing up blood. Seeing this, Li Qing halted in shock, his legs trembling involuntarily. If a single strike could incapacitate an elder, what fate awaited him if he charged forward? Despite the elder's previous injuries, he was still of peak 4th-tier strength, while Li Qing was merely at the initial stage of the 4th tier. Thus, he dared not overstep his bounds. The fierce wind did not miss the opportunity to taunt Li Qing. Did you not just declare your intent to personally slay him? How is it that you now lack the courage to even step forward? Li Qing's face flushed with anger, alternating between red and pale. Yet he found no rebuttal. Capture this villain, the Grand Elder commanded. Li Jing longed to rush in, but he knew that such actions would only bring disgrace upon the sect, rendering the potential cost too great. Thus, he remained on the sidelines. 4 elders were present, but after Mo Feiyang's assault on one, only 3 remained. Though they had received Li Jing's orders to kill without hesitation, they lacked the courage to harm the woman standing before Mo Feiyang. Each was a seasoned individual, fully aware that Li Jing intended to use them as cannon fodder, which left them feeling constrained. The Grand Elder unleashed a small range attack to avoid harming Nie Qian'er. Yet before he could execute the technique, Mo Feiyang slipped behind her, tightly pressing against her to conceal himself entirely. The elder, terrified, hastily withdrew, nearly injuring himself in the process. This scoundrel is utterly shameless, the Grand Elder cursed. Second Elder, let us strike together, Li Jing commanded. The 2 elders attacked simultaneously, and the pressure on Mo Feiyang intensified, especially with Nie Qian'er still in his grasp. The second elder leaped, attempting to flank Mo Feiyang, but he swiftly retreated, refusing to expose his back to his foes. At this point, he was merely 10 meters from the abyssal cliff. Nie Qian'er suddenly spoke. Why do you insist on bringing me along as a burden when you could easily escape alone? Initially unaware of Mo Feiyang's capabilities, She had thought to use him as leverage. However, witnessing his extraordinary skills now filled her with guilt. Dou Feiyang wished to abandon her and flee, yet he was at a loss as to where he could escape. "It is because I promised you that I would take you away, and I shall honor that promise." Though his words contained an element of deceit, at this juncture, the distinction between fleeing alone or with her seemed negligible. He chose to be magnanimous, wishing to be perceived as a man of his word. Two elders, what are you still hesitating for? Since you have already made your move, why not proceed with conviction? If the Wuji sect learns that you have attacked this wench, will they spare you? Even if you do not harm her, your mere involvement will yield the same consequences, Li Qing added, embellishing the situation. The two elders, upon hearing Li Qing's words, appeared to find merit in his reasoning. Since they had engaged, they might as well eliminate all traces. They produced their marked weapons, gripping them firmly. "Brat, it is not too late to learn the divine wind palm now. Should you delay any longer, you will find yourself reporting to the underworld." The Grand Elder menaced. Dou Feiyang swept his gaze around, his voice cold. "I have memorized each of you. If I, Mo Feiyang, manage to survive this day, the anniversary of your demise will fall on this very date next year. Enough talk, kill." The second elder, having lost his patience, commanded. 3,000 paths, Wuji borrowing law, confining divine technique, bind. The two elders unleashed terrifying attacks. Should the confining divine technique ensnare him, he would undoubtedly suffer a torturous death. Dou Feiyang's mind raced as he sought an escape, but the disciples of the Wuji sect surrounded him, weapons at the ready. "Jump, escape. Even if we die, we shall not fall into their hands." Nie Qian'er grasped Mo Feiyang's hand tightly, urging him to leap into the abyss. Li Jing bellowed, "Stop them at once." As soon as he spoke, he dashed forward with incredible speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows. As a master of the Taiyin realm, his speed was unparalleled by the elders. However, he was still a fraction too late to capture Mo Feiyang and Nie Qian'er, his hand merely brushing against Mo Feiyang's garment as he watched the two figures vanish into the abyss. The cries of Mo Feiyang and Nie Qian'er echoed in the chasm. "Master, what shall we do if the Wuji sect learns of this?" The Grand Elder inquired anxiously. Li Jing glared at the tattered remnants of Mo Feiyang's clothing, his expression twisted with fury. Not only had Mo Feiyang implicated the Wuji sect, but he had also thwarted his grand scheme. In truth, Nie Qian'er had been his pawn all along, a carefully orchestrated plan to acquire the secrets of the Wuji sect's cultivation methods. Yet now, not only had his plans unraveled, but he also risked incurring the sect's dreadful retribution. Li Jing lifted his gaze to see several elders and over 100 disciples, all tense and holding their breath, as if they had committed an unspeakable crime. He coldly commanded, "Everyone, listen closely. No one is to breathe a word of today's events. If news of this reaches the Wuji sect, your lives will be forfeit. But your deaths do not concern me. What of your families? If you do not wish to drag your loved ones down with you, you must keep this matter confidential. What if the Wuji sect inquires about us?" One individual timidly asked. Li Jing revealed a sinister smile. "Is it not true that the Tiansha sect has always been at odds with the Wuji sect? If they question you about Nie Qian'er, simply say that she was forcibly taken by members of the Tiansha sect." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, deeming this plan acceptable. Ultimately, under Li Jing's repeated admonitions, they committed the truth of the matter to memory. Chapter 38. The Lost Forest. Luoxian Mountain, though not particularly notable among the many towering peaks of the Xingyuan continent, stood at a height of 5,000 to 6,000 meters. Even a warrior of the 7th tier would surely meet a catastrophic end if they were to fall from such heights. Thus, no one within the Wuji sect believed that Mo Feiyang and Nie Qian'er stood a chance of survival. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the Azure Dragon King in their hour of need, it is likely that Mo Feiyang would have indeed met the gruesome fate that the Wuji sect anticipated. "Not good, Ice Ceiling, halt!" The Azure Dragon King awoke just in time, hastily springing into action. Mo Feiyang and Nie Qian'er descended to a mere 100 meters above the ground. An ethereal silver light suddenly enveloped their bodies, causing their speed to slow dramatically, akin to celestial beings gracefully descending. Ultimately, they landed safely on the ground. The recent attack by the Azure Dragon King seemed to have drained a significant portion of his stellar energy, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked to the unconscious Mo Feiyang, "You little rascal, always causing me trouble. I had just managed to recover to nearly 1% of my strength." And now I've used up more than half of it in an instant. How could a mere second-tier martial artist contemplate jumping off a cliff? Even a seventh-tier martial artist would be shattered from such a height. Do you truly wish to court death? As he continued to scold, the Azure Dragon King gradually felt his strength waning, succumbing to overwhelming fatigue and slowly drifting into slumber. The demand for stellar energy was immense. Yet the vast and pure energy within the cosmic chain could not be directly utilized by him. He could only absorb the stellar energy from Imo Feiyang's body. However, Imo Feiyang, being only at the second tier, possessed a limited reserve of stellar energy, causing the Azure Dragon King's recovery to be exceedingly slow. After millennia of waiting, he had finally encountered Imo Feiyang, a being of divine bone, providing him with a chance to regain his former peak. Thus, he would rather revert to his original form than allow Imo Feiyang's life to be endangered. Imo Feiyang and Ye Qian'er were not injured from the fall. Rather, they had fainted due to the rapid descent and lack of air. It was not until the following morning that Imo Feiyang awoke. Where is this? Could it be we are not dead? It seems my body is devoid of any discomfort. Upon rising, Imo Feiyang discovered himself amidst a dense forest of towering trees. After a slight movement, he felt no anomalies in his body. He approached Ye Qian'er, checked her breath, and took her pulse. To his relief, he found that she too had not sustained any injuries. How strange. He pondered. How could both of us emerge unscathed from such a great height? After much contemplation, he reassured himself, perhaps it's a stroke of good fortune. Surely, surviving such calamities must yield blessings. Hey, wake up, Imo Feiyang urged. Observing the mature woman before him, around 27 or 28 years of age, her figure alluring beneath her flowing white dress. Typically, he might have indulged in some playful teasing, but knowing her unfortunate circumstances dulled his impure intentions. He gently patted her exquisitely crafted face and softly called her name. Ye Qian'er, possessing a higher cultivation than Imo Feiyang, had attained the third tier of martial prowess. However, her physique could not compare to the divine bone body of Imo Feiyang. It was only after he had adjusted her qi and blood with silver needles that she gradually regained consciousness. As her star-like eyes fluttered open and met Imo Feiyang's gaze, she inquired, "Are we in the underworld?" She had never considered that one could survive a fall from several thousand meters. No, but I am equally uncertain about this so-called underworld, Imo Feiyang replied. Ye Qian'er rose and surveyed her surroundings, then looked skyward before glancing back at the ground, seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "I know. We are in the Lost Forest." Imo Feiyang had never heard of the Lost Forest. But from Ye Qian'er's tone, he discerned that this was no ordinary place. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Is the Lost Forest truly terrifying, Miss Nye?" Brushing off the dust from her attire, she approached Imo Feiyang and scrutinized him. "Are you truly from the Star Source continent? How could you not know of the Lost Forest? If not for the pure stellar energy emanating from you, I might suspect you were from the Netherworld or the Divine Realm." Without waiting for Imo Feiyang's response, Ye Qian'er elaborated, "The Lost Forest is one of the most enigmatic places on the Star Source continent, alongside the Heavenly Palace City, the Southern Ghost Domain, and the Northern Purple Sea, forming the four great forbidden zones. Within the Lost Forest, spirit beasts abound, and it is rumored that supreme divine beasts reside there. Even more terrifying are the numerous mysterious formations hidden deep within the forest. Once ensnared, one may find themselves amidst a sea of withered bones. Nonetheless, there are audacious individuals who venture in search of rare flora and fauna. Many who enter the Lost Forest do so at the cost of their lives. A once obscure sect leader managed to procure a earth dragon fruit within the forest, transforming his minor sect into one of the 7 major sects in just a decade. Ye Qian'er continually recounted the perils of the Lost Forest and the potential rewards it harbored. Imo Feiyang paid little heed to the dangers of the Lost Forest, yet he meticulously noted the tales of rare herbs and flowers. He had encountered descriptions of such treasures in ancient tomes within the old man's study. And more importantly, he was proficient in alchemy. The thought of encountering rare flora to concoct elixirs lingered in his mind, albeit he had yet to find the opportunity. "Miss Nye, you need not worry excessively. Since we have arrived, we must adapt to our circumstances. Surviving such a calamity surely augurs well for us. How can we know we cannot exit the Lost Forest unless we try?" Imo Feiyang declared cheerfully. Nye Qian'er had not previously scrutinized Mo Feiyang's appearance. Assuming his demeanor was akin to her own age, she now realized that this youth appeared significantly younger than herself. Little Mo, you must be much younger than I. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Qian'er, she said with a smile. After some reflection, Mo Feiyang acknowledged that he was indeed less than 18 years old while she was nearly a decade his senior. Making it awkward to continue addressing her as Mississippi Haha, very well, Sister Qian'er, I shall graciously accept your offer. Nye Qian'er nodded. Let us proceed. We cannot afford to linger. As nightfall approaches, the forest will become even more perilous. If we can navigate towards the outskirts, we may yet find a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, amidst these towering trees, we lack a sense of direction, complicating our journey. Having often camped in the wilderness, Mo Feiyang was adept at discerning direction. Approaching a tree as thick as a human, he shouted, "Gale strike." With a resounding crash, the massive tree was cleaved in two. Mo Feiyang examined the tree's growth rings and pointed towards the south, declaring, "This way leads south. We should head in that direction." Nye Qian'er regarded him with newfound admiration. Let us proceed eastward. Thus, Mo Feiyang and Nye Qian'er journeyed eastward. As hours passed, the daylight began to fade, and they lost track of the distance traveled. However, an unsettling premonition loomed over them, for the spirit beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. In the forest, spirit beasts were categorized by region. The stronger beasts resided closer to the forest's core. Where powerful divine beasts might lurk, it seemed they were unwittingly drifting toward the heart of the forest. Chapter 39. The fiery demon lotus, based on the sunlight filtering through, it appeared they had not strayed off course. Yet Nye Qian'er sensed they were drawing nearer to the forest's center. Could it be we have wandered into a soul-summoning array? She voiced her concerns. Mo Feiyang's expression turned grave. Along the way, he had overheard Nye Qian'er speak of the terrifying nature of certain formations, and the soul-summoning array was among them. Although it was a relatively simple array, it was also one of the easiest to unknowingly enter. This formation was formless and invisible. Intruders would remain oblivious, yet an unseen force would draw them toward the array's center. If one were to reach the center, they would become lost and face horrifying illusions, potentially encountering ancient terrifying creatures or the souls of long-dead powerful beings, leading to their inevitable demise. Mo Feiyang closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and extended his consciousness outward. The radius of approximately 500 meters was the limit of his current capabilities. While this feat was not extraordinary, it was sufficient to astonish Nye Qian'er beside him. He truly only at the second tier, she mused. To project his consciousness outward requires at least the third tier. Yet he can do so with the range exceeding even that of those at the fifth tier. Mo Feiyang did not detect any malevolent entities nearby, nor did he encounter any energy marks or seals. Although he could extend his consciousness, his current strength could not sustain it for long. Feeling fatigued, he took a deep breath, inhaling the rich and pure stellar energy, which invigorated him immensely. Suddenly, Mo Feiyang opened his eyes and proclaimed, "I understand now. The issue lies here." Nye Qian'er, unfazed by how Mo Feiyang addressed her, pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed. But what seems amiss? The lost forest has existed since ancient times, surviving through the ages. It is not surprising that the stellar energy here is abundant, especially since few dare to enter, and it remains unscathed. However, the path we tread seems as if it were laid out for us. The density of stellar energy here is far more concentrated than that just 3 meters away. Traversing the forest is immensely taxing on our stamina, and we cannot afford to pause and cultivate to restore our stellar energy. Our bodies instinctively gravitate toward areas rich in stellar energy, which is why we have unwittingly entered an array," Mo Feiyang explained. Nye Qian'er moved 3 meters away, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath before returning to her original position. Nodding, she affirmed, "What you say is indeed correct. It appears that we have inadvertently stumbled into a formation." Mo Feiyang shook his head and remarked, "Now that we have realized this, perhaps it is not too late. At the very least, this formation cannot forcibly draw us in. Instead, it relies on the alluring essence of the star source to tempt us unknowingly. If we do not follow this path, we should be safe." The sun was rapidly descending, and we must depart from this place before darkness envelopes us. Otherwise, we cannot predict what may occur at night. Under Mo Feiyang's guidance, Nye Qian'er moved swiftly, eventually traversing 30 miles before nightfall. They climbed mountains, crossed rivers and lakes, and ultimately found a spacious clearing on a small hilltop where they sat down to cultivate. After night fell, the previously tranquil forest erupted with spine-chilling howls, some so mournful they seemed to emanate from the underworld, while others were powerful sonic waves that left one's body tingling. In the latter half of the night, they could even hear the grating sound of some creature gnawing on bones, the sharp crunch echoing in the stillness. Women are inherently filled with fear of the unknown. Unconsciously, Nie Qian'er moved closer to Mo Feiyong, clutching his garment tightly, ultimately burying her head in his embrace. Their bodies pressed intimately together. Mo Feiyong felt Nie Qian'er's trembling form and was enveloped by a delightful fragrance. He could sense the soft warmth pressing against his chest, causing his entire body to flush with heat. He instantly awakened from his meditative state, remaining still out of fear that further cultivation would lead to a loss of control. As Nie Qian'er pulled away from his embrace, Mo Feiyong slowly opened his eyes and stretched, exclaiming, "Ah, I slept so soundly." "Qian'er, did you sleep well?" Unintentionally, his words seemed to carry an underlying meaning, causing Nie Qian'er to blush and shoot him a glare, exclaiming, "Not good." Nie Qian'er then produced some provisions and a water pouch made of sheepskin. Consuming them without sparing him a glance, Mo Feiyong, watching her, swallowed hard and inquired, "Where did you get that food?" "I found it," Nie Qian'er replied, savoring her meal. Mo Feiyong, doubting that one could find provisions in the forest, boldly stated, "I'm hungry too. Do you have any extra food?" "No," she coldly responded after finishing her rations and taking a sip of water. Seemingly annoyed with him, Mo Feiyong fixated on the sheepskin water pouch with gleaming eyes. Having gone 2 days without food or drink, the sight of Nie Qian'er consuming sustenance made his stomach growl audibly. "Take it slow. Be careful not to choke," he cautioned, genuinely concerned that she might finish the water too quickly. Nie Qian'er chuckled softly before reverting to her icy demeanor, secretly delighted at his predicament, thinking to herself, "I won't let you have any food or drink, just to tease you." After much persuasion, Nie Qian'er finally agreed to share the sheepskin water pouch with him. Mo Feiyong, elated, took it and tilted his head back, preparing to drink deeply, but after a lengthy wait, only a few drops trickled out. "What the? Are you kidding me?" Mo Feiyong muttered under his breath. "So you were just being kind-hearted. Only to have drained the pouch yourself?" Seeing him in such a predicament, Nie Qian'er couldn't help but laugh heartily before saying, "Let us go. If you behave well later, I might share some food and water with you." Upon hearing this, Mo Feiyong mused that she must have some reserves. However, after their bodies had been close together the previous night, he had felt nothing unusual. Where could she possibly be hiding them? Never mind, perhaps they might encounter a fruit tree in the forest. After walking over 50 miles, they found themselves in the early afternoon, yet the forest remained shrouded in gloom, with only a few slivers of sunlight penetrating through the foliage. After walking another 3 to 4 miles, Mo Feiyong suddenly caught a whiff of a strong, delightful fragrance. He inhaled deeply and turned to Nie Qian'er, asking, "Do you smell that?" Nie Qian'er shook her head. "What scent?" "I don't smell anything at all." Mo Feiyong grasped her hand cautiously, urging her to follow him. "Come with me." He then proceeded in the direction of the enticing aroma. After walking for about 2 miles, they stumbled upon a vast circular clearing, approximately 100 meters in diameter, filled with an array of peculiar flowers and plants. At the center, a striking blood-red flower bloomed resplendently. "Wow, the fire demon lotus has finally blossomed." Mo Feiyong suddenly heard a melodious, unfamiliar female voice. Chapter 40. A Sacrifice to Save a Beauty, Part 1. Before Mo Feiyong could approach the dripping crimson flower, a pink figure darted past with astonishing speed. So quick that even he couldn't help but marvel at her swiftness. He had only attained such speed through his divine physique and the influence of the starry chain. Yet this girl was remarkably agile. Almost on par with him, Nie Qian'er, sensing the situation, cautioned, "This girl is not simple. We should proceed with caution." Ever since Nie Qian'er had caught the eye of the young master of the Wuzhizong, she had been forbidden from stepping outside the sect. However, in her earlier years, she had been quite the free spirit, traveling across the Star Source continent annually and had heard of various sects and families. The girl in pink had just demonstrated the renowned soul-chasing step, a technique exclusive to the direct descendants of the Qin family from the Eastern Empire. Thus, this girl must certainly hail from the Qin family of the Eastern Empire. The Eastern Empire is led by the Huangfu, Dugu, and Dongfang families, collectively known as the Four Great Families, which are the only entities capable of contending with the seven great sects. While the Four Great Families may not boast as many disciples as the seven great sects, their members are all elite figures of great renown. Within the Eastern Empire of the Star Source continent lies the prestigious Xingwu Academy, founded by the Four Great Families. Their offspring must be sent to Xingwu Academy for training upon reaching the age of 15, and only those who achieve outstanding results may inherit the family head position. Furthermore, regardless of status, all must meet the assessment standards to enter Xingwu Academy, with most martial artists at the third level being able to pass. The girl in the pink dress appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, likely a student of Xingwu Academy. As she circled the radiant flower, observing it with caution, Mo Feiyang sensed that the blood-red flower was extraordinary, radiating immense energy that pulsed through the air. Approaching the girl, he contemplated and said, little girl, it seems we discovered this flower first. The girl quickly shielded the flower behind her, casting a glance at Mo Feiyang. Hey, who are you? I warn you, I've been waiting 3 days and nights for this fire demon lotus to mature, so don't get any funny ideas. Mo Feiyang was taken aback that this girl, merely 16 or 17, had been watching over the flower for such a long time. Most people would avoid the lost forest, yet she appeared unafraid. Hey, come help me. The girl seemed completely unfazed by the desolation surrounding them, boldly calling him over for assistance. How can I help? What's in it for me? Mo Feiyang shrugged. Pointing at him, the girl huffed, You. As the little princess of the Qin family, I've never encountered anyone like you before. Usually, people beg and plead to please me, yet here you are, being utterly insufferable. Mo Feiyang noticed her silence and said casually, I have principles in my dealings. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I want to act without some benefit. What principles? Is it just about wanting money? She retorted dismissively. I just happened to leave without any cash today, but if you help me, I can give you 100 taels of silver when I return. Nie Chinner stepped closer to Mo Feiyang, whispering, This girl's identity is not trivial. She might be from the Qin family of the Four Great Families. It's best not to provoke her. If it's not a significant matter, helping her won't cost you anything. Upon hearing that she was from a prominent family, Mo Feiyang grinned widely. Well, little girl, 100 taels of silver should be a piece of cake for you. However, since this fire demon lotus seems so crucial to you, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to only receive 100 taels for helping you? Surely, I deserve at least 1,000 or 800. The girl fumed, Don't push your luck. I'll tell you this. If you annoy me, you won't get a single coin. Just so you know, I am Qin Ruashi, the little princess of the Qin family. If you don't help me, I'll go tell my father and brother that you assaulted me, and they'll have the entire continent hunting for you. Let us see how you'll deal with that. Nie Chinner, realizing Mo Feiyang was on the verge of losing his temper, quickly pulled him aside to mediate. Ruashi, he was just joking because he finds you charming. How about I help you instead? Qin Ruashi pouted, insisting that she needed Mo Feiyang's assistance. I just remembered that the fire demon lotus must be picked by both a man and a woman simultaneously, or its efficacy will be greatly diminished. Mo Feiyang thought to himself, so that's why this girl is so adamant about needing my help. In this lost forest, aside from me, she wouldn't find anyone else. No amount of money could entice anyone else to assist her. Given the complexities surrounding this flower, it must possess extraordinary effects. He then inquired, Ruashi, I truly wish to help you, but I have principles. Why, may I ask, do you venture into the perilous and treacherous lost forest to gather this flame demon lotus? If your response pleases me, perhaps I might offer my assistance free of charge. A flicker of concern crossed the young girl's face as she slowly replied. My elder brother has fallen victim to a mysterious illness that leaves him utterly weakened, confined to his bed each day. His cultivation has plummeted from the 7th tier to the 5th, and if this continues, he may very well lose his eligibility to inherit the family title. After perusing countless medical texts and ancient tomes at the academy, I stumbled upon information regarding the flame demon lotus, which seems to promise aid for my brother's affliction. Hence, I embarked on this journey and, unexpectedly, encountered it. Nie Chinner felt a surge of admiration for the girl's determination. A pampered young princess had dared to brave the dangers of this forbidden lost forest for the sake of her brother. Evoking a sense of pity in her, Oh, not fret, dear Rushi, she assured. I shall surely persuade him to assist you. Mo Feiyang, having been drawn aside by Nie Qian'er, remarked, I recognize your principles, yet can you truly stand idly by while witnessing the bond between siblings? Furthermore, we require her guidance to exit this place. Wandering aimlessly will only lead us into danger. If she has managed to enter safely, she can undoubtedly lead us out. Thus, by assisting her in gathering the flame demon lotus, we remain mutually indebted, which is a far better arrangement, is it not? Mo Feiyang was also somewhat preoccupied with thoughts of the gleaming silver coins, yet for the sake of their safe passage, he acquiesced. Approaching Chenrushi, he declared, Very well, I shall assist you, but you must ensure our safe exit. Chenrushi beamed. Excellent, it's a deal. With Mo Feiyang's help, the two successfully collected the flame demon lotus. Chenrushi cradled the lotus in her hands, unable to take her eyes off it, and, after taking a deep whiff, exclaimed, Wow, it smells divine. After a brief moment of admiration, she opened a jade box, crafted from a magnificent piece of warm jade, a treasure not easily possessed by ordinary folk. For only such top-tier jade could preserve the efficacy of the medicinal herb. With utmost care, she placed the flame demon lotus inside, and with a gentle flick of her left hand, it vanished into thin air. Mo Feiyang stood in stunned silence. Where did the jade box go? Surely you haven't encountered a spatial ring before? How naive! Chenrushi scoffed, regarding him as if he were a curious creature. Honestly, Mo Feiyang inwardly chastised himself for his ignorance, recalling how he had wasted time reading fantastical novels back on Earth. Awkwardly changing the subject, he suggested, Let us leave this place post-haste. Agreed. But do keep close. If you lose me, I won't be responsible. I hope we can exit before sunset, she replied, and with that, she darted away like a whirlwind. Mo Feiyang, straining to keep up with Nie Qian'er, chased after her with all his might, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not close the distance as she grew increasingly distant. He muttered under his breath, Damn, I should have known better than to trust that girl. Eventually, Chenrushi vanished from sight, and Mo Feiyang, following the lingering scent she left behind, pursued her for nearly 30 miles before spotting her lying motionless on the ground ahead. Feeling that something was amiss, Mo Feiyang and Nie Qian'er hurried to her side. He placed his hand on her wrist, then on her forehead, noting, Why is her heartbeat so rapid? And she feels so warm. Chapter 41. A Sacrifice to Save the Fair Maiden, Part 2. If he chose not to rescue her, he could not simply stand by and watch a young maiden suffocate before his eyes. To do so would seal both their fates in disaster. If he saved her, at least he might preserve this little princess for the Chen family. He was truly caught in a dilemma. Ah! Chenrushi cried out in agony. Mo Feiyang knelt beside her, attempting to expel the poison from her body using his star source energy, but it vanished into her like a stone sinking into the ocean. Proving ineffective, he then resorted to applying silver needles to her acupoints, but after several attempts, he observed no results. Turning his back to Mo Feiyang, he instructed, You focus on saving her. I will stand guard outside. In a moment of desperation, Chenrushi pressed her soft lips against Mo Feiyang's, their lengthy kiss leaving them both breathless. It was only when she struggled for air that she broke away, leaving Mo Feiyang at a loss for how to proceed. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, Chenrushi's body appeared to be racked with unbearable torment, and if she did not find release soon, her life would be in jeopardy. She took the initiative, pushing Mo Feiyang down onto the ground. Both of them gasped in unison. Outside, Nie Qian'er, having heard the sudden silence, feared something had gone awry. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, she beheld a dazzling light emanating from within, the two figures suspended in midair and slowly rotating. This seems to be a sign of the maiden's mark being released, she marveled. Quickly, she positioned herself at the cave's entrance. Vigilant, should any spirit beasts intrude at this moment, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 42. Humiliation thus, despite Chenrushi's myriad reservations, she resigned herself to the notion that she would indeed marry this man, whom she found somewhat distasteful. Having been born into one of the 4 great families, girls like her were subjected from a young age to the sealing of a maiden's mark within their bodies. According to their lineage, this mark was said to bring countless benefits with no drawbacks. The maiden's mark is a sign released when a woman engages with her husband. If her husband possesses higher cultivation, the mark absorbs his energy, allowing them to reach a similar realm. If the husband is of lower cultivation, the energy is instead transferred to him. Consequently, Imo Feiyang leaped from the second tier to the intermediate third tier, while Chen Rushi plummeted from the fifth tier to the intermediate third tier, leaving her quite displeased. "Where are we headed?" Imo Feiyang inquired. With a scornful laugh, Chen Rushi dismissed him. "Do you truly wish for me to spend the rest of my days in this cave with you?" Imo Feiyang felt the urge to explode at her condescending attitude. Despite her tender years, he was naturally optimistic, free-spirited, and loathed being controlled by others. Chen Rushi walked ahead like a winter's chill, while Imo Feiyang and Nye Qian'er trailed behind. They emerged from the Lost Forest just as the sun began to set. Upon exiting, Chen Rushi led them to a small town within the eastern Great Hua Kingdom, several thousand miles from her Xingwu Academy. Shortly after their arrival, Nye Qian'er departed, simply stating that she was off to her destination and vanishing down the town's thoroughfare. Chen Rushi entered the largest inn in the town, securing 2 rooms, one for herself and one for Imo Feiyang. After returning to her room, Imo Feiyang reflected on the astonishing events of the past few months. It had been nothing short of extraordinary. First, he had healed a princess who had been in a decade-long slumber in the state of Chu. Then encountered the renowned divine Dr. Hua Fei, and finally, he had inexplicably engaged with this young princess from one of the 4 great families in the Lost Forest. "What utter nonsense!" he exclaimed in frustration before settling into meditation. Upon introspection, Imo Feiyang discovered that his Dantian had undergone a significant transformation. The golden sphere, once the size of a mung bean, had now grown to that of a soybean. His meridians had also thickened, and the star source energy coursing through his body flowed at a considerably faster pace. It was evident that the effects of reaching the 3rd tier were remarkably pronounced. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in his mind, and ancient characters appeared in succession. Second form of the divine wind palm, Whirlwind Strike. It appeared that attaining the 3rd tier had granted him the insight to learn a new technique, and he committed the incantation firmly to memory before continuing his training. It was not until morning that a knock on the door roused him from his meditative state. Upon opening it, he found Chen Rushi tossing him a set of clothes, urging him to change quickly, for they were to depart at once. Her tone remained icy, her expression devoid of any warmth. Yet, there was a slight softening in her voice compared to the previous day, suggesting that she had experienced a minor shift in her mindset overnight. Imo Feiyang closed the door, changed into the garments, and examined himself in the mirror. He resembled those affluent young masters, yet the satin fabric clung too tightly to his form, making him feel less comfortable than the coarse linen garments Qin Yuan had tailored for him. After gathering the remnants of his torn clothing, Imo Feiyang exited his room and made his way downstairs. Outside, he spotted Chen Rushi standing beside a peculiar spirit beast, which resembled neither horse nor bull, with a nose like that of a bull and features reminiscent of a tiger. Its body was akin to that of a horse, but smaller in stature, adorned with a coat of golden fur. Upon noticing Imo Feiyang's arrival, Chen Rushi gracefully leaped onto the creature's back, exclaiming, "Come on!" Imo Feiyang followed suit, also leaping onto the beast's back, though it seemed reluctant to bear his weight, shifting its hind legs in discontent. Unfazed, Imo Feiyang inquired curiously, "Where exactly are we headed?" "Thunderstrike, let us go." Chen Rushi did not respond directly, instead patting the spirit beast's side. Upon hearing his master's command, Lei Ting exerted his 4 legs and swiftly galloped, quickly arriving at the official road outside the city, heading eastward. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Lei Ting's speed was astonishing, and the trees along the road flew past in a blur. In just half a day, they had traversed nearly 800 miles, and were now less than 200 miles away from Fenglin City. After nearly an hour, Lei Ting carried Chen Ruoshi and Imo Feiyang to the entrance of Fenglin City. Imo Feiyang, who had previously been astonished by the imperial city of the Chu Kingdom, found his perception utterly shattered by this city. The expansive city walls stretched endlessly before him, and atop the 30-meter-high walls, a throng of guards bustled about, a testament to the heavy military presence even in these peaceful times, let alone during wartime. To his surprise, he observed fishing boats on the wide moat, which was nearly 100 meters across, a sight Imo Feiyang had never witnessed before. "What place is this? Such grandiosity, even the moat is so wide." Imo Feiyang couldn't help but inquire. Chen Ruoshi was on the brink of despair. this unsophisticated bumpkin was utterly oblivious to the existence of Fenglin City. How could she possibly spend her life with someone like him? What qualities did he possess that were worthy of her? Remember, this is the capital of the Eastern Great Hua Kingdom, Fenglin City. It is also the renowned home of the Xingwu Academy. If anyone asks you anything, do not respond. When we return, I will give you a thorough lesson. At this moment, Chen Ruoshi exhibited a maturity that belied her age. Just as Chen Ruoshi was about to signal Lei Ting to enter the city, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly reached their ears. Before long, a young man dressed in luxurious attire, radiating elegance and confidence, approached on a white horse. I didn't expect you to return so soon. I was just about to go look for you. Have you found the Li Huayalian? The young man inquired of Chen Ruoshi. The youth appeared to be only a year or two older than Mo Feiyang, with a smile that exuded boundless self-assurance. Before Chen Ruoshi could respond, the young man caught sight of Mo Feiyang behind her and frowned. Who is he? The young man barely regarded Mo Feiyang, merely glancing at the man standing behind Chen Ruoshi. He had never seen Chen Ruoshi so intimately close to another man, and it stirred a sense of displeasure within him. He was a suitor of Chen Ruoshi, possessing a family background and cultivation not inferior to hers, recognized as a golden couple within Xingwu Academy. Yet, Chen Ruoshi showed him no interest whatsoever. She found herself unable to confess that this man was her husband. Instead, she deftly shifted the topic. Dugu Shangtian, how are you preparing for the competition against the 7 major sects in 6 months? Dugu Shangtian sensed something amiss and discreetly scrutinized Chen Ruoshi, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why has your cultivation fallen to the 3rd tier? Has this man broken your virgin seal? So he is your husband now?" A self-deprecating smile crossed Dugu Shangtian's face as he uttered the word husband. Chen Ruoshi, having been seen through, felt tears welling up as she cried, "How could this useless waste be my husband? He is merely a rogue taking advantage of me." Words like useless, rogue, and scoundrel were not unfamiliar to Mo Feiyang. Yet ever since he had shared an intimate bond with Chen Ruoshi, he had come to regard her as his own, with no kin remaining in this world aside from Qin Yuan. Hearing such terms from the woman he cherished was akin to a heart-wrenching agony. Chapter 43. Breaking the seal. Mo Feiyang could dismiss what others said about him. Although he and Chen Ruoshi had only shared a fleeting night of passion, it was still a significant moment for him, marking their tangible connection. To be called useless by the woman he cherished was a blow to any man's pride. Had he normally been able to associate with the princess of one of the 4 great families, he would have rejoiced. However, at this moment, Mo Feiyang made an unexpected decision. The seal can be broken? Emotionless, he summoned his star source energy, transforming it into a sharp knife that glided gently across the index finger of his left hand. Causing blood to drip slowly, Chen Ruoshi ceased her weeping. Despite remnants of tears on her face, she still appeared radiant. Suddenly, her expression grew serious, as if she sensed Mo Feiyang's intentions. Her lips quivered. But ultimately, she did not voice her concerns. "With my blood, I summon the spirits of heaven and earth to dissolve the seal," Mo Feiyang declared as he broke the virgin seal before Chen Ruoshi. Instantly, a golden light surged from his body and enveloped Chen Ruoshi. This was a manifestation of the successful dissolution of the seal, returning the energy he had obtained through the virgin seal back to her. However, the cost of this return far exceeded what he had gained. Mo Feiyang felt as though his very soul were being drained, a tearing pain resonating in his chest. With a cough, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The act of breaking the seal had inflicted unbearable harm upon him. Were it not for his divine bone constitution, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Mo Feiyang chuckled coldly. "Do not think that just because you are a princess of one of the 4 great families, everyone will cling to you. If it weren't for your poisoning by the Li Huayalian, we would not have had such an encounter. Now that I have returned the energy the seal granted me, we are even. From this day forth, we shall have no further ties." With that, Mo Feiyang walked towards Fenglin City without hesitation. Chen Ruoshi gazed at Mo Feiyang's retreating figure with a complex expression. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, and now, he did not appear so intolerable. Yet she remained silent, merely observing him fade into the crowd. "Stop." Suddenly, Mo Feiyang felt an oppressive force descending upon him. A pressure so suffocating that even at the peak of his power, he might struggle to withstand it, let alone in his current weakened state. He stood firm, trembling yet refusing to collapse. Dugu Shangtian approached slowly. With each step closer, the pressure on Mo Feiyang intensified. You think you can just walk away after dissolving the seal? It won't be so easy. If you don't give Ruashi an explanation today, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Dugu Shangtian's anger simmered. He had pursued Qin Ruashi for years without even holding her hand, while Mo Feiyang had taken her most precious virtue. It was not merely her beauty that captivated Dugu Shangtian. Her impressive family background was equally alluring, and now, a nameless individual threatened to ruin everything. Let him go. This is a matter between him and me. And I do not wish for anyone to interfere, Qin Ruashi coldly declared. She had never held a favorable view of Dugu Shangtian. While he pretended to be a gentleman, he was no better than a rogue behind the scenes. She felt that even Mo Feiyang surpassed him in integrity. Dugu Shangtian shot a resentful glare at Mo Feiyang. There will be a next time, and I hope you won't be so fortunate. Mo Feiyang scoffed, striding into Fenglin City, gradually disappearing into the throng. He merely sought to rent a carriage and leave this sorrowful place as quickly as possible, yet he found himself at a loss for where to go. Qin Yuan should be safe within the Wuzhizong, but even with the Wujiman, he had only managed to enter through clever means. Had he not encountered Nie Qianer, he might not have emerged from Wujiman, let alone venture into Wuzhizong. Strength was imperative. He needed to enhance his powers swiftly. Feiyang had never felt such an intense desire to grow stronger, not only to rescue Qin Yuan but to survive. If he could not even safeguard his own life, how could he aspire to pursue his desires or protect those he cared for? As he passed a tavern, Mo Feiyang was drawn in by the conversation of two young men within. The Inter-Academy competition against the sects will commence in 6 months, occurring at Wuzhizong this time, remarked a young man clad in a blue robe. The youth seated across from him replied, I have only heard a little about it. Which is stronger, the academy or the sects? That is hard to say. Both have their strengths and weaknesses. However, overall, the academy's superlative experts may be slightly inferior, given the overwhelming reputation of the 7 major sects across the Xingyuan continent. A nearby youth, seemingly dissenting, turned to interject, Brother, I believe you speak incorrectly. Our Xingwu Academy was founded collectively by the ancestors of the 4 great families. The only entities capable of counterbalancing the 7 major sects are the 4 great families. How could the academy, established by them, possibly lose to the 7 sects? I have heard that a female cultivator from the academy single-handedly defeated all the top young experts of the 7 sections. In my view, the academy has a greater chance of winning, and I plan to wager all my possessions on the academy. Due to his connection to Qin Yuan, Mo Feiyang was particularly sensitive to the mention of Wuzhizong. He listened intently, contemplating that if he participated in this competition, it might grant him access to Wuzhizong and provide a lead on Qin Yuan's whereabouts. With this thought in mind, Mo Feiyang approached the blue-robed youth and seated himself beside him. Brother, could you tell me how one might participate in that competition? Mo Feiyang inquired, and the young man in blue looked up and said, Ah, young brother, you must be from out of town. Mo Feiyang nodded. I have just arrived here from the state of Chu. The young man in blue responded, No wonder. There are no sects within the borders of Chu, and we are separated by thousands of miles from our Xingwu Academy. It is not surprising that you have not heard of it. To participate in the competition, one must either be a disciple of one of the 7 great sects or a student of Xingwu Academy. How can one become a student of Xingwu Academy? Mo Feiyang asked again. The young man in blue, appearing knowledgeable, took a sip of his drink and replied, Every month at the beginning of the month, Xingwu Academy conducts admissions assessments. Regardless of one's status, as long as you can pass the assessment, you may enter, though tuition fees are required. So, do you wish to join Xingwu Academy? I am merely inquiring. If one passes the assessment, how much is the tuition? Mo Feiyang asked incessantly like a diligent student. It is not much. Only 300 taels of silver will suffice. After asking a few more questions, Mo Feiyang left the tavern. He was no longer inclined to leave. He had resolved to enter Xingwu Academy, and with less than 10 days remaining until the beginning of next month, he needed to gather 300 taels for tuition, or else all would be in vain. Chapter 44. The young divine doctor the following morning, on the most bustling street of Fenglin City, a 17 or 18-year-old boy set up a stall at a street corner. The boy sat calmly in front of his stall, which displayed a row of exceedingly slender long needles, while the other side showcased the 4 treasures of the study. This peculiar vendor attracted onlookers from all directions. Beside the stall stood a flag made of coarse cloth with a white background and red borders, emblazoned with the bold characters, "Miraculous hands revive life. Medicine cures illness." If it were an elderly man, he would be a typical quack, a rogue doctor who deceives without consequence. However, this boy was far too young to be considered a credible fraud in the eyes of outsiders. Yet, he sat there unperturbed, engrossed in a book titled Chronicles of the Continent. Though many were intrigued, hardly anyone approached the boy's stall throughout the morning. Many scoffed at his bold claims, saying, "Miraculous hands revive life. Medicine cures illness." Even the imperial doctors of Fenglin City wouldn't dare to say such things. Alas, how the times have changed. It seems that even a mere child dares to brazenly swindle. In the current age, the profession of a doctor is regarded with utmost reverence, whether among common folk or the highest authorities, as everyone falls ill at times. Hence, people hold genuine doctors in high esteem, while they harbor disdain for wandering quacks who boast without merit, often leading the gullible to spend extravagantly without cure. In the Star Source continent, doctors command great respect for another significant reason. Even martial artists who cultivate Star Source Chi, including those who reach the Emperor realm, can fall ill. Naturally, when ill, they seek out doctors. Thus, renowned doctors often have a retinue of Star Source experts of varying realms. Once, a sect offended a very famous doctor. When that doctor was out treating someone, his wife was murdered. Upon learning of his wife's death, the doctor proclaimed to the world that he would seek vengeance with the help of the Star Source experts he had previously treated. Consequently, a large number of Star Source experts descended upon that sect, and within less than a month, the sect of hundreds was eradicated. Since then, few dare to provoke even moderately well-known doctors. Thus, despite the ridicule Mo Fei Yang faced, no one dared to openly challenge him. As the afternoon wore on, with no one seeking Mo Fei Yang's services, he decided to lie down and take a nap at his stall. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hoofbeats approached. A rugged middle-aged man on a tall warhorse glanced at Mo Fei Yang's stall and, pulling on the reins, reared the horse's front hooves, letting out a neigh before coming to a steady stop in front of Mo Fei Yang's stall. The rugged middle-aged man, with a fierce look, eyed the still sleeping Mo Fei Yang and cracked a whip in the air, producing a sharp sound. "Who dares to swindle in this place? Do you not know that this is illegal in the Great Hua Empire?" he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Mo Fei Yang, rubbing his eyes and still dazed from sleep, looked up at the imposing man on horseback. "Illegal? Is treating the sick and saving lives considered a crime?" Mo Fei Yang felt that the man was overstepping. Besides, the Star Source continent is not like Huaxia, where one must possess a medical license to practice. Moreover, Mo Fei Yang had absolute confidence in his medical skills. Treating the sick and saving lives is certainly not illegal, but swindling under the guise of healing is indeed a crime. The man on horseback replied disdainfully, seeing that Mo Fei Yang appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. He doubted the boy's ability to heal. In his mind, only elderly doctors could be capable healers, and someone as young as Mo Fei Yang could hardly be expected to possess such remarkable skills. Let alone the miraculous claims on the flag. Mo Fei Yang carefully observed the rugged middle-aged man, noting his robust build but sallow complexion, with subtle puffiness around his eyes, coupled with his loud yet lacking voice. Mo Fei Yang deduced that he suffered from an underlying ailment. "You are ill," Mo Fei Yang said sincerely, looking at the man on the horse. As soon as these words left his mouth, the onlookers erupted in uproar. "This kid is doomed. How dare he insult the commander of our Fenglin City's cavalry? Humph, serves him right. Who told him to swindle so brazenly? This is what happens when one commits wrongful acts." Those in the crowd murmured amongst themselves, witnessing the cavalry commander being insulted. Yet the commander, with a stern expression, coldly replied, "Oh, is that so? What makes you think you can tell? If you cannot provide a clear explanation, I shall have you torn to pieces on the spot." The crowd was taken aback. How could the esteemed cavalry commander endure being insulted by a mere boy without retaliating? Those familiar with the commander knew of his notoriously explosive temper. Yet he was now demanding an explanation instead of punishing the youth. Was it possible that the boy truly had insight into some ailment? Mo Fei Yang stood up, surveying the crowd of onlookers, then smiled at the middle-aged commander on the horse. "If you do not mind, I would be pleased to disclose your ailment before everyone here." The middle-aged man sprang down from his horse with the agility of a swallow. concealing a hint of excitement as he approached Mo Fei Yong. "You truly can discern what illness I suffer from. Let us speak privately," Mo Fei Yong suggested, leaning in to whisper a few words into the commander's ear. Upon hearing, the commander's face flushed crimson and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I am Han Fong, commander of the Great Hua Empire's cavalry. Though I am not exceptional, I am favored by the emperor and often frequent the palace. Yet even the imperial doctors could not discern this hidden ailment of mine. However, I am too embarrassed to speak of such a shameful condition, which has worsened with time. I never expected you to uncover it." Han Fong bowed to Mo Fei Yong. "May I ask, esteemed divine doctor, for your name? If you can cure my ailment, I shall reward you handsomely." Mo Fei Yong gently held Han Fong's hands and smiled. "I am unworthy of such praise, Han Darun. Treating the sick and saving lives is the duty of a doctor. If you trust me, I shall prescribe a remedy. With consistent medication, you should see improvement in 3 days, and complete recovery in about half a month." Han Fong nodded. "What you say does not sit well with me, divine Dr. Mo. Just prescribe the medicine. I am a simple man and do not require flowery words of thanks. Once I recover, I shall invite divine Dr. Mo to my humble abode for a hearty drink." Mo Fei Yong swiftly wrote out a prescription and handed it to Han Fong. "Simmer on low heat. Take 1 dose each morning, noon, and evening." The ailment Han Fong suffered from was, in fact, impotence, and the prescription Mo Fei Yong provided was for invigorating the kidneys and enhancing vitality. He was quite familiar with such prescriptions, as numerous men on Earth face a decline in function for various reasons, making this a trivial matter for him. Han Fong took the prescription and bowed once more to Mo Fei Yong, then produced a gold ingot from his belongings and pressed it into Mo Fei Yang's hands, saying, "A small token of appreciation. I hope the divine doctor will not find it lacking." Mo Fei Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is merely a small token. It seemed that no matter the world, civil servants enjoyed generous compensation. A mere commander of the cavalry casually offered a gold ingot, making the 300 taels of silver seem well within reach. After Han Fong departed, the crowd erupted once more, casting astonished glances at Mo Fei Yong. They had not anticipated that this 17 or 18-year-old boy possessed such remarkable medical skills. Those feeling unwell or with sick relatives rushed forward to seek Mo Fei Yang's expertise. And he welcomed all, diligently prescribing the most suitable remedies. Some patients with minor ailments were cured on the same day. On the 3rd day, Han Fong personally brought a plaque that read "Young Divine Doctor" to express his gratitude to Mo Fei Yong. In the following days, news of Mo Fei Yong spread like wildfire, with nearly half of Fenglin City buzzing with tales about him. The first words exchanged among acquaintances were often, "Have you heard? In Fenglin City, a young miraculous doctor has arrived." From that moment on, Mo Fei Yong was bestowed with the title of Young Divine Doctor. Not only did Mo Fei Yong truly possess the miraculous ability to heal, but the remedies he prescribed were also the most affordable. Each day, an endless line formed of those seeking his medical expertise. Within a matter of days, Mo Fei Yong's name spread to every corner of Fenglin City, from the grand palaces to the impoverished commoners. Even the Xingwu Academy was abuzz with tales of Mo Fei Yong's deeds, and some elderly figures within the academy even contemplated inviting him to teach the students of the medical path class. Chapter 45. Those who insult will always be insulted, Part 1. With merely 2 days remaining until the Xingwu Academy's enrollment, Mo Fei Yong found himself short of funds for tuition. Despite the throngs of people seeking his help daily, the majority were impoverished commoners. Furthermore, Mo Fei Yong charged merely a third of the fees typical of the medical establishments in Fenglin City. When he encountered those truly unable to afford treatment, he not only offered his services free of charge, but even subsidized their medication. Thus, today, Mo Fei Yong resolved to set up his stall one final time. Once he gathered enough for his tuition, he would cease his efforts. Now, Mo Fei Yong had become a celebrity in Fenglin City. Wherever he went, people greeted him with nods of recognition. Even before he had fully set up his stall, a long queue had already formed. "Ladies and gentlemen, before you seek my aid today, please allow me a moment to speak." Mo Fei Yong stood before his makeshift stall and addressed the crowd waiting for his medical attention. "Firstly, I am deeply grateful for your trust in me, a mere 17-year-old. Perhaps after today, I will no longer be here to serve you. So I intend to treat every patient who seeks my help today." Instantly, the crowd erupted in murmurs, and a disheartened elder spoke up, "Dr. Mo, Why would you suddenly cease to see us? Is it because you find our meager offerings insufficient? Indeed, he is now a renowned divine doctor in the great Hua Empire. How could he possibly regard our trifling fees? Someone echoed, oh, how fickle the heart can be. I thought I had encountered a physician of virtue. Yet here he stands, revealing himself to be one who values wealth over compassion, lamented an elderly woman, her voice heavy with disappointment. The atmosphere grew chaotic as many expressed their disillusionment. They could not fathom how. Upon gaining fame, Mo Feiyong would abandon those he once treated with kindness. I refuse to believe this. I refuse. I know my brother Feiyong is a good person. Suddenly, a young girl of 5 or 6 stepped forward, waving her hands and calling out to the crowd. This little girl was one whom Mo Feiyong had treated just days prior, offering his services free of charge and even providing her with money for medicine. Without his assistance, she and her grandmother would have been unable to afford treatment. Throughout her life, she had been met with disdain, never before encountering someone as caring as Mo Feiyong, who treated her as family. Regardless of how others perceived him, she firmly believed he was not the kind of person to turn his back on those in need. My dear child, you are still young and do not understand. Do not be deceived into mistaking a villain for a hero, someone in the crowd cautioned. The little girl, seeing that the misunderstanding persisted, grew frantic and tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother Feiyong is truly not a bad person. Those wicked individuals I encountered before only sought to rob my grandmother and me, but Brother Feiyong treated me for free and even gave me money for medicine. Indeed, I too believe Dr. Mo is a good person. Let us not act rashly. Surely, Dr. Mo has his reasons for his words. Perhaps we should hear what he has to say. An elderly woman, unsteady on her feet, approached the little girl and embraced her. Grandmother, they are wrongly accusing Brother Feiyong of being a villain. The little girl exclaimed, her face flushed with urgency as she wiped away her tears, grasping her grandmother's hand. Mo Feiyong was deeply moved by the bond between the elderly woman and the child. While others cast aspersions upon him, they remained steadfast in their belief. He stepped forward and embraced the little girl, wiping her tears away with a gentle smile. Do not cry, my dear. Your tears sadden me, and they will grieve your grandmother as well. You must learn to be strong and brave. The little girl nodded obediently, her sobs subsiding. Mo Feiyong addressed the crowd once more. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am not refusing to treat you. Rather, I have some important matters to attend to. I assure you that I will continue to provide care for you in the future, and once the time is right, I plan to establish the most affordable medical clinic in Fenglin City, so that everyone can afford treatment and medication. Upon hearing his words, the once noisy crowd fell silent. Suddenly, with a resounding smack, the elder who had previously accused Mo Feiyong of disdain struck himself across the face. Divine Dr. Mo, I have been blind and wronged you. Please do not hold my thoughtless words against me. Mo Feiyong set the little girl down and approached the elder, grasping his hand before he could strike himself again. Elder, I completely understand your feelings. I harbor no ill will toward you. Rather, I failed to convey my intentions clearly. Now that we have clarified matters, let us hasten the process of providing care to those in need. Many have traveled from afar and should not be delayed. Applause erupted from the crowd, resounding like thunder. Bravo, well said, Divine Dr. Mo. With your reassurance, we can rest easy. If anyone dares to speak ill again, I shall not hesitate to intervene, boomed a burly man. Following this brief tumult, the crowd quickly reformed into an orderly line, eagerly awaiting Mo Feiyong's medical attention. He expertly diagnosed and prescribed remedies, treating nearly 300 patients that morning. However, the sheer number of those awaiting treatment felt overwhelming. Despite his swift methods, he sensed his own limitations, scarcely having time to drink water, and by midday, he had attended to the majority of patients. One by one, they departed, faces transformed from pain to joy. Witnessing this scene, Mo Feiyong felt that his efforts were worthwhile. His stomach growled in protest, having gone without food or drink for the entirety of the morning. Most others would have succumbed to hunger long ago, yet Mo Feiyong was not merely a doctor. He was also a martial artist. Had it not been for the injuries sustained during his previous ordeal, he could have easily gone 3 days without sustenance. However, he was currently unwell, and his hunger was becoming increasingly apparent. Those awaiting treatment, hearing the rumble of his stomach, could not help but voice their concern. Dr. your health is far more important than ours. Please eat something before continuing to treat us. We can wait. The speaker, despite feeling immense discomfort, bore the pain in silence, unwilling to burden Mo Feiyong further. I assure you, I can endure. Your treatment is of utmost priority, Mo Feiyong insisted, his focus unwavering as he continued to write prescriptions. Before long, a familiar, soft voice broke through the crowd. Auntie, uncle, please make way. My grandmother has brought food for Brother Feiyong. Little Ro Ro, hand in hand with her grandmother, approached Mo Feiyong. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves thundered in the distance, shaking the ground beneath them. A youth of around 20 rode a mystical beast, speeding toward the crowd without any sign of slowing. Even as he approached the throngs of people. Chapter 46. Those who insult will always be insulted. Part 2. On this street, typically, only the military was permitted to ride. Yet this silver-haired youth not only rode his beast but charged headlong into the masses. The crowd scrambled to avoid him, especially those waiting for treatment at Mo Feiyong's stall, who were already in poor health and moved sluggishly. Yes, most retreated to the sides of the street. The youth on the mystical beast barreled through, directly threatening Ro Ro and her grandmother, who was carrying food for Mo Feiyong. Upon sensing the commotion, Mo Feiyong sprang to his feet, but the throngs of people obscured his view. Just as he finally caught sight of the youth, the mystical beast was nearly upon Ro Ro and her grandmother. Get out of the way, Mo Feiyong shouted, leaping forward to scoop up Ro Ro and evade the oncoming beast. However, by the time he turned to save the grandmother, it was too late. With a thud, the grandmother was knocked aside, sliding several meters across the ground, leaving a horrifying streak of blood trailing behind her. Food scattered through the air, white rice mingling with crimson. The beast let out a ferocious roar, baring its sharp teeth, as it glared at the crowd, seemingly incensed that anyone dared obstruct its path, causing the crowd to recoil once more. The youth coldly surveyed the elderly woman lying in a pool of blood, then glanced down at the specks of blood staining his pristine garments, and disdainfully remarked, "Her death is inconsequential. How dare she dirty my clothes, grandmother?" Ro Ro cried out, breaking free from Mo Feiyong's embrace, rushing to her grandmother's side, her heart-wrenching cries echoing through the chaos. "Please wake up. What has happened? Don't scare me, however. You old wretch have no one to care for her in death. I shall take it upon myself to raise her with kindness." The youth on the spirit beast extended his arm, preparing to pull Ro Ro up when suddenly a cold gleam shot forth. The boy hastily withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding the attack, yet his spirit beast beneath him was not so fortunate, struck in the neck by a dark iron-silver needle shot by Mo Feiyong. In agony, it leapt about, tossing its master to the ground. Well, what audacity! I never imagined someone would dare to ambush me, Dugu Zhantian. Ha! Since I became aware of the world, I have never encountered such a thing. It seems today fate has conspired to present me with this encounter. I shall see who dares. Dugu Zhantian, far from angry, chuckled. He was astonished that anyone would dare to attack him in Fenglin City. A veritable joke, for he could traverse this land without fear of dissent. Even the royal family of the Dahuang Empire must rely on his family. Thus he had never faced an assault before. Mo Feiyong was taken aback by the presence of such scum, one who would kill a defenseless elder and then seek to claim her granddaughter. Not a trace of remorse marred the cold, sinister visage. As the people realized this youth was Dugu Zhantian, they secretly broke into a cold sweat. He was the second young master of the Dugu family, ranked among the 4 great clans, notorious throughout Fenglin City and the entire Dahuang Empire. Do you possess even a shred of humanity? Does the murder of a defenseless old man elevate your noble status, rendering you above the law? Or does it showcase your profound cultivation? To hell with it. This only reveals you to be an uncultivated beast, ignorant of humanity. Mo Feiyong gritted his teeth, his vision blurring with rage. Were an unknown elder to be struck dead in the street, Mo Feiyong would certainly not stand idly by, especially since the elderly woman was merely delivering a meal to him when she met this beast. From his perspective, her death bore an undeniable share of his responsibility. Since this tragedy arose from his actions, he must provide an explanation to the old woman, allowing her to rest in peace in the afterlife. Dugu Zhantian coldly pointed at Mo Feiyong, sneering, "Since you care so much for that old hag, allow me to send you down to accompany her." A radiant pink light shimmered around him. Unexpectedly, Du Guzhantian was a master of the 5th tier. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a wave of energy toward Mo Feiyang, who immediately felt a tremendous pressure enveloping him. Nearby, 3 individuals were instantly crushed to death by the force's sheer might. Mo Feiyang, unwilling to involve the innocent, strained to resist Du Guzhantian's pressure with his star source energy, determined to avoid collateral damage. If you still consider yourself a man, let us step outside the city to battle. Du Guzhantian scoffed, I have no time to waste on you. And no matter where we fight, your fate is sealed, death awaits. The crowd sensed the imminent clash and hastily distanced themselves from Du Guzhantian and Mo Feiyang. Mo Feiyang indeed doubted his ability to defeat Du Guzhantian, as his cultivation was merely at the 2nd tier intermediate level, 2 realms below his opponent. Even with his divine bone physique, it would be a daunting challenge. However, armed with Star Chi for protection and the legendary Shinfeng Palm for offense, both ancient techniques thought lost to time. He remained hopeful that a well-timed strike could turn the tide. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. Many wish for my demise, yet the outcome is ironically reversed. I find myself in the underworld. Mo Feiyang quietly produced a silver needle, infusing it with star source energy. Awaiting Du Guzhantian's move. Seeking death, Du Guzhantian roared, raising his fist and charging at Mo Feiyang. Known for his arrogance and unparalleled battle prowess, he had even dared to exchange blows with those a tier above him. Thus, he aimed to crush Mo Feiyang with sheer force. 10 paces, 5 paces, 3 paces. Du Guzhantian closed the distance rapidly. As he approached within 3 steps, Mo Feiyang finally made his move. A flash of silver darted forth. A slender needle aimed at Du Guzhantian's throat, a fatal strike. Yet Mo Feiyang knew it would not hit. A martial artist always guards their vital points, and with Du Guzhantian's superior cultivation, this initial attack was merely a feint. With Du Guzhantian's fist half a meter from Mo Feiyang's head, the latter remained motionless. Du Guzhantian, sensing a trick, believed Mo Feiyang was merely playing games. However, as Du Guzhantian's focus wavered for an instant, Mo Feiyang unleashed 3 silver needles, launching them at precise angles toward his adversary. Click, click. Du Guzhantian evaded 2 of the needles but could not escape the last, which abruptly altered its trajectory mid-air, shifting from a strike to his head to a thrust aimed at his lower abdomen. A sharp pain shot through Du Guzhantian's gut, followed by a wave of heat coursing through his body. Alarmed, he leaped back 10 meters, horrified. You despicable wretch! What manner of sorcery is this? Chapter 47. A hasty retreat success. Mo Feiyang had struck Du Guzhantian's energy C-point, a hit that could temporarily disable the flow of star source energy within him. Some individuals, even when standing still, can evade such strikes. However, hitting a moving target requires a measure of luck. A cold smile crept across Mo Feiyang's lips. This will render you a cripple, Du Guzhantian. Skeptical and unfamiliar with such techniques, felt his star source energy rapidly depleting, a wave of fear washing over him. Struggling to maintain composure, he retorted, a trivial skill. Watch me annihilate you, you bastard. Mo Feiyang sidestepped, shouting, die, as he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Du Guzhantian's arm. Crack! The arm shattered under the force. Cold light flickered in Mo Feiyang's eyes. He no longer regarded his opponent as human. He followed with a flying kick to Du Guzhantian's other arm, instantly fracturing both limbs. Ah! Du Guzhantian screamed in agony, not only from the pain but from the humiliation of being bested by a mere 2nd-tier martial artist despite his 5th-tier status. Smack! Mo Feiyang seized Du Guzhantian by the collar and delivered a fierce slap across his face. I will teach you arrogance. I will show you the value of life. I will make you regret targeting Ro. Only after transforming Du Guzhantian's visage into a grotesque visage did he finally release him. Du Guzhantian's lips twitched, desperate to speak but unable to utter a word. His eyes, swollen and narrowed to slits, glared at Mo Feiyang with a fury that could burn the very underworld. Those who humiliate others shall be humiliated in turn, Mo Feiyang declared, tossing one last remark before turning to comfort the weeping Ro beside the old woman's body. Though he longed to eliminate the beast that was Du Guzhantian, he knew he could not. To kill a member of the Du Gu family would invite relentless retribution, potentially endangering Ro's life as well. Thus, he settled for reclaiming some semblance of justice for the old woman, vowing to settle the score when he grew stronger. Not long after Mo Feiyang departed with the old woman's body and Ro Ro, Du Gu Zhantian's steed appeared, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. Among them was Du Gu Shengtian, who rushed to his brother's side, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Who did this? Who turned my brother into this?" Accustomed to being the one who instills fear, he was now confronted with a formidable opponent who had reduced his brother to a pitiful state, earning a grudging respect for the unknown assailant. A youth clad in a green cloak chuckled, "Huang Fulong, do be quiet and refrain from adding insult to injury." Du Gu Shengtian snapped at the cloaked figure. Huang Fulong, arms crossed, paid him no mind, pondering aloud, "Strange. I cannot fathom who would dare strike out so ruthlessly against our four great families in Fenglin City. Oriental Ming, are you not the cunning strategist? Can you not uncover the identity of the perpetrator?" Du Gu Shengtian inquired of another youth. Oriental Ming shook his head. "You are well aware of your brother's nature. He has accumulated countless enemies. It is only natural that he faces retribution from one of them." "What do you mean by that? Should we simply let this go?" Du Gu Shengtian's voice turned icy. Huang Fulong interjected, "Do not disturb Oriental Ming. Despite his differences with your brother, we are all in this together. When one of our four great families is attacked, it reflects poorly on us all, and he will not turn a blind eye." Oriental Ming surveyed Du Gu Zhantian's spirit beast before continuing. "This beast was present during the attack. It should know the identity of the one who injured your brother. If we can have it track the assailant by scent, there may be a glimmer of hope." The others nodded in agreement. Du Gu Shengtian glanced at his injured brother. "You all follow the beast to find the culprit. I will take Zhantian back for treatment. If you find him, do not kill him immediately. I wish to savor the pleasure of tormenting him." After a discussion, the three of them went their separate ways. Du Gu Shengtian took his brother back to tend to his injuries, while Huang Fulong and Dongfang Ming set off with the spirit beast in search of the culprit. Mo Feiyang, accompanied by Ro Ro, buried the old lady's body at the foot of a mountain outside the city. Kneeling on the ground, he bowed 3 times before her grave, lit a stick of incense, and burned some joss paper. "Dear old lady, I have avenged you halfway. In the future, once I attain sufficient strength, I shall surely avenge you completely. I hope you find peace in the afterlife and never encounter beasts worse than humans again." Mo Feiyang lamented. "Wu Wu, the old lady is gone." Ro Ro cried sorrowfully in Mo Feiyang's embrace. Despite being only 5 or 6 years old, she understood that her grandmother would no longer be by her side. Mo Feiyang gently patted Ro Ro's head, saying, "Be good, Ro Ro. Brother will take you to eat something delicious." "All right." Ro Ro sniffled. "Grandmother always saved the best food for me. Refusing to eat it herself, I wanted to earn money when I grew up and buy her delicious food every day. But now, grandmother is gone." Mo Feiyang held the little girl tightly, feeling a pang in his heart, tears nearly escaping his eyes. Such a sensible child had lost her only family member. It was truly a cruel fate. Suddenly, voices could be heard nearby. "You go check over there. We'll search separately." Mo Feiyang did not see who it was, but he noticed the fierce spirit beast. He quickly took Ro Ro and dashed up the mountain. Just as he left, the spirit beast led Huang Fulong and Dongfang Ming to the grave. "This grave seems new. It appears someone has just been here," Dongfang Ming remarked. The spirit beast circled the grave a few times before following the scent Mo Feiyang had left behind. Mo Feiyang sprinted through the forest, but he could not shake off his pursuers. It finally dawned on him that it was his own scent that was leading them. The spirit beast was undoubtedly tracking him. So, he jumped into a stream and turned back down the mountain, and indeed, no one followed. However, it was not long before he heard voices again. "That kid is quite cunning. No wonder even the spirit beast cannot smell him. He must have run down this stream. Let's quickly follow the stream. We will surely catch up. Damn it, if I catch that little rascal, I'll skin him alive. He made me step in the dung of the so-called smelliest white-finned tiger on the continent." Huang Fulong cursed. Pinching his nose, Mo Feiyang spotted a small pool ahead and immediately jumped in with Ro Ro. The water was not very deep, only about 4 to 5 meters. Mo Feiyang sank to the bottom, pressing against the side, remaining completely still. The people above had just passed over the surface of the pool when Ro Ro, unable to hold her breath any longer, began to struggle, her face turning red as she neared suffocation. Mo Feiyang inwardly cursed his carelessness. He could remain underwater for 1 or 2 hours without issue. But Ro Ro, being a child, could not last long. Mo Feiyong quickly kissed her lips, transferring the air from his mouth to hers. Only then did Ro Ro calm down, snuggling back into Mo Feiyong's embrace. Chapter 48. Xingwu Academy. After hiding at the bottom of the pool for nearly an hour, Mo Feiyong finally emerged with Ro Ro. By the time they surfaced, the sun had already set. "Brother Feiyong, I'm hungry," Ro Ro said, her delicate little hand rubbing her belly. Mo Feiyong picked her up, saying, "All right, brother will take you to eat something delicious right now. From now on, brother will be your family, okay?" Ro Ro nodded and sweetly replied, "Brother Feiyong, I will be yours from now on." Mo Feiyong felt a headache coming on, pinching Ro Ro's nose. "Little one, don't say such things." "All right. You are my family, not my possession." Ro Ro pouted. Grandmother said that girls shouldn't kiss anyone casually. Only their own man can kiss them. You just kissed me down there, so I am Brother Feiyong's person now. Mo Feiyong was speechless. Arguing with a child over this issue was just asking for trouble. Forget it. Let it be. After dark, Mo Feiyong and Ro Ro entered the city, taking a long route to enter Fenglan City through the south gate. The street where Duge Zhantian had been injured was not far from the east gate, so they were sure someone was waiting at the city gate to catch them. Once inside Fenglan City, Mo Feiyong found a reasonably good restaurant for him and Ro Ro. He ordered a large table of dishes, all of Ro Ro's favorites. The little girl initially ate happily, but as she continued, she started to cry. When Mo Feiyong asked her why she was crying, she replied, "It's not tasty at all without grandmother here to share it with me." After soothing Ro Ro to sleep, Mo Feiyong began to cultivate on the bed. He needed to reach the 3rd level as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have no chance against true powerhouses. Luck could not be relied upon forever. If it weren't for his silver needle striking Duge Zhantian's Qi point today, he might have perished under that man's fist. Currently at the 2nd level, Mo Feiyong could contend with 3rd-level martial artists. If he reached the 3rd level, he should be able to confront 4th-level experts directly. In Fenglan City, most young people possessed 4th-level prowess, yet there were also many geniuses at the 5th level and above. Thus, Mo Feiyong's current cultivation was insufficient for his self-preservation. For 2 consecutive days, he did not leave the restaurant, both to avoid encountering members of the Dugu family and to seize time for cultivation. Since breaking the virgin mark of Qin Ruoshi, his injuries had not yet healed. After 2 days of cultivation, he had only recovered about 70 to 80%. Nevertheless, Mo Feiyong was confident he could demonstrate the strength of a 3rd-level martial artist and should easily pass the assessment of Xingwu Academy. After getting up in the morning, Mo Feiyong prepared to leave Ro Ro at the restaurant, but he was reluctant to let the little girl stay there alone. If anything happened to her, Mo Feiyong feared he would never forgive himself for life. He had already caused her to lose her beloved grandmother. He could not allow her to suffer any further harm. Thus, Mo Feiyong set off with Ro Ro toward Xingwu Academy. Xingwu Academy was located in the southern part of Fenglan City, not too far from the inn where Mo Feiyong was staying. It was only a few streets away. When Mo Feiyong arrived at the entrance of Xingwu Academy, he was taken aback. The grand and towering gate was adorned with the 4 characters Xingwu Academy, crafted from star source energy, shimmering brilliantly and captivating the eye. Even at night, it was clearly visible. Truly a remarkable display. Mo Feiyong couldn't help but exclaim. A long line had formed at the academy's entrance, with hundreds of candidates present, mostly young people around 20 years old, evenly split between men and women. Mo Feiyong joined the queue with Ro Ro. "Wow, Brother Feiyong, there are so many beautiful sisters over there." Ro Ro suddenly exclaimed in Mo Feiyong's arms. Some young men nearby shot disdainful looks at Mo Feiyong, whispering, "Shameless, utterly shameless. He has a child and still wants to enter the academy to flirt. Beasts, absolute beasts. Such a young child and already has a little girl. I will have to be careful when looking for a girlfriend in the future. He looks like no good man." On the other side, some women also noticed Mo Feiyong, curiously commenting, "Look at that guy trying to enter Xingwu Academy. If you ask him if he has a girlfriend, he will definitely say no. Haha, he has a child. So of course, he doesn't have a girlfriend." Mo Feiyong paid them no mind, holding Ro Ro as he slowly moved forward with the line. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Mo Feiyong's turn. He set Ro Ro down and said, "Ro Ro, wait here for brother. I will be back soon. Don't run around, all right? Brother Feiyong, don't worry. I will listen to you and stay put." Ro Ro replied in her sweet, childish voice. Next, called the assessment officer seated in front. Seeing that the officers were all over 30 years old, They appeared to be teachers from the academy, all wearing uniforms emblazoned with the words Xingwu Academy. As Imo Feiyang approached, the assessment officer inquired, "Name, age, and cultivation level?" Imo Feiyang, 17 years old, intermediate second level, Imo Feiyang replied. The assessment officer suddenly looked up and scrutinized Imo Feiyang closely. "Are you the renowned young divine doctor?" Imo Feiyang? Imo Feiyang was surprised to find that even the teachers at Xingwu Academy knew his name. He smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am. May I ask what guidance you have for me, teacher?" The assessment officer's stern expression transformed into a smile. "Ah, indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. After your assessment, come find me. I have something I need your help with." "Sure. It must be a medical issue, right?" Imo Feiyang stifled a laugh, having instantly identified this officer's ailment, which was the same as that of the cavalry's commander last time: impotence. After registration, Imo Feiyang was led by a student to the back for the martial arts assessment, where another long queue awaited. Those who emerged displayed a range of emotions. Some were elated, others disappointed, and some were even sobbing uncontrollably. There was all manner of reactions. The assessment was straightforward. One only needed to break a stone the size of a human head in the martial arts arena to pass. Successfully doing so would grant entry into Xingwu Academy, though there would be another test 3 months later, and failure in that would result in expulsion. Imo Feiyang called the assessment officer in the arena. Imo Feiyang quickly walked over. Begin. If you can break this firestone, you will pass the assessment. Each person has 3 chances. Do you understand?" The assessment officer asked. Imo Feiyang nodded and walked directly to the firestone. Turning back to ask, "May I use my techniques?" The assessment officer disdainfully remarked, "Of course. Why wouldn't you be able to shatter it with your technique? Cyclone, go forth." Imo Feiyang shouted towards the blazing rock. A flash of golden light darting past. Yet, the fiery stone remained utterly unmoved. Laughter erupted from many awaiting the assessment. While others might fail to break the fiery rock, at least they could displace it. However, after Imo Feiyang's single attempt, the fiery rock showed no sign of reaction whatsoever. The assessment officer seemed on the verge of laughter, but, as a figure of authority, he suppressed it. Just as he was about to declare Imo Feiyang's failure, the fiery rock unexpectedly split cleanly in two, as if cleaved by a divine weapon, its edges impeccably smooth. Shock spread through the crowd. "My heavens! What kind of prodigy is he?" The fiery rock had been specifically procured by the academy, and tests had shown that only those at the 3rd tier could merely chip it. Yet, Imo Feiyang had severed it completely. The assessment officer glanced at Imo Feiyang's records, bewildered, and inquired, "Are you truly only at the intermediate 2nd tier?" "Of course, and may I inquire if I have passed the assessment?" Imo Feiyang asked nonchalantly. The officer, almost in disbelief, inscribed a commendation on Imo Feiyang's file. It was well known that only those from prestigious star martial families, or those who had trained in sects, could earn such a mark. It had been a long time since anyone so exceptional had emerged, and the officer exclaimed with excitement, "You've passed. Please report to the academy tomorrow." Chapter 49. Celestial Spirit Herb. Upon witnessing Imo Feiyang's remarkable results, the surrounding students cast various glances filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. The best performer until now had only managed to chip off a fist-sized fragment of the fiery rock, while Imo Feiyang had effortlessly cleaved it in twain. This was no small feat, as it required an extraordinarily precise control over the star source energy. Thus, Imo Feiyang's performance left everyone astounded. Yet, he himself felt no sense of extraordinary power. He had prepared mentally for 3 attempts, never expecting such an unexpected outcome from a mere trial. Had others known of Imo Feiyang's other identity, they might have been even more astonished. However, most of the students had come from distant lands for the assessment and were unfamiliar with his illustrious name. Even those who had heard of Imo Feiyang would not connect the striking youth before them with the renowned young divine doctor of the empire. Imo Feiyang slowly departed the martial arena of the Star Martial Academy. He made his way towards the academy's entrance, where he spotted a girl named Ro being playfully embraced by a somewhat familiar figure. As he approached and recognized the girl's face, a sharp pang of pain pierced his heart, echoing with the hurtful words of Chen Ruoshi. "How could this useless fool be my husband? He is merely a rogue taking advantage of others' misfortunes." Meanwhile, Chen Ruoshi, seemingly unfazed by Imo Feiyang's arrival, continued to tease Ro, gently pinching her chubby cheeks and saying, "Little sister, You are so adorable. Please tell your sister your name. Want to you? No. Brother Feiyong said I shouldn't talk to strangers. Ro retorted stubbornly. Suddenly spotting Mo Feiyong approaching, she began to struggle, wanting to be let down. Sister, put me down. I want to play with Brother Feiyong. The girl holding Ro was about to inquire about who Brother Feiyong was when she turned to see a strikingly handsome youth approaching. His shoulder-length black hair flowed gently with his stride, and though his physique was not imposing, it exuded an undeniable sense of security, hinting at immense hidden strength. Clad in the simplest of coarse linen, his attire did not diminish his noble aura. This youth was clearly extraordinary. Ro, let us go, Mo Feiyong declared, lifting her into his arms, ignoring the girl entirely as he walked forward. The girl, taken aback by being disregarded, shouted angrily, Hey, you, stop right there. Mo Feiyong, surprised by her audacity, halted and turned. Is there something you need? Inwardly, he held a glimmer of hope that she might wish to explain herself. If she offered him an easy way out, he would surely forgive her. The girl paused, then replied, What do you want? How dare you ask me that? Let me tell you, this is serious. Do you not know the rules and etiquette of the Star Martial Academy? Junior disciples must show respect to their seniors. What was that attitude you displayed towards your senior just now? I demand that you bow and greet me, by the way. What is your name? If you refuse, I shan't hesitate to inform your teacher. Mo Feiyong was perplexed. What does Chun Ruashi asking for his name signify? Has she lost her memory? Yet, she seemed unchanged, still somewhat willful and domineering. But lacking the cunning and depth he remembered, on closer inspection, this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Ruashi. Perhaps they were merely similar in appearance. Realizing she was not Chen Ruashi, Mo Feiyong decided not to linger any longer. I apologize, but I have not officially become a student of the Star Martial Academy, so I see no reason to bow to you. The girl trembled with rage, pointing at Mo Feiyong. You think you're so tough? Just hope I don't run into you in the academy. As they prepared to part ways, a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher hurriedly approached. Though portly, he moved with surprising speed. Spotting Mo Feiyong, he called out, Mo Feiyong, wait, I need to speak with you. What? The girl halted, glancing back at Mo Feiyong. So, you are the Mo Feiyong my sister keeps mentioning in her dreams. It seems you two have some history. Otherwise, she wouldn't mention you so often. Just don't let me find out you've done anything wrong, or I, Chun Ruashui, will not let you off easily. With that, Chun Ruashui quietly departed after learning Mo Feiyong's name. Mo Feiyong, I just went to the martial arena looking for you. They said you had already passed the assessment and left. Good thing you haven't gone far. Hu Selong approached Mo Feiyong, scrutinizing him closely. I never would have guessed you were so talented. To cleave the fiery rock at the intermediate second tier, I thought your skills lay solely in medicine, but it seems you are equally impressive in martial prowess. Mo Feiyong suddenly remembered he had promised this teacher he would examine his ailment. Given his urgency, it was evident he was suffering from some affliction. However, this portly man appeared dubious. Had he not known he was a teacher? Mo Feiyong might have thought him a lecherous old man. Taking out pen and paper, Mo Feiyong swiftly wrote a prescription for his teacher. This is a formula specifically designed for your condition. Brew it over a gentle flame, and take a dose morning, noon, and night. You should be nearly healed within half a month. Hu Selong, grinning widely, quickly tucked the prescription away as if fearing someone might see it. After securing the document, he said to Mo Feiyong, If you don't mind, outside the academy, you can call me Brother Hu. Within the academy, just address me as Teacher Hu. By the way, our academy has a medicinal herb repository, but I'm unfamiliar with many of the herbs. If you have some free time, would you mind helping me select some? Mo Feiyong readily agreed. No problem. By the way, Brother Hu, isn't this academy a place for training in martial arts? Why is there a medicinal herb repository? Hu Selong was astonished. Aren't you a doctor? Surely you've heard of the medical martial arts class at Star Martial Academy? Mo Feiyong shook his head. I come from a very remote mountain village and Haven T had much knowledge of Star Martial Academy, so I've never heard of the medical martial arts class you mentioned. Brother Feiyong, you're so clueless. Ro has heard of the medical martial arts class. Many of the doctors in Fenglin City have graduated from there. However, their consultations are quite expensive, and my grandmother couldn't afford to take me to see a doctor. So I just had to endure. Ro chimed in innocently. Hearing her words, Mo Feiyong felt a mix of emotions and was resolutely determined to open an affordable medical clinic in Fenglin City. Hu Selong sought out Mo Feiyang not only for his remarkable medical skills, but also for his low fees and discretion regarding patients' privacy. He had heard of the exorbitant fees charged by many clinics, but could not truly comprehend the despair of a child who had to endure illness due to financial constraints. Ro, I promise that such a situation will never happen to you again. Thank you, brother. Ro is so happy. She planted a kiss on Mo Feiyang's cheek. With a sigh, Hu Selong remarked, "This situation has persisted for quite some time. No one can change it. All we can do is hope that the impoverished suffer less from illness." Mo Feiyang disagreed. Perhaps someone had attempted to change things before and had ultimately failed for various reasons. But he was determined to succeed. What others can achieve, I, Mo Feiyang, will also accomplish. What others cannot do, I, Mo Feiyang, shall also strive to achieve. Hu Selong looked at him with admiration. Very well, the herb repository is located just inside the Star Martial Academy, not far from the entrance. Let us walk and talk. Soon, Mo Feiyang followed Hu Selong to the entrance of the herbal medicine store at the Xingwu Academy. An elderly man, his face lined with the marks of time and his beard unkempt, lay on a chair at the entrance, eyes closed in slumber. Hu Selong approached him and bowed, saying, "Elder son, I, Hu Selong, wish to enter and procure some herbs. I kindly ask for your assistance." The deference shown by a teacher of the academy towards a gatekeeper was somewhat perplexing. The old man, seemingly oblivious to the request, continued to snore loudly. Mo Feiyang, observing Hu Selong's awkward smile beside him, politely bowed again. "Elder son, please awaken. I urgently need to retrieve some medicinal herbs." The old man finally opened his eyes, glanced at Hu Selong, and then turned his gaze to Mo Feiyang behind him, asking, "Who requires the herbs?" Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, Hu Selong fabricated a story. A renowned student suddenly vomited and fainted while cultivating. "I wish to fetch some herbs to save him." "Oh, is that so? Do you know which herbs to take?" The elder seemed to see through Hu Selong's ruse. Hu Selong was momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Feiyang stepped forward, calm and composed, stating, 3 leaves of Fuzi at 8 taels, 10 taels of Nanyuan wood fragrance, 12 taels of Xuanhu, and boil with 7 parts of gentle fire and 3 parts of vigorous fire for consumption. The old man pondered for a moment, his squinted eyes suddenly widening as he regarded Mo Feiyang. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed rare for someone so young to possess such insight and knowledge. Though these 3 herbs are the most common and ordinary, few would think to combine them. However, unbeknownst to many, their amalgamation significantly enhances their efficacy. Very well, you may enter. Your praise is most generous, elder. I have yet to encounter anyone who could discern the brilliance of this prescription. Yet you have accurately pinpointed its intricacies. You must surely be a master of the healing arts. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Mo Feiyang replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Ha, such confidence. In the realm of medicine, one must possess this very assurance to achieve success. You are far superior to those who feign humility. You may come by any time. Knowledge knows no bounds, and while I cannot claim to be your mentor, I welcome the opportunity for exchange. The old man concluded before drifting back into a deep slumber. Upon entering, Mo Feiyang was taken aback by the sight before him. The expansive room, nearly 500 meters in length and width, was filled with towering shelves laden with all manner of herbs. It was likely that no single apothecary in the entire nation could boast such a comprehensive collection. Mo Feiyang quickly located the 3 herbs, handed them to Hu Selong, and then searched for the ingredients listed in his own prescription. Just as he prepared to leave, a peculiar herb on the bottom shelf of a corner rack caught his attention. Heavenly spirits! This was a century-old Xianling grass. Mo Feiyang's heart raced with astonishment. What kind of herb is this? It looks so unappealing. If you fancy it, take it. Elder son likely wouldn't mind, Hu Selong said dismissively. Can I truly take it? Mo Feiyang inquired, excitement creeping into his voice. Hu Selong scoffed. What's a mere herb? Our academy has plenty. Suppressing his overwhelming shock, Mo Feiyang concealed the Xianling grass within his garments and exited alongside Hu Selong. If Hu Selong were to learn that this was Xianling grass, he would undoubtedly be infuriated by his own generosity. Tio's claim that Xianling grass is worth its weight in gold would not be an exaggeration. The crafting of high-grade elixirs often necessitates this miraculous herb, yet Hu Selong had carelessly given it away as if it were refuse. Chapter 50. descendants of the Beast Emperor. As they stepped outside, Elder Sun suddenly called, "Halt!" Mo Feiyang startled, fearing he had been discovered. He contemplated revealing the Xianling grass but hesitated, knowing it was essential for concocting the Hunyuan pill. Moreover, the herb's century-old quality would surely yield extraordinary results when transformed into the pill. Seeing Mo Feiyang and Hu Selong frozen in place, Elder Sun continued, "Close the door. Be cautious not to let the medicinal properties escape," after which, he closed his eyes and resumed his nap, seemingly lost in a world of dreams. Mo Feiyang exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly shut the door to the herbarium, hurrying away with Hu Selong. If discovered, it would be an embarrassment to have acquired such a treasure on his first visit. "What's the hurry, my friend?" Hu Selong inquired from behind. He was perplexed by Mo Feiyang's demeanor, as if he had secured a priceless gem. Mo Feiyang smiled. "Brother Hu, as long as you consistently take the medicine as I advised, you shall soon regain your vigor. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Hu Selong chuckled, "Haha, my happiness now relies entirely on you, my younger brother. Since you have matters to address, I shall not keep you." Until tomorrow, after returning to the inn and dining with Ro, Mo Feiyang eagerly retreated to his room to examine the Xianling grass, eyeing Mo Feiyang's eyes. This herb was a catalyst for enhancing his power. Should the Hunyuan pill be successfully crafted, he could elevate his level by at least one rank, reaching the pinnacle of the second tier, thus breaking through to a brand new realm. The third tier held significant importance among the 7 levels. It served as a critical juncture. This was precisely why, after merging with Qin Ruoshi, he had absorbed her cultivation and attained the third tier, subsequently comprehending the second form of the Divine Wind Palm, the Whirlwind Strike. Although Mo Feiyang had regressed to the second tier, he could still employ the Whirlwind Strike, albeit with diminished potency compared to when he was at the third tier. Tomorrow marked the beginning of his life and training at the academy, thus he needed to break through within 3 months. Otherwise, he risked being eliminated during the assessment. The upcoming examination would not be as straightforward and rigid as the entrance assessment. It was rumored that candidates would venture into the wilderness for the test. Mo Feiyang understood that the difficulty would be immense, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. He still required 8 more ingredients to concoct the Hunyuan pill, but these would be relatively easier to procure than the Xianling grass. After securing the grass, Mo Feiyang played with Ro for a while, coaxing her to sleep before entering meditation to cultivate. Upon introspection, Mo Feiyang discerned that his physique seemed to undergo subtle transformations daily, growing increasingly robust. His bones became sturdier and his body strengthened, a phenomenon that appeared to have emerged only after spending time with Ro. Mo Feiyang was perplexed by this development. Ro was merely a descendant of ordinary people, unlikely to possess any extraordinary attributes. However, when he had ventured to probe Ro's body, he found nothing unusual. According to ancient texts, such mutual enhancement could only occur when 2 individuals with special physiques were in close proximity. If this were indeed the case, Ro might possess some unique quality. Under the radiant full moon, a beam of silvery light illuminated Mo Feiyang's chamber. Engrossed in meditation, he remained unaware of the strange phenomena unfolding with Ro. As moonlight streamed through the window to envelop her small form, an extraordinary event transpired. Ro suddenly awoke, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she remained in a state of slumber. Slowly, she sat up, palms pressed together, her lips moving as if reciting an ancient scripture. The silvery moonlight draped a veil of luminescence over Fenglin City, while the words softly murmured by Ro transformed into intricate, archaic characters that gradually ascended from the room, drifting out of the city along the moonbeams. These characters multiplied and grew larger, spreading out across the night sky in all directions. Instantly, the forests under the night sky stirred, and all the spiritual beasts within hundreds of miles of Fenglin City trembled and prostrated themselves upon sensing the ancient characters, bowing in reverence towards a specific direction within the city. In Mo Feiyang's room, Ro suddenly floated gracefully into the air, her small figure maintaining a meditative posture as she spun around. After completing 3 rotations, she inexplicably soared out of the window, traversing mountains and rivers, ultimately landing in a valley nestled among the mountains, hundreds of miles away from Fenglin City. Myriad mythical beasts, Qilin, Pishio, 2-headed giant apes, golden-winged divine eagles, and others, rarely seen and often at odds with one another, congregated in the valley where Ro had arrived. gazing up in awe at the little figure above. I had thought the great Beast Emperor had broken free, only to discover it is the awakening of the Beast Emperor's descendants. Pichio remarked, gazing at Ro-Ro in the air. No, she has not awakened yet. She is merely on the brink of awakening. The descendants of the Beast Emperor typically do not awaken until they reach adulthood. Corrected the golden-winged divine eagle. The Qilin's expression grew grave. There's some significant event about to unfold in the Xingyuan continent. Why has such an unusual occurrence transpired? One head of the two-headed giant ape looked skyward while the other addressed the gathered beasts. What great event could possibly occur? The passage between the underworld and the divine realm has long been sealed by the human king Ling Zhantian and a cadre of ancient beings. To break the seal would take at least 10,000 years. In my view, it must be that some extraordinary figure has emerged in the human realm, triggering a resonance among the descendants of the Beast Emperor. A massive golden toad hopped over, stating, I have indeed heard rumors that those with divine bone physiques can catalyze the early awakening of the Beast Emperor's descendants. I believe it is highly likely that someone with a divine bone physique has appeared in the human realm. Pichio angrily stomped the ground. You, a mere 3,000 or 4,000-year-old creature, dare to refer to yourself as old man in our presence. Do you wish for me to crush your inner core with a single stomp? The golden toad, utterly terrified, pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Forgive me, esteemed elders. I had no intention of offending. It was merely the habitual banter in front of my kin that caused me to lose my composure and inadvertently insult you all. The Qilin beast glanced disdainfully at the prostrate toad and retorted, What is there to argue with a mere little frog? It would not reflect well on us, the old ones, if word got out that we bullied a young junior. The Pichio, in agreement, released its hold on the golden toad, commanding, Be gone. Elders are speaking, and you, as a junior, have no place to interject. With a swift kick, a dark whirlwind surged toward the toad, propelling its massive form through the night sky like a meteor. Landing over 10 miles away before it managed to regain control and crash to the ground. Ouch! The toad groaned as it lay on the ground, flipping over to curse, Damn it! What makes these old codgers so exceptional that they can bully us mere youngsters of only 3,000 or 4,000 years? Suddenly, a phantom of the Pichio materialized in the air, declaring, You dare to insult me, little creature? I only strike you out of respect. Do you believe I wouldn't devour you whole if I wished? The golden toad, frightened out of its wits, hastily burrowed into the earth to hide. The golden-winged divine rock then interjected, That little brat has a point. It is indeed likely that such circumstances exist. Yet, it seems no human with divine bone physique has appeared in tens of thousands of years. How could one suddenly emerge? Unusual occurrences often herald mischief. We should hasten to enhance our strength. Goodness, I am still not recovered from the injuries sustained during the last great war of the three realms. That king of hell is truly ruthless. The several spirit beasts nodded in agreement. Let us each leave a mark upon the offspring of the Beast Emperor. Should she find herself in peril, the one nearest shall come to her aid. The Qilin beast proposed. The other spirit beasts concurred. And soon 4 distinct marks were infused into Ro-Ro's heart. After a flash of light, the 4 great spirit beasts vanished into thin air, returning to their lairs miles away. After absorbing the essence of the bright moon, Ro-Ro floated back to her room, where Imo Feiyang was still in deep meditation, awakening only at dawn. Chapter 51. The school admission incident. As Imo Feiyang opened his eyes and beheld the sleeping Ro-Ro beside him, he felt as though she had transformed overnight, radiating with an increased aura of spirituality and having grown somewhat, though her face still bore a youthful innocence, more mature than before. After rising and washing up, he prepared to wake Ro-Ro for breakfast. Upon entering the room, he found that she was already awake, seated on the bed, dressing herself. Ro-Ro, come here. Let your brother help you with your clothes. Imo Feiyang approached the bedside, lifting Ro-Ro to her feet, then took her small garment to assist her in dressing. Despite her small stature, Ro-Ro exhibited an extraordinary maturity and understanding. In the past, when her grandmother was still around, she had always dressed herself, as her grandmother had to rise early to mend clothes for others to make a living, and Ro-Ro feared that her grandmother's assistance would delay her. Brother Feiyang, why are you so kind to Ro-Ro? She asked, having never experienced such kindness from anyone apart from her grandmother. Oh, Feiyang set her down and crouched, cradling her face with his hands. Smiling, hee hee, Brother is your family. Of course, I will treat you well. Ro relished the affection, pouting and gently kissing Mo Feiyong's cheek. When I grow up, I will treat you as well as you treat me. After enjoying breakfast at the tavern, Mo Feiyong took Ro toward Xingwu Academy. Along the way, he suddenly pondered a pressing question. What would happen to Ro once he arrived at the academy? It was impractical to have her stay with him in the boys' dormitory, even if the academy permitted it. An idea struck him. He thought of Hu Selong, a teacher at the academy who had a residence within the premises. Temporarily placing Ro with him seemed feasible, while Mo Feiyong himself needed to secure a home in Fenglan City as soon as possible. Upon arriving at Xingwu Academy, Mo Feiyong noted that the bustling scene from the day of the assessment had dissipated. It appeared that a significant number of candidates had failed, leaving only a few students residing within the academy, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere at the entrance. Brother Feiyong, will you be living inside Xingwu Academy from now on? Ro inquired, tugging at his hand and gazing up at him. Today, she stubbornly refused to be carried, insisting on walking herself, which led Mo Feiyong to believe that she had indeed matured overnight. Yes, but your brother will arrange everything for you as soon as possible, he replied, holding her small hand as they walked. Ro nodded innocently. Brother Feiyong, you must study hard inside. When I grow up, I want to join you too. Mo Feiyong found her adorably charming, contemplating how many years he would have left at the academy by the time she grew up. However, seeing her earnest expression, he conceded, all right, as long as you can enter Xingwu Academy, your brother will accompany you. Lost in conversation, they unknowingly arrived at the training grounds, where Mo Feiyong suddenly spotted Hu Selong approaching with a broad smile. He called out, Brother Hu, just in time. I have something to ask of you. Ha, of course. I have heard so many refer to you as the divine doctor that I couldn't help but be skeptical. But now I am convinced. The medicine you prescribed worked wonders. I felt the effects after just one dose, and this morning Hu Selong began, but he hesitated. Noticing Ro's presence, and awkwardly chuckled. Mo Feiyong brushed it off. After all, if he couldn't cure such minor ailments, he would hardly be worthy of the title of doctor. His ambitions extended far beyond treating trivial male afflictions. Since meeting Ro, especially witnessing the plight of impoverished families unable to afford medical care, he had developed a grand vision to establish a low-cost clinic wherever people resided. This clinic would be affordable for the poor, deemed luxurious by the wealthy, and require treasures, manuals, or high-grade elixirs from cultivators in exchange for his services. Brother Hu, would it be possible for Ro to stay at your home temporarily? I will come to retrieve her once I am settled, Mo Feiyong inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Selong replied. What kind of question is that, brother? Of course, it's no problem. I have a 7-year-old son who would make a great companion for her. My wife loves girls and has often expressed a desire to have one. After a brief chat with Hu Selong, Mo Feiyong entrusted Ro to his care and made his way into the academy. Previously, he had not fully grasped the sheer size of Xingwu Academy. But now, he realized how extraordinarily vast it was. After walking 3 miles inward, he encountered a large crowd, quietly listening to a teacher passionately elaborating on the academy's rules and principles in a prominent training hall. Due to his exceptional medical skills, Mo Feiyong was assigned to the medical martial class, which was easy to find as it consisted of only a handful of students. Upon spotting the class sign, he slowly entered. As he approached, he was met with the disapproving gaze of a middle-aged teacher, who turned to glare at him. Mo Feiyong thought to himself, do we know each other? Why is he looking at me like that? After nearly an hour of standing in the training hall, the teacher finally ceased speaking, announcing that all students should return to their respective classrooms under the teacher's guidance. Noticing that all the other students had vacated, Mo Feiyong observed that only those in the medical martial class remained. The stern middle-aged teacher stood unmoving, and without a word, the students remained frozen in place. The academy's rules regarding respect for teachers were particularly strict. Any offense could result in immediate expulsion. You, step forward, the middle-aged teacher commanded coldly, pointing directly at Mo Feiyong. Mo Feiyong, taken aback, pointed at himself incredulously. Are you speaking to me? The surrounding students were astonished that the newcomer dared to address the notoriously strict teacher in such a manner. The teacher approached Mo Feiyong and coldly stated, a person who cannot even adhere to time is unworthy of being my student. Regardless of your outstanding assessment results, you may leave. My class does not welcome you. Mo Feiyong was stunned. He had not anticipated being expelled on his first day at Xingwu Academy. This could not be entirely his fault, as he had always arrived punctually in his previous university life. Even if he were late, as long as he did not disrupt others, the teachers would not reprimand him. Moreover, he had consistently passed his exams with exactly 60 points. As the saying goes, 60 points for the win. A single point over is a waste. His consistent passing had left his homeroom teacher with no recourse. Yet here he was, facing failure. Chapter 52. If you're impressive, I'll be even more impressive under normal circumstances. Mo Feiyang might have simply turned and walked away. However, his purpose at Xingwu Academy transcended mere learning. He sought to secure a qualification to participate in the academy and sect competition, for it was the only way he could hope to encounter the one he longed for. Qin Yuan. Otherwise, with Mo Feiyang's current cultivation, attempting to forcibly invade the Wuji sect would be akin to reaching for the heavens. For Qin Yuan's sake, Mo Feiyang endured, and he indeed bore some responsibility for the situation. He sighed, acknowledging that geniuses often attract envy. Comforting himself with this thought, he approached the teacher. Sir, is it merely my tardiness that prevents me from entering the medical martial arts class? This is nothing more than a trivial ceremony. If someone were in need of urgent treatment, I would not have delayed by a single moment. The middle-aged teacher, Chun Bo, retorted coldly, do you understand how crucial punctuality is for a physician? It is not solely your lateness that concerns me, but your utter lack of remorse and your nonchalant demeanor. You seem to dismiss the importance of this teacher's authority. I do not believe a student of such disposition can master the art of medicine. Chun Bo, a distant relative of the prestigious Qin family, was notorious for his foul temper throughout the academy. Despite lacking significant talent himself, it was only due to this connection that he secured a position as a teacher at the Star Martial Academy. Mo Feiyang felt that respect could not be demanded through coercion. If a person truly deserved respect, it would naturally be given. However, if one had no qualities worthy of respect, yet still insisted on being treated with deference, then Mo Feiyang would certainly not comply. Is it solely because I failed to demonstrate my respect for you that you treat me this way? I must inquire, what is it about you that warrants my respect? Mo Feiyang's pride surged, unperturbed by Chun Bo's status as a teacher. Chun Bo had never encountered such audacity in a student before and erupted in fury, berating Mo Feiyang in front of his peers. You insolent wretch! Were your parents remiss in teaching you how to conduct yourself? Do you not understand the meaning of respecting your teachers? How dare you seek to learn here? He commanded, begone. I have no need for a student like you. And neither does the Star Martial Academy. Unaware of his complete lack of teacherly decorum, Chun Bo, clad in the academy's instructor attire, resembled nothing more than a common thug. The other 18 students in the medical martial arts class, save for Mo Feiyang, dared not utter a word. As Mo Feiyang remained silent, Chun Bo's tirade only intensified. A person like you will never become a physician. The profession is not for the unrefined. Mo Feiyang shook his head, thinking to himself that it was hypocritical for such a person to criticize others for lacking refinement. Although he was still unaware of his biological parents' identities, he would not tolerate anyone insulting them. Such insults would come at a cost. In a flash of golden light, Mo Feiyang dashed towards Chun Bo, his fist arcing gracefully through the air, aimed squarely at Chun Bo's face. Chun Bo was sent flying 3 meters away. Emitting a cry of anguish, this strike was not particularly fearsome. Had Chun Bo been more alert, he might have avoided it altogether. As a teacher in the medical martial arts class, his cultivation level was not too low, being at the 4th tier. Yet, his arrogance had blinded him to the fact that Mo Feiyang would dare to strike him, let alone possess the strength to do so. By the heavens, he actually dares to strike a teacher. A timid student exclaimed nervously. Others secretly cheered. Many had long found Chun Bo displeasing and even contemplated requesting a change of instructors, but they knew that Chun Bo's connections to the Qin family made such requests futile and potentially perilous. Now, with Mo Feiyang avenging their grievances, they felt as though they had tasted honey. Some sycophantic students, however, remarked, if he hadn't ambushed him, how could he have hit Teacher Qin? Among them, a few discreetly left to exaggerate the incident to the administration. Chun Bo, rising and spitting blood, revealed a pristine white tooth amidst the crimson. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Mo Feiyang, growling, I will kill you, you wild bastard. With a flourish, Chun Bo unleashed a red blade of energy aimed at Mo Feiyang, causing the ground where he stood to crack open, creating a fissure over 2 meters long. The nearby students scrambled back, Fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, Mo Feiyang dared not pause. He evaded Chen Bo's relentless attacks, which grew increasingly lethal. Faced with a fourth-tier martial artist, it was nearly impossible for Mo Feiyang to prevail. Had he struck first, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But now he found himself in a passive predicament. Fortunately, the training grounds were spacious, and Mo Feiyang's speed was beyond the reach of most, allowing him ample opportunity to escape as long as he did not remain stationary to absorb the blows. "You little wretch, stand still if you dare," Chen Bo barked, persistently unable to catch up to Mo Feiyang. In a moment of desperation, Mo Feiyang stealthily retrieved a dark iron-silver needle from his sleeve. Just then, a heavy sense of pressure descended upon him from behind. Chen Bo had summoned his marked weapon. Infusing the weapon with star source energy, Chen Bo's 1-foot 3-inch sword glimmered with a red hue, causing the ambient star source energy to diminish ominously. Though a distant relative of the Chen family, Chen Bo was still afforded protection by his lineage. They would not allow him to be bullied under their watch. Thus, he wielded this subpar weapon not only to assert his connection to the Chen family but also for self-defense. At a critical moment, this marked weapon could elevate his power. The potency of a marked weapon depended on the strength of the engravings inscribed upon it. A common iron sword could become extraordinary if engraved with profound marks. However, the sword in Chen Bo's hand was merely of inferior quality within the Chen family, yet to outsiders, it appeared to be a top-tier marked weapon. Mo Feiyang felt as though he was sinking into a quagmire, his movements growing sluggish under the overwhelming force behind him. He dared not hesitate, fearing that delay would spell disaster, and swiftly turned to launch the dark iron-silver needle. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. The needle failed to strike any vital points and only grazed Chen Bo's arm, yet it still elicited a pained grimace from him. "Indeed, you are the epitome of uncouthness. At such a young age, you resort to using concealed weapons for ambush. The heavens have their limits, but your self-created misfortune shall be your undoing. Today, I will extinguish you, you wretched child." As he leapt into the air, Chen Bo grasped his marked weapon with both hands, sweeping it in 3 wide arcs before violently thrusting it forward. Instantly, a flurry of palm-sized red flames cascaded down like rain, each carrying intense energy. Descending upon Mo Feiyang, Chapter 53. Ling Kuang. As the multitude of flames drew closer, Mo Feiyang felt the pressure mounting. The 4 great families indeed lived up to their reputation. Chen Bo's rainfall stars was merely a rudimentary technique, yet it wielded such ferocious power. Most terrifying was the immense pressure it generated, which would ensnare the opponent completely. Mo Feiyang dared not hold back, channeling his star source energy to its peak. Star Barrier True Qi. Mo Feiyang enveloped himself in a golden aura, pivoting swiftly to evade the aerial assault. However, the range of rainfall stars was simply too vast. He felt a searing impact on his back, a scorching heat that brought with it the acrid scent of singed flesh. Clenching his teeth against the pain, Mo Feiyang finally broke free from the attack range of rainfall stars. Yet, Chen Bo was relentless, offering Mo Feiyang no respite. Before he could regain his footing, Chen Bo unleashed another barrage of rainfall stars. Seeing Mo Feiyang struggle beneath the onslaught, Chen Bo laughed maniacally. "Ha! You little brat, weren't you just brimming with arrogance? You wish to strike me? Watch how I play with your life." The students nearby were left in stunned silence. They initially thought Chen Bo merely intended to discipline Mo Feiyang, but it was evident that he had turned deadly serious. Many of the timid girls turned away, unable to bear the sight of Mo Feiyang's anguished struggle. Meanwhile, some boys were inspired by Mo Feiyang's defiance against overwhelming odds, thinking, this is how a man should act. The pain was excruciating. Mo Feiyang's body was riddled with wounds. His skin was torn, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce light, akin to a beast from the abyss as he glared at the laughing Chen Bo. Suddenly, Mo Feiyang resolved to face the immense pressure head-on, slowly advancing toward Chen Bo. If he could not evade, he would confront it directly. Even if it meant death, he would take Chen Bo down with him. "Enough!" Chen Bo bellowed, unleashing yet another wave of rainfall stars. He executed 6 consecutive techniques, his body beginning to tire. Yet, Mo Feiyang refused to fall. He feared that prolonging the confrontation would only serve to disadvantage him further. Chen Bo found Mo Feiyang's golden star source energy peculiar, questioning how it could possess such a hue, and noted the strangeness of his techniques. As the sixth wave of rainfall stars descended. Mo Feiyang's body swayed precariously, nearing collapse. Were it not for the star barrier True Qi, he would have perished countless times over. Yet, his current cultivation was insufficient to unleash even a fraction of its protective capacity. Mo Feiyang's vision blurred, but he fixed his gaze on a specific spot on Qian Bo's body. When he was within approximately 5 meters, he abruptly halted. With a flick of his wrist, a silver flash sped toward Qian Bo's chest. The target was Qian Bo's Qi Si acupoint. A successful strike would incapacitate his ability to channel star source energy, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary person. Previously, Mo Feiyang had relied on luck to strike the Qi Si acupoint of the formidable Du Gujiantian, thus defeating him. This time, however, Mo Feiyang was not relying on chance but had meticulously planned this moment for a long time. A barely audible sound reached Qian Bo's ears, a sensation devoid of pain. Yet he felt as though his body had been pricked by something. With a clang, Qian Bo suddenly plummeted from the air. He found this utterly inconceivable. Previously, Mo Feiyang had employed a similar strange technique. Yet when he was struck, nothing had happened. However, this instance had caused him to fall from the sky. Rising to his feet, Qian Bo sneered, "You are far stronger than I imagined, but you must die. For you have affronted my dignity, as a member of the Chen family. My honor represents that of the entire clan. Thus, it is not merely me you have offended, but the entirety of the Chen family." As the pressure from the rainfall stars might dissipated, Mo Feiyang felt a significant alleviation of stress. Straightening his previously bent form, he regarded Qian Bo with a cold smirk. "Is that so? Why not attempt to channel your star essence?" Qian Bo, in secret, tried to summon his energy, but found himself unable to muster even a trace of star essence. Panic surged within him as he exclaimed, "What sorcery have you employed, you bastard?" Surrounding students gasped in disbelief. Good heavens, this second-tier youth had actually managed to bring down Teacher Chen, who wielded a marked weapon. Could he be a disciple of some secretive sect practicing a supreme technique? This was truly astonishing. Mo Feiyang did not respond but instead, with a chilling smile, drew forth an ancient iron scalpel that he had not used in a long time. Advancing towards Qian Bo upon seeing the glimmering knife in Mo Feiyang's hand. Qian Bo collapsed to the ground, retreating in fear. In that moment, Mo Feiyang appeared to be exalted, as if they had exchanged roles from when the rainfall star had attacked him. "I am a member of the Chen family. If you dare to harm me, they will not let you go," Qian Bo threatened. Unfazed, Mo Feiyang raised the ancient iron knife and stabbed fiercely at Qian Bo's calf. Just moments ago, Qian Bo had contemplated slowly torturing himself to death. Now, Mo Feiyang sought to return the favor. Opting not to kill him outright, it was far too easy to end a life. Instead, he aimed to inflict unbearable pain to satiate his own wrath. Qian Bo's screams echoed throughout the training ground. Just as Mo Feiyang prepared to deliver the 13th strike, Qian Bo fainted from fear. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared, blocking the descending knife. "Stop!" An old man suddenly materialized before Mo Feiyang, who found his raised knife unable to advance, as if his wrist were being held in a vice. The elder did not regard Qian Bo, but instead fixed a stoic gaze upon Mo Feiyang. "You are Mo Feiyang? Ah, the dean has arrived." Several students recognized the elder, who was none other than Ling Kuang, the dean of the Star Martial Academy. Mo Feiyang paid little heed to the dean's status, feeling great dissatisfaction with the intervention. Why had no one stopped him when Qian Bo had attacked him mercilessly? Now, when he sought to repay blood with blood, the dean intervened. Had he not persevered, he might have already met his end at Qian Bo's hands. Ling Kuang remarked, "Killing him might merely serve as a release for him. But have you considered the consequences for yourself, young man? One must not act impulsively. Come with me." Mo Feiyang wished to argue, but was suddenly lifted into the air by Ling Kuang. Moments later, he found himself in a secluded courtyard, nestled amid mountains and rivers. Yet he was certain this was still within the confines of the Star Martial Academy. Mo Feiyang's impression of the academy shifted dramatically with each glance, though he could not fathom why Ling Kuang had brought him here. Ling Kuang produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Mo Feiyang, instructing him to consume its contents. Mo Feiyang accepted the vial, opened it, and found a crimson pill within. He swallowed it, and instantly, the searing pain that had afflicted him vanished, replaced by a refreshing coolness that enveloped his body. Chapter 54. The Academy's decision. Ling Kuang appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. Yet his actual age was far greater. He had held the position of dean at the Star Martial Academy for over 40 years. Even a prodigy could not ascend to such a rank at the age of 20. Ling Kuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, releasing a strand of consciousness that penetrated Mo Feiyang's body. His expression shifted dramatically, only to return to calmness as he inquired, "I did not expect you to possess a divine bone physique. I am at a loss as to whether to deem you a genius or a waste." Mo Feiyang had long heard tales of the divine bone physique from the Azure Dragon King. Despite the arduous path of cultivation it entailed, he never regarded himself as a failure. Others might scorn him, but he would never scorn himself. Ling Kuang, choosing to remain silent about the earlier incident, diverted the conversation, leading Mo Feiyang to feel as if it had barely registered in the elder's mind. What does it matter if one is a genius or a failure? How others perceive me holds no significance. What matters is to pursue my desires and act upon my will. What joy there is in that. Mo Feiyang never took others' opinions to heart, as long as one did not provoke him. All was well. Ling Kuang was somewhat taken aback by Mo Feiyang's response. He had not anticipated that a mere 17-year-old would express such sentiments. The carefree, unrestrained attitude towards life was strikingly inconsistent with his age. In contrast to the simple-minded denizens of the Star Source continent, the world Mo Feiyang hailed from was infinitely more complex. Though there were certainly power struggles and intrigues here, the people were far more genuine than those on Earth. Given your physique, the Academy environment may not be ideal for your cultivation. Why do you wish to enter the Star Martial Academy? Ling Kuang's thoughts diverged from those of many others. He did not believe Mo Feiyang would achieve much on the path of cultivation, especially after witnessing his indomitable spirit and extraordinary calm during the battle with Qian Bo. Furthermore, it appeared that the Academy's rigorous training was not well suited to Mo Feiyang's unique constitution. This revelation surprised Mo Feiyang somewhat. But his ultimate aim in joining the Academy was to secure eligibility for the competition against the sections. I came to the Star Martial Academy to participate in the competition against the sects. Mo Feiyang stated candidly. Ling Kuang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not expected Mo Feiyang to be one of those seeking fame and fortune. Whether he could secure eligibility would depend on his own efforts. Can you share what kind of achievements you hope to attain in the competition? Mo Feiyang smiled faintly. All I desire is the qualification to compete. Any achievements hold no importance or significance for me. Oh? What do you mean by that? Ling Kuang found Mo Feiyang increasingly enigmatic. Just moments ago, the young man had expressed grand ambitions for the competition, yet now he claimed that achievements were inconsequential. Did he have ulterior motives for participating? Mo Feiyang sensed that Ling Kuang was being somewhat inquisitive, but chose to briefly recount the events that led him here. After listening, Ling Kuang's gaze towards Mo Feiyang shifted. Regardless of his reasons for entering the competition, as long as he could pass the Academy's selection process, it would suffice. I witnessed the entirety of the previous incident. While Teacher Qian Bo acted excessively, your conduct was hardly commendable. I will address this matter with discretion. Besides the medical martial class, there is another place more suited for you. Are you willing to go? Ling Kuang inquired. Mo Feiyang had not anticipated that Ling Kuang would not expel him from the Academy. In a world where hierarchical views were paramount, students assaulting teachers was nearly unforgivable. However, he thought, as long as he could ultimately join the Wuji sect, everything would be fine. Upon hearing Mo Feiyang's agreement, Ling Kuang beamed with delight. Leaving Mo Feiyang with the sensation of having boarded a pirate ship, he hastily asked, Dean Ling, what do you intend to arrange for me? Tianji Mountain, Ling Kuang declared with pride as he uttered those 3 words. Suddenly, a young woman who had just entered the courtyard gasped, What? Grandpa, are you really planning to send him to Tianji Mountain? This seems to contradict the Academy's regulations. The girl, ethereal and fair-skinned, with a delicate figure clad in elegant blue attire, looked at Ling Kuang in disbelief. Her age roughly around 20, the Star Martial Academy's renown across the Star Source continent was significantly tied to Tianji Mountain. What Ling Kuang referred to was not merely a mountain range, but a mysterious organization within the Star Martial Academy. Those selected for Tianji Mountain were all renowned prodigies, and every graduating class produced top figures in their respective fields. Tianji Mountain was shrouded in mystery. Aside from the selected students and a handful of instructors, no one knew its location, nor did anyone understand what students learned there that differed from those outside. Among the tens of thousands of students at the Star Martial Academy, only about a dozen ever enter Tianji Mountain, making it a true rarity. Linger, are you doubting your grandfather's judgment? Ling Kuang responded with slight annoyance. The young woman was none other than Ling Kuang's granddaughter, Ling Ling, who was also a member of Tianji Mountain. Her admission was not merely due to her grandfather's influence, but rather through her own merit in passing rigorous evaluations. Not at all. Linger would never question Grandpa. I merely find it a bit hard to believe. It took me immense effort to gain entry into Tianji Mountain, yet now you simply grant him passage, Ling Ling remarked, casting a discontented glance at Mo Feiyang. Ha. When did Grandpa ever say he could simply enter? If he fails the evaluation, he won't gain entry either. Ling Kuang laughed heartily. Mo Feiyang remained perplexed. Was Tianji Mountain truly that impressive? He merely sought a quota to enter the Wuzhizong, yet having previously made a promise to Ling Kuang, he reluctantly accepted the situation. Upon hearing that Mo Feiyang intended to take the core exam, Ling Ling calmed down, proceeding into the inner courtyard. As she passed by Mo Feiyang, she tossed him a remark. May you find luck in your self-rescue. Mo Feiyang lingered in Ling Kuang's courtyard until the afternoon, even partaking in a meal there. During the meal, the conversation turned to Mo Feiyang's confrontation with Chen Bo, during which Ling Ling regarded Mo Feiyang with a curious gaze, as if she were observing a rare creature. Although Mo Feiyang relished the admiration from the beautiful woman, he couldn't help but critique her culinary skills. It was no wonder Ling Kuang appeared so gaunt. He must have been feasting on her cooking. The following day, an announcement reverberated throughout the Star Martial Academy, revealing Mo Feiyang's exploits in stark letters. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected by all. Ordinarily, a student striking a teacher would have resulted in expulsion from the academy, but the notice stated that Chen Bo was reassigned to the Academy's medicinal herb repository for a 6-month probationary period. Meanwhile, Mo Feiyang's punishment amounted to a revocation of his public identity within the Academy. In essence, he could study there but lacked any formal recognition, meaning he would not receive a diploma upon graduation. While this punishment appeared severe, it bore no real consequence for Mo Feiyang, and Chen Bo was left fuming, yet powerless without support from the Chen family. Chapter 55. Tianji Mountain. This day marked Mo Feiyang's inaugural report to the medical martial arts class. Having been delayed a day by previous matters, upon entering the courtyard of the medical martial arts class, he found 17 students already seated, attentively listening to the instructor expound upon the knowledge contained within the Materia Medica. Mo Feiyang was no stranger to the Materia Medica. He had perused it countless times in the study left by Hua Qingfeng in Wulong Village, committing to memory all the properties, effects, and illustrations of the herbs listed within. Furthermore, he possessed knowledge of 3 times the amount of herbs than those detailed in the Materia Medica, which he had recorded during his time on Earth, although their existence in the Star Source continent remained uncertain. The instructor at the front was a woman in her 30s, having replaced Chen Bo after his dismissal. When she spotted Mo Feiyang, she merely nodded to indicate he should take a seat, offering no reprimand for his tardiness. Despite Mo Feiyang's efforts to enter discreetly, some classmates recognized him, prompting hushed whispers among those who had been engrossed in the lesson. Most were grateful to Mo Feiyang for avenging their grievances. Having been treated like slaves under Chen Bo's command, thanks to Mo Feiyang, they now had a gentle and amiable female instructor. Noticing the students' lack of focus on her lecture, the female teacher set down the Materia Medica and approached Mo Feiyang with a smile, saying, "Since everyone seems more interested in this new student than in the Materia Medica I hold, why not allow him to introduce himself?" Standing before the class, Mo Feiyang confidently declared, "Greetings, everyone. I am Mo Feiyang. I have a penchant for a free-spirited lifestyle, thus I may not have much time to spend with you all outside of class. Nevertheless, I believe our camaraderie will not wane because of this. In years to come, as we reminisce about our days at the Star Martial Academy, I am certain we will share many fond memories. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach me. As long as it does not conflict with my principles and I am capable of helping, I will gladly lend a hand." In truth, Mo Feiyang had little spare time. After studying in the medical martial arts class during the day, he would head to Tianji Mountain, and he anticipated being quite busy for the foreseeable future. He refrained from elaborating too much, as he was indifferent to others' perceptions of him. He merely wished to act in accordance with his conscience. The classmates applauded warmly, welcoming him. After Mo Feiyang's introduction, the female teacher resumed her explanation of the Materia Medica. "Do you all know who authored the Materia Medica?" One female student responded, The Materia Medica was pinned by the supreme pharmacist Sun Miao from a previous life, encompassing 918 varieties of herbs and boasting a history spanning over 3,000 years. The female teacher nodded approvingly. Very well, however. I expect more than mere knowledge of the author. Within a month, I require each of you to memorize the names and properties of all the herbs in the Materia Medica. Failure to do so may result in your departure from this class. Mo Feiyang felt as though he, a university student, was attending an elementary class, finding the lecture exceedingly dull. Eventually, he succumbed to drowsiness and rested his head on the desk. He was awakened by a female student, realizing that the day's lesson had concluded. Everyone departed with their Materia Medica to study. Mo Feiyang made his way to Ling Kuang's courtyard, where he found several other students present. Come, let me introduce everyone, Ling Kuang announced. This is my previously mentioned classmate, Mo Feiyang. He will be accompanying you all to Tianji Mountain. Hello, everyone. Mo Feiyang greeted them with a warm smile. But his salutation went seemingly unheard, as the students regarded him with disdain. Ling Kuang was acutely aware of the arrogance harbored by those elite students, each selected from various classes for their exceptional abilities. Only those with outstanding prowess qualifying to participate in the Tianji Mountain assessment. Naturally, they were discontented with Mo Feiyang, who had yet to reach even the third stage of cultivation. However, Ling Kuang desired precisely this reaction. Let us proceed. Mo Feiyang followed Ling Kuang and the others deeper into the courtyard. Ling Kuang's residence was vast, and after walking for a mile, they arrived at a forest. Suddenly, Ling Kuang waved his hands, conjuring a faint golden energy barrier that appeared before the group, isolating the courtyard from the forest. Ling Kuang entered first, and as the others followed, the energy barrier dissipated. Instantly, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. The forest vanished, replaced by clusters of houses, and not far away lay a magnificent lake, beyond which towered a mountain reaching 3,000 meters in height. Mo Feiyang witnessed figures soaring through the air, riding shimmering rainbows, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The students around Mo Feiyang soon followed suit, launching into the sky toward the 3,000-meter peak. Ling Kuang chuckled. What do you think? Are you not astonished? If you manage to join Tianji Mountain, you too will one day soar through the skies like they do. Mo Feiyang was not merely astonished. He was utterly shocked in his understanding. Only martial artists of the fourth stage and above could traverse the skies, and their speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Watching those who navigated the skies with their source energy caused Mo Feiyang's blood to boil. He was determined to become one of them. Elderling, may the assessment commence? Ling Kuang replied, It can begin, but I must warn you in advance. If you find it too overwhelming, you may choose to withdraw. You have 2 chances to take the assessment. If you fail the first time, you may try again after an hour. The requirements were straightforward. Do you see that mountain over there? That is Tianji Mountain. As long as you can successfully reach its summit from here, you will have passed the assessment. Along your journey to Tianji Mountain, you will encounter various challenges, some of which may pose a life-threatening danger. Ling Kuang produced a talisman-like object and handed it to Mo Feiyang. Take this. Should you find yourself in peril, you may call for help, and I will appear before you immediately. However, using this talisman will count as a failure in the assessment. Mo Feiyang declined the talisman, not out of arrogance, but because he believed that if he required assistance on his first attempt, he would likely fail the second time as well. Thus, he resolved to either succeed on his first try or face failure. Suddenly, Ling Kuang vanished before Mo Feiyang's eyes. Tio reached Tianji Mountain. One must cross the lake before him. Mo Feiyang picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully towards the lake surface. Instantly, a cascade of splashes erupted, accompanied by a sharp, grating sound, as if razor-sharp teeth were gnashing against a hard object. Mo Feiyang understood that fierce creatures lurked beneath the lake's surface, and recklessly diving in would be perilous. Channeling the star's source energy, he surrounded himself with the Tiangang True Qi and plunged into the water, swiftly swimming toward the opposite shore. As he swam, the lake water behind him churned into a murky mess. And suddenly, a powerful current surged forth, nearly propelling Mo Feiyang out of the water's surface. Ling Kuang, high above, observed Mo Feiyang's every move with his divine sense, and upon witnessing Mo Feiyang's true Qi technique, he darted to the second assessment point to conceal himself. Chapter 56. The unexpected encounter. The lake, though not particularly vast, was not overly deep. Its center reached a maximum depth of 7 to 8 meters. Beneath the surface lay a world of its own. teeming with aquatic vegetation and peculiar rocks, the dim light casting an eerie chill reminiscent of the underworld. At the lake's bottom, Mo Feiyang felt an immense pressure enveloping him. The surrounding star source True Qi being distorted by the water's weight, he trudged forward, step by step, toward the opposite shore. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent sound pierced the water, and Mo Feiyang beheld a colossal dragon-patterned fish. Measuring 5 meters in length, swimming toward him, its eyes glinting with a menacing light that instilled fear. Whirlwind slash. Mo Feiyang unleashed his attack from the lake's depths, but the water's resistance slowed his strike. The dragon-patterned fish, unfazed, elegantly swayed its tail and deftly evaded Mo Feiyang's assault. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Mo Feiyang redirected his efforts, attacking the dragon-patterned fish once more, yet his strikes consistently fell short of reaching its body. The dragon-patterned fish seemed to relish the chase, playfully darting to and fro, as if engaging Mo Feiyang in a game of hide and seek. Frustrated, Mo Feiyang yearned to slap the fish's enormous face. Despite its massive size, the dragon-patterned fish possessed a gentle disposition. It would not attack unless provoked. The young lad, regardless of the method employed, only needed to touch the small fish, and it would cease to entangle him. Its speed was renowned, likened to a golden rock soaring through the water, and this particular fish was merely a few months old. When fully grown, a dragon-patterned fish could reach lengths of dozens, or even over 100 meters. Ling Kuang's voice resonated in Mo Feiyang's ears. Mo Feiyang, considered a proficient swimmer, had diligently practiced to impress the ladies at the pool and even unexpectedly secured first place in the senior category. That occasion had initially been intended for Hua Qingfeng to showcase his participation in a swimming competition before an elderly lady, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he could not attend. Upon learning this, Mo Feiyang selflessly stepped in for Hua Qingfeng, expecting to encounter many beautiful women, only to find himself surrounded by a sea of elderly ladies, prompting him to hastily complete the competition and depart. However, now, in the presence of the dragon-patterned fish, Mo Feiyang felt as if he were an elderly man, slow and cumbersome, compared to the vibrant youthfulness of the fish, utterly unable to match its speed. After chasing the dragon-patterned fish at the bottom of the lake for half an hour without success, Missouri Feiyang, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful punch at the lakebed, creating a nearly 2-meter-wide deep pit. He sensed the water currents shift slightly, as if the lake's water had become a tad shallower after the formation of the pit. The saying goes, to plant flowers with intent brings no bloom. To inadvertently nurture willows results in shade. Overjoyed, Mo Feiyang continued to strike the lakebed with relentless force, golden light emanating as ripples surged, causing the entire lakebed to tremble slightly, with deep pits appearing one after another, and the water's surface gradually descending. After an hour, the lakebed was almost entirely marred, riddled with deep holes, and the water level had dropped to a mere 4 or 5 meters in depth. The pressure on Mo Feiyang at the bottom of the lake had diminished significantly, allowing him greater agility. The dragon-patterned fish seemed to sense impending danger and had mysteriously vanished. Mo Feiyang began to search for it, when suddenly, from behind a rock formation resembling a fake mountain, he spotted a pair of fist-sized eyes. Stealthily approaching the rocky outcrop, Mo Feiyang suddenly unleashed a powerful whirlwind strike, launching the dragon-patterned fish several meters into the air. With a resounding crash, the fish splashed back into the lake, prompting Mo Feiyang to gleefully exclaim, "Look at you trying to escape!" The massive body of the dragon-patterned fish, having plummeted from such heights, suffered greatly, its belly floating helplessly on the surface, its fins weakly flailing as it trembled. Mo Feiyang finally succeeded in touching the dragon-patterned fish, completing the first challenge. He was acutely aware of the immense power behind his previous strike. Knowing full well it could not possibly kill the fish, he patted the dragon-patterned fish playfully, saying, "Stop pretending. If you keep feigning death, I might just catch you and roast you for dinner." The fish quickly flipped over, gazing at Mo Feiyang with a pitiful expression, astonished by the human's formidable strength. Mo Feiyang surfaced and leapt onto the dragon-patterned fish's colossal body, discovering it was far more comfortable than riding a horse. "Take me to the opposite shore, and I shall set you free," he commanded. The dragon-patterned fish, on the brink of collapse, thought to itself, "I have seen many shameless individuals, but none as brazen as this." to treat us noble dragon-patterned fish as mere steeds. If I do not teach this boy a lesson, I am not a dragon-patterned fish." Under the oppressive force of Mo Feiyong, the fish swam towards the opposite shore. Upon reaching the bank, just as Mo Feiyong prepared to disembark, a sudden, sharp pain pierced his body, akin to something stabbing into him. "Oh no, I've been violated." The dragon-patterned fish rarely attacked humans, so few were aware of what such an assault entailed. In truth, the fish possessed a dorsal spine, as thick as a finger, capable of retracting and extending, which it only displayed when faced with grave danger or immense insult. Mo Feiyong, unfortunately, found himself at that very moment. And in a fit of rage, the dragon-patterned fish struck at him with its spine just as he was about to leave the water, catching him completely off guard. Mo Feiyong stifled a yelp, fearing the embarrassment that would ensue if others learned of his predicament. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he cursed under his breath. The dragon-patterned fish swiftly submerged, escaping with a speed that defied its size. Mo Feiyong, resigned, shook his head and prepared to depart when, suddenly, the dragon-patterned fish leapt from the center of the lake, joyfully flicking its tail as if mocking Mo Feiyong for his humiliation. What a disgrace! Mo Feiyong had never anticipated that a mere fish could so easily best him. If it had been a beautiful woman, he might have accepted it, but the real source of his embarrassment lay in the challenges yet to come. He contemplated diving back to seize the shameless dragon-patterned fish and exact his revenge, but Ling Kuang's voice echoed once more, "Cough, cough. Don't dawdle. If you cannot reach Tianji Mountain before nightfall, I shall consider you a failure." Mo Feiyong sensed a peculiar tone in Ling Kuang's voice, seemingly struggling to suppress laughter. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he discreetly rubbed his sore backside, nearly fainting from the pain. Finally, he consumed a small piece of xianling grass, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat, and with a heart full of indignation, he hastened towards the next challenge. "Damn it! I lost so much face in the first challenge. I shall reclaim my honor in the second." Mo Feiyong resolved to channel all his resentment into the upcoming trial. Meanwhile, high above, Ling Kuang observed all that transpired with amusement, stifling his laughter to the point of tears. Chapter 57. Unstoppable. Mo Feiyong swiftly ventured into the dense forest, where the underbrush thrived, rustling in the wind. Only by traversing this thicket could he reach the pathway leading to Tianji Mountain. The Baichi tiger was a rare avian spirit beast in the Xingyuan continent, while other avian creatures required at least a 7th-tier cultivation level to attain flight. The Baichi tiger needed only a 3rd-tier level. The cultivation realms of spirit beasts differ from humans. 7th tier represents the pinnacle for spirit beasts, and any spirit beast surpassing this tier is deemed a divine beast. The elusive Baichi tiger was seldom seen up close. Yet Mo Feiyong unexpectedly encountered a robust specimen within this woodland. This Baichi tiger stood 3 meters tall, nearly reaching Mo Feiyong's chest, baring its teeth as it fixed a predatory gaze upon him. Its tail resembling a steel whip, the tiger's body was pure white, adorned with dual wings, allowing it to soar in battle above the skies or engage foes on land at a fin, akin to a blade. Protruded along its spine, typically hidden from view, only revealed during combat. With a thunderous roar, the Baichi tiger exposed its sharp fangs, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a man's head whole. It crouched low, shifting its weight back and then, with a sudden burst of power, leapt into the air, pouncing towards Mo Feiyong, its claws outstretched like fingers ready to strike. Just as Mo Feiyong was stewing in anger over the earlier humiliation inflicted by the dragon-patterned fish, he found himself facing this fierce adversary, reigniting the flames of battle within him. With the swiftness of the wind, Mo Feiyong executed the first move of the divine wind palm, unleashing a golden beam of light that cut through the air like a razor. Aimed at the Baichi tiger, the tiger deftly evaded the attack mid-air, but upon landing, the creature seemed to sense the terrifying power of Mo Feiyong's strike, fixating its gaze upon him, hesitant to charge forward recklessly. Understanding that evasion was futile against such a formidable spirit beast, Mo Feiyong resolved to confront it head-on, channeling his protective energy to fortify himself as he launched another attack against the Baichi tiger. A small whirlwind erupted from his body, curving gracefully before targeting the Baichi tiger. The creature soared into the air, unfurling its wings, skillfully maneuvering to avoid Mo Feiyong's whirlwind assault. How can it be so fast and agile in the air? Mo Feiyong lamented, taken aback by the unexpected agility of the massive beast. In a moment of desperation, he produced a piece of Xian Tai silver and aimed it at the Baichi tiger. With a resounding bang, the Baichi tiger flapped its wings, generating fierce gusts that sent Mo Feiyang's silver projectile hurtling back towards him. In a stroke of inspiration, Mo Feiyang finally drew the Xian Tai dagger. Infusing it with his Xingyuan energy, the dagger shimmered with golden light, expanding from a mere palm's length to nearly a meter long, its blade glistening ominously. A ring of golden energy swirled around the blade, instilling a sense of awe even in the hidden Ling Kuang, who was astonished by Mo Feiyang's weapon. Seeing Mo Feiyang wielding a weapon, the Baichi tiger immediately charged, diving down from the sky, only to abruptly turn its back to Mo Feiyang, violently whipping its tail towards him. Should an ordinary warrior be struck by the Baichi tiger's tail, they would undoubtedly perish instantly. Yet, Mo Feiyang was no ordinary individual. With a series of deft movements, he evaded the lethal sweep of the tiger's tail. Gripping the Xian Tai dagger tightly, he swung it towards the Baichi tiger. With a resounding crash, the tiger hastily retreated. But the force of Mo Feiyang's energy still sent it tumbling back several meters, leaving a crimson streak on its left wing where blood slowly oozed forth. The white-finned tiger, notorious not only for its unsightly excrement, but also for its formidable defenses, was nonetheless injured by Mo Feiyang's sword chi, a testament to the terrifying nature of that strike. With a thunderous roar, the white-finned tiger lunged at Mo Feiyang once more. Unfazed, Mo Feiyang bent backward just as the tiger soared over him, launching a dark iron-silver needle that pierced the tiger's abdomen. The beast plummeted but did not lose its fighting spirit. It merely could no longer take to the skies. Without pausing, Mo Feiyang pivoted and slashed, unleashing a golden sword beam that cleaved toward the white-finned tiger, which dodged frantically. The spot where it had stood was left with a 1-foot-deep ravine. Mo Feiyang was astonished that this hastily conjured weapon could yield such a fierce attack. His star source remained inexhaustible, and he relentlessly pressed the assault on the white-finned tiger, growing increasingly exhilarated with each strike. The white-finned tiger, cornered and bereft of any means to counterattack, was compelled to evade Mo Feiyang's onslaught, knowing that a moment's hesitation could lead to its demise beneath his blade. The immense physical toll began to slow the tiger down, its wounds multiplying, until at last, it lay on the ground in submission, pleading for mercy. "Are you still capable of flight? Will you dare to bite me? Why have you ceased to wag your tail?" Mo Feiyang taunted, gazing down at the prostrate white-finned tiger. Though the tiger was begrudging, it recognized its inferiority in skill and lay there, head bowed. Previously, Ling Kuang had instructed that no living being in this realm should be harmed, so Mo Feiyang chose to drive it away. Initially, he had contemplated having the white-finned tiger carry him up the mountain, but the painful memories associated with the dragon-patterned fish quickly dispelled that thought. With Tianji Mountain now in sight, Mo Feiyang sprinted toward the summit, easily covering the 3,000-meter height in less than half an hour. His ascent was fraught with neither peril nor misfortune, yet when he was merely 200 to 300 meters from the peak, an invisible wall obstructed his path. This seal was significantly more powerful than the one he had encountered before at Wujimen Mountain, as it not only barred passage but also obscured the view and muted the sounds beyond it. Mo Feiyang closed his eyes and placed his hands upon the seal, feeling waves of dense energy coursing through it. Just then, the voice of the Azure Dragon King echoed in his mind. Ah, such a familiar scent. Realizing the Azure Dragon King had awakened, Mo Feiyang inquired, "Elder, what do you sense? There seems to be a familiar essence here. Where are you now?" Although the Azure Dragon King had regained consciousness, its voice still bore an air of profound weariness. The scent it recognized must have been from at least 8,000 years ago, or even longer. Mo Feiyang's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that a superlative master from 8 millennia past still existed within the Star Martial Academy? Each time the Azure Dragon King awoke, it spoke only a few words before succumbing to slumber once more. Its injuries were too severe. If he could find someone from the same era as the Azure Dragon King, perhaps he might uncover the true identity of this enigmatic being. The mention of a familiar scent implied there might be some extraordinary being atop Tianji Mountain. "Elder, I am within the Star Martial Academy. How is your recovery progressing?" Mo Feiyang asked. Upon hearing the mention of the academy, the Azure Dragon King's body shuddered, whether from excitement or anger was unclear. It then responded, I see. The seal you are touching was crafted by an acquaintance of mine. This seal can imprison gods above and spirits below, but it cannot confine those with a divine bone constitution. Close your eyes and withdraw all your star source energy back to your Dantian, and you shall pass through Dai in the future. You can employ this method to navigate ordinary seals. However, do not presume you can bypass every seal. Those created by advanced techniques are beyond your current cultivation level, and attempting to do so may yield unforeseen and dire consequences. Chapter 58. The War of the Three Realms. To what extent can the divine bone constitution exhibit its might? Why is my progress so sluggish? Mo Feiyang's thoughts were tumultuous. On one hand, he rejoiced in his divine bone constitution, while on the other, he lamented his slow cultivation speed. The youths who had accompanied him to Tianji Mountain had already mastered the art of flight, while he remained at the mid-second tier, needing to reach at least the mid-third tier to soar freely like them. Though the difference was merely one rank, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Elder, can you enlighten me on the unique attributes of the divine bone constitution? Why do I toil so diligently yet make such little progress? Will I truly reach the realm of the emperors in the future? Mo Feiyang questioned. The Azure Dragon King retorted, You are a fool, blissfully unaware of your fortune. The divine bone constitution has always been a dominant force in any era. Progress may be slow, but it matters not. If you persevere, your speed will improve once you attain the Yin realm. However, your current approach to cultivation is nonsense. Do you think merely mimicking what you do constitutes true cultivation? How absurd. The cultivation method in your mind is the Divine Emperor's manuscript. Why do you not practice according to its teachings? Instead, you confine yourself to the most basic technique, the Divine Wind Palm. Such techniques must be grounded in the foundation of star source power. It is well known that the divine bone constitution progresses slowly, yet 100,000 years prior, it flourished faster than anyone else. I cannot fathom why it has become so sluggish now, and it is up to you to unravel this mystery. This academy is a splendid place for honing your skills. Your journey begins here. I hope that when I awaken once more, you will have reached the realms I expect of you. I sense that significant events are on the horizon. So you must hasten your growth. The Azure Dragon King's voice dwindled, and he fell into slumber again. The notion that great matters were imminent left Mo Feiyang puzzled. Nevertheless, he recognized that the Azure Dragon King was an extraordinary entity, possessing knowledge of events from eons past as if he had participated in them himself. Surely, his prowess during his prime had been nothing short of astounding. Following the Azure Dragon King's guidance, Mo Feiyang retracted his star source energy, and the seal he touched gradually softened, resembling a thin veil or a pliable barrier of energy. Once he gathered all his star source energy into his Dantian, he successfully traversed to the other side of the seal. Ling Kuang, not far behind, sighed quietly. Indeed, the divine bone constitution is remarkably exceptional, yet its cultivation is painfully slow. If it could match the pace of an ordinary person's cultivation, it would undoubtedly achieve great feats. As Mo Feiyang stepped past the seal, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The mountaintop was shrouded in ethereal mist, and a magnificent palace stood at the edge of the precipice. Enveloped in a soft green glow, curiosity piqued, he approached the palace, only to discover that it was entirely constructed of divine Mother Jade. What a grand display! Mo Feiyang couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Ling Kuang appeared before him. Excellent! You have passed the Tianji Mountains assessment. From now on, you shall be one of us at the Star Martial Academy, specifically here at Tianji Mountain. I hope you remember our mission, to exist for the sake of the Star Source continent. Ling Kuang's eyes shimmered with a newfound sense of purpose as he gazed at Mo Feiyang, declaring grandly that to exist for the sake of the Star Source continent. Indeed, I have been in the Star Source continent for several months now, Mo Feiyang reflected, subconsciously considering himself a part of this land. If any danger were to befall it, he would undoubtedly exert all his efforts to protect it. The Star Source continent was not only where he resided but also where Qin Yuan lived. That alone was reason enough for him to care. Yet, as he stood at the mid-second tier, his declarations felt somewhat ludicrous. Elderling, I understand your words, but you are aware of my current cultivation level. I can barely protect myself, let alone others. However, I am perplexed. Could there truly be a threat to the safety of the entire Star Source continent? Mo Feiyang questioned, bewildered. the star source continent was vast, teeming with talented individuals. It was said that the city of Heavenly Palace harbored a being comparable to a human king. Ling Kuang replied slowly, "Since you are now part of Tianji Mountain, it is only fair that I share this with you. While the star source continent is indeed expansive, it is not the sole existence. The star source continent is also known as the human realm. And besides it, there exists the nether realm and the divine realm. 10,000 years ago, the war of the three realms claimed countless lives, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses piled high. Humanity was nearly decimated. But just as extinction loomed, the human king, Ling Zhantian, emerged. He rallied many masters at the emperor level to confront the unparalleled experts of the nether god realm, ultimately driving them out of the human realm and sealing all pathways between the nether god realm and the human realm, thus ensuring humanity's survival. Mo Feiyang had previously heard the Azure Dragon King speak of Ling Zhantian's deeds, and a significant part of his own cultivation journey had been inspired by those tales. Hearing Ling Zhantian's name from Ling Kuang again filled him with admiration and excitement. Ling Kuang continued, "Time has flown by, and in a mere century, those sealed pathways leading to the human realm will be reopened by individuals from the other two realms. When that time comes, a cataclysmic war may ensue, bringing untold suffering. Thus, it is not only the Star Martial Academy that bears this responsibility. Every individual within the Star Source continent must unite to safeguard our shared homeland, including the 7 great sects and the city of Heavenly Palace. Elder, does the divine realm share the same bloodthirsty and warlike nature as the nether realm? Why would they seek to attack the human realm? If one could comprehend the encroachment of the underworld, it would be less perplexing. However, the bloodthirsty and belligerent demeanor of the divine realm baffles Mo Feiyang. Traditionally, the divine has been perceived as the embodiment of righteousness. Yet the reality appears far more complex. 100,000 years ago, the divine realm maintained a neutral stance among the three realms, neither permitting the underworld to assault the human realm nor allowing the humans to seek vengeance on the underworld. Yet, a mere 10,000 years ago, the divine realm dramatically shifted its approach, aspiring to divide the human realm alongside the underworld. The reasons behind this betrayal remain an enigma to this day. Ling Kuang too is confounded by the transformation of the self-proclaimed embodiment of justice into a malevolent entity, shaking his head. "Even I cannot fathom the reasons. Regardless of the cause, we must be prepared. At present, the most pressing concern is the overall strength of the human realm. The human king has remained silent since that fateful battle a millennium ago. Some speculate he suffered severe injuries and has secluded himself for recovery, while others suggest he has retreated into the mountains, forsaking worldly affairs. There are even whispers that he traversed time to uncover the source of the divine realm's treachery. However, only the Ling family knows the truth. Their ancestor, Ling Zhantian, has perished. As Ling Kuang concludes his somber reflection, a flicker of sadness and loss crosses his weathered face. Mo Feiyang is taken aback. He realizes that Ling Kuang is a descendant of Ling Zhantian, and it shocks him to learn that the legendary human king has fallen. "Very well, Mo Feiyang, you are now a formal member of Tianji Mountain. Starting tomorrow, you shall only need to attend the medical martial arts class for half a day, after which you can begin your training at Tianji Mountain. In 3 months, you will embark on a month-long field training expedition. I hope you can elevate your cultivation to the 4th tier within this time frame." With that, Ling Kuang strides into the air, vanishing after encountering a seal. Mo Feiyang feels an increasing sense of urgency. The path to the 4th tier is still a long journey ahead. Understanding the current dynamics of the three realms, he silently vows to protect Qin Yuan, vowing that neither the divine nor the underworld shall harm a single hair on her head. Chapter 59. The Gathering of the Three Heroes after Ling Kuang departs. Mo Feiyang enters the Palace of the Divine Mother Jade structure. Upon reaching the entrance, he observes Ling Ling and a group of 2 men and 2 women engaged in discussion, one of whom is Du Gu Shengtian. A familiar face to Mo Feiyang, Ling Ling, adorned in a flowing gown, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, turns her back to him and remarks, "I believe that the disparities in cultivation are merely temporary. As long as one possesses potential, what harm is there in joining Tianji Mountain? Sister Ling, that Mo Feiyang not only possesses low cultivation but also lacks refinement. I heard he assaulted a teacher on his first day at the academy. If such an uncouth individual is allowed to join Tianji Mountain, I fear it will lead to public disdain." Interjects a short-haired girl beside Ling Ling, her expression filled with disdain. This girl, a princess of the Dahuang Empire with the purest royal bloodline, has earned her place at Tianji Mountain through her own merit, not her father's influence. Every individual admitted to Tianji Mountain has done so through rigorous trials. Du Gu Shengtian scoffs, as long as he dares to come. I wholeheartedly support it. His animosity towards Imo Feiyang runs deep. First, his beloved was unwittingly defiled by Imo Feiyang, and then his younger brother was grievously injured by him, still bedridden and unable to move. I share the same sentiment as Du Gu Shengtian. He better have the courage to show up, Huang Fulong adds with a seemingly harmless smile. The last time he and Dong Fangming pursued Imo Feiyang, he had stepped into the feces of a white-finned tiger, and the stench clung to him for 3 days and nights, a memory he cannot shake off. Our Tiangang's 7-star formation still lacks one member. But I believe that as long as he possesses sufficient potential, the rest is merely personal business that does not concern me, a graceful girl with an Eastern demeanor states calmly. Ling Ling nods. Her tone icy. I concur with Sister Dongfang. We cannot meddle in your private grievances, but within Tianji Mountain, we are united as one. I do not wish to witness any discord among us. With Captain Chen Fengyan absent, I, as the vice-captain, hold authority here. If anyone acts excessively, do not blame me for expelling them from Tianji Mountain. Except for Imo Feiyang, the other members of Tianji Mountain predominantly hail from illustrious lineages or possess pure royal blood. Each has undergone rigorous trials to gain admission, and their group requires individuals with unique constitutions like Imo Feiyang's, which is why Ling Huang granted him the opportunity to take the assessment. The earlier stages were merely formalities, with the critical test being whether he could pass the seal, and he succeeded. Though at second-tier cultivation, he still completed the assessment. Imo Feiyang strides forward and says, "Hello, everyone. I am Imo Feiyang, and I am delighted to join Tianji Mountain." Du Gu Zhantian understands that this is not the time for vengeance and suppresses his fury, offering a curt nod without further comment. The princess of the Dahuang Empire, Xia Ying, glances at Imo Feiyang but turns her head away, while Huang Fulong observes him with a knowing smile. Dongfang Yu nods and says, "Welcome to our ranks. I hope you do not disappoint us. I believe I will not let any of you down," Imo Feiyang replies with a smile. Ling Ling and Imo Feiyang have become ordinary friends. While their bond is not particularly deep, they are at least familiar. Smiling generously, Ling Ling states, "Imo Feiyang, I didn't expect you to pass the assessment at second-tier cultivation, IT. Seems the divine bone physique is indeed extraordinary. Since you are here, let us commence training." "What kind of training?" Imo Feiyang inquires. Ling Ling explains, "Normally, we practice individually, but here, we will form pairs for offensive and defensive exchanges. After an hour, we will switch formations and practice together. In 3 months, we will venture into the wild for a month of training, so we must rapidly enhance our strength." After Ling Ling finishes explaining, she and Imo Feiyang are paired together, while the other 2 men and 2 women begin their training in separate groups. Inside the Divine Mother Jade Palace, a large training ground awaits, and the 6 commence their rigorous practice. Observing the intensity of their training, Imo Feiyang is taken aback. It resembles actual combat closely. Du Gu Shengtian and Huang Fulong are both bloodied at the corners of their mouths yet show no signs of resentment, only an insatiable fervor and excitement. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yu and Xia Ying engage in combat marked by precision and skill, each strike landing with purpose. "All right, now it's our turn," Ling Ling declares, with a graceful leap. Ling Ling rises, her hands slightly raised. Suddenly, an invisible force binds Imo Feiyang in place, rendering him immobile as if an immense weight were pressing down upon him. Imo Feiyang is taken by surprise. While he had not noticed it before, he now realizes that each person here possesses formidable abilities worthy of pride. Ling Ling is no longer the same young girl he knew. She is transformed into a young master of considerable prowess. With a swift strike, Imo Feiyang retaliates, unleashing a golden light towards Ling Ling at incredible speed. The spectators are astonished upon witnessing the golden star source energy emanating from him. Realizing why he could enter Tianji Mountain despite his second-tier cultivation, it is due to his extraordinary physique. However, the swift strike poses no threat to Ling Ling, who counters it with a surge of azure light, the 2 energies colliding and neutralizing each other. Imo Feiyang continues to engage in combat. Yet his star source energy shows no signs of depletion. In contrast, the others begin to tire as time passes, watching Imo Feiyang remain vigorous, an unsettling realization dawning upon them. Despite their attempts to gauge his abilities, they had still underestimated him. Almost every one of them requires moments of meditation to recuperate before resuming battle, yet Mo Feiyong rotates through the group without pause. Although he ultimately faces defeat, he remains exhilarated, training until deep into the night before finally returning to the dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory for the first time, Mo Feiyong nearly stumbles into the girls' dormitory, spending considerable time searching for his own. The door is ajar, and as he pushes it open, a burly youth lunges at him with a powerful punch. With quick reflexes, Mo Feiyong seizes the youth's fist, though the impact leaves his arm numb. The youth's strength is formidable. Had it not been for Mo Feiyong's unique physique, another would have had their arm shattered. What was that for? Mo Feiyong grits through the pain in his arm. The tall youth, astonished, exclaims, "You are surprisingly strong, able to easily catch my punch. No wonder you dared to come here to steal." "Steal? Wait, you must be mistaken. My name is Mo Feiyong, and I'm a resident of this dormitory." He hastily clarifies, "You live in this dormitory too? My apologies. I thought you were a thief, however. I haven't seen you around for the past few days. Did you just arrive?" The burly youth retracts his fist, scratching his head sheepishly. At that moment, another voice emerges from the bathroom. "Wu Qi, who are you talking to?" "Ping Gu, we have a new roommate, and he is a master." "Haha, now I have two experts to spar with." The burly youth replies to the bathroom. Shortly after, the bathroom door swings open, revealing a tall and handsome youth with a cheerful smile. He glances at Mo Feiyong and asks, "Are you the new roommate?" Mo Feiyong observes the youth's gait, noting an air of exceptional capability, steady yet agile, suggesting proficiency in a technique akin to the Chen family's pursuit of souls. He nods, introducing himself, Mo Feiyong. "Chun Shiping," the tall youth responds. The burly youth adds, "I'm Luo Wu." Thus, the three who would later be hailed as the three heroes of the human realm gather for the first time, and a new journey is about to unfold. Chapter 60. The Cleansing Pill. In the following month, Mo Feiyong diligently traveled daily between the medical martial arts class at Tianji Mountain and his dormitory, immersing himself in rigorous training. Although his cultivation did not see dramatic improvements each day, his practical combat skills advanced significantly. After every training session at Tianji Mountain, he would invariably drag Chen Shiping and Luo Wu to the academy's training arena for a sparring match. Mo Feiyong was astonished to discover that both of his roommates were formidable martial artists at the 4th tier. Initially, he was merely on the receiving end of their blows, but he eventually reached a point where he could hold his own against his exceptionally skilled roommates. Now, he could deftly contend with the immensely powerful Luo Wu and remain undefeated against the agile Chen Shiping. Over the course of the month, Mo Feiyong had subjected Chen Shiping and Luo Wu to relentless training, dragging them to the arena each night while they were still in slumber. Initially, they were enthusiastic, eager to teach a lesson to this gifted individual with a divine physique. But as time wore on, they found themselves increasingly suppressed, exclaiming in disbelief at Mo Feiyong's rapid progress in practical combat skills. Despite this, Mo Feiyong understood that in a true battle, he might not fare well against either of them. Amidst his training, Mo Feiyong also carved out time to visit the medicinal repository overseen by Elder Sun, where he procured various herbs. After a month of diligent research, he successfully concocted the cleansing pill. This remarkable pill could transform one's physique, purging impurities from within and fortifying the body's resilience, thus enhancing the absorption of star essence. After bestowing a cleansing pill each upon Chen Shiping and Luo Wu, they both presumed Mo Feiyong to be the scion of a prestigious family or sect, leading them to pester him for further sparring sessions. A month and a half later, Mo Feiyong successfully reached the initial stage of the 3rd tier. The Divine Emperor's manuscript reappeared in his mind, and after perusing a new passage, he learned that this manuscript was a supreme cultivation method authored by a once great emperor, encapsulating the author's lifelong efforts. Abandoning his previous training methods, Mo Feiyong began to cultivate according to the Divine Emperor's manuscript. After several days of training, he discovered that this manuscript was indeed a treasure, as his physical strength surged once more. Today, on a rare day off from training, Mo Feiyong visited the home of Hu Selong to see Ro Ro before leaving the academy alone. Upon arriving at the bustling streets of Maple Forest City, he donned a straw hat and made his way to the city's largest auction house. The Divine Martial Auction House was renowned not just in the Great Hua Empire but throughout the vast eastern lands. Countless rare treasures were circulated from this establishment daily, and its reputation was second to none, never disclosing the identities of the bidders. Even if a wanted criminal from across the continent were to participate, their identity would remain confidential, ensuring an influx of countless bidders. As for the ownership of the Divine Martial Auction House, no one knew. There were rumors that it belonged to a prominent figure from the Heavenly Palace City. Just the mere mention of Heavenly Palace City was enough to deter anyone from causing trouble, as it represented the pinnacle of power on the Star Essence continent, with the 7 major sects and 4 prominent families unable to hold a candle to its might. Situated in the western part of Maple Forest City, the Divine Martial Auction House was a considerable distance from the Star Martial Academy. After half an hour, Mo Feiyang arrived at the auction house, where an ancient building loomed before him, its wide entrance bustling with people coming and going. As Mo Feiyang approached the entrance, he was stopped by the guards. "Apologies, please present your bidding card. This is merely the outer gate of the Divine Martial Auction House. Anyone wishing to enter, be they bidder or seller, must purchase a bidding card." The interior is divided into 3 areas: the central area for welcoming esteemed guests, and the core area accessible only to those possessing extraordinary treasures. Lowering his hat, Mo Feiyang produced the bidding card he had purchased in advance and handed it to the guard, inquiring, "I have an item I wish to auction. How might I proceed?" Upon realizing he was there to auction, the guards immediately welcomed him into a room. "Elder Wang, we have a young master here wishing to auction a treasure. Are you available?" One of the guards called out. Not long after, a portly elder in his 50s emerged, his face adorned with a broad smile. His lavish attire indicated his distinguished status. The elder addressed Mo Feiyang. "What treasure does this young gentleman wish to auction? If it is too ordinary, our Divine Martial Auction House may not accept it." The elder's implication was clear. They were a top-tier auction house and did not accept just anything, subtly belittling Mo Feiyang's potential offering. Mo Feiyang remained silent, merely glancing at the 2 guards beside him. The elder quickly grasped the situation. "This matter does not concern you two. You may leave." Once the guards had exited, Mo Feiyang revealed the cleansing pill resting in his palm. "I wonder if this qualifies for auction at your esteemed establishment. If not, I shall seek another venue." Mo Feiyang was well aware of the sensational impact the cleansing pill would have. In the Star Essence continent, few understood the art of pill refinement, and even fewer had heard of a pill capable of such profound purification. The elder's expression turned grave as he beheld the white pill in Mo Feiyang's hand. Having engaged in the auction business for over 30 years, he may not have been able to identify the treasure, but he sensed its extraordinary nature. "Please forgive my ignorance. I cannot discern what this treasure is. Allow me to fetch the young lady to discuss this with you." The elder wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly departed, cursing himself for nearly jeopardizing a significant business opportunity. Although he could not identify the treasure, he recognized it as a pill, and in the entire Star Essence continent, few could refine pills, let alone bring them to auction. Before long, a young girl clad in a black leather outfit entered the room. Her eyes sparkled as they darted over the cleansing pill in Mo Feiyang's hand. Despite her astonishment, she maintained an air of composure. Mo Feiyang was momentarily entranced by the striking girl before him. While he had encountered many beauties, Qin Yuan's gentle charm, Ziyu's noble grace, Nie Qian'er's mature elegance, Chun Ruoshi's vivacity, Ling Ling's beauty, and Dong Fengyu's classical allure, this girl seemed to eclipse them all, captivating him utterly. She possessed a beguiling allure that was both enchanting and elusive, capable of bewitching anyone who gazed upon her. "This way, please," she said with a melodious voice, inviting Mo Feiyang inside. Following her into the elegantly furnished room, it was evident that this was a lady's chamber. With a smile, the girl said, "Please take a seat." "Kind sir, may I inquire what treasure you wish to auction?" Mo Feiyang presented the cleansing pill, stating, "This is the cleansing pill, capable of purifying the body and enhancing one's physique, as well as improving the absorption of star essence. I wonder if it can be auctioned at your esteemed establishment." Upon hearing Mo Feiyang's description, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment at the existence of such a miraculous pill. "What method of auction do you prefer? Would you like to barter, or do you prefer currency?" "I seek a high-quality spatial ring, and aside from that, I wish to sell the remainder for gold," Mo Feiyang replied, acknowledging his need for money as well as items he had long desired. "Very well, but I have a request. Might you consider selling me 2 cleansing pills first?" The girl was visibly enticed by the offering and wished to secure 2 for herself, provided you pay. "Who would refuse?" Mo Feiyang replied. "Agreed. In addition to the 10 cleansing pills for auction, I will offer you 2 at half price. The girl expressed her delight. I am grateful. Young sir, I am one. The manager of the Divine Martial Auction House. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you will frequent this establishment for your auctions. Handing over 12 cleansing pills to one. Mo Feiyang introduced himself. My surname is Mo.it. Is a pleasure to meet you. Miss One. I hope to set a starting price of 1,000 taels of gold for each cleansing pill. Bid as much as you wished. I will return tomorrow to collect the payment. Though the price was somewhat high, rarity dictated value, and the cleansing pill was a treasure beyond compare, Mo Feiyang had no concerns about its sale. The girl was taken aback by the starting price Mo Feiyang had set but nodded in agreement. Very well, young Master Mo, I will auction it at your starting price, and you need only collect your payment afterward. However, our commission will be 3/10 of the proceeds from the cleansing pills. Mo Feiyang was somewhat astonished. Even at a sale of 1,000 taels of gold, they would claim 300 taels as commission. It seemed he would need to establish his own auction house in the future. Chapter 61. The invitation from Chen Ruoshi. After leaving the Divine Martial Auction House, Mo Feiyang had barely returned to his dormitory at the Star Martial Academy when Chen Shiping remarked, teasingly, I never would have guessed you knew someone from the Chen family. Where have you been, Feiyang? A beautiful girl just came looking for you. Luo Wu chimed in, doing push-ups. Although a month had not been a long duration, it had allowed Mo Feiyang, Chen Shiping, and Luo Wu to rekindle the camaraderie reminiscent of their college days. Who could it be looking for him? Mo Feiyang pondered. Chen Ruoshi would likely not seek him out directly, suggesting it could only be someone else from the Chen family. When did this person arrive? Who was it that sought me out? Mo Feiyang inquired, while Chen Shiping, facing the wooden board on the wall, remarked after releasing a gold coin dart. I do not know who it is, only that they are from the Chen family. He said that once you return, we are to inform you to seek her in the girls' dormitory. Luo Wu stood up, wiping his forehead while laughing heartily. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? We've been at the academy for so long, yet not a single girl has taken the initiative to approach us. Mo Feiyang crossed his arms dismissively. Is the Chen family truly that impressive? I have no desire to go. Oh, you certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Others would beg and grovel just for a chance to enter the Chen family. Yet here you are, being invited and still refusing. At that moment, Chen Ruoshi suddenly appeared at the door of Mo Feiyang's dormitory. Excuse me, I have a stomach ache, Chen Shiping said, clutching his stomach as he exited the dormitory. Luo Wu remained there, uncertain whether to leave or stay, but upon seeing Chen Shiping frantically waving at him, he too found an excuse to depart. I'll go check if he brought any toilet paper. Upon witnessing the beautiful lady's fierce demeanor, Chen Shiping and Luo Wu quickly concocted an excuse to leave, stealthily slipping outside to eavesdrop from a nearby window. Miss, I don't believe I have any obligation to insist on visiting your Chen family. Mo Feiyang stated defiantly. He was not the type to present one face in public and another in private. He remained true to himself even in the presence of the Chen family. Watching Mo Feiyang's smug demeanor ignited her frustration. If Chen Ruoshi had not received a family order forbidding her from taking action against Mo Feiyang, she would have likely exploded by now. What will it take for you to agree to come? Mo Feiyang pondered for a moment and replied, What does your Chen family want with me? And what benefits would I gain from attending? As the saying goes, accompanying a king is akin to accompanying a tiger. Besides, the Chen family is far more formidable than the royal family of the Great Hua Empire. Without any benefits, I will not put myself in jeopardy. Chen Ruoshi had never encountered someone so audacious. In her experience, those who surrounded her were invariably obsequious and refined, let alone mentioning money in her presence. Fine, it's merely money, isn't it? My sister has plenty. And as long as you can satisfy her, there will be no shortage. Chen Ruoshi decided to lure him back home first, confident that once he arrived, she could dictate the terms. Upon hearing that there was money to be made, Mo Feiyang readily agreed. All right then, I'll accompany you back, and we can discuss the specifics and negotiate the price later. Chen Shiping and Luo Wu, concealed below the window, were drenched in cold sweat, realizing just how formidable Mo Feiyang was. Engaging in such a peculiar part-time service, after departing from Xingwu Academy with Chen Ruoshi, Mo Feiyang mounted her flying steed, soaring toward the northern part of the city. Before long, they arrived above an expansive courtyard. Let's dismount, Lingjiao, Chen Ruoshi instructed her spiritual eagle. Mo Feiyang immediately distanced himself, perplexed by how adept his hands were at striking the women's vulnerable spots. Observing the furious Chan Ruoxue, he couldn't help but think how much she resembled Chan Ruoxi. Were they perhaps sisters? At that moment, a familiar figure appeared. Chan Ruoxi, radiant as ever, although the profound aura she once exuded had dissipated, her demeanor now more fitting of her age. Upon seeing Mo Feiyong, a flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. He seemed to have changed, becoming less unbearable than before. Chen Ruoxi gracefully descended the steps. Ruoxue, you may return to your room. I have matters to discuss with young Master Mo Feiyong. If it weren't for the violation of his principles, Mo Feiyong would typically harbor no grudges against women. Although Chen Ruoxi's earlier words had wounded him, he had also taken her virtue that night. He could overlook their past grievances, but if Chen Ruoxi intended to acknowledge his identity through such a transactional approach, he would certainly not take kindly to it. For a man, it was an affront. Mo Feiyong gazed at Chen Ruoxi and stated solemnly, I can agree to treat your elder brother's illness, but I do not wish for an identity conferred through exchange or pity. One day, I, Mo Feiyong, will compel the entire Chen family to recognize me as your husband, and I shall take pride in that. His words did not convey a vow but rather a declaration of a future inevitability. Chen Ruoxi was left speechless. Was this imposing man truly the Mo Feiyong she once knew? I believe you can achieve it. If you can truly impress me, I will formally acknowledge you as my husband, and I shall remain steadfast and supportive. However, at present, my heart cannot accept this. Please understand. The reasons behind Chen Ruoxi's inability to accept Mo Feiyong were twofold. Firstly, her pride prevented her from accepting someone whose abilities were inferior to her own. And secondly, there was no emotional connection between them. Aside from that one night of chaos, they were fundamentally mismatched, likely never to cross paths again in their lives. Take me to see your elder brother. I wish to assess his condition before making any plans. Mo Feiyong was reluctant to dwell further on this issue, his resolve already evident. All that remained was to allow time to validate it. Chen Ruoxi nodded silently and led Mo Feiyong toward the backyard. This was merely a stronghold for the Chen family in Fenglan City. Their actual residence was elsewhere, and they only stayed here occasionally when family members visited. Due to Chen Ruoxi and Chan Ruoxue's attendance at Xingwu Academy, they resided here. Her brother, Chen Lei Yun, had chosen to live in Fenglan City, disliking the family environment. Chen Ruoxi approached the door and gently knocked. Elder brother, are you inside? I found a renowned doctor who may surprise us. After a short while, the door swung open to reveal a young man sitting in a wheelchair, somewhat resembling Chen Ruoxi. His expression bore a hint of discontent, but he ultimately refrained from expressing it, knowing his sister meant well. He glanced at Mo Feiyong and coldly remarked, I need no doctor. Countless so-called miracle workers have treated me without any improvement. I have grown accustomed to life in this wheelchair over the years, so please leave. Chapter 62. The Cunning Healer. You may not trust others, but you must trust your sister. I do not treat just anyone. Had it not been for your sister's request, I would not have come here at all. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Were it not for his prior agreement with Chen Ruoxi, Mo Feiyong would not have bothered to approach her brother Chen Lei Yun. A cunning healer. He possessed his own pride and would neither easily reject a patient nor plead for their attention. Chen Lei Yun gazed at Mo Feiyong with disdain. Though you are young, your bravado is remarkable. So many esteemed physicians have been helpless against my ailment. Do you truly believe you can surpass them? The illness resides within me. I will decide when to seek treatment, and do not presume that every patient begs for a doctor's help. At just 30, Chen Lei Yun had encountered countless people, especially doctors. The family had summoned renowned physicians from across the continent, yet years had passed without any progress. He had grown weary of those who arrived with confidence only to leave disheartened. One after another, they would boast of their prowess, but upon examining his condition, their faces would fall. Chen Lei Yun had encountered far too many of such individuals, and thus held no illusions regarding Mo Feiyong. Chen Ruoxi cast a worried glance at Mo Feiyong, fearing he might utter something reckless, yet he smiled and said, Do you not wish to stand? Or is it that, deep down, you dare not stand? Your prowess has diminished considerably since your illness, and if you cannot walk, you will still be perceived as a strong individual. However, once you stand, your skills will no longer be significant. Thus, you fear standing. A person who lacks the courage to rise cannot hope to heal. I suggest you remain in that wheelchair for the rest of your life. Chen Lei Yun's gaze sharpened as he glared at Mo Feiyong. His teeth clenched, fists pounding, veins visibly straining against his skin. I will give you one chance. Should you prove as ineffective as the others, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, for this is of your own making. Wait, what if I miraculously cure your ailment? What then? Mo Feiyong thought gleefully, realizing that confronting such a person required provocation. Nevertheless, relationships aside, he still sought to reclaim his investment. Chen Lei Yun coldly replied, if you can cure my ailment, anything within my power in the Chen family will be yours. Mo Feiyong expressed keen interest in the Chen family's unique techniques and tentatively inquired, what if I wish to learn one of your family's secret skills? In the Xingyuan continent, the unique techniques of noble families or sects were rarely shared, and even if someone managed to learn them, they would face relentless pursuit. Though Feiyong raised this query without harboring high hopes. Chen Lei Yun's expression grew solemn as he weighed the advantages and disadvantages. Though he held little faith in Mo Feiyong's ability to heal him, there existed a slim possibility. If Mo Feiyong were to succeed, would he truly be expected to impart the family's unique skills to him? Not only would he be unable to make such a decision, but the older generations of the family would surely seize the opportunity to criticize him. Chen Ruoshi suddenly interjected, what do you wish to learn? The soul-chasing steps, Mo Feiyong declared. Very well, if you can cure my elder brother's ailment, I can teach you. Chen Ruoshi surprisingly acquiesced to Mo Feiyong's request. She would rather bear the stigma of disgrace than allow her elder brother to suffer from his illness. Since childhood, her mother had passed away, and her father had always been strict with her. Only her elder brother had treated her with kindness. Thus, as long as she could cure her brother, Chen Ruoshi would disregard everything else. Ruoshi, do not act recklessly. If the family finds out, they will not spare you. This matter requires careful consideration, Chen Lei Yun admonished sternly. Chen Ruoshi knelt down, grasping Chen Lei Yun's hand, and said, brother, as long as you can stand up, I would not mind being cast out of the family. You all conceal such a significant matter from me. Do you still consider me a child? Chen Ruoshi suddenly appeared at the door, stating, brother, second sister, do not argue any further. Allow me to handle this. If Mo Feiyong can cure brother's illness, I will teach him the soul-chasing step. Mo Feiyong inquired once more, have you all considered this carefully? If you truly agree, I will begin treatment immediately. If not, we shall have to abandon this endeavor. I am willing. Both Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoshi exclaimed in unison. Chen Lei Yun looked at his two younger sisters, his eyes moist with emotion, feeling both touched and resentful of his own helplessness. If he could stand again, he would certainly protect his sisters, even if it meant going against the entire family. Very well, then. Time is of the essence. I shall first examine Brother Chen's condition. Mo Feiyong declared as he approached Chen Lei Yun and placed his hand on his wrist to take his pulse. The pulse felt rather unremarkable, with an exceedingly steady rhythm. However, after each beat, there was a barely perceptible secondary pulse. Without the essence of star source, Mo Feiyong would not have sensed it at all. This indicated the presence of a chronic poison, one that could only manifest its toxicity after prolonged ingestion. It seemed this had been premeditated by someone. Go fetch me a bottle of the strongest liquor. And you, bring me a basin of warm water. Mo Feiyong instructed Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoshi after finishing the pulse diagnosis. Before long, Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoshi returned, one with the liquor and the other with the warm water. Placing them beside Mo Feiyong, is there anything else you require? Chen Ruoshi inquired. Not for the moment. Brother Chen has been afflicted with a chronic poison, which accumulates over time before revealing its toxicity. This poison gradually erodes one's meridians, leading to paralysis at best and death at worst. First, we must seal his acupoints to prevent further toxin infiltration. Then we can expel the poison from his body. Mo Feiyong explained to the others. Chen Lei Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Mo Feiyong would bring him such pleasant news. The mere fact that he could diagnose the ailment set him apart from those self-proclaimed miracle doctors who could not even identify the illness. Mo Feiyong had at least determined it was a case of chronic poisoning, suggesting that a cure was indeed within reach. Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoshi wore expressions of delight, quietly observing Mo Feiyong's unusual treatment methods, which involved needles and blades rather than the typical medications. I will first invigorate your blood vessels, then use silver needles to seal your acupoints. You may experience a temporary inability to channel the star source essence, but it will be fine afterward, Mo Feiyong explained to Chen Lei Yun. Chen Lei Yun nodded. I underestimated you before. Now I owe you an apology. Please proceed with the treatment. I trust you, and so do my sisters. That you can bring me hope. Mo Feiyang remained silent, completing the massage before applying liquor to the dark iron-silver needles and Qin Lei Yun's acupoints, finally inserting 3 needles to seal his major acupoints. As he observed the needles, he continued to take Qin Lei Yun's pulse to assess his internal condition. "Do you feel anything now?" Mo Feiyang asked gently as he twisted the needle in Qin Lei Yun's knee. Qin Lei Yun sensed the feeling in his knee and exclaimed in surprise, "It feels as if a cool breeze is flowing gently upwards from my knee." "No, wait. It seems that the left side is warm while the right side is cool." "Precisely." Mo Feiyang nodded, continuing to twist every needle in Qin Lei Yun's body until he had treated all the acupoints. "Now I must clear the stagnation in your meridians to expedite the expulsion of the toxins from your body. Please close your eyes gently and focus on the essence of Star Source that I will channel into you, guiding it to circulate within your body." Mo Feiyang prepared to use the technique of Qi Needle to clear Qin Lei Yun's meridians, a method from the 5 elements Qian Kuren needles. Previously, he had mastered it during his time in the regions, but lacked the qi necessary for its application. After arriving in the Star Source continent and learning about Star Source essence, he had successfully treated a retired minister at the Imperial Physicians Bureau in the Chu Kingdom. Therefore, he was confident in his ability to open Qin Lei Yun's meridians. Qin Lei Yun followed Mo Feiyang's instructions and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a pure essence of Star Source surged through Mo Feiyang's palm into his body. Although Qin Lei Yun practiced a secret technique of his family, the Star Source he could absorb was not as refined as Mo Feiyang's. His admiration for Mo Feiyang grew deeper. After a fragrant stick of incense's worth of time, Qin Lei Yun's meridians were essentially unblocked, and Mo Feiyang was left drenched in sweat. Had it not been for the inexhaustible Star Source within him, he might have fainted from exhaustion. Chen Ruoshui approached Mo Feiyang and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How is it? Are the meridians clear?" Originally, Chen Ruoshi had intended to help Mo Feiyang wipe his sweat, but she was a moment too slow. "Thank you. The meridians are mostly clear, but we will need to reinforce the effect with medication. The residual toxins lodged within the meridians must also be expelled with medicine. I will prepare a detoxification prescription for you shortly. However, the poison in your brother's body cannot be eliminated in a day or two. It will require a gradual process, approximately half a year." Before he can stand again, Mo Feiyang explained, tapping Qin Lei Yun's leg. "Do you feel anything now?" Qin Lei Yun tapped his legs a few times and shook his head. "There is still no sensation in my legs, but it seems the numbness has diminished. Previously, it felt as if ants were crawling on my legs, but that sensation has vanished after your treatment. That indicates progress. As long as you persist with the treatment, you will surely stand again one day," Mo Feiyang encouraged. Qin Lei Yun, seated in his wheelchair, deeply bowed to Mo Feiyang. "Thank you. You have reignited my hope. It seems you truly are different from other doctors." "Ha, it is still too early to say such things. Thank me when you stand again. It is getting late. I will return tomorrow for your treatment." With that, Mo Feiyang prepared to leave. Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoshui exchanged thoughtful glances at Mo Feiyang, both urging him to stay for dinner, but he politely declined. Chapter 63. Astonishing rumors. After prescribing a detoxification formula for Qin Lei Yun, Mo Feiyang left the Chen family estate. Shortly after stepping outside, he realized he was now in the northern part of the city, quite a distance from the Star Martial Academy. Walking back would take too long, and taking a carriage would surely cost a considerable sum. However, remembering his promise to accompany Ro for dinner, Mo Feiyang decided not to dwell on the expense and headed directly to the carriage station. Upon arriving, he noticed a group of people whispering amongst themselves. A middle-aged man dressed in black addressed a burly figure before him, saying, "Brother, have you heard? It is said that in a valley 300 miles from Fenglin City, strange occurrences have been reported. Travelers have claimed to hear ancient voices wailing in the air, seemingly from a bygone era. That, of course, I am aware. This matter has spread throughout the eastern lands and even the entire Star Source continent. I have heard that numerous sects have dispatched experts to the valley outside Fenglin City. Even the usually reclusive Heavenly Palace City has sent people. I suspect there is something amiss. It is highly likely that a legendary ancient spiritual beast has reappeared on the continent." The burly man replied. Astonished, Mo Feiyang inwardly marveled, filled with curiosity at the miraculous events unfolding. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to witness the happenings for himself, but his own cultivation was too weak. If danger arose, he might lack the ability to escape. Shaking his head, Mo Feiyang boarded a carriage back to the Star Martial Academy. Upon returning to the academy, he overheard students discussing the incident. Mo Feiyong was already quite familiar with the history of the Star Source continent. The ancient era was a time teeming with talent, where the ranks of the Emperor realm were numerous. However, humanity was not the sovereign of that era. Although there were many skilled humans, they paled in comparison to the beast tribes, for that period marked the zenith of the beast tribes in the annals of the Star Source history. Divine beasts soared through the skies, and sixth-tier spirit beasts roamed the land. The Beast Emperor was the sole ruler of the Star Source continent at that time. The four great divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, commanded unparalleled dominance, with both the underworld and the divine realm bowing to the Beast Emperor. Yet, as time passed, the beast tribes inexplicably declined after a brief period of splendor lasting merely several 100,000 years, paving the way for the rise of humanity and the eventual establishment of a triad among the realms of humans, gods, and the underworld. Upon arriving at Huserlang's home, they had already prepared the meal and were eagerly awaiting Mo Feiyong's return. When they saw Mo Feiyong appear, Ruru was the first to dash out, her speed astonishing Mo Feiyong, who was taken aback by how much she had grown in just over a month of separation. "Brother Feiyong, you're back. Come and eat with us quickly. Uncle whose family is waiting for you," Ruru exclaimed, beaming as she grasped Mo Feiyong's hand. Mo Feiyong, filled with affection, scooped Ruru up in his arms. Was Ruru obedient while brother was away? He genuinely cherished this little girl. Despite being only 6, Ruru exhibited a maturity beyond her years, which had made Huserlang and his wife yearn to have a child as delightful as her during their time together. "Feiyong, come eat. The little girl is being so good," Huserlang's wife said with a warm smile. Huserlang, jesting, added, "I can't fathom how a greedy, shameless, and somewhat lecherous fellow like you could have such an adorable little sister." Mo Feiyong felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Huserlang's words were strikingly candid, yet he had grown accustomed to their playful banter. "I, too, cannot comprehend it. How could such a stunningly beautiful and gentle woman like your wife lose her senses and settle for a rotund fellow like you? Did you engage in some unspeakable dealings back then to win her over?" Mo Feiyong retorted with a grin. Huserlang's wife playfully scolded, "Oh, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Just be careful not to drag me into your jokes." The meal was filled with warmth and laughter. Due to Huserlang's struggles in that particular aspect of manhood, his wife had yet to conceive, leading them to treat Ruru as their own child. With Ruru present, Mo Feiyong felt free of worries. After dinner, Mo Feiyong entertained Ruru for a while before Huserlang called him to the study. "Gu, did you summon me for something?" Mo Feiyong inquired as he took a seat across from Huserlang. Huserlang's expression turned serious as he replied, "Feiyong, I wonder if you've heard about the strange occurrences in a valley 300 miles outside Fenglan City?" Mo Feiyong had indeed heard people discussing this matter on his way, but it was merely hearsay. Nonetheless, as Huserlang was a teacher at the Star Martial Academy, Mo Feiyong couldn't help but take his words to heart. "I have heard about it. Is there truly something to it?" Mo Feiyong expressed his skepticism, given that the tales stemmed from ancient times, a period that had faded into obscurity over 100,000 years ago. Huserlang shook his head. "You are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Some of the Academy's esteemed elders have already taken notice. It is said they once glimpsed a child in that valley at midnight, accompanied by a terrifying pack of beast tribes, which deterred them from approaching. They merely caught a fleeting sight of a 5- or 6-year-old girl hovering above the valley." "What does this signify?" Mo Feiyong asked Huserlang. Huserlang replied gravely, "The specifics are still unclear, but the Academy has already initiated actions. This matter pertains to the survival of humanity, and our mission at the Star Martial Academy is to protect our people and home. Therefore, some esteemed elders will soon emerge from seclusion. Once they do, I believe they will uncover the truth of the situation. However, before those elders emerge, the Academy has decided to send a group of outstanding students to explore and gather information. It won't be long before Director Ling Huang announces the list of those who will venture to the mysterious valley." Mo Feiyong might not be concerned about the safety of the nation or even humanity as a whole, but he was deeply invested in the safety of those he cared for. Once, only Qin Yuan held such significance in his heart, but now, alongside his beloved Qin Yuan, he also held his brothers and friends in equal regard. Seeing Mo Feiyong deep in thought, Huserlang guessed that he was contemplating a visit to the mysterious valley and cautioned, "Feiyong, I know your curiosity is piqued, but I must say, your current cultivation is too low. Should you encounter danger, your chances of escape would be exceedingly slim. Therefore, I do not endorse your going there. Mo Feiyang nodded appreciatively and assured him, Hu Gu, rest assured, I, Mo Feiyang, would never gamble with my life. I will act within my capabilities. Very well, it's getting late. You should return to your dormitory and rest. Lang concluded. Mo Feiyang nodded and, after bidding farewell to Ruru, did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he headed to Tianji Mountain. Chapter 64. The emergence of Tianji. Training at Tianji Mountain was an unyielding part of Mo Feiyang's daily routine. Despite the presence of individuals he was not particularly fond of, such as Dugu Shengtian, the atmosphere at Tianji Mountain allowed everyone to set aside personal grudges. Tianji Mountain functioned as a cohesive team with strict regulations, prohibiting any form of private conflict, and thus, during his time there, Mo Feiyang had not encountered any retaliatory incidents. Instead, he learned the value of teamwork and unity. The Tianji Hall, constructed from verdant divine mother jade, shimmered under the glow of the setting sun. Upon arriving, Mo Feiyang noticed many unfamiliar faces. 3 groups stood in orderly formation at the open-air training ground at the foot of the Tianji Hall, with Ling Kuang and several other elders of the Star Martial Academy positioned on the steps. Few of the individuals in the 3 groups were acquainted with Mo Feiyang. His arrival attracted numerous gazes, and Ling Ling discreetly gestured for him to approach. As Mo Feiyang prepared to join the group where Ling Ling was, he was summoned by Ling Kuang. Mo Feiyang, come here. Ling Kuang's voice boomed like thunder. Mo Feiyang quickly ascended the steps to stand beside him. Once he arrived, Ling Kuang addressed the assembly below, stating, allow me to introduce this individual. This is Mo Feiyang, a new member who joined Tianji Mountain last month. Now that everyone is acquainted, I expect no conflicts arising from ignorance of his identity. The 20 young individuals below responded in unison. Everyone could sense the protection Ling Kuang extended toward Mo Feiyang through his words. It was evident that he did not wish anyone to use ignorance of Mo Feiyang's status as an excuse to instigate conflict. Consequently, some began to speculate about Mo Feiyang's identity, suspecting he shared a profound connection with Director Ling Kuang. For the typically stern and impartial director would not openly express such a blatant defense otherwise. Ling Kuang patted Mo Feiyang on the shoulder and remarked, introduce yourself to everyone. I hope you can quickly integrate into this team. I am Mo Feiyang, a student of the medical martial class and a member of Tianji Mountain. If anyone falls ill, feel free to seek my assistance. I assure you, I charge only for the cost of treatment. Mo Feiyang declared, not missing the opportunity for business. The crowd found his audacity rather excessive. To speak such shameless words in such a solemn and sacred place was quite bold. What did he think this was? A cough from one of the elders beside Ling Kuang interrupted him. Student Mo, we can discuss medical matters later. Please return to your team. Director Ling Kuang has important announcements to make. Reluctantly, Mo Feiyang descended the steps and rejoined Ling Ling's group. Through Ling Ling's introductions, he learned that the other 2 groups were Tianji Group 1 and 2, while he belonged to Tianji Group 3. Previously, he had believed there were only 7 members at Tianji Mountain. But it turned out there were actually 21. Among these 21, aside from Mo Feiyang, each person was a remarkable talent, with the lowest cultivation level being at the 4th-tiered IT, was said that even masters of the Taiyin realm were present. Mo Feiyang also recognized a few familiar faces, including the Chan sisters, Chen Ruoxi and Chen Ruoxue, who were in groups 1 and 2 respectively. Upon spotting Mo Feiyang, they exchanged furtive glances with him. Alongside them was Dongfang Ming. Ling Kuang descended the steps to address everyone, saying, since the establishment of Tianji Mountain, it has been rare for us to gather like this, especially on a day as significant as today. I suspect many of you have questions, but after hearing my words, you will understand why I have summoned all members of Tianji Mountain here today. Have you heard any rumors lately? Ling Kuang suddenly posed a question that caught everyone off guard. The young man at the forefront of Group 3 replied, Director Ling, many of us have heard rumors that a valley 300 miles outside Fenglin City has experienced unusual events, and this news has spread among the residents of Fenglin City, causing widespread anxiety. Many are now worried. Indeed, before I arrived here, I even saw families moving away from Fenglin City. Out of curiosity, I approached them, and they said they were fleeing from fears of the beasts emerging to harm humanity. So they decided to leave Fenglin City and seek refuge with distant relatives. A young girl from the 2nd group expressed her observations from the road, to which some dismissed her remarks, saying, it's merely hearsay. Surely someone is just stirring up trouble. Even if the ancient beast race were to appear, What kind of waves could they possibly stir? Upon hearing this, dissent arose among the crowd, and the third group engaged in heated debate. Enough of this bickering. Not long ago, I, along with these few individuals beside me, witnessed some peculiar occurrences at night, and the location was precisely near that enigmatic valley. As the saying goes, there can be no waves without wind. We prefer to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it outright. Should the ancient beast race truly emerge, it could spell disaster for the entire populace of Maplewood City. Thus, we must ascertain the truth, Ling Kuang declared passionately. Pausing for effect, he continued, furthermore, the defense of Maplewood City falls squarely within the purview of our Xingwu Academy. This is precisely why I have summoned you all today. Currently, rumors are rampant within the city, and the citizens are in a state of anxiety and fear. To reassure the populace and to uncover the truth, we must step forward at this juncture. We need to convey to the people of Maplewood City, and indeed to all citizens of the Eastern Continent, that no matter what danger or difficulty we face, our existence here is a bastion of hope. With the elite of Tianji Mountain among us, we shall stand firm. Previously, we kept you hidden to prevent arrogance, but now it is time to unleash your potential. Tomorrow, the elite team from Tianji Mountain will make its name known throughout Maplewood City. The fervor emanating from Ling Kuang was not mere arrogance, but a bold calmness in the face of danger. As the adage goes, a soldier is nurtured for 1,000 days to be used in a moment. His high-profile announcement of Tianji Mountain's emergence was intended to pacify the millions of impoverished citizens of Maplewood City, ensuring them that Xingwu Academy would not neglect their safety. The 21 members of Tianji Mountain felt a surge of righteous fervor. Protecting home and country was a shared responsibility, each bearing an intangible weight upon their shoulders. Their every word and action would represent the entirety of Xingwu Academy. If they faltered, what reason would the common folk have to remain in a city where safety could not be guaranteed? Ling Lao was right. Only by assuring the citizens that they had protectors could they allow them to live in peace, thus creating a better homeland. However, due to limited slots, we selected 10 representatives through a rigorous selection process. I shall now announce the list of those who will proceed to the mysterious valley tomorrow. From Tianji Group 1, Dongfang Ming, Chen Ruoxi, Gu Jin. From Tianji Group 2, Ai Lu, Chen Ruoxue. Wan Yin Shui. From Tianji Group 3, Dugu Shangtian, Dongfang Yu, Chen Fengyun, and Mo Feiyang. The temporary captain will be appointed as Dongfang Yu. Those not called may return, the elder beside Ling Kuang, who was of similar age, declared the list for the expedition to the mysterious valley. This announcement astonished not only the other members of Tianji Mountain, but also caught Mo Feiyang completely off guard. He had never imagined that he, a newcomer who had only joined Tianji Mountain a little over a month ago, would find himself among the chosen. In terms of cultivation, he was the weakest. In terms of family background, he was alone. By all accounts, he should not have been included, yet he found himself on the list. Despite the resentment of those not selected, they dared not defy Ling Kuang and the elders, the founders of Tianji Mountain wielding absolute authority. Thus, even with lingering dissatisfaction, they accepted the decision in silence. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Kuang addressed the 10 remaining individuals. The journey to the mysterious valley may present grave dangers, and there exists a possibility of losing your lives. Therefore, those wishing to withdraw may do so now. The 10 remained silent, unfazed by Ling Kuang's words. In fact, some felt slighted by his condescension. Choosing to withdraw at this moment would not invite blame. Yet it would brand them cowards for life. It could be said that everyone remaining, aside from Mo Feiyang, was a paragon among the younger generation. In the martial-centric world of Xingyu Continent, none wished to be labeled cowards. Nor did they fear danger. Only dying in battle was deemed the highest honor for a man. Excellent. You are truly deserving of being members of Tianji Mountain. Since none wish to leave, we shall set off for the mysterious valley tomorrow morning. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, do not act recklessly. You are to follow Dongfang Yu's commands. I hope for your safe return. Ling Kuang believed that mere training would not suffice to elicit significant improvement from this proud group of young people. Only by facing real peril could their potential be unleashed. Yes, the 10 chorused in unison, their voices resonating with fervor, rivaling that of the entire Tianji Mountain's membership earlier. Ling Kuang glanced at Mo Feiyang among the crowd. I imagine you are all curious as to why I have retained Mo Feiyang, a newcomer who has only been with Tianji Mountain for a month. The reason for his inclusion is solely due to his unique physique. Should we encounter certain formations, his physical advantages may manifest. Surely you have all heard of the divine bone physique? What? Elderling, are you saying Mo Feiyong possesses the divine bone physique? Is that true? Dugu Shengtian inquired, alarmed. Being from one of the four great families, he was well aware of the exceptional nature of the divine bone physique. Reflecting on his brother's defeat at Mo Feiyong's hands, he felt fortunate that Mo Feiyong had spared his brother's life. Absolutely true, Ling Kuang affirmed. Although no individual with a divine bone physique has appeared on Xingyuan continent for millennia, the terror of past masters with such a physique still lingers in the minds of the people. It is said that the last divine bone physique user faced off against the legendary king of beasts, Ling Zhantian, and the two battled for 3 days and nights to a standstill, showcasing the formidable strength of those with a divine bone physique. The expressions of Qin Ruoxi, Chen Ruoxue, Dugu Shengtian, and the aloof Qin Fengyun shifted as they regarded Mo Feiyong. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unimposing individual was, in fact, the legendary divine bone physique. Mo Feiyong, in turn, basked in the envious gazes directed towards him. That will be all for today. You may return to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will convene at the martial arts arena of Xingwu Academy. Ling Kuang concluded before leaping into the air and departing from Tianji Mountain, followed by several elders. Once Ling Kuang and the others had left, the crowd gradually dispersed and Mo Feiyong returned to Xingwu Academy and immediately made his way to Hu Xilong's residence. Given the uncertainty of how long this departure might last, he felt it prudent to bid farewell to Ro Ro, lest the little girl pester Hu Xilong in search of him. Upon arriving at Hu Xilong's home, he found Ro Ro sitting at the doorstep, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed skyward, exuding an air of maturity beyond her years. Ro Ro, what are you thinking about? Mo Feiyong approached and embraced her, inquiring that he noticed that Ro Ro seemed slightly heavier, and she had grown taller. Holding her now felt a bit cumbersome. Feiyong Gij, do you think I could see Grandma if I went to the sky? Ro Ro asked earnestly, her hands clinging to his neck. Well, I suppose so. Good people go to the sky after they pass away. Only the wicked descend to hell. Grandma is likely very happy up there. So you shouldn't dwell on her, Mo Feiyong thought to himself, realizing that the little girl was missing her grandmother. Then why didn't Grandma take me with her to the sky? Ro Ro asked with a serious expression. Because Ro Ro needs to stay and keep me company. If you leave, who will be here to keep me company? Mo Feiyong shamelessly deceived the young girl. That makes sense. Then I'll stay to accompany you. Gij, Ro Ro declared, sounding like a little adult. After playing with Ro Ro for a while, Mo Feiyong said, Ro Ro, tomorrow I will be going far away for a few days. While I'm gone, you must be good and listen to Uncle Hu. All right. Are you going to abandon Ro Ro? Tears welled up in her eyes as she clutched his clothes, terrified he might leave. Mo Feiyong hesitated to provoke the sensitive child. Of course not. I could never bear to leave you. I just need to handle some matters, so I will be away for a few days. I promise to come back and see you as soon as I return. Okay. Okay. Feiyong Gij, I will miss you. Ro Ro responded, her expression one of poignant innocence. Seeing the heart-wrenching little girl, Mo Feiyong feared that if he lingered any longer, he might lose the resolve to leave. After exchanging farewells with Hu Xilong, he hurriedly departed. Upon returning to his dormitory, Mo Feiyong ran into Chen Shiping and Luo Wu, who were in the midst of discussing a matter. Chen Lao-san, I heard there has been quite a stir outside Maplewood City. Do you think the rumors are true? Luo Wu appeared to be well informed about the mysterious valley's rumors, but, lacking decisiveness, relied on Mo Feiyong and Chen Shiping for guidance, unsure of the truth behind the gossip. Chen Shiping, sharp-witted and possessing keen insight, was usually attentive to matters, which is why Luo Wu frequently sought his counsel. Upon seeing Mo Feiyong enter, Chen Shiping motioned towards him and chuckled, You should ask that little rascal. Feiyong. He probably knows more about this than I do. Chen Shiping had long sensed something unusual about Mo Feiyong, but since Mo Feiyong had not volunteered any information, he refrained from prying. He knew that when the time was right, Mo Feiyong would share what he deemed necessary. Mo Feiyong laughed heartily. As for the truth, I cannot say for certain at the moment. However, the Academy has dispatched me to venture out to the mysterious valley outside Maplewood City with several experts tomorrow to investigate. I will share what I discover upon my return. Luo Wu, a towering figure endowed with strength akin to that of a fierce bull, scoffed dismissively. Oh, come now. You aren't even worthy of receiving a single punch from me. Does the Academy truly intend to send you to investigate? Spare me the bravado. Whenever Mo Feiyong returned and recounted his intriguing encounters, Luo Wu was 100 times skeptical, with Mo Feiyang currently at merely the 3rd tier of cultivation. And both Luo Wu and Chen Shiping at the 4th tier, he could hardly fathom that the academy would dispatch Mo Feiyang for any task. Chen Shiping, however, often regarded Mo Feiyang's words with a mixture of belief and doubt. Yet, ever since he learned of Mo Feiyang's penchant for exaggeration, he dared not take him seriously, especially when he spoke of scandalous claims regarding his connections with figures such as Chen Ruoshi or how the granddaughter of the dean, Ling Ling, prepared meals for him. These were illustrious individuals, far removed from their reach, let alone someone of Mo Feiyang's lower cultivation level. Go on, keep boasting. If the academy truly sends you to that so-called mysterious valley, I shall win over the princess of the great Hua Empire, Chen Shiping remarked, his disbelief evident. Mo Feiyang had grown accustomed to their reactions. Each time he spoke the truth, they mistook it for mere bragging, leading him to refrain from mentioning any acquaintances in their presence. However, the next morning, when Chen Shiping and Luo Wu beheld Mo Feiyang at the academy's training ground, their jaws dropped in astonishment. By heavens, this lad is actually a member of the academy's most enigmatic Tianji Mountain, and what he said was indeed true. They silently cursed him for his cunning and shamelessness. Following a grand farewell ceremony at the academy, Mo Feiyang and the 9 other members of Tianji Mountain paraded through the streets, announcing to the citizens that they were embarking on an expedition to the mysterious valley. Upon hearing this splendid news, the townsfolk eagerly spread the word. As the central square of Fenglin City, filled with a throng of people, the members of Tianji Mountain ascended into the sky, alighting upon the backs of enormous lightning birds. Renowned for their speed and claimed to be descendants of the Golden Rock, the lightning bird, measuring 5 meters in length with an impressive wingspan of 18 meters, accommodated all 10 without feeling cramped. The townspeople gazed in awe at the rare sight of the mystical beast. With a thunderous cry, the lightning bird unfurled its wings and soared towards the mysterious valley, having been lent to them by one of the Academy's instructors upon receiving the dean's orders. Their aim was to create a spectacle, reassuring the populace that there were still those who cared for their lives. Chapter 66. The Ancient Beast Clan for the Average Person. A journey of 300 miles would take half a day. Even with a horse driven to its limits, however, for Mo Feiyang and his companions aboard the Lightning Bird, they reached within 5 miles of the mysterious valley in merely half an hour. The Lightning Bird was still in its growth phase. A fully grown specimen could traverse 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Along the way, they observed throngs of people converging from all directions towards the mysterious valley, with some formidable individuals riding flying mounts in the skies, though they all deftly avoided the group atop the Lightning Bird. Just as they prepared to continue their flight, an alarming incident unfolded. The massive body of the Lightning Bird suddenly trembled midair, letting out a mournful cry as it veered sharply in the opposite direction, as if it had encountered an unspeakable terror, nearly sending Mo Feiyang and the others tumbling off its back. "Hold on tight, everyone," Dongfang Yu urged, her face etched with concern, as she swiftly commanded the Lightning Bird to descend. The Lightning Bird dove towards the ground, gliding gracefully, and just a few meters from the earth. It flipped over, casting all its riders off as it fled back towards Fenglin City in a panic. Fortunately, the Lightning Bird retained enough sense to lower its altitude. Otherwise, if it had released them from several hundred meters up, they would surely have met a grim fate. Given the Lightning Bird's fright, it was clear that the situation was dire. The mysterious valley might harbor dangers far beyond their imaginings. Gu Jin was the first to speak after they landed. Dongfang Yu nodded in agreement. "Senior Gu Jin is right. We must proceed with caution. We should stick together and support one another in times of difficulty. I believe in such an environment, all of us acting as one may do more harm than good. Consider this. If we were to encounter an overwhelming danger, none of us might escape. Should we divide into smaller groups, we would not only broaden our search range, but as long as we do not stray too far apart, we can still aid one another." Tio put it bluntly. "If we face an insurmountable threat, it would be better to lose only one group rather than the entire team. If danger arises, at least the other groups would have a chance to flee if warned in time." Mo Feiyang disagreed with Dongfang Yu's proposal, advocating for smaller teams for better collaboration and minimize losses. Dongfang Yu, Gu Jin, and the Chen sisters found Mo Feiyang's suggestion more reasonable, nodding in agreement, while only Chen Fengyun remained indifferent. "Let us organize ourselves into 3 teams from our Tianji Mountain group. I hope the distance between us does not exceed 100 meters. If any team encounters danger, they should signal for help. Dong Fangyu, as the appointed leader, directed unequivocally. Mo Feiyang felt uneasy about the proposed arrangement. While he had little knowledge of the other members, he had witnessed the prowess of the Chen sisters. Most importantly, he was uncertain whether others would genuinely come to his aid in peril. Yet, he knew the Chen sisters would undoubtedly risk everything to save him, as their elder brother relied on his healing abilities. Thus, he declared, I believe my cultivation is too low to not be a burden. I shall team up with Chen Ruoxi and Chen Ruoxue, Dongfang Ming, Dugu Shengtian, and Gu Jin internally cursed Mo Feiyang for his audacity, who was unaware of the immense backing behind the fair Chen sisters. If he wished to be close to the beauties, he could have simply stated so instead of fabricating such a flimsy excuse. If they had not known about Mo Feiyang's divine physique, the situation might have been more tolerable. Yet, it was well known that his extraordinary constitution allowed him to bypass most formations, and both Dong Fangyu and Chen Fengyun were among the top talents of Tianji Mountain. Hearing Mo Feiyang's desire to team with them, Chen Ruoxi and Chen Ruoxue felt a flicker of joy. They had feared that if Mo Feiyang encountered danger, the others might not come to his genuine aid. If he were by their side, that concern would vanish. Indeed, Mo Feiyang is quite right. My sister and I shall join him, Chen Ruoxue readily agreed. Dong Fangyu pondered for a moment, surveying the assembled individuals. Then it shall be, I, along with the Chen sisters, shall form a team with Mo Feiyang. The rest may allocate themselves as they see fit. With that, Mo Feiyang's team was confirmed, while the other two groups consisted of Gu Jin, Dongfang Ming, and Ai Lu, and the last team comprised of Qin Fengyun, Dugu Shengtian, and Wanyan Shui. Once the teams were established, they all proceeded towards the mysterious valley. Before long, they found themselves amidst a gathering of over 100 individuals, primarily first- and second-tier martial artists, with a few third-tier practitioners among them. However, they appear to be largely nameless figures from the martial world, neither affiliated with the 7 major sects nor connected to any of the 4 great clans. Before them stood a milky white energy barrier, obstructing everyone's path. Despite the concerted efforts of the multitude to breach the barrier, their attacks yielded minimal effect. With brilliance radiating and weapons flying, the barrier only shifted slightly. It was evident that they would not succeed in breaking through by the following day. Mo Feiyang extended his divine sense, perceiving that there were indeed more individuals present than met the eye, including some 3rd, 4th, and even 5th-tier practitioners lurking in the shadows, observing the situation. These were seasoned veterans of the martial world who understood the dangers of standing out and chose to remain hidden and watchful. Let us remain here for a while and observe the situation before us. If there is still no movement after half an hour, we shall coordinate an assault on the energy barrier. Dong Fangyu, with her steady and shrewd demeanor, was not one to act recklessly without certainty. This was likely the reason she had been chosen as the team leader by Ling Lao. Suddenly, the crowd in front of the energy barrier erupted in screams. Look, the energy of the barrier is diminishing. It seems we are close to breaking through. Everyone, put in more effort. There are surely treasures within, and the early bird catches the worm. A sudden, thunderous roar emanated from behind the milky white energy barrier, sending shockwaves that resonated for miles. Many standing before the barrier found their eardrums ruptured by the force of the sound, as the very ground trembled beneath them, prompting a frenzied retreat among the crowd. Witnessing this commotion, those who had been lurking in the background could no longer contain themselves. They emerged not to flee but to charge headlong toward the energy barrier, their ranks comprising individuals with at least 3rd-tier cultivation. Some even reaching the 6th tier, and there were no fewer in number than the initial group. As the saying goes, those skilled in the arts are daring. They brandished their marked weapons, relentlessly striking at the energy barrier. Mo Feiyang and his companions remained motionless, with the 3 groups standing 50 meters apart. Dongfang Yu's group was positioned in the center, and although the other 2 groups each had their own leaders, collective action was commanded solely by Dongfang Yu. Thus they stood still, awaiting further instruction. The roar echoed once more, but the gathered crowd had prepared in advance, using starlight essence to shield their vulnerable areas. Nevertheless, a few individuals sustained slight injuries from the sheer force of the roar. Though not panic, let us collectively assault the energy barrier. Once it is breached, the monster will reveal its true form. And then we shall unite to vanquish it. Surely victory will be ours. A middle-aged man, stationed at the back of the crowd, directed the efforts, clearly having made prior arrangements. Most of these individuals were martial artists from the vicinity of Maple Forest City. And having received news of the situation, they capitalized on their geographical advantage to arrive first at the mysterious valley, in the vastness of the eastern lands. Those who received the news but were miles away could not arrive immediately. So this group, fueled by the notion of seizing the opportunity, fervently attacked the energy barrier. Countless others were en route to the mysterious valley, just among the minor sects within the Great Hua Empire. There were many, not to mention the multitude from the expansive eastern lands, southern territories, northern plains, and western regions, all eager to partake in the allure of the ancient beast clan. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded, and the energy barrier was shattered from within. A towering figure emerged into view, and the crowd looked up in awe to discern the colossal entity's visage. When they recognized the nature of this massive creature, a wave of terror swept through them, rendering them frozen in place as if spellbound. Chapter 67. The ancient beast, Zhaozi, Mo Feiyang, and the other members of Tianji Mountain gazed upon the sight of a creature with the head of an ox and the body of a man. Its teeth measuring 3 feet in length, eyes like bronze bells, standing over 15 zhang tall. The ancient spirit beast had broken free from the barrier, brandishing a massive stone hammer 3 zhang long and roaring at the crowd. Heavens! This ancient spirit beast is indeed Zhaozi, someone exclaimed. Recognizing the fearsome creature, it was said that Zhaozi existed only in ancient times, now merely a figment of legend. Zhaozi? Mo Feiyang murmured, suddenly struck with dread. Could it truly be the divine beast from Huaxia's legends? He recalled having seen descriptions of Zhaozi in the classic of mountains and seas, and was astonished to encounter a living Zhaozi on the Star Source continent. Dong Fangyu and her companions had also heard tales of Zhaozi. This ancient spirit beast was said to possess boundless strength, capable of toppling even small mountain peaks, and their expressions turned grave. Realizing this was not a foe they could confront head-dash on, though not flee. Let us unite our strength to slay this ancient spirit beast. The treasures within will be ours. The group that had been attacking the barrier began to descend into chaos, with many turning to flee. Yet the allure of the so-called treasures compelled most to muster their courage and charge at Zhaozi. With a thunderous roar, Zhaozi bellowed, its tusks gleaming with a chilling light. In response to the assault, it slowly advanced a step, violently swinging its 3 zhang long stone hammer. The ground shook for 10 miles around, sending flocks of birds scattering from the distant forests. A massive pit was created where the hammer struck, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and mangled bodies. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, another wave of individuals fled in terror, while the middle-aged commander turned ashen. Yet the thought of the ancient treasures to be claimed steadied his resolve. Do not panic. We must attack together to breach its defenses. Scattered attacks will yield no results. The crowd retreated as they continued their assault on Zhaozi. It is our turn to take the stage, Mo Feiyang proclaimed with a knowing smile. Dongfang Yu shifted her gaze from Zhaozi to Mo Feiyang, inquiring, have you discerned a weakness? As the captain of Tianji Mountain, she was responsible for managing the team and ensuring their safety. She would not dare to take risks without certainty. Do Feiyang remained silent, merely gesturing to his legs and then pointing towards Zhaozi. The Chen sisters instantly grasped the implication of his gesture. Do Feiyang, are you suggesting that its movements are rather sluggish? Chen Ruoxue exclaimed with delight. Clever. Mo Feiyang commended her. Upon hearing the sisters' realization, it dawned on her that Mo Feiyang had already identified Zhaozi's weakness, its speed. Although they could not withstand Zhaozi directly, they could engage in guerrilla tactics. While their cultivation might not allow them to confront Zhaozi head-on, they possessed a significant advantage in agility. With proper coordination among the 3 groups, it might not be impossible to bring down this colossal beast. Dongfang Yu leaped into action, returning to the center after explaining their strategy to the other 2 groups. We will alternate our attacks. The first group will strike, followed immediately by the second, while the third provides defense. Then we will rotate positions. Dongfang Yu signaled for the assault to commence, and the 3 groups surged towards Zhaozi. They halted 20 meters away, brandishing their marked weapons and unleashing a torrent of brilliant sword energy towards the beast. Zhaozi, having only just emerged from the ground, moved slowly, yet its strength was fearsome. In mere moments, dozens had perished beneath its stone hammer. Falling rain, starry sky, whirlwind, phoenix wing slash. The group led by Mo Feiyang unleashed their most formidable techniques upon Zhaozi. The creature, with its tough hide and thick flesh, bled dark red blood, albeit sparingly, indicating their attacks could indeed penetrate its defenses. In retaliation to the fierce onslaught, Zhaozi roared again. It stepped forward, raising its stone hammer to sweep through the crowd, sending a wave of blood rain as bodies shattered upon impact. Those fortunate enough to avoid the hammer stood frozen in shock, while Zhaozi bent down to seize two individuals, tearing them apart with a gruesome display, leaving a trail of carnage. Despite Zhaozi's sluggishness, its strides spanned 10 meters, catching many off guard and turning them into its victims. Run! Zhaozi is enraged. The crowd, witnessing the horror unfold, could no longer hold their ground, and those who had intended to persevere fled in haste, deeming their lives more precious than treasures. Mo Feiyang and his two groups attacked Zhaozi in an orderly fashion, their fierce strikes underscoring the arduous battle ahead to slay the formidable beast. Some bolder spectators remained at a distance, observing Mo Feiyang's group, finally grasping the essence of true mastery. Chun Fengyun and Gu Jin were both 7th-tier young experts, while Dongfang Yu was the only supermaster under 30 in the entire Star Source continent, which accounted for their formidable prowess. In their usual training sessions, Mo Feiyang had not noticed the disparity, but now he realized the vast gap in strength and knew he must cultivate with even greater diligence. Meanwhile, the Chen sisters had already attained 6th-tier mastery, while Mo Feiyang was still only at the 3rd tier. Fortunately, his starlight essence was inexhaustible. Otherwise, he would have long since run out of stamina. The others observed Mo Feiyang's seemingly unflagging energy and silently marveled at his extraordinary physique, realizing that his 3rd-tier cultivation allowed him to endure so long. Zhaozi let out another furious roar, stomping in frustration, shaking the ground with a thunderous sound. Despite its relentless pursuit, it could never quite reach the hem of Mo Feiyang's garments. With every step it took, they swiftly retreated, maintaining a constant distance of 20 meters. An hour passed, and Zhaozi's flesh was now a bloody mess. However, aside from Mo Feiyang, the other 10 members of Tianji Mountain began to feel the strain of their prolonged, intense assaults, their stamina waning. Just then, Zhaozi abruptly halted its chase, raising its massive stone hammer and hurling it towards Mo Feiyang and his companions, the hammer spinning through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Everyone, take cover! Mo Feiyang was the first to notice the abnormal behavior of the Zhaozi. As it hurled its stone hammer, he urgently alerted everyone around him. However, the sheer force of the Zhaozi was overwhelming, and the stone hammer descended upon them with an almost imperceptible speed. The crowd hastily retreated, but Mo Feiyang, in his effort to warn them, could only escape a fraction of a moment later. As the hammer bore down upon him, Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoxue hurriedly summoned their imprinted weapons to strike at the incoming stone hammer. Dongfang Yu and Gu Jin also launched their respective ultimate techniques in unison, hoping to halt the hammer's advance. In this perilous moment, Mo Feiyang enveloped himself in the protective energy of the Xing Gang and swiftly dodged to the side. Yet despite the slight reduction in the hammer's velocity due to the attacks, he was still a moment too late. Mo Feiyang, quickly evade! Chen Ruoshi shouted, her voice laced with concern. With a thunderous crash, Mo Feiyang was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, flying several meters through the air before crashing to the ground and sliding another 5 or 6 meters before coming to a halt. A spurt of crimson mist erupted from his mouth. Chapter 68. Each more frantic than the last, the stone hammer did not relent upon striking Mo Feiyang. Rather, it continued its trajectory towards the rear. Those who had previously attacked the Zhaozi fled into the depths of the forest, unable to comprehend how far the hammer had traveled. They scrambled in panic, evading the hammer's shrieking descent. With a resounding crash, the trees were obliterated, and those unable to escape were crushed into a mere puddle of mud. The fortunate survivors retreated 2 miles before pausing to catch their breath. "My goodness, how terrifying!" a young 3rd-tier martial artist exclaimed, his heart still racing from the ordeal. Another slightly older youth chimed in, "That goes without saying. The Zhaozi has been infamous since ancient times. However, it appears this particular Zhaozi has not yet reached maturity and has only just emerged from the barrier. It likely cannot even unleash half of its usual prowess, otherwise, it wouldn't have engaged in such a prolonged battle with those young ones from the Xingwu Academy. You two, go check on Mo Feiyang and see how badly he is injured." Dongfang Yu commanded, simultaneously directing the ongoing battle while instructing the Chan sisters to assess Mo Feiyang's condition. Although the Zhaozi's hammer attacks had diminished significantly, its speed had markedly increased. It was evident that the Zhaozi had recognized how the hammer severely impeded its speed, resulting in its current predicament of being relentlessly targeted by Mo Feiyang and his companions. It seemed the Zhaozi was not as simple-minded as it appeared. Chen Ruoxi and Chen Ruoxin, frantic with worry, rushed to Mo Feiyang's side, lifting him from the ground. Chen Ruoxue, abandoning her usual icy demeanor, gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Not only was it due to Mo Feiyang's intent to heal her elder brother, but Chen Ruoxi also found herself realizing that her aversion to him had softened. Previously, merely seeing Mo Feiyang would make her uncomfortable, yet after witnessing his miraculous healing abilities, her perception of him began to shift. Having just seen him struck by the stone hammer, she unexpectedly felt a sharp pang in her heart. Chen Ruoxue added, "Why were you so foolish? Couldn't you have run away first and warned us to be cautious? If something were to happen to you, who would save my brother? Honestly, it's infuriating. You're a doctor, yet you fail to take care of yourself. Hey, sister, what are you doing? He is in pain, and you're not afraid of making it worse. If he becomes unable to move, who will treat my brother?" Chen Ruoxue protested, feeling a mix of concern for Mo Feiyang and subtle reproach towards her sister. Little did she know of the intimate contact Mo Feiyang had shared with her sister, nor had she ever delved deeply into understanding him. Thus she could not discern whether his expression signified agony or comfort. Mo Feiyang innocently opened his eyes and shamelessly remarked, "I'm fine. Your sister is perhaps just reluctant to see me in pain. Oh dear, hold steady, hold steady. My head is starting to spin again." As Chen Ruoxue stepped away, Mo Feiyang felt a mischievous urge arise within him, unable to resist teasing the charming girl. Meanwhile, the battle raged on fiercely. Chen Ruoxi advanced towards the fray, casting a casual glance back to find Mo Feiyang sprawled against her sister's chest. Feeling both angered and inexplicably melancholic, with a cold snort, she charged fiercely at the Zhaozi. Dugu Shengtian observed every move Mo Feiyang made in front of the Chan sisters, his fury boiling within him. Yet he was too engrossed in battle to act on it, redirecting his rage towards the Zhaozi instead. The others watched in astonishment as Dugu Shengtian unleashed a relentless assault on the Zhaozi. For he had always held back in their team, yet now he exerted himself to the utmost. Inspired by his intensity, everyone else followed suit, pouring their strength into their attacks against the Zhaozi. At that moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone even more embarrassed. Chen Ruoxi soared into the air, unleashing the true essence of her family's technique, rainfall of stars. The torrential barrage of stars rained down upon the Zhaozi, causing it to roar in pain. Such a powerful attack, Dongfang Yu's brother, Dongfang Ming, could not help but exclaim in awe. Dugu Shengtian, momentarily dazed, murmured, "In just over a month, his progress has been astonishingly rapid. It seems I must seek vengeance soon. Or else, once he grows stronger, it will be nearly impossible to confront him. I can't believe this rogue is so formidable." Chen Ruoxue realized that Mo Feiyang had merely been feigning weakness. Considering Chen Ruoxi's earlier behavior, she understood that her sister had likely already discerned Mo Feiyang's intentions. But why hadn't she informed her? Did she wish to facilitate a connection between her and this rogue? The thought made Chen Ruoxue's face flush with heat. With a howl of frustration, the Zhaozi narrowly evaded Mo Feiyang's onslaught and roared again, "Everyone, let us press the attack. Let us slay this hideous beast once and for all." The sight was utterly revolting. Mo Feiyang was acutely aware that, given his own cultivation level, he was undoubtedly no match for the Zhaozi. The previous strike had been somewhat theatrical, a mere display of bravado. The 10 members of Tianji Mountain swiftly encircled Zhaozi, a tactic that allowed for a combined assault while preventing the beast from escaping. However, this strategy was fraught with the risk of being picked off one by one. It was a desperate measure, compelled by the astonishing speed of the creature. Although Zhaozi was a spirit beast, it took offense at being called ugly, perceiving humanity as frail, unattractive, and insignificant. Yet now, it found itself besieged by these diminutive humans. With a thunderous roar, a bizarre scene unfolded. Zhaozi tore out its own razor-sharp fangs and wielded them as weapons. "This is bad. Zhaozi is sacrificing its fangs," Wang Yanshui exclaimed in alarm. Being from the northern frontier, Where spirit beasts abound, she was well versed in their behaviors. Zhao would only remove its fangs under one condition: when it faced immense humiliation and was prepared to fight to the death. Clearly, Zhao was now intent on engaging Mo Feiyong and his companions in a life-or-death struggle. Everyone, spread out the encirclement, Mo Feiyong urged, fearing that his provocation of Zhao might result in injury to others. Observers hovering several kilometers away were awestruck, silently thanking their fortunate stars for not remaining to battle Zhao, an adversary clearly beyond their capacity to contend with. Once Zhao sacrificed its fangs, its strength would surge momentarily, only to leave it utterly weakened thereafter, rendering it devoid of any combat capability, a veritable death sentence, albeit one from which it would seek to take a few humans down with it. With a crack, Zhao fangs emitted a sinister black light aimed at Mo Feiyong. Having anticipated Zhao every move, Mo Feiyong swiftly dodged to the side. The black light missed its target, crashing into a nearby rock, which emitted a sound akin to red-hot iron plunging into water, followed by a plume of black smoke as a significant portion of the rock was corroded away. The onlookers finally grasped the terrifying nature of Zhao attack. If it could erode stone, then a direct hit on flesh would likely turn bone to mere blood and viscera. A cold sweat broke out on Mo Feiyong's brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a fierce counteroffensive, striking swiftly and powerfully. The others soon followed suit, unleashing their mightiest attacks upon Zhao. The combined might of 10 was not to be underestimated. Zhao evaded one attack, but could not escape the next, sustaining grievous wounds across its already mangled body. With a howl of agony, Zhao charged at Dongfang Ming, the nearest target. This time, it had learned not to pursue the meteor-like Mo Feiyong, opting instead to seize any opportunity to inflict harm. Prioritizing its assault on Dongfang Ming, No1 expected that Zhao, which had relentlessly pursued Mo Feiyong just moments ago, would now shift its focus. Startled, Dongfang Ming momentarily faltered but soon regained his composure. Fleeing was clearly out of the question, as it would only expose his back to Zhao. He quickly raised his weapon to intercept the impending attack. With a clang, Zhao's immense strength sent Dongfang Ming's weapon clattering to the ground. Had it not been for the unique material of Dongfang Ming's weapon, it might have shattered entirely. Stumbling, Dongfang Ming steadied himself, his palm bleeding from the impact. As a fifth-level martial artist and a scion of one of the four great families, he had never encountered such a ferocious adversary, the transformation from disdain to terror occurring in a mere heartbeat. "Get over here," Dongfang Yu cried urgently upon witnessing Zhao's renewed assault, hastening to Dongfang Ming's aid from behind. Positioned at a distance, despite her speed rivaling that of Mo Feiyong, she was unable to catch up to Zhao. Eugene and the others quickly launched formidable attacks at Zhao, but the creature paid no heed to the strikes from behind, charging directly at Dongfang Ming. Should this blow connect, the outcome would be dire. Without hesitation, Mo Feiyong, closest to Dongfang Ming, altered his course and barreled towards Zhao, thrusting his Xian iron blade toward the beast's throat. In a critical moment, Zhao relinquished its intent to kill Dongfang Ming, pivoting to meet Mo Feiyong's assault with its fang-like blade. Both combatants were jolted back by the violent clash. Mo Feiyong was propelled 5 meters away before regaining his footing, while Zhao merely took 3 steps back before stabilizing. Yet, its eyes, akin to fists, were wide with disbelief. It had not anticipated that this insignificant human could muster such strength to contend with it. Truly, the physique of the divine bone was formidable, allowing Mo Feiyong to withstand a close-range strike without injury. A collective astonishment enveloped the onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, Dongfang Ming hastily distanced himself from Zhao's reach. "Now is the time to unleash our final trump card. 7-star formation, activate," Mo Feiyong commanded fiercely. Dongfang Yu did not bristle at Mo Feiyong's assumption of leadership. Instead, she swiftly gathered with the other 5, aligning themselves with him. The 7-star formation, derived from the celestial patterns of the night sky, was a complex array that balanced both offense and defense, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to counter. Having participated in a single training session with the 7-star formation, Mo Feiyong had etched its intricacies into his memory. Now, as the leader, he positioned Dongfang Yu, Gu Jin, the Chen sisters, Chen Fengyun, and Wan Yin Shui, 7 warriors in total, to block Zhao's advance. The remaining 3 stood ready behind them, prepared to substitute in should anyone be injured. Before the 7-star formation, Zhaoqi found itself at a disadvantage. Its attacks and speed were rendered ineffective, and it gradually succumbed to the pressure exerted by the 7. Each time it lunged forward, they formed a defensive line to absorb its blows, and as Zhaoqi attempted to retreat after an assault, they swiftly transitioned into an attacking formation to relentlessly pursue. Zhaoqi's black attacks seemed to require a cool-down period before they could be unleashed anew. Otherwise, even with the 7-star formation, it would struggle to withstand such terrifying corrosive assaults. Shift formations, defend. Under Mo Feiyang's guidance, the members of the 7-star formation executed their defensive maneuvers with precision, driving Zhaoqi back step by step. Suddenly, Zhaoqi roared, unleashing another burst of black light. The 7 within the formation hurriedly retreated. However, the attack came unexpectedly, and Gu Jin's evasive maneuver was a fraction too slow, resulting in a glancing blow from the black light. The eerie, flame-like energy penetrated his clothing, searing into his flesh. The acrid stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Gu Jin writhed in agony, drenched in sweat, yet he did not utter a single C or Y. Mo Feiyang contemplated briefly before producing a cleansing elixir and offering it to him. Quickly, take this. Without hesitation, Gu Jin swallowed the pill. And instantly, the searing pain diminished significantly, a refreshing coolness coursing through his veins, restoring him to 5 or 6 layers of vitality, as if he had merely sustained a minor injury. Thank you. This elixir is truly remarkable. Gu Jin expressed his gratitude. Be cautious. Zhaoqi is coming, Mo Feiyang warned urgently. Kill. 7-star formation. After enduring more than an hour of intense combat, Mo Feiyang and his group finally succeeded in vanquishing Zhaoqi. Each member of the 7-star formation bore injuries to some degree. However, thanks to Mo Feiyang's cleansing elixir, none were gravely affected. Yet, they all pressed Mo Feiyang for the source of this miraculous elixir. Their curiosity piqued by its extraordinary properties, of which they had never heard before. Ultimately, Mo Feiyang divulged that he had acquired it from the Divine Martial Auction House in Fenglin City. The others nodded in understanding, but then a realization struck them. They all knew that Mo Feiyang lacked any significant background, and such an extraordinary elixir surely could not be within the means of an ordinary person, let alone someone like Mo Feiyang who treated it as a mere meal. Frustrated by the incessant questioning, Mo Feiyang concocted a tale, claiming it was a gift from Elder Sun, the overseer of the Academy's medicinal repository. Only then did the inquiries cease. After resting in the woods for a brief moment, the group cautiously ventured deeper into the mysterious valley. The recent battle had merely unfolded at the periphery of the valley. If such a formidable ancient spirit beast as Zhaoqi lurked at the entrance, one could only speculate what even more terrifying creatures awaited them within. A sense of unease gripped their hearts. Chapter 70. Accidentally entering the secret realm, Mo Feiyang and his companions traversed a narrow passage leading into the valley, flanked by towering cliffs shrouded in mist. A chill wind occasionally swept through from the passage's far end, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression. Despite having walked over 20 miles, they still saw no end in sight. The narrow passage grew increasingly dimmed. Isn't this supposed to be the entrance to the valley? Why are we still walking after so long? Chen Ruoxue remarked, her patience wearing thin. Accustomed to being pampered at home, she was used to riding mounts for any journey, not trudging along such a lengthy path as they were today.